LXXX, the conspiracy is renewed. While the king, in order to reassure M. de Choiseul, and not to lose any time himself, was walking in Trianon, the chase should commence, LXXXIX was the center of a reunion of frightened conspirators, who had flown swiftly to Madame du Harry, like birds who have smelled the sportsman's powder. Jean and Marshal Richelieu, after having looked at each other ill-humoredly for some time, were the first to take flight. The others were the usual herd of favorites, whom the certain disgrace of the Choiseuls had allured, whom his return to favor had alarmed, and who, no longer finding the minister there to fawn upon, had returned mechanically to LXXXIX. To see if the tree was yet strong enough for them to cling to as before. Madame du Barry was taking a siesta after the fatigues of her diplomacy and deceptive triumph which had crowned it, when Richelieu's carriage rolled into the court with the noise and swiftness of a whirlwind. "Mistress du Barry is asleep," said Zamore, without moving. Jean sent Zamore rolling on the carpet with a scientific kick inflicted upon the most highly ornamented portion of his governor's uniform. Zamore screamed, and Chan hastened to inquire the cause. "You are beating that little fellow again, you brute," said she. "And he shall exterminate you, too," continued Jean, with kindling eyes, "if you do not immediately awaken the Countess." But there was no need to awaken the Countess. At Zamore's cries, at the growling tones of Jean's voice, she had suspected some misfortune, and hastened into the room, wrapped in a dressing gown. "What is the matter?" exclaimed she, alarmed at seeing Jean stretched at full length upon the sofa to calm the agitation of his bile, and at finding that the Marshal did not even kiss her hand. "The matter? The matter," said Jean. "Parbleu! What is always the matter, the Choiseuls? How? Yes, mille tonnerres firmer than ever." "What do you mean?" "The Count du Barry is right," continued Richelieu, "Monsieur the Duc de Choiseul is firmer than ever." The Countess drew the king's letter from her bosom. "And this?" said she, smiling. "Have you read it aright, Countess?" asked the Marshal. "Why, I fancy I can read, Duke," replied Madame du Barry. "I do not doubt it, madame. Will you allow me to read it also?" "Oh. Certainly, read." The Duke took the paper, unfolded it slowly, and read. "Tomorrow I shall thank Monsieur de Choiseul for his services. I promise it positively. Louis. Is that clear?" said the Countess. "Perfectly clear," replied the Marshal, with a grimace. "Well." "What?" said Jean. "Well. It is tomorrow that we shall be victorious, and nothing is lost as yet." "How? Tomorrow? The king signed that yesterday. Therefore tomorrow is today." "Pardon me, madam," said the Duke, "as there is no date to the note, tomorrow will always be the day after you wish to see Monsieur de Choiseul dismissed. In the Rue de la Grange Batelière, about 100 paces from my house, there is a tavern, on the signboard of which is written in red characters, credit given tomorrow. Tomorrow, that is, never. The king mocks us," said Jean, furiously. "Impossible," said the alarmed Countess, "impossible. Such a trick would be unworthy." "Ah, madam, his Majesty is so merry," said Richelieu. "He shall pay for this, Duke," said the Countess, in a tone of anger. "After all, Countess, we must not be angry with the king, we cannot accuse his Majesty of cheating or tricking us, for the king has performed what he promised." "Oh," said Jean, with a more than vulgar shrug of his shoulders. "What did he promise?" cried the Countess. "To thank Choiseul for his services. And that is precisely what he has done, madam. I heard his Majesty myself thank the Duke for his services. The word has two meanings. In diplomacy, each takes the one he prefers. You have chosen yours, the king has chosen his. Therefore, there is no more question of tomorrow. It is today, according to your opinion, that the king should have kept his promise, and he has done so. I who speak to you heard him thank Choiseul. Duke, this is no time for jesting, I think." "Do you think I am jesting, Countess? Asked Count Jean. No, by heaven. We were in no humor for laughing this morning when Choiseul was embraced, flattered, feasted by the king, and even now he is walking arm in arm with him in Trianon. Arm in arm! Exclaimed Chan, who had slipped into the room, and who raised her snowy arms like a second Niobe in despair. Yes, I have been tricked, said the countess, but we shall see. Chan, countermand my carriage for the chase. I shall not go. Good. Said Jean. One moment, cried Richelieu. No hurry, no pouting. Ah! Forgive me, Countess, for daring to advise you, I entreat you to pardon me. Go on, Duke, do not apologize. I think I am losing my senses. See how I am placed. I did not wish to meddle with politics, and the first time I touch upon them, self-love launches me so deeply. You were saying. That pouting would not be wise now. The position is difficult, Countess. If the king is so decidedly in favor of these Choiseuls, if the Dauphiness has so much influence over him, if he thus openly breaks a lance with you, you must. Well, what? You must be even more amiable than you are at present, Countess. I know it is impossible, but in a position like ours the impossible becomes necessary. Attempt the impossible, then. The Countess reflected. For, in short, said the Duke, if the king should adopt German manners. If he should become virtuous, exclaimed Jean, horrified. Who knows, Countess, said Richelieu, novelty is such an attractive thing. Oh. As for that, replied the Countess, with a nod of incredulity, I do not believe it. More extraordinary things have happened, Countess. You know the proverb of the devil turning hermit. So you must not pout. But I am suffocating with rage. Parbleu. Countess, I can believe you, but suffocate before us, breathe freely before the enemy. Do not let the king, that is to say, Monsieur de Choiseul, perceive your anger. And shall I go to the chase? It would be most politic. And you, Duke? Oh, I. If I should have to crawl on all fours, I shall go. Underscore. Come in my carriage, then, cried the Countess, to see what face her ally would put on. Oh, Countess, replied the Duke, smirking to hide his vexation, it is such an honor. That you refuse? I. Heaven forbid. But, take care, you will compromise yourself. He confesses it, he dares to confess it, cried Madame du Barry. Countess. Countess. Monsieur de Choiseul will never forgive me. Are you already on such good terms with Monsieur de Choiseul? Countess, I shall get into disgrace with the Dauphiness. Would you rather we should each continue the war separately, without sharing the spoil? It is still time. You are not compromised, and you may yet withdraw from the association. You misunderstood me, Countess, said the Duke, kissing her hands. Did I hesitate on the day of your presentation to send you a dress, a hairdresser, and a carriage? Well, I shall not hesitate any more today. I am bolder than you imagine, Countess. Then it is agreed. We will go to this hunt together, and that will serve me as a pretext for not seeing or speaking to any one. Not even to the king. Oh. On the contrary, I shall give him such sweet words that he will be in despair. Bravo! That is good tactics. But you, Jean, what are you doing there? Do endeavor to rise from these cushions, you are burying yourself alive, my good friend. You want to know what I am doing, do you? Well, I am thinking. Of what? I am thinking that all the ballad writers of the town and the Parliament are setting us to all possible tunes. That the Nouvelles à la Main is cutting us up like meat for pies, that the Gazeteur Cuirasse is piercing us for want of a cuirasse, that the Journal d'Observateurs observes us even to the marrow of our bones. That, in short, tomorrow we shall be in so pitiable a state that even a Choiseul might pity us. And what is the result of your reflections? Asked the Duke. Why, that I must hasten to Paris to buy a little lint and no inconsiderable quantity of ointment to put upon our wounds. Give me some money, my little sister. How much? Asked the Countess. A trifle, 200 or 300 louis. You see, Duke, said the Countess, turning to Richelieu, that I am already paying the expenses of the war. That is only the beginning of the campaign, Countess, so today, tomorrow you will reap. The Countess shrugged her shoulders slightly, rose, went to her chiffonier, and, opening it, took out a handful of banknotes, which, without counting them, she handed to Jean, who, also without counting them, pocketed them with a deep sigh. Then rising, yawning, and stretching himself like a man overwhelmed with fatigue, he took a few steps across the room. See, said he, pointing to the Duke and the Countess, these people are going to amuse themselves at the chase, while I have to gallop to Paris. They will see gay cavaliers and lovely women, and I shall see nothing but hideous faces and scribbling drudges. Certainly I am the turnspit of the establishment. Mark me, Duke, said the Countess, he will never bestow a thought on us. Half my banknotes will be squandered on some opera girl and the rest will disappear in a gambling house. That is his errand to Paris, and yet he bemoans himself, the wretch. Leave my sight, Jean, you disgust me. Jean emptied 3 plates of bonbons, stuffed the contents into his pocket, stole a Chinese figure with diamond eyes from the landing, and stalked off with a most majestic strut, pursued by the exclamations of the Countess. What a delightful youth, said Richelieu, in the tone of a parasite who praises a spoiled brat, while all the time he is inwardly devoting him to the infernal regions. He is very dear to you, I suppose, Countess. As you say, Duke, he has fixed all his happiness in me, and the speculation brings him 300,000 or 400,000 livres a year. The clock struck. 12:30, Countess, said the Duke. Luckily you are almost dressed. Show yourself a little to your courtiers, who might otherwise think there was an eclipse, and then let us to our carriages. You know how the chase is ordered. His Majesty and I arranged it yesterday. They were to proceed to the forest of Marly and take me up in passing. Oh! I am very sure the king has not changed the program. In the meantime, Duke, let me hear your plan, it is your turn now. Madam, I wrote yesterday to my nephew, who, if I may believe my presentiments, is already on his way hither. Monsieur d'Aiguillon. I should not be surprised if he crosses my letter on the road, and if he were here tomorrow or the day after at the latest. Then you calculate upon him. Oh! Madam, he does not want for sense. No matter who it is, for we are at the last extremity. The king might perhaps submit, but he has such a dreadful antipathy to business. So that I fear he will never consent to give up Monsieur de Choiseul. Shall I speak frankly to you, Countess? Certainly. Well, I think so too. The king will find 100 stratagems like that of yesterday. His Majesty has so much wit. And then, on your side, Countess, you will never risk losing his love for the sake of an unaccountable whim. And while he spoke the Marshal fixed a searching glance on Madame du Barry. Dame! I must reflect upon that. You see, Countess, Monsieur de Choiseul is there for an eternity, nothing but a miracle can dislodge him. Yes, miracle, repeated Jean. And, unfortunately, we are not now in the age of miracles. Oh, said Madame du Barry, I know someone who can work miracles yet. You know a man who can work miracles, and yet you did not tell me so before. I only thought of it this moment, Duke. Do you think he could assist us in this affair? I think he can do everything. Oh! Indeed? And what miracle has he worked? Tell me, that I may judge of his skill by the specimen. Duke, said Madame du Barry, approaching Richelieu, and involuntarily lowering her voice, he is a man who, 10 years ago, met me upon the place Louis XV. And told me I should be Queen of France. Indeed. That is in truth miraculous. And could he tell me, think you, if I shall die Prime Minister? Don't you think so? Oh, I don't doubt it in the least. What is his name? His name will tell you nothing. Where is he? Ah. That I don't know. He did not give you his address. No, he was to come to me for his recompense. What did you promise him? Whatever he should ask. And he has not come? No. Countess, that is even more miraculous than his prediction. We must certainly have this man. But how shall we proceed? His name, Countess, his name. He has two. Proceed according to order. The first. The Count de Phoenix. What? The man you pointed out to me on the day of your presentation? Yes, the Prussian officer. Oh. I have no longer any faith in him. All the sorcerers I have ever known had names ending in I or O. That exactly suits, Duke, for his second name is Joseph Balsamo. But have you no means of finding him out? I shall task my brain, Duke. I think I know someone who knows him. Good. But make haste, Countess. It is now 1:45. I am ready. My carriage, there. 10 minutes afterward Madame du Barry and M. de Richelieu were seated side by side, and driving rapidly on their way to the hunting party. LXXX The Sorcerer Chase. A long train of carriages filled the avenues of the forest of Marly where the king was hunting. It was what was called the afternoon chase. In the latter part of his life, Louis XV neither shot at nor rode after the game, he was content with watching the progress of the chase. Those of our readers who have read Pint Arch, will perhaps remember that cook of Mark Antony who put a boar on the spit every hour. So that among the 6 or 7 boars which were roasting there might always be one ready whenever Mark Antony wished to dine. The reason of this was that Mark Antony, as governor of Asia Minor, was overwhelmed with business. He was the dispenser of justice, and as the Sicilians are great thieves, the fact is confirmed by Juvenal, Mark Antony had abundance of work on his hands. He had therefore always 5 or 6 roasts in various degrees of progress on the spit, waiting for the moment when his functions as judge would permit him to snatch a hasty morsel. Louis XV acted in a similar manner. For the afternoon chase there were 3 or 4 stags started at different hours, and accordingly as the king felt disposed he chose a nearer or more distant view halloo. On this day His Majesty had signified his intention of hunting until 4 o'clock. A stag was therefore chosen which had been started at 12, and which might consequently be expected to run until that hour. Madame du Barry, on her side, intended to follow the king as faithfully as the king intended to follow the stag. But hunters propose and fate disposes. A combination of circumstances frustrated this happy project of Madame du Barry, and the Countess found in fate an adversary almost as capricious as herself. While the Countess, talking politics with M. de Richelieu, drove rapidly after the king, who in his turn drove rapidly after the stag, and while the Duke and she returned in part the bows which greeted them as they passed, they all at once perceived, about 50 paces from the road, beneath a magnificent canopy of verdure, an unfortunate calèche revolving its wheels in the air, while the 2 black horses which should have drawn it were peaceably munching, the one the bark of a beech tree, the other the moss growing at his feet. Madame du Barry's horses, a magnificent pair presented to her by the king, had outstripped all the other carriages, and were the first to arrive in sight of the broken carriage. Ha! An accident, said the Countess, calmly. Faith, yes. Said the Duc de Richelieu, with equal coolness, for sensibility is little in fashion at court, the carriage is broken in pieces. Is that a corpse upon the grass? Asked the Countess. Look, Duke. I think not, it moves. Is it a man or a woman? I don't know. I cannot see well. Ha! It bows to us. Then it cannot be dead. And Richelieu at all hazards took off his hat. But, Countess, said he, it seems to me. And to me also. That it is His Eminence, Prince Louis. The Cardinal de Rohan in person. What the deuce is he doing there? Asked the Duke. Let us go and see, replied the Countess. Champagne, drive on to the broken carriage. The coachman immediately left the high road and dashed in among the lofty trees. Faith, yes, it is my Lord Cardinal, said Richelieu. It was in truth his Eminence who was lying stretched upon the grass waiting until some of his friends should pass. Seeing Madame du Barry approach, he rose. 1,000 compliments to the Countess, said he. How? Cardinal, is it you? Myself, madam. On foot? No, sitting. Are you wounded? Not in the least. And how in all the world do you happen to be in this position? Do not speak of it, madam. That brute of a coachman, a man whom I sent for to England, when I told him to cut across the wood in order to join the chase, turned so suddenly that he upset me and broke my best carriage. You must not complain, Cardinal, said the Countess. A French coachman would have broken your neck, or at least your ribs. Very possibly. Therefore, be consoled. Oh. I am a little of a philosopher, Countess, only I shall have to wait, and that is fatal. How? Prince, to wait. A Rohan wait? There is no resource. Oh, no. I would rather alight and leave you my carriage. In truth, madam, your kindness makes me blush. Come, jump in, Prince, jump in. No, thank you, madam. Am waiting for Soubise, who is at the chase, and who cannot fail to pass in a few minutes. But if he should have taken another road? Oh, it is of no consequence. My lord, I entreat you will. No, thank you. But why not? I am unwilling to incommode you. Cardinal, if you refuse to enter, I shall order one of my footmen to carry my train, and I shall roam through the woods like a dryad. The Cardinal smiled, and thinking that a longer resistance might be interpreted unfavorably by the Countess, he consented to enter the carriage. The Duke had already given up his place, and taken a seat upon the bench in front. The Cardinal entreated him to resume his former position, but the Duke was inflexible. The Countess's splendid horses soon made up for the time which had thus been lost. Excuse me, my lord, said the Countess, addressing the Cardinal, has your Eminence been reconciled to the chase? How so? Because this is the first time I have had the pleasure of seeing you join in that amusement. By no means, Countess. I had come to Versailles to have the honor of paying my respects to His Majesty, when I was told he was at the chase. I had to speak to him on some important business, and therefore followed, hoping to overtake him. But thanks to this cursed coachman, I shall not only lose His Majesty's ear, but also my assignation in town. You see, madam, said the Duke, laughing, Monseigneur makes a free confession, he has an assignation. In which I shall fail, I repeat, replied the Cardinal. Does a Rohan, a prince, a cardinal, ever fail in anything? Said the Countess. Dame, said the Prince, unless a miracle comes to my assistance. The Duke and the Countess looked at each other, this word recalled their recent conversation. Faith. Prince, said the Countess, speaking of miracles, I will confess frankly that I am very happy to meet a dignitary of the Church, to know if he believes in them. In what, madam? Parbleu. In miracles, said the Duke. The Scriptures give them as an article of faith, madam, said the Cardinal, trying to look devout. Oh. I do not mean those miracles, replied the Countess. And of what other miracles do you speak, madam? Of modern miracles. Those indeed, I confess, are rather more rare, said the Cardinal. But still, what? Faith. I have seen things, which if they were not miraculous, were at least very incredible. You have seen such things, Prince? On my honor. But you know, madam, said Richelieu, laughing, that His Eminence is said to be in communication with spirits, which, perhaps, is not very orthodox. No, but which must be very convenient, said the Countess. And what have you seen, Prince? I have sworn not to reveal it. Oh. That begins to look serious. It is a fact, madam. But if you have promised to observe secrecy respecting the sorcery, perhaps you have not done so as regards the sorcerer. No. Well, then, Prince, I must tell you that the Duke and myself came out today with the intention of seeking some magician. Indeed? Upon my honor. Take mine. I desire no better. He is at your disposal, Countess. And at mine also, Prince. And at yours also, Duke. What is his name? The Count de Phoenix. The Countess and the Duke looked at each other and turned. That is strange, said they both together. Do you know him? Asked the Prince. No. And you think him a sorcerer? I am positive of it. You have spoken to him, then? Of course. And you found him? Perfect. On what occasion, may I ask? The Cardinal hesitated. On the occasion of his foretelling my fortune. Correctly. He told me things of the other world. Has he no other name than the Count de Phoenix? I think X have heard him called. Speak, sir, said the Countess, impatiently. Joseph Balsamo, madam. Is the devil very black? Asked Madame Dubarry all at once. The devil, Countess? I have not seen him. What are you thinking of, Countess? Cried Richelieu. Pardieu, that would be respectable company for the Cardinal. And did he tell you your fortune without showing you the devil? Oh. Certainly, said the Cardinal, they only show the devil to people of no consideration, we can dispense with him. But say what you will, Prince, continued Madame Dubarry, there must be a little deviltry at the bottom of it. Dame. I think so. Blue fire, spectres, infernal cauldrons, which smell horribly while they burn, eh? Oh, no. My sorcerer is most polite and well-bred. He is a very gallant man, and receives his visitors in good style. Will you not have your horoscope drawn by this man, Countess? Said Richelieu. I long to do so, I confess. Do so, then, madam. But where is all this accomplished? Asked Madame Dubarry, hoping that the Cardinal would give her the wished-for address. In a very handsome room, fashionably furnished. The Countess could scarcely conceal her impatience. Very well, said she, but the house? A very fine house, though in a singular style of architecture. The Countess stamped with rage at being so ill understood. Richelieu came to her assistance. But do you not see, my lord, said he, that Madame is dying to know where your sorcerer lives? Where he lives, you say? Oh. Well, replied the Cardinal, Faith, wait a moment, no, yes, no. It is in the Marais, near the corner of the boulevard Rue Saint-François, Saint Anastasie, no. However, it is the name of some saint. But what saint? You must surely know them all. No, faith. I know very little about them, said the Cardinal. But stay, my fool of a footman must remember. Oh, very fortunately he got up behind, said the Duke. Stop, Champagne, stop. And the Duke pulled the cord which was attached to the coachman's little finger, who suddenly reined in the foaming horses, throwing them on their sinewy haunches. Olive, said the Cardinal, are you there, you scoundrel? Yes, my lord. Where did I stop one evening in the Marais, a long way off? The lackey had overheard the whole conversation, but took care not to appear as if he had done so. In the Marais, said he, seeming to search his memory. Yes, near the boulevards. What day, my lord? One day when I was returning from Street Denis. The carriage, I think, waited for me in the boulevards. Oh, yes, my lord, said Olive, I remember now. A man came and threw a very heavy parcel into the carriage. I remember it perfectly. Very possibly, replied the Cardinal. But who asked you about that, you scoundrel? What does your eminence wish, then? To know the name of the street. Rue Saint-Claude, my lord. Claude, that is it. Cried the cardinal. I would have laid any wager it was the name of a saint. Rue Saint-Claude. Repeated the countess, darting such an expressive glance at Richelieu, that the marshal, fearing to let anyone guess his secrets, above all when it concerned a conspiracy, interrupted Madame du Barry by these words. Ha! Countess, the king. Where? Yonder. The king. The king, exclaimed the countess. To the left, Champagne, to the left, that his majesty may not see us. And why, countess? Asked the astonished cardinal. I thought that, on the contrary, you were taking me to his majesty. Oh. True, you wish to see the king, do you not? I came for that alone, madam. Very well. You shall be taken to the king. But you? Oh. We shall remain here. But, countess. No apologies, prince, I entreat, every one to his own business. The king is yonder, under those chestnut trees, you have business with the king, very well, the affair is easily arranged. Champagne. Champagne pulled up. Champagne, let us alight here and take his eminence to the king. What? Alone, countess? You wish to have an audience of his majesty, cardinal. It is true. Well. You shall have his ear entirely to yourself. Ah! This kindness absolutely overwhelms me. And the prelate gallantly kissed mine. Du Barry's hand. But where will you remain yourself, madam? Inquired he. Here under these trees. The king will be looking for you. So much the better. He will be uneasy at not seeing you. And that will torment him, just what I wish. Countess, you are positively adorable. That is precisely what the king says when I have tormented him. Champagne, when you have taken his eminence to the king, you will return at full gallop. Yes, my lady. Adieu, duke, said the cardinal. Au revoir, my lord, replied the duke. And the valet having let down the step, the duke alighted and handed out the countess, who leaped to the ground as lightly as a nun escaping from her convent. While the carriage rapidly bore his eminence to the hillock from which his most Christian majesty was seeking, with his short-sighted eyes, the naughty countess whom every one had seen but himself. Madame du Barry lost no time. She took the duke's arm and drawing him into the thicket. Do you know, said she, that it must have been Providence who sent us that dear cardinal, to put us on the trace of our man. Then we are positively to go to him. I think so, but... What, countess? I am afraid, I confess it. Of whom? Of the sorcerer. Oh, I am very credulous. The deuce? And you, do you believe in sorcerers? Dame. I can't say no, countess. My history of the prediction is a startling fact. And I myself, said the old marshal, scratching his ear, once met a certain sorcerer. Bah! Who rendered me a very important service. What service, Duke? He resuscitated me. He resuscitated you? Certainly, I was dead, no less. Oh! Tell me the whole affair, Duke. Let us conceal ourselves, then. Duke, you are a dreadful coward. Oh, no, I am only prudent. Are we well placed here? Yes, I think so. Well. The story. The story. Well, I was at Vienna, it was the time when I was ambassador there, when one evening, while I was standing under a lamp, I received a sword thrust through my body. It was a rival's sword, and a very unwholesome sort of thing it is, I assure you. I fell, I was taken up, I was dead. What? You were dead? Yes, or close upon it. A sorcerer passes, who asks who is the man whom they are carrying. He is told it is I, he stops the litter, pours 3 drops of some unknown liquid into the wound, 3 more between my lips, and the bleeding stops, respiration returns, my eyes open, and am cured. It is a miracle from heaven, Duke. That is just what frightens me, for, on the contrary, I believe it is a miracle from the devil. True, Marshal, Providence would not have saved a dissipated rake like you. Honor to whom honor is due. And does your sorcerer still live? I doubt it, unless he has found the elixir of life. Like you, Marshal. Do you believe those stories, then? I believe everything. He was old. Methuselah in person. And his name? Ah! A magnificent Greek name, Althotas. What a terrible name, Marshal. Is it not, madam? Duke, there is the carriage returning. Are we decided? Shall we go to Paris and visit the Rue Saint-Claude? If you like. But the king is waiting for you. That would determine me, Duke, if I had not already determined. He has tormented me. Now, France, it is your turn to suffer. But he may think you are lost, carried off. And so much the more that I have been seen with you, Marshal. Stay, Countess, I will be frank with you, I am afraid. Of what? I am afraid that you will tell all this to someone, and that I shall be laughed at. Then we shall both be laughed at together, since I go with you. That decides, me, Countess. However, if you betray me, I shall. What will you say? I shall say that you come with me tête-à-tête. No one will believe you, Duke. Ah! Countess, if the king were not there. Champagne. Champagne. Here, behind this thicket, that we may not be seen. Germain, the door. That will do. Now to Paris. Rue Saint-Claude, in the Marais, and let the pavement smoke for it. LXXXI the Courier. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. In that chamber of the Rue Saint-Claude into which we have already introduced our readers, Balsamo was seated beside Lorenza, now awake, and was endeavoring by persuasion to soften her rebellious spirit, which refused to listen to all his prayers. But the young girl looked askance at him, as Dido looked at Aeneas when he was about to leave her, spoke only to reproach him, and moved her hand only to repulse his. She complained that she was a prisoner, a slave. That she could no longer breathe the fresh air, nor see the sun. She envied the fate of the poorest creatures, of the birds, of the flowers. She called Balsamo her tyrant. Then passing from reproaches to rage, she tore into shreds the rich stuff which her husband had given her, in order by this semblance of gaiety and show to cheer the solitude he imposed on her. Balsamo, on the other hand, spoke gently to her, and looked at her lovingly. It was evident that this weak, irritable creature filled an immense place in his heart, if not in his life. Lorenza, said he to her, my beloved, why do you display this spirit of resistance and hostility? Why will you not live with me, who love you inexpressibly, as a gentle and devoted companion? You would then have nothing to wish for. You would be free to bloom in the sun like the flowers of which you spoke just now, to stretch your wings like the birds whose fate you envy. We would go everywhere together. You would not only see the sun which delights you so much, but the factitious sun of splendor and fashion, those assemblies to which the women of this country resort. You would be happy according to your tastes, while rendering me happy, in mine. Why will you refuse this happiness, Lorenza, you, who with your beauty and riches, would make so many women envious? Because I abhor you, said the haughty young girl. Balsamo cast on Lorenza a glance expressive at once of anger and pity. Live, then, as you condemn yourself to live, said he, and since you are so proud, do not complain. I should not complain, if you would leave me alone. I should not complain, if you did not force me to speak to you. Do not come into my presence, or when you do enter my prison, do not speak to me, and I shall do as the poor birds from the south do when they are imprisoned in cages, they die, but do not sing. Balsamo made an effort to appear calm. Come, Lorenza, said he, a little more gentleness and resignation. Look into a heart which loves you above all things. Do you wish for books? No. Why not? Books would amuse you. I wish to weary myself until I die. Balsamo smiled, or rather endeavored to smile. You are mad, said he, you know very well that you cannot die while I am here to take care of you, and to cure you when you fall ill. Oh! Cried Lorenza, you will not cure me when you find me strangled with this scarf against the bars of my window. Balsamo shuddered. Or when, continued she, furiously, I have opened this knife and stabbed myself to the heart. Balsamo, pale as death and bathed in cold perspiration, gazed at Lorenza, and with a threatening voice. No, Lorenza, said he, you are right, I shall not cure you then, I shall bring you back to life. Lorenza gave a cry of terror. She knew no bounds to Balsamo's power, and believed his threat. Balsamo was saved. While she was plunged in this fresh abyss of suffering which she had not foreseen, and while her vacillating reason saw itself encircled by a never-ceasing round of torture, the sound of the signal bell, pulled by Fritz, reached Balsamo's ear. It struck 3 times quickly, and at regular intervals. A courier, said he. Then, after a pause, another ring was heard. And in haste, he said. Ah! Said Lorenza, you are about to leave me, then I. He took the young girl's cold hand in his. Once more, and for the last time, Lorenza, said he, let us live on good terms with each other, like brother and sister. Since destiny unites us to each other, let us make it a friend and not an executioner. Lorenza did not reply. Her eyes, motionless and fixed in a sort of dreamy melancholy, seemed to seek some thought which was ever flying from her into infinite space, and which perhaps she could not find, because she had sought it too long and too earnestly. Like those who, after having lived in darkness, gaze too ardently on the sun, and are blinded by excess of light. Balsamo took her hand and kissed it, without her giving any sign of life. Then he advanced toward the chimney. Immediately Lorenza started from her torpor, and eagerly fixed her gaze upon him. Oh! Said he, you wish to know how I leave this, in order to leave it one day after me and flee from me, as you threatened. And therefore you awake, therefore you look at me. Then passing his hand over his forehead, as if he imposed a painful task on himself, he stretched his hand toward the young girl, and said, in a commanding voice, looking at her as if he were darting a javelin against her head and breast. Sleep. The word was scarcely uttered when Lorenza bent like a flower upon its stem, her head, for a single moment unsteady, drooped and rested against the cushion of the sofa. Her hands, of an opaque and waxen whiteness, glided down her side, rustling her silken dress. Balsamo, seeing her so beautiful, approached her and pressed his lips upon her lovely forehead. Then Lorenza's features brightened, as if a breath from the god of love himself had swept away the cloud which rested on her brow. Her lips opened tremulously, her eyes swam in voluptuous tears, and she sighed as the angels must have sighed, when in earth's youthful prime they stooped to love the children of men. Balsamo looked upon her for a moment, as if unable to withdraw his gaze, then, as the bells sounded anew, he turned toward the chimney, touched a spring, and disappeared behind the flowers. Fritz was waiting for him in the saloon, with a man dressed in the closely fitting jacket of a courier, and wearing thick boots armed with long spurs. The commonplace and inexpressive features of this man showed him to be one of the people. But his eye had in it a spark of sacred fire, which seemed to have been breathed into him by some superior intelligence. His left hand grasped a short and knotty whip, while with his right hand he made some signs to Balsamo, which the latter instantly recognized, and to which, without speaking he replied by touching his forehead with his forefinger. The postilion's hand moved upward to his breast, where it traced another sign, which an indifferent observer would not have remarked, so closely did it resemble the movement made in fastening a button. To this sign the master replied by showing a ring which he wore upon his finger. Before this powerful signet the messenger bent his knee. "Whence come you?" asked Balsamo. "From Rouen, master." "What is your profession?" I am a courier in the service of the Duchess de Gramont. Who placed you there? The will of the great Coft. What orders did you receive when you entered the service? To have no secret from the master. Whither are you going? To Versailles. What are you carrying? A letter. For whom? For the minister. Give it me. The courier took a letter from a leathern bag fastened upon his shoulders behind, and gave it to Balsamo. Shall I wait? Asked he. Yes. Very well. Fritz. The German appeared. Keep Sebastian concealed in the offices. He knows my name, murmured the adept, with superstitious fear. He knows everything, said Fritz, drawing him away. When Balsamo was once more alone, he looked at the unbroken, deeply cut seal of the letter, which the imploring glance of the messenger had entreated him to respect as much as possible. Then slowly and pensively he once more mounted toward Lorenza's apartment, and opened the door of communication. Lorenza was still sleeping, but seemingly tired and enervated by inaction. He took her hand, which she closed convulsively, and then he placed the letter, sealed as it was, upon her heart. Do you see? He asked. Yes, I see, replied Lorenza. What is the object which I hold in my hand? A letter. Can you read it? I can. Do so, then. With closed eyes, and palpitating bosom, Lorenza repeated, word for word, the following lines which Balsamo wrote down as she spoke. Dear brother, as I had foreseen, my exile will be at least of some service to us. I have this morning seen the president of Rouen, he is for us, but timid. I urged him in your name, he has at last decided, and the remonstrance of his division will be in Versailles within a week. I am just about setting off for Rennes to rouse Caraduc and LXXXIX, who are sleeping on their post. Our agent from Caudebec was in Rouen. I have seen him. England will not stop midway. She is preparing a sharp notification for the cabinet of Versailles. X asked me if he should produce it, and I authorized him to do so. You will receive the last pamphlets of Mirando and Delille against the Dubarry. They are petards which might blow up a town. A sad report reached me, that there was disgrace in the air, but as you have not written to me, I laugh at it. Do not leave me in doubt, however, and reply, courier for courier. Your message will find me at Cannes, where I have some of our gentlemen riding quarantine. Adieu, I salute you. Duchess de Gramont. After reading thus far, Lorenza stopped. You see nothing more? Asked Balsamo. I see nothing. No postscript? No. Balsamo, whose brow had gradually smoothed as Lorenza read the letter, now took it from her. A curious document, said he, and one for which I would be well paid. Oh! How can anyone write such things? He continued. Yes, it is always women who are the ruin of great men. This Choiseul could not have been overthrown by an army of enemies, by a world of intrigues, and now the breath of a woman crushes while it caresses him. Yes, we all perish by the treachery or the weakness of women. If we have a heart, and in that heart a sensitive chord, we are lost. And as he spoke, Balsamo gazed with inexpressible tenderness at Lorenza, who palpitated under his glance. Is it true, what I think? Said he. No, no, it is not true, she replied, eagerly. You see plainly that I love you too dearly to do you any hurt, like those women you spoke of without sense and without heart. Balsamo allowed himself to be caressed by the arms of his enchantress. All at once a double ring of Fritz's bell was repeated twice. 2 visits, said Balsamo. A single violent ring completed the telegraphic message. Important ones, continued the master, and disengaging himself from Lorenza's arms, he hastened from the apartment, leaving the young girl asleep. On his way he met the courier, who was waiting for orders. Here is your letter, said he. What must I do with it? Deliver it as addressed. Is that all? Yes. The adept looked at the envelope and at the seal, and seeing them as intact as when he had brought them, expressed his satisfaction, and disappeared in the darkness. "What a pity not to keep such an autograph," said Balsamo, "and, above all, what a pity not to be able to forward it by a safe hand to the king." Fritz now appeared. "Who is there?" he asked. "A man and a woman." "Have they been here before?" "No." "Do you know them are?" "No." "Is the woman young?" "Young and handsome." "The man?" "From 60 to 65 years of age." "Where are they?" "In the saloon." Balsamo entered. LXXXII The Evocation. The Countess had completely concealed her face in a hood. As she had found time in passing to call at the family residence, she had assumed the dress of a citizen's wife. She had come in a hackney coach with the marshal, who, even more timid than she, had donned a grey dress, like that of a superior servant in a respectable household. "Do you recognize me, Count?" said Madame du Barry. "Perfectly, Madame la Comtesse." Richelieu had remained in the background. "Deign to be seated, Madame, and you also, Monsieur." "This is my steward," said the Countess. "You err, Madame," said Balsamo, bowing. "The gentleman is the Marshal Duc de Richelieu, whom I recognize easily, and who would be very ungrateful if he did not recognize me." "How so?" asked the Duke, quite confounded, as Talleyrand de Rowe would say. "My Lord Duke, a man owes a little gratitude, I think, to those who have saved his life." "Ah! Ha! Duke," said the Countess, laughing, "do you hear, Duke?" "What? You have saved my life, Count?" asked Richelieu, quite astounded. "Yes, my lord. At Vienna, in the year 1725, when you were ambassador there." "In 1725. But you were not born then, my dear sir." Balsamo smiled. "It seems to me that I was, my Lord Duke," said he, "since I met you, dying, or rather dead, upon a litter. You had just received a sword thrust right through your body, and I poured 3 drops of my elixir upon the wound. There, hold, the place where you are ruffling your Alençon lace, rather fine, I must say, for a steward." "But," interrupted the Marshal, "you are scarcely 35 years of age, Count." "There, Duke," cried the Countess, laughing heartily, "there, you are before the sorcerer, do you believe now?" "I am stupefied, Countess." "But at that period," continued the Duke, addressing Balsamo, "you called yourself—" "Oh! Duke, we sorcerers change our name in each generation. Now, in 1725, names ending in s, os, or as, were the fashion. And I should not be surprised if at that time I had been seized with the whim of bartering my name for some Latin or Greek one. This being premised, I wait your commands, Countess, and yours also, my lord. Count, the Marshal and I have come to consult you. You do me too much honor, madam, especially if this idea arose naturally in your minds." "Oh, in the most natural manner in the world, Count. Your prediction still haunts my thoughts, only I fear it will not be realized. Never doubt the dictates of science, madam." "Oh! Oh," said Richelieu, "but our crown is a hazardous game, Count. It is not here an affair of the wound which 3 drops of elixir can cure." "No, but of a minister whom 3 words can ruin," replied Balsamo. "Well, have I guessed rightly? Tell me." "Perfectly," said the trembling Countess. "Tell me in truth what think you of all this, Duke?" "Oh! Do not let such a trifle astonish you, madam," said Balsamo. "Whoever sees Madame du Barry and Richelieu uneasy, may guess the cause without magic. But," added the Marshal, "if you can give us the remedy, I will perfectly adore you." "The remedy for your complaint?" "Yes, we are ill of the choiseau." "And you wish to be cured?" "Yes, great magician." "Count, you will not leave us in our embarrassment," said the Countess, "your honor is engaged." "My best services are at your command, madam, but I first wished to know if the Duke had not some definite plan formed when he came here." "I confess it, Count. Really, it is delightful to have a count for a sorcerer, we do not need to change our modes of speech. Balsamo smiled. Come, said he, let us be frank. "'Pon honor, I wish for nothing else," replied the Duke. "You had some consultation to hold with me?" "That is true." "Ah, deceiver," said the Countess, "you never spoke of that to me." "I could only speak of it to the Count, and that in the most secret corner of his ear," replied the Marshal. "Why, Duke?" "Because you would have blushed, Countess, to the whites of your eyes." "Oh. Tell it now, Marshal, just to satisfy my curiosity." "I am rouged, so you shall see nothing." "Well," said Richelieu, "this is what I thought. Take care, Countess, I am going to take a most extravagant flight." "Fly as high as you will, Duke, I am prepared." "Oh, but I fear you will beat me the moment you hear what I am about to say." "You are not accustomed to be beaten, my Lord Duke," said Balsamo to the old Marshal, enchanted with the compliment. "Well," continued he, "here it is. Saving the displeasure of Madame, his mage, how am I to express it?" "How tiresome he is," cried the Countess. "You will have it, then?" "Yes, yes, 100 times, yes." "Then I will venture. It is a sad thing to say, Count, but His Majesty is no longer amusable." "The word is not of my originating, Countess, it is Madame de Maintenon's." "There is nothing in that which hurts me, Duke," said Madame du Barry. "So much the better, then I shall feel at my ease." "Well, the Count, who discovers such precious elixirs, must find one which shall restore to the king the faculty of being amused." "Exactly." "Oh Duke, that is mere child's play, the ABC of our craft. Any charlatan can furnish you with a philtre." "Whose virtue," continued the Duke, "would be put to the account of Madame's merit." "Duke!" exclaimed the Countess. "Oh! I knew you would be angry, but you would have it." "My Lord Duke," replied Balsamo, "you were right, look." The Countess blushes. "But just now we are agreed neither wounds nor love were to be treated of at present. A philtre will not rid France of Monsieur de Choiseul. In fact, if the king loved Madame 10 times more than he does, and that is impossible, Monsieur de Choiseul would still retain the same influence over his mind which Madame exerts over his heart." "Very true," said the Marshal. "But it was our only resource." "You think so?" "Dame! Find another." "Oh! That would be easy." "Easy. Do you hear, Countess? These sorcerers stop at nothing. Why should I stop, where the only thing necessary is simply to prove to the king that Monsieur de Choiseul alone betrays him, that is to say, what the king would think betraying. For, of course, Monsieur de Choiseul does not think he betrays him in acting as he does. And what does he do? You know as well as I do, Countess, he supports the Parliament in their revolt against the royal authority." "Certainly. But we must know by what means." "By the means of agents who encourage them by promising them immunity." "Who are the agents?" "We must know that. Do you believe, for example, that Madame de Gramont is gone for any other purpose than to sustain the ardent and warm the timid?" "Certainly, she left for no other reason," exclaimed the Countess. "Yes, but the king thinks it a simple exile." "It is true. How can you prove to him that in this departure there is anything more than he supposes?" "By accusing Madame de Gramont." "Ah, if there were nothing necessary but to accuse her, Count," said the Marshal. "But, unfortunately, the accusation must be proved," added the Countess. "And if this accusation were proved, incontrovertibly proved, do you think Monsieur de Choiseul would still be minister?" "Certainly not," said the Countess. "Nothing is necessary, then, but to discover the treachery of Monsieur de Choiseul," pursued Balsamo, with assurance, "and to display it clearly, precisely and palpably before the eyes of His Majesty." The Marshal threw himself back upon an armchair, and laughed loud and long. "Charming," he exclaimed, "he stops at nothing. Discover Monsieur de Choiseul in the act of committing treason, that is all, nothing more. Balsamo remained calm and unmoved, waiting until the marshal's mirth had subsided. "Come," said Balsamo, "let us speak seriously, and recapitulate. So be it. Is not Monsieur de Choiseul suspected of encouraging the revolt of the Parliament? Granted, but the proof? Is not Monsieur de Choiseul supposed, continued Balsamo, to be attempting to bring about a war with England, in order that he may become indispensable? It is so believed, but the proof? Is not Monsieur de Choiseul the declared enemy of the Countess, and does he not seek, by all possible means, to drag her from the throne I promised her? Ah! All this is very true, said the Countess, but once more I repeat, it must be proved. Oh, I that I could prove it. What is necessary for that? A mere trifle. The Marshal gave a low whistle. Yes, a mere trifle, said he, sarcastically. A confidential letter, for example, said Balsamo. Yes, that is all, a mere nothing. A letter from Madame de Gramont would do, would it not, Marshal? Continued the Count. Sorcerer, my good Sorcerer, find me such a one, cried Madame du Barry. I have been trying for 5 years. I have spent 100,000 livres per annum, and have never succeeded. Because you never applied to me, madam, said Balsamo. How so? Said the Countess. Without doubt, if you had applied to me, I could have assisted you. Could you? Count, is it yet too late? The Count smiled. It is never too late, said he. Oh, my dear Count, said Madame du Barry clasping her hands. You want a letter, then? Yes. From Madame de Gramont? If it is possible. Which shall compromise Monsieur de Choiseul on the 3 points which I have mentioned. I would give one of my eyes to see it. Oh. Countess, that would be too dear, inasmuch as this letter, I will give it you for nothing. And Balsamo drew a folded paper from his pocket. What is that? Asked the Countess, devouring the paper with her eyes. Yes, what is that? Repeated the Duke. The letter you wished for. And the Count, amid the most profound silence, read the letter, with which our readers are already acquainted, to his 2 astonished auditors. As he read, the Countess opened her eyes to their utmost width, and began to lose countenance. It is a forgery, said Richelieu, when the letter had been read. Diable, we must take care. Monsieur, it is the simple and literal copy of a letter from the Duchess de Gramont, which a courier, dispatched this morning from Rouen, is now carrying to the Duc de Choiseul at Versailles. Oh, heavens! Cried the Marshal, do you speak truly, Count Balsamo? I always speak the truth, Marshal. The Duchess has written such a letter. Yes, Marshal. She could not be so imprudent. It is incredible, I confess, but so it is. The old Duke looked at the Countess, who had not the power to utter a single word. Well, said she, at last, I am like the Duke, I can scarcely believe, excuse me, Count, that Madame de Gramont, a woman of sense, should compromise her own position, and that of her brother, by a letter so strongly expressed. Besides, to know of such a letter, one must have read it. And then, said the Marshal, quickly, if the Count had read this letter, he would have kept it, it is a precious treasure. Balsamo gently shook his head. Oh, said he, such a plan might suit those who have to break open letters in order to ascertain their contents, but not those who, like myself, can read through the envelopes. Fie upon you. Besides, what interest could I have in ruining Monsieur de Choiseul and Madame de Gramont? You come to consult me as friends, I presume, and I answer you in the same manner. You wish me to render you a service, I do so. You do not mean, I suppose, to ask me the price of my consultation, as you would the fortune-tellers of the Quai de la Ferraille? Oh, Count, said Madame du Barry. Well, I give you this advice, and you seem not to comprehend it. You express a wish to overthrow Monsieur de Choiseul, and you seek the means. I tell you one. You approve of it, I put it into your hands, and, you do not believe it. Because, Count, I The letter exists, I tell you, for I have the copy. But who told you of its existence, Count? Cried Richelieu. Ah! That is a great word, who told me? You wish to know, in one moment, as much as I know, I, the worker, the adept, who has lived 3,700 years. Oh! Oh, said Richelieu, discouraged, you are going to alter the good opinion I had formed of you, Count. I do not ask you to believe me, my Lord Duke, it is not I who brought you hither from the chase. Duke, he is right, said the Countess. Monsieur de Balsamo, pray do not be hasty. He who has time never gets impatient, madam. Will you be so good as to add another favor to those you have already conferred upon me, and tell me how these secrets are revealed to you? I shall not hesitate, madam, said Balsamo, speaking as if he was searching for each word separately. The revelation is made to me by a voice. By a voice, cried the Duke and the Countess simultaneously, a voice tells you all. Everything I wish to know. Was it a voice that told you what Madame de Gramont has written to her brother? I repeat, madam, it is a voice which tells me. Miraculous. Why, do you not believe it? Well, no, Count, said the Duke, how do you imagine I can believe such things? Would you believe it if I told you what the courier who carries the letter to Monsieur de Choiseul is doing at this moment? Dame, exclaimed the Countess. I would believe it, cried the Duke, if I heard the voice. But messers, the necromancers and magicians have the sole privilege of seeing and hearing the supernatural. Balsamo looked at Richelieu with a singular expression, which made a shudder pass through the veins of the Countess, and even sent a slight chill to the heart of the selfish skeptic, called the Duc de Richelieu. Yes, said he, after a long silence, I alone see and hear supernatural objects and sounds, but when I am in the society of people of rank, of your talent, Duke, and of your beauty, Countess, I display my treasures, and share them. Would you wish greatly to hear the mysterious voice which speaks to me? Yes, said the Duke, clinching his hands tightly that he might not tremble. Yes, stammered the Countess, trembling. Well, Duke, well, Countess, you shall hear it. What language shall it speak? French, if you please, said the Countess. I know no other, any other would frighten me. And you, Duke? As Madame said, French. For then, I shall be able to repeat what the devil says, and to discover if he speak the language of my friend, Monsieur de Voltaire, correctly. Balsamo, his head drooping on his breast, crossed over to the door leading into the little saloon, which opened, as we are aware, on the stairs. Permit me, said he, to conceal you here, in order not to expose you to the risk of discovery. The Countess turned pale, approached the Duke, and took his arm. Balsamo, almost touching the door leading to the stairs, made a step toward that part of the house in which Lorenzo was, and pronounced in a low voice the following words, in the Arabic tongue, which we translate. My friend, do you hear me? If so, pull the cord of the bell twice. Balsamo waited to see the effect of these words, and looked at the Duke and Countess, who opened their eyes and ears, and the more so that they could understand what the Count said. The bell sounded twice distinctly. The Countess started from her sofa, and the Duke wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. Since you hear me, continued Balsamo, in the same language, press the marble button which forms the right eye of the sculptured figure on the chimney-piece, the back will open. Pass out by this opening, cross my room, descend the stairs, and enter the apartment adjoining the one in which I am. Immediately a faint noise, like a scarcely audible breath, told Balsamo that his order had been understood and obeyed. What language is that? Asked the Duke, pretending assurance. The Kabbalistic language? Yes, Duke, the language used for the summoning of spirits. You said we should understand it. What the voice said, but not what I say. Has the devil appeared yet? Who spoke of the devil, Duke? Whom do you evoke but the devil? Every superior spirit, every supernatural being can be evoked. And the superior spirit, the supernatural being. Balsamo extended his hand toward the tapestry, which closed the door of the next apartment. Is in direct communication with me, my lord. I am afraid, said the countess. Are you, Duke? Faith. Countess, I confess to you that I would almost as soon be at Mahon or at Philipsbourg. Madame la Comtesse, and you, my lord Duke, listen, since you wish to hear, said Balsamo, severely, and he turned toward the door. LXXXII, the voice. There was a moment of solemn silence, then Balsamo asked in French. Are you there? I am, replied a clear, silvery voice, which, penetrating through the hangings and the doors, seemed to those present rather like a metallic sound than a human voice. Peste! It is becoming interesting, said the Duke. And all without torches, magic, or Bengal lights. It is fearful, whispered the Countess. Listen attentively to my questions, continued Balsamo. I listen with my whole being. First tell me how many persons are with me at this moment. 2. Of what sex? A man and a woman. Read the man's name in my thoughts. The Duc de Richelieu. And the woman's. Madame the Countess Dubarry. Ha! Said the Duke, this is becoming serious. I never saw anything like it, murmured the trembling Countess. Good, said Balsamo. Now read the first sentence of the letter I hold in my hand. The voice obeyed. The Duke and the Countess looked at each other with astonishment bordering upon admiration. What has become of the letter I wrote at your dictation? It is hastening on. In what direction? Toward the east. Is it far? Yes, very far. Who is carrying it? A man dressed in a green vest, leathern cap, and large boots. On foot or on horseback? On horseback. What kind of a horse? A piebald horse. Where do you see him? There was a moment's silence. Look, said Balsamo, imperatively. On a wide road, planted with trees. But on which road? I do not know, all the roads are alike. What? Does nothing indicate what road it is, no post, no inscription? Stay. Stay. A carriage is passing near the man on horseback, it crosses his course, coming toward me. What kind of a carriage? A heavy carriage, full of abbés and soldiers. A stage-coach, said Richelieu. Is there no inscription upon the carriage? Asked Balsamo. Yes, said the voice. Read it. Versailles is written in yellow letters upon the carriage, but the word is nearly effaced. Leave the carriage and follow the courier. I do not see him now. Why do you not see him? Because the road turns. Turn the corner, and follow him. Oh. He gallops as quickly as his horse can fly, he looks at his watch. What do you see in front of the horse? A long avenue, splendid buildings, a large town. Follow him still. I follow. Well. The courier redoubles his blows, the animal is bathed in perspiration, its iron-shod hoofs strike the pavement so loudly that all the passers-by look round. Ah! The courier dashes into a long street which descends. He turns to the right. He slackens his horse's speed. He stops at the door of a large hotel. Now you must follow him attentively, do you hear? The voice heaved a sigh. You are tired. I understand. Oh, I crushed with weariness. Cease to be fatigued, I will it. Ah. Thanks. Are you still fatigued? No. Do you still see the courier? Yes, yes, he ascends a large stone staircase. He is preceded by a valet in blue and gold livery. He crosses large saloons full of splendid gilt ornaments. He stops at a small lighted closet. The valet opens the door, and retires. What do you see? The courier bows. To whom does he bow? He bows to a man seated at a desk with his back toward the door. How is the man dressed? Oh, In full dress, as if he were going to a ball. Has he any decoration? He wears a broad blue ribbon crosswise on his breast. His face. I cannot see it, ah. What? He turns. What sort of features has he? A keen glance, irregular features, beautiful teeth. What age? From 55 to 58 years of age. The Duke, whispered the Countess to the Marshal. It is the Duke. The Marshal made a sign as if to say, yes, it is he, but listen. Well, asked Balsamo. The courier gives a letter to the man with the blue ribbon. You may say to the Duke, he is a Duke. The courier, repeated the obedient voice, takes a letter from the leathern bag behind him, and gives it to the Duke. The Duke breaks the seal, and reads it attentively. Well? He takes a pen and a sheet of paper and writes. He writes, said Richelieu, diable. If we could only know what he writes. Tell me what he writes, commanded Balsamo. I cannot. Because you are too far. Enter the room. Are you there? Yes. Look over his shoulder. I am doing so. Now read. The writing is bad, small, irregular. Read it, I will it. The Countess and Richelieu held their breath. Read, repeated Balsamo, more imperatively still. My sister, said the voice, trembling and hesitating. It is the reply, said the Duchess and Richelieu in the same breath. My sister, continued the voice, do not be uneasy. The crisis took place, it is true, it was a dangerous one, that is true also, but it is over. I am anxiously awaiting tomorrow, for tomorrow it will be my turn to act on the offensive, and everything leads me to expect a decisive triumph. The Parliament of Rouen, Milord X, the petards, are all satisfactory. Tomorrow, after my interview with the king, I shall add a postscriptum to my letter, and send it to you by the same courier. Balsamo, with his left hand extended, seemed to drag each word painfully from the voice, while with the right hand he hastily took down those lines, which M. de Choiseul was at the same time writing in his closet at Versailles. Is that all? Asked Balsamo. That is all. What is the Duke doing now? Refolds the paper on which he has just written, and puts it into a small portfolio which he takes from the pocket in the left side of his coat. You hear, said Balsamo to the almost stupefied Countess. Well? Then he sends away the courier. What does he say to him? I only heard the end of the sentence. What was it? At 1 o'clock at the postern gate of Trianon. The courier bows and retires. Yes, said Richelieu, he makes an appointment to meet the courier when his audience is over, as he says in his letter. Balsamo made a sign with his hand to command silence. What is the Duke doing now? He asked. He rises. He holds the letter he has received in his hand. He goes straight toward his bed, enters the passage between it and the wall, and presses a spring which opens an iron box. He throws the letter into the box and closes it. Oh! Cried the Countess and the Duke, turning pale, this is in truth magical. Do you know now what you wish to know, madam? Asked Balsamo. Count, said Madame Dubarry, approaching him with terror, you have rendered me a service which I would pay with 10 years of Ray life, or rather which I can never pay. Ask what you wish. Oh! Madam, you know we have already an account. Speak, say what you wish. The time has not yet come. Well, when it comes, if it were 1,000,000. Balsamo smiled. Oh, Countess, exclaimed the Marshal, you should rather ask the Count for 1,000,000. Cannot a man who knows what he knows, and who sees what he sees, discover diamonds and gold in the bosom of the earth as easily as he discovers the thoughts in the heart of man? Then, Count, said the Countess, I bow myself before you in my weakness. No, Countess, one day you will acquit your debt toward me. I shall give you the opportunity. Count, said Richelieu to Balsamo, I am conquered, crushed. I believe. As St. Thomas believed, Duke. I do not call that believing, but seeing. Call it what you will, I will make the amende honorable, and in future, if I am asked about sorcerers, I shall know what to say. Balsamo smiled. Madam, said he to the Countess, will you permit me to do one thing now? Speak. My spirit is wearied. Let me restore it to liberty by a magic formula. Do so, sir. Lorenza, said Balsamo, in Arabic, thanks, I love you. Return to your apartment by the same way you came, and wait for me. Go, my beloved. I am very tired, replied, in Italian, the voice, softer still than even during the evocation. Hasten, Akarat. I come, and the footsteps died away in the distance with the same rustling noise with which they had approached. Then Balsamo, after a few moments' interval, during which he convinced himself of Lorenza's departure, bowed profoundly, but with that majestic dignity to his visitors, who returned to their fiacre more like intoxicated persons than human beings gifted with reason, so much were they staggered and absorbed by the crowd of tumultuous ideas which assailed them. 84. Disgrace. The next morning, as the great clock of Versailles struck 11, King Louis XV issued from his apartment, and crossing the adjoining gallery, called in a loud and stern voice, Monsieur de la Vrillière. The king was pale, and seemed agitated. The more he endeavored to hide his emotion, the more evident it became from the embarrassment of his looks, and the rigid tension of his usually impassible features. A death-like stillness pervaded the long ranks of courtiers, among whom the Duc de Richelieu and Count Jean Dubarry might be seen, both seemingly calm, and affecting indifference or ignorance as to what was going on. The Duc de la Vrillière approached, and took a lettre de cachet from the king's hand. Is the Duc de Choiseul at Versailles? Asked the king. Yes, sire. He returned from Paris yesterday, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Is he in his hotel, or in the chateau? In the chateau, sire. Carry this order to him, Duke, said the king. A shudder ran through the whole file of spectators, who bent down whispering, like ears of corn under the blast of a tornado. The king, frowning, as if he wished to add terror to the scene, haughtily entered his closet, followed by the captain of the guard and the commandant of the light horse. All eyes followed M. de Vrillière, who slowly crossed the courtyard and entered M. de Choiseul's apartments, rather uneasy at the commission with which he was charged. During this time, loud and eager conversations, some threatening, some timid, burst forth on all sides around the old marshal, who pretended to be even more surprised than the others, but who, thanks to his cunning smile, duped no one. M. de la Vrillière returned, and was immediately surrounded. Well, cried every one. Well. It was an order of banishment. Of banishment? Yes, in due form. Then you read it, Duke. I have. Positively. Judge for yourselves. And the Duc de la Vrillière repeated the following lines, which he had treasured up with the retentive memory which marks the true courtier. My cousin, the displeasure which your conduct causes me, obliges me to exile you to Chanteloup, whither you must repair in 24 hours from this time. I should have sent you further, had it not been for the particular esteem I feel for Madame de Choiseul, whose health is exceedingly interesting to me. Take care that your conduct does not force me to proceed to ulterior measures. A long murmur ran through the group which surrounded M. de la Vrillière. And what did he reply to you, Monsieur de Saint-Florentin? Asked Richelieu, affecting not to give to the Duke either his new name or his new title. He replied, Duke, I feel convinced of the great pleasure you feel in being the bearer of this letter. That was harsh, my poor Duke, said Jean. What could you expect, Count? A man does not receive such a tile thrown upon his head without crying out a little. Do you know what he will do? Asked Richelieu. Most probably obey. Said the marshal. Here is the Duke coming, said Jean, who stood as sentinel at the window. Coming hero, exclaimed the Duc de la Vrillière. I told you so, Monsieur de Saint-Florentin. He is crossing the courtyard, continued Jean. Alone. Quite alone, his portfolio under his arm. Oh. Good heavens, said Richelieu, if yesterday's scene should be repeated? Do not speak of it, I shudder at the thought, replied Jean. He had scarcely spoken, when the Duc de Choiseul appeared at the entrance of the gallery, with head erect and confident look, alarming his enemies, or those who would declare themselves such on his disgrace, by this calm and piercing glance. As no one expected this step after what had happened, no one opposed his progress. Are you sure you read correctly, Duke? Asked Jean. Parbleu. And he returns after such a letter as you have described? Upon my honor, I cannot understand it. The king will send him to the Bastille. That would cause a fearful commotion. I should almost pity him. Look, he is going to the king. It is incredible. In fact, without paying attention to the show of resistance which the astounded usher offered, M. de Choiseul entered the king's closet. Louis, on seeing him, uttered an exclamation of astonishment. The duke held his lettre de cachet in his hand, and showed it to the king almost smilingly. Sire, said he, as your majesty had the goodness to forewarn me yesterday, I have indeed received a letter today. Yes, sir, replied the king. And as your majesty had the goodness yesterday to tell me not to look upon any letter as serious which was not ratified by the express words of the king, I have come to request an explanation. It will be very short, my lord duke, replied the king. Today the letter is valid. Valid, said the duke. So offensive a letter to so devoted a servant? A devoted servant, sir, does not make his master play a ridiculous part. Sire, replied the minister, haughtily, I was born near the throne, that I might comprehend its majesty. Sir, replied the king, in a severe voice, I will not keep you in suspense. Yesterday evening you received a courier from Madame de Gramont in your closet at Versailles. It is true, sire. He brought you a letter. Are a brother and sister forbidden to correspond? Wait a moment, if you please. I know the contents of that letter. Oh, sire. Here it is. I took the trouble to copy it with my own hand. And the king handed to the duke an exact copy of the letter he had received. Sire. Do not deny it, duke. You placed the letter in an iron coffer standing at your bedside. The duke became pale as a spectre. That is not all, continued the king, pitilessly, you have replied to Madame de Gramont's letter. I know the contents of that also. It is there in your portfolio, and only wants the postscriptum, which you are to add when you leave me. You see I am well informed, am I not? The duke wiped his forehead, on which the large drops of perspiration were standing, bowed without uttering a word, and left the closet, tottering as if he had been struck with apoplexy. Had it not been for the fresh air which fanned his face, he must have fallen. But he was a man of strong will. When he reached the gallery he had regained his strength, and with erect forehead passed the hedge of courtiers, and entered his apartments in order to burn and lock up several papers. A quarter of an hour afterward, he left the chateau in his carriage. A.I. de Choiseul's disgrace was a thunderbolt which set all France in flames. The Parliament, sustained in reality by the tolerance of the minister, proclaimed that the state had lost its firmest pillar. The nobility supported him as being one of themselves. The clergy felt themselves soothed by this man, whose personal dignity, often carried even to the extent of pride, gave almost an appearance of sanctity to his ministerial functions. The encyclopedist or the philosophical party, who were very numerous, and also very strong, because they were reinforced by all the enlightened, clever, and cavilling spirits of the age, cried out loudly when the government was taken from the hands of a minister who admired Voltaire, pensioned the Encyclopedia, and preserved, by developing them into more useful manner, the traditions of M. de Pompadour. The female machinas of the writers of the Mercure, and of philosophy in general. The people had far better grounds for complaint than any of the other malcontents. They also complained, but without reasoning, and, as they always do, they hit the truth and laid bare the bleeding wound. A.I. De Choiseul, absolutely speaking, was a bad minister, and a bad citizen, but relatively he was a paragon of virtue, of morality, and of patriotism. When the people, dying of hunger, in the fields, heard of His Majesty's prodigality, and of M. Dubarry's ruinous whims, when open warnings were sent him, such as l'homme LXXXIX, or advices like le contrat social, and secret revelations like the Nouvelles à la main, and the Idées singulières d'un bon citoyen. They were terrified at the prospect of falling back into the impure hands of the favorite, less respectable than a collier's wife, as Beauveau said, and into the hands of the favorite's favorites. And, wearied with so much suffering, they were alarmed to behold the future looking even blacker than ever. It was not that the people, who had strong antipathies, had also strong sympathies. They did not like the Parliament, because they who ought to have been their natural protectors, had always abandoned them for idle inquiries, questions of precedence, or selfish interests. And because, dazzled by the borrowed light of the royal omnipotence, they imagined themselves something like an aristocracy, occupying an intermediate place between the nobility and the people. They disliked the nobility from instinct and from memory. They feared the sword as much as they hated the church. Their position could not, therefore, be affected by the disgrace of M. de Choiseul, but they heard the complaints of the nobility, of the clergy, of the Parliament, and this noise, joined to their own murmurs, made an uproar which intoxicated them. The consequence of these feelings was regret, and a sort of a quasi-popularity for the name of Choiseul. All Paris, the word in this case can be justified by the facts, accompanied the exile on his way to Chanteloup as far as the town gates. The people lined the road which the carriage was to take, while the members of the Parliament and the court, who could not be received by the Duke, stationed themselves in their carriages in front of the crowd of people, that they might salute him as he passed, and bid him adieu. The procession was the densest at the Barrière d'Offre, which is on the road to Touraine, at which place there was such a conflux of foot passengers, horsemen, and carriages, that the traffic was interrupted for several hours. When the Duke had crossed the barrier, he found himself escorted by more than 100 carriages, which formed a sort of triumphant procession around him. Acclamations and sighs followed him on all sides. But he had too much sense and penetration not to know that all this noise was not so much occasioned by regret for him personally as by the fear of those unknown people who were to rise upon his ruin. A short way from the barrier a post-chaise, galloping along the crowded road, met the procession, and had it not been for the skill of the postilion, the horses, white with foam and dust, would have dashed against M. de Choiseul's equipage. A head bent forward out of the carriage window, and M. de Choiseul leaned out also from his. M. d'Aiguillon bowed profoundly to the fallen minister whose heritage he had come to canvass. M. de Choiseul threw himself back in the carriage. A single second had sufficed to wither the laurels which had crowned his disgrace. But at the same moment, as a compensation, no doubt, a carriage drawn by 8 horses and bearing the royal arms of France, which was seen advancing along the cross-road from Sèvres to St. Cloud, and which, whether by accident, or on account of the crowd, did not turn into the highroad, also crossed before M. de Choiseul's carriage. The Dauphiness, with her lady of honor, Madame de Noailles, was on the back seat of the carriage, on the front was Alexandre de Taverney. M. de Choiseul, crimson with exultation and joy, bent forward out of the door, and bowed profoundly. "Adieu, madame," said he, in a low voice. "Au revoir, Monsieur de Choiseul," replied the Dauphiness, with an imperial smile, and a majestic contempt of all etiquette. "Long live Monsieur de Choiseul," cried a voice, enthusiastically, after the Dauphiness had spoken. At the sound of the voice, Alexandre turned round quickly. "Make way! Make way!" cried Her Highness's grooms. Forcing Gilbert, pale as death, and pressing forward in his eagerness to range himself with the other people on road. It was indeed our hero, who, in his philosophical enthusiasm, had cried out, "Long live Monsieur de Choiseul! LXXXV the Duc d'Aiguillon." While melancholy visages and red eyes were the order of the day on the road from Paris to Chanteloup, LXXXIX was radiant with blooming faces and charming smiles. It was because at LXXXIX was enthroned not a mere mortal, although the most beautiful and most adorable of mortals, as the poets and courtiers declared, but the real divinity which governed France. The evening after M. de Choiseul's disgrace, therefore, Tyre road leading to LXXXIX was thronged with the same carriages which, in the morning, had rolled after the exiled minister. There were, besides, the partisans of the chancellor, and the votaries of corruption and self-interest, and altogether they made an imposing procession. But Madame du Barry had her police, and Jean knew, to a baron, the names of those who had strewn the last flowers over the expiring Choiseuls. He gave a list of these names to the countess, and they were pitilessly excluded, while the courage of the others in braving public opinion was rewarded by the protecting smile and the complete view of the goddess of the day. What joy and what congratulations echoed on all sides! Pressings of the hand, little smothered laughs, and enthusiastic applause, seemed to have become the habitual language of the inhabitants of LXXXIX. After the great throng of carriages, and the general crowd, followed the private receptions. Richelieu, the secret and modest hero, indeed, but yet the real hero of the day, saw the crowd of visitors and petitioners pass away, and remained the last in the countess's boudoir. It must be confessed, said the countess, that the Count Balsamo, or Dauphin, whichever name you give him, Marshal, is one of the first men of the age. It would be 1,000 pities if such sorcerers were still burned. Certainly, Countess, he is a great man, replied Richelieu. And a very handsome man, too, I have taken quite a fancy to him, Duke. You will make me jealous, said Richelieu, laughing, and eager besides to direct the conversation to a more positive and serious subject. The Count de Phoenix would make a dreadful minister of police. I was thinking of that, replied the Countess, only it would be impossible. Why, Countess? Because he would render colleagues impossible. How so? Knowing everything, seeing into their hand. Richelieu blushed beneath his rouge. Countess, replied he, if you were my colleague I would wish him to see into mine always, and communicate the cards to you, for you would ever see the knave of hearts on his knees before the queen, and prostrate at the feet of the king. Your wit puts us all to the blush, my dear Duke, replied the Countess. But let us talk a little of our ministry. I think you mentioned that you warned your nephew d'Aiguillon of what would take place. He has arrived, madam, and with what Roman augurs would have called the best conjunction of omens possible, his carriage met Choiseul leaving Paris. That is indeed a favorable omen, said the Countess. Then he is coining here. Madam, I thought that if Monsieur d'Aiguillon was seen at LXXXIX at such a time, it would give rise to unpleasant comment. I begged him, therefore, to remain in the village, until I should send for him according to your orders. Send for him immediately then, Marshal, for we are alone, or very nearly so. The more willing that we quite understand each other, do we not, Countess? Certainly, Duke, you prefer war to finance, do you not, or do you wish for the marine? I prefer war, madam, I can be of most service in that department. True, I will speak of it to the king, you have no antipathies. For whom? For any colleagues his majesty might present to you. I am the least difficult man in the world to live with, Countess, but allow me to send for my nephew, since you are good enough to grant him the favor of an audience. Richelieu approached the window and looked into the courtyard, now illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. He made a sign to one of his footmen, who was keeping his eye fixed upon the window, and who darted off as soon as he received the signal. Lights were now brought in. 10 minutes after the footman had disappeared a carriage rolled into the courtyard. The Countess turned quickly toward the window. Richelieu saw the movement, which seemed to him an excellent prognostic for M. d'Aiguillon's affairs, and consequently for his own. She likes the uncle, said he to himself, and she is in a fair way to like the nephew, we shall be masters here. While he was feasting on these chimerical visions, a slight noise was heard at the door, and the confidential valet de chamber throwing it open, announced the Duc d'Aiguillon. He was an extremely handsome and graceful nobleman, richly, and at the same time elegantly and tastefully dressed. M. d'Aiguillon had passed his earliest prime, but he was one of those men who, whether judged by their looks or minds, seem young until old age renders them infirm. The cares of government had traced no wrinkles on his brow. They had only enlarged the natural fold which seems to be the birthplace of great thoughts both in statesmen and in poets. His air and carriage were lofty and commanding, and his handsome features wore an expression at once of intelligence and melancholy, as if he knew that the hatred of 10 millions of men weighed upon his head. But at the same time wished to prove that the weight was not beyond his strength. M. d'Aiguillon had the most beautiful hands in the world. They looked white and delicate even when buried in the softest folds of lace. A well-turned leg was prized very highly at that period, and the Duke's was a model of manly elegance and aristocratic form. He combined the suavity of the poet with the nobility of the lord and the suppleness and ease of the dashing guardsman. He was thus a beau ideal for the Countess in the three several qualities which the instinct of this beautiful sensualist taught her to love. By a remarkable coincidence, or, rather, by a chain of circumstances skillfully combined by M. d'Aiguillon, these two objects of public animadversion, the favourite and the courtier, had, with all their mutual advantages, never yet met each other face to face at court. For the last 3 years M. d'Aiguillon had managed to be very busy, either in Brittany or in his closet, and had not once shown himself at court, knowing well that a favourable or unfavourable crisis must soon take place. In the first case, it would be better to be comparatively unknown, in the second, to disappear without leaving any trace behind, and thus be able easily to emerge from the gulf under new auspices, and in a new character. Another motive influenced his calculations, a motive which is the mainspring of romance, but which, nevertheless, was the most powerful of all. Before Madame du Barry was a countess, and every evening touched the crown of France with her lips, she had been a lovely, smiling, and adored creature. She had been loved, a happiness she could no longer hope for since she was feared. Among all the young, rich, powerful, and handsome men who had paid court to Jean Vaubernier, among all the rhymers who had coupled her in their verses with the epithets of angel and divinity, the Duc d'Aiguillon had formerly figured in the first rank. But whether it was that the Duke was not sufficiently ardent, or whether Lang was not so easily pleased as her detractors pretended, or lastly, whether the sudden attachment of the king had separated the two hearts ready to unite, is not known, but the fact remains that M. d'Aiguillon got his verses, acrostics, bouquets, and perfumes returned, and Mlle Lang closed her door in the Rue de Petit Champs against him. The Duke hastened to Brittany, suppressing his sighs. Lang wafted all hers toward Versailles, to the Baron de Gonesse, that is, the King of France. d'Aiguillon's sudden disappearance had troubled Madame du Barry very little, for she feared the remembrances of the past. But when subsequently she saw the silent attitude of her former adorer, she felt at first perplexed, then astonished, and, being in a good position for judging of men, she ended by thinking him a man of profound tact and discretion. For the Countess this was a great distinction, but it was not all, and the moment was perhaps come when she might think d'Aiguillon a man of heart. We have seen that the Marshal, in all his conversations with Madame du Barry, had never touched upon the subject of his nephew's acquaintance with Mlle Lang. This silence from a man accustomed, as the old Duke was, to say the most difficult things in the world, had much surprised and even alarmed the Countess. She therefore impatiently awaited M. d'Aiguillon's arrival to know how to conduct herself, and to ascertain whether the Marshal had been discreet or merely ignorant. The Duke entered, respectful, but at the same time easy, and sufficiently master of himself to draw the distinction in his salutation between the reigning sultana and the court lady. By this discriminating tact he instantly gained a protectress quite disposed to find good perfect, and perfection wonderful. M. d'Aiguillon then took his uncle's hand, and the latter advancing toward the Countess, said, in his most insinuating voice. The Duc d'Aiguillon, Madam. It is not so much my nephew as one of your most ardent servants, whom I have the honor to present to you. The Countess glanced at the Duke as the Marshal spoke, and looked at him like a woman, that is to say, with eyes which nothing can escape. But she saw only two heads, bowing respectfully before her, and two faces erect, serene, and calm after the salutation was over. "I know, Marshal, that you love the Duke," said the Countess. "You are my friend. I shall request Monsieur d'Aiguillon, therefore, in deference to his uncle, to imitate him in all that will be agreeable to me." "That is the conduct I had traced out beforehand for myself, madam," said d'Aiguillon, with another bow. "You have suffered much in Brittany?" asked the Countess. "Yes, madam, and it is not yet over," replied d'Aiguillon. "I believe it is, sir. Besides, there is Monsieur de Richelieu who will be a powerful assistance to you." D'Aiguillon looked at Richelieu as if surprised. "Ah," said the Countess, "I see that the Marshal has not yet had time to have any conversation with you. That is very natural, as you have just arrived from a journey. Well, you must have 1,000 things to say to each other, and I shall therefore leave you, Marshal, for the present. My Lord Duke, pray consider yourself at home here." So saying, the Countess retired, but she did not proceed far. Behind the boudoir there opened a large closet, filled with all sorts of fantastic baubles with which the king was very fond of amusing himself when he came to Lucien's. He preferred this closet to the boudoir, because in it one could hear all that was said in the next room. Madame du Barry therefore was certain to hear the whole conversation between the Duke and his nephew, and she calculated upon forming from it a correct and irrevocable opinion of the latter. But the Duke was not duped. He knew most of the secrets of every royal and ministerial residence. To listen when other people were speaking of him was one of his means, to speak while others were overhearing him was one of his ruses. He determined, therefore, still joyous at the reception which d'Aiguillon had met with, to proceed in the same vein, and to reveal to the favourite, under cover of her supposed absence, such a plan of secret happiness and of lofty power, complicated with intrigues, as would present a double bait too powerful for a pretty woman, and above all, for a court lady, to resist. He desired the Duke to be seated, and commenced. "You see, Duke, I am installed here." "Yes, sir, I see it. I have had the good fortune to gain the favour of the charming woman, who is looked upon as a queen here, and who is one in reality." D'Aiguillon bowed. "I must tell you, Duke," continued Richelieu, "what I could not say in the open street, that Madame du Barry has promised me a portfolio." "Ah," said d'Aiguillon, "that is only your desert, sir. I do not know if I deserve it or not, but I am to have it, rather late in the day, it is true. Then, situated as I shall be, I shall endeavour to advance your interests, d'Aiguillon." "Thank you, my Lord Duke. You are a kind relative, and have often proved it. You have nothing in view, d'Aiguillon?" "Absolutely nothing, except to escape being degraded from my title of Duke and Peer, as the Parliament insists upon my being." "Have you supporters anywhere?" "Not one." "You would have fallen, then, had it not been for the present circumstances?" "I would have bit the dust, my Lord Duke." "Ah! You speak like a philosopher." "Diable! That is the reason that I am so harsh, my poor d'Aiguillon, and address you more like a minister than an uncle. My uncle, your goodness penetrates me with gratitude. When I sent for you in such a hurry, you may be certain it was because I wished you to play an important part here. Let me see, have you reflected on the part Monsieur de Choiseul played for 10 years? Yes. Certainly his was an enviable position. Enviable. Yes, enviable, when, along with Madame de Pompadour, he governed the king and exiled the Jesuits. But very sad when having quarrelled with Madame du Barry, who is worth 100 Pompadours, he was dismissed from office in 24 hours. You do not reply. I am listening, sir, and endeavouring to discover your meaning. You like Monsieur de Choiseul's first part best, do you not? Certainly. Well, my dear Duke, I have decided upon playing this part. D'Aiguillon turned abruptly toward his uncle. Do you speak seriously? Said he. Yes. Why not? You intend to be a candidate for Madame du Barry's favour? Ah! Diable! You proceed too fast. But I see you understand me. Yes, Choiseul was very lucky, he governed the king, and governed his favorite also. It is said he was attached to Madame de Pompadour, in fact, why not? Well, no, I cannot act the lover, your cold smile tells me plainly so. You, with your young eyes, look compassionately at my furrowed brow, my bending knees, and my withered hands, which were once so beautiful. In place of saying, when I was speaking of Choiseul's part, that I would play it, I should have said we will play it. Uncle. No, she cannot love me, I know it. Nevertheless, I may confess it to you without fear, for she will never learn it, I could have loved this woman beyond everything, but... D'Aiguillon frowned. But, said he. I have a splendid project, continued the Marshal. This part which my age renders impossible for me, I will divide into two. Ha, said d'Aiguillon. Some one of my family, continued Richelieu, will love Madame du Barry. Parbleu! A glorious chance, such an accomplished woman. And Richelieu in saying these words raised his voice. And no, it cannot be Fronsac. A degenerate wretch, a fool, a coward, a rogue, a gambler, Duke, will you be the man? I, cried d'Aiguillon, are you mad, uncle? Mad? What? You are not already on your knees before him who gives you this advice. What? You do not bound with joy. You do not burn with gratitude. You are not already out of your senses with delight at the manner in which she receives you. And are not yet mad with love. Go. Go, cried the old Marshal, since the days of Alcibiades there has been but one Richelieu in the world, and I see there will be no more after him. My uncle, replied the Duke, with much agitation, either feigned, and in that case it was admirably counterfeited, or real, for the proposition was sudden, my uncle, I perceive all the advantage you would gain by the position of which you speak. You would govern with the authority of Monsieur de Choiseul, and I should be the lover who would constitute that authority. The plan is worthy of the cleverest man in France, but you have forgotten one thing in projecting it. What? Cried Richelieu, uneasily, is it possible you do not love Madame du Barry? Is that it, fool? Triple fool. Wretch. Is that it? Ah, no. That is not it, my dear uncle, cried d'Aiguillon, as if he knew that not one of his words was lost. Madame du Barry, whom I scarcely know, seems to me the most charming of women. I should, on the contrary, love Madame du Barry madly, I should love her only too well, that is not the question. What is it, then? This, my Lord Duke. Madame du Barry will never love me, and the first condition of such an alliance is love. How do you imagine the beautiful Countess could distinguish among all the gentlemen of this brilliant court, surrounded as she is by the homage of so much youth and beauty, how should she distinguish one who has no merit? Who is already no longer young, who is overwhelmed with sorrows, and who hides himself from all eyes because he feels that he will soon disappear forever. My uncle, if I had known Madame du Barry in the period of my youth and beauty, when women admired in me all that is lovable in a man, then she might have given me a place in her memory. That would have been much. But now there is no hope, neither past, nor present, nor future. No, uncle, we must renounce this chimera. You have pierced my heart by presenting it to me in such bright and glowing colors. During this tirade, which was delivered with a fire which Mole might have envied, and Lecain would have thought worthy of imitation, Richelieu bit his lips, muttering to himself. Has the man guessed that the Countess is listening? Peste! He is a clever dog. He is a master of his craft. In that case, I must take care. Richelieu was right, the Countess was listening, and every word d'Aiguillon spoke sunk deep into her heart. She eagerly drank in the charm of this confession, and appreciated this exquisite delicacy in not betraying the secret of their former intimacy to his nearest confidant, for fear of throwing a shadow over a perhaps still dearly cherished portrait. Then you refuse, said Richelieu. Oh. As for that, yes, my uncle, for unfortunately I see it is impossible. But try, at least, unfortunate that you are. And how? You are here, one of us, you will see the Countess very day. Please her, morbleu. With an interested aim. Never. If I should be so unfortunate as to please her with this unworthy view, I should flee to the end of the world, for I should be ashamed of myself. Richelieu scratched his chin. The thing is settled, said he to himself, or d'Aiguillon is a fool. All at once a noise was heard in the courtyard, and several voices cried out, the king. Diable, cried Richelieu, the king must not see me here, I shall make my escape. And I, said the duke. It is different with you, he must see you. Remain, and, for God's sake, do not throw the handle after the axe. With these words Richelieu stole out by the back stairs, saying, as he left the room. Adieu till tomorrow. LXXXVI, the king divides the spoils. When the Duc d'Aiguillon was left alone he felt at first somewhat embarrassed. He had perfectly understood all his uncle had said to him, perfectly understood that Madame du Barry was listening, perfectly understood, in short, that, for a clever man, it was necessary to this conjecture to seem a man of heart, and to play alone that part in which the old marshal sought to obtain a share. The king's arrival luckily interrupted the explanation which must have resulted from the puritanical declaration of M. d'Aiguillon. The marshal was not a man to remain long a dupe, nor above all one who would make another's virtue shine with exaggerated brilliancy at the expense of his own. But, being left alone, d'Aiguillon had time to reflect. The king had in truth arrived. Already his pages had opened the door of the antechamber, and Zamora had darted toward the monarch, begging for bonbons, a touching familiarity which Louis, when he was in a bad temper, punished by sundry fillips on the nose or boxes on the ears. Both exceedingly disagreeable to the young African. The king installed himself in the Chinese cabinet, and what convinced d'Aiguillon that Madame du Barry had not lost a word of his conversation with his uncle, was the fact that he, d'Aiguillon, overheard the entire interview between Madame du Barry and the king. His Majesty seemed fatigued, like a man who has raised an immense weight. Atlas was less enfeebled when his day's work was done than when he had held the world suspended on his shoulders for 12 hours. Louis XV allowed his favorite to thank, applaud, and caress him, and tell him the whole particulars of M. de Choiseul's departure, which amused him exceedingly. Then Madame du Barry ventured. It was fair weather for politics. And besides, she felt herself strong enough at that moment to have raised one of the 4 quarters of the world. Sire, said she, you have destroyed, that is well, you have demolished, that is superb, but now you must think about rebuilding. Oh. It is done, said the king, carelessly. You have a ministry? Yes. What? All at once, without breathing. See what it is to want common sense. Oh. Woman that you are. Before sending away your cook, must you not, as you said the other day, have a new one in readiness? Repeat to me that you have formed the cabinet. The king raised himself upon the immense sofa, upon which he was lying rather than sitting, using the shoulders of the beautiful countess for his principal cushion. One would think, Jeanette, said he, to hear you making yourself so uneasy, that you know my ministry, and wish to find fault with them, or propose another. Well, said the countess, that would not be so absurd as you seem to imagine. Indeed? Then you have a ministry? You have one, have you not? Replied she. Oh. It is my place to have one, countess. Let me see your candidates. By no means, tell me yours. Host willingly, to set you the example. In the first place, then, who have you for the navy, where that dear Monsieur de Praslin was? Ah! Something new, countess, a charming man, who has never seen the sea. Who is it? 'Pon honor, it is a splendid idea. I shall make myself very popular, and I shall be crowned in the most distant seas, in effigy, of course. But who, sire? Who is it? I would wager you do not guess in 1,000 attempts. It is a member of Parliament, my dear, the first president of the Parliament of Bissangen. Monsieur de Boynes. The same. Peste. How learned you are. You know all these people. I cannot help it, you talked Parliament to me the whole day. Why, the man would not know an or if he saw it. So much the better. Monsieur de Praslin knew his duties too well, and made me pay dearly for all his naval constructions. Well, the finance department, sire. Oh. That is a different affair. I have chosen a special man. A financier. No, a soldier. The financiers have crushed me too long already. Good heavens. And the War Department? Do not be uneasy, for that I have chosen a financier, Taverney. He is a terrible scrutinizer of accounts. He will find errors in all Monsieur de Choiseul's editions. I may tell you that I had some idea of putting a wonderful man in the War Department, every inch a man, as they say. It was to please the philosophers. Good. But who? Voltaire? Almost. The Chevalier de Mouy, a Cato. Oh, heaven! You alarm me. It was all arranged. I had sent for the man, his commission was signed, he had thanked me, when my good or my evil genius, judge which, prompted me to ask him to come to Lucien's this evening to sup and chat with us. Why? Horrible. Well, Countess, that was exactly what de Mouy replied. He said that to you. Expressed in other words, Countess. He said that his most ardent wish was to serve the king, but as for serving Madame du Barry, it was impossible. Well, that was polite of your philosopher. You must know, Countess, I held out my hand to him, for his brevet, which I tore in pieces with a most patient smile, and the Chevalier disappeared. Louis XIV. Would have let the rascal rot in one of those ugly dens in the Bastille, but I am Louis XV, and I have a Parliament which gives me the whip, in place of my giving it to the Parliament. Ha! No matter, sire, said the Countess, covering her royal lover with kisses, you are not the less a clever man. That is not what the world in general says. Taverney is execrated. Who is not? And for foreign affairs? That honest fellow, Bertin, whom you know. No. Then whom you do not know. But, among them all, I cannot find one good minister. So be it, now tell me yours. I will only tell you one. You dare not tell me, you are afraid. The Marshal. The Marshal? What Marshal? Said the king, making a wry face. The Duc de Richelieu. That old man. That chicken-hearted wretch. Good. The conqueror of Mahon, a chicken-hearted wretch. That old debauchee. Sire, your companion. A immoral man, who frightens all the women. That is only since he no longer runs after them. Do not speak to me of Richelieu, he is my rawhead and bloody bones. The conqueror of Mahon took me into all the gaming houses in Paris. We were lampooned. No. No. Richelieu. The very name puts me beside myself. You hate them so much. Whom? The Richelieus. I abhor them. All. All. What a worthy duke and peer Monsieur Fronsac makes. He has deserved the rack 20 times. I give him up, but there are more Richelieus in the world than he. Ah. Yes, d'Aiguillon. Well. The reader may judge, if, at these words, the ears of the nephew were not strained in the boudoir. I ought to hate him more than all the others, for he hounds all the ballers in France upon me, and yet, it is a weakness which I cannot conquer, he is bold, and does not displease me. He is a man of spirit, cried the Countess. A brave man, and zealous in the defense of the royal prerogative. He is a model of a peer. Yes, yes, 100 times yes. Make something of him. The king looked at the Countess and folded his arms. What, Countess? Is it possible that you propose such a thing to me, when all France demands that I should exile and degrade this man? Madame du Barry folded her arms in her turn. Just now, said she, you called Richelieu chicken-hearted, the name belongs more properly to yourself. Oh, Countess! You are very proud because you have dismissed Monsieur de Choiseul. Well, it was not an easy task. You have done it, and you have done well, but you are afraid of the consequences. Of course. What do you accomplish by sending away Monsieur de Choiseul? Give the Parliament a kick in the seat of honor. And you will not give them two. Diable. Liaise both your feet, one after the other, be it understood. The Parliament wish to keep Choiseul, you send him away. They want to send away d'Aiguillon, keep him. I do not send him away. Keep him, improve and considerably enlarged. You want an office for this firebrand? I want a recompense for him who defended you at the risk of his position and fortune. Say of his life, for he will be stoned some fine morning along with your friend Mopia. You would encourage your defenders very much, if they could only hear you. They pay me back with interest, Countess. Do not say so. Facts contradict you in this case. Ah, well. But why this eagerness for d'Aiguillon? Eagerness. I do not know him, I have seen and spoken to him today for the first time. Ah. That is a different affair. Then it is from conviction of his merit, and I respect conviction in others, because I never have it myself. Then give Richelieu something in d'Aiguillon's name, since you will not give d'Aiguillon anything in his own. Richelieu. Nothing. Never, never, never. Then something to Monsieur d'Aiguillon, since you refuse Richelieu. What? Give him a portfolio? That is impossible at present. I understand that dash, but after some time, perhaps. Remember that he is a man of resources and action, and that with Terrailles, d'Aiguillon, and Mopia, you will have the three heads of Cerberus. Remember, too, that your ministry is only a jest which cannot last. You are mistaken, Countess, it will last 3 months. In 3 months, then, I have your promise. Oh. Oh. Countess. That is enough, in the meantime something for the present. But I have nothing. You have the light horse. Monsieur d'Aiguillon is an officer, what is called a sword, give him your light horse. Very well, he shall have them. Thanks, exclaimed the Countess, transported with joy, 1,000 thanks. And d'Aiguillon could hear a very plebeian kiss resound on the cheeks of His Majesty Louis XV. In the meantime, said the king, order supper to be served, Countess. No, said she, there is nothing here, you have overpowered me with politics. My people have made speeches and fireworks, but no supper. Then come to Marly, I will take you with me. Impossible. My poor head is splitting in pieces. With headache? Dreadful headache. You must go to bed, Countess. I am just going to do so, sire. Adieu. Then. Au revoir, rather. I am somewhat like Monsieur de Choiseul, I am dismissed. Yes, but accompanied, feasted. Cajoled, said the giddy creature, pushing the king gently toward the door, and from thence to the foot of the stairs, laughing loudly and turning round at each step. On the peristyle the Countess stopped, candle in hand. Countess, said the king, turning round and acceding a step. Sire. I trust the poor marshal will not die of it. Of what? Of the portfolio which he has missed. Countess, said the king, turning round and ascending him with another loud laugh. And His Majesty drove off, very much delighted with his last quodlibet upon the duke, whom he really hated. When Madame du Barry returned to her boudoir, she found d'Aiguillon on his knees before the door, his hands clasped, his eyes ardently fixed upon her. She blushed. I have failed, said she. The poor marshal. Oh, I know all, said he. I could hear, thanks, madam, thanks. I thought I owed you that, she replied, with a sweet smile, but rise, Duke, else I shall think your memory is as retentive as your mind is highly cultivated. That may well be, madam. My uncle has told you I am nothing but your admiring and zealous servant. And the king's, tomorrow you must go and pay your respects to his majesty. Rise, I beg. And she gave him her hand, which he kissed respectfully. The countess seemed to be deeply moved, for she did not add a single word. D'Aiguillon was also silent, as deeply moved as she. At last, Madame du Barry, raising her head, said, Tour Marshal. He must know this defeat. D'Aiguillon looked upon these words as a dismissal, and bowed. Madam, said he, I am going to him. Oh, Duke. Unpleasant news is always soon enough told, do something better, sup with me. The day was gained. D'Aiguillon, as we have seen, was the lucky man. LXXXVI the antechambers of the Duc de Richelieu. De Richelieu, like all the courtiers, had an hotel at Versailles, one at Paris, a house at Marly, and another at Lucien's. A residence, in short, near each of the palaces or residences of the king. Louis XIV. When he multiplied his places of residence so much, had imposed on all men of rank, on all those privileged to attend the grand and little receptions and levees, the obligation of being very rich. That they might keep pace at once with the splendor of his household and the flights of his whims. At the period of the disgrace of de Choiseul and de Praslin, de Richelieu wat. Living in his house at Versailles, and it was there that he returned after having presented his nephew to Madame du Barry at Lucien's. Richelieu had been seen in the forest of Marly with the Countess, he had been seen at Versailles after the minister's disgrace, his long and secret audience at Lucien's was known. And this, with the indiscretions of Jean du Barry, was sufficient for the whole court to think themselves obliged to go and pay their respects to de Richelieu. The old marshal was now going in his turn to inhale that delightful incense of praises, flatteries, and caresses which every interested person offered without discrimination to the idol of the day. De Richelieu, however, was far from expecting all that was to happen to him, but he rose that morning with the firm resolution of closing his nostrils against the incense, as Ulysses closed his ears with wax against the songs of the sirens. The result which he expected could not be known until the next day, when the nomination of the new ministry would be announced by the king himself. Great was the marshal's surprise, therefore, when he awoke, or, rather, was awakened by the loud noise of carriages, to hear from his valet that the courtyards of the hotel, as well as the anterooms and saloons, were filled with visitors. Oh, said he, it seems I make some noise already. It is still early, my lord marshal, said his valet de chambre, seeing the duke's haste in taking off his nightcap. Henceforward, replied the duke, there will be no such word as early for me, remember that. Yes, sir. What did you reply to the visitors? That you were not up yet. Nothing more. Nothing more. That was exceedingly stupid. You should have added that I was up late last night, or, better still, you should have, let me see, where is Raft? Monsieur Raft is asleep, said the valet. What? Asleep? Let him be called, the wretch. Well, said a fresh and smiling old man, who appeared at the door, here is Raft, what is he wanted for? All the duke's bombast ceased at these words. Ah! I was certain that you were not asleep. And if I had been asleep, where would have been the wonder? It is scarcely daylight. But, my dear Raft, you see that I do not sleep. That is another thing, you are a minister, how should you sleep? Oh! Now you are going to scold me, said the marshal, making a wry face before the glass, you are not satisfied. What benefit is that to me? You will fatigue yourself to death and then you will be ill. The consequence will be that I shall have to govern the state, and that is not so amusing, sir. How old you are getting, Raft. I am just 4 years younger than yourself, sir. Yes, I am getting old. The marshal stamped with impatience. "Did you come through the antechambers?" asked he. "Yes." "Who is there?" "All the world." "What do they speak of?" "Everyone is telling what favors he is going to ask from you." "That is very natural. But what did you hear about my appointment?" "Oh. I would much rather not tell you that." "What? Criticisms already?" "Yes, and from those who have need of your assistance." "What will they say, sir, whose assistance you need?" "Ah, Raft," said the old man, affecting to laugh, "those who would say you flatter me." "Well, sir," said Raft, "why the devil did you harness yourself to this wagon called a ministry? Are you tired of living and of being happy?" "My dear fellow, I have tasted everything but that." "Corbleu! You have never tasted arsenic. Why do you not take some in your chocolate, from curiosity?" "Raft, you are an idle dog. You think that, as my secretary, you will have more work, and you shrink, you confessed as much, indeed." The marshal dressed himself with care. "Give me a military air," said he to his valet, "and hand me my military orders." "It seems we are in the War Department," said Raft. "Good heavens! Yes. It seems we are there." "Oh. But I have not seen the king's appointment," continued Raft, "it is not confirmed yet." "The appointment will come in good time, no doubt." "Then, no doubt is the official word today." "You become more disagreeable, Raft, as you get older. You are a formalist, and superstitiously particular. If I had known that, I would not have allowed you to deliver my inauguration speech at the academic, that made you pedantic. But listen, my lord, since we are in the government, let us be regular. This is a very odd affair." "What is odd?" "Monsieur the Count de la Vaudrey, whom I met just now in the street, told me that nothing had yet been settled about the ministry." Richelieu smiled. "Monsieur de la Vaudrey is right," said he. "But have you already been out, then?" "Pardieu! I was obliged. This cursed noise of carriages awoke me, I dressed, put on my military orders also, and took a turn in the town." "Ah! Monsieur Raft makes merry at my expense." "Oh, my lord, God forbid." "But what?" "On my walk, I met someone." "Whom?" "The secretary of the Abbé Terraille." "Well?" "Well, he told me that his master was appointed to the War Department." "Oh, said Richelieu, with his eternal smile. "What does Monseigneur conclude from this?" "That if Monsieur Terraille is appointed to the War Department, I am not, that if he is not, I may perhaps be." Raft had satisfied his conscience. He was a bold, indefatigable, ambitious man, as clever as his master, and much better armed than he, for he knew himself to be of low origin and dependent, two defects in his coat of mail which for 40 years had exercised all his cunning, strength, and acuteness to obviate. When Raft saw his master so confident, he believed he had nothing more to fear. "Come, my lord," said he, "make haste, do not oblige them to wait too long, that would be a bad commencement." "I am ready, but tell me once more who is there." "Here is the list." He presented a long list to his master, who saw with increasing satisfaction the names of the first among the nobility, the law, and the finance. "Suppose I should be popular, hey, Raft?" "We are in the age of miracles," replied the latter. "Ha! Taverney," said the marshal, continuing to peruse the list. "What does he come here for?" "I have not the least idea, my lord marshal, but come, make your entrée." And the secretary, with an authoritative air, almost pushed his master into the grand saloon. Richelieu ought to have been satisfied, his reception might have contented the ambition of a prince of the blood royal. But the refined cunning and craft which characterized the period and particularly the class of society we are speaking of, only too well assisted Richelieu's unlucky star, which had such a disagreeable contretemps in store for him. From propriety and respect for etiquette all this crowded levy abstained from pronouncing the word minister before Richelieu. Some were bold enough to venture as far as the word congratulation, but they knew that they must pass quickly over the word, and that Richelieu would scarcely reply to it. For one and all this morning visit was a simple demonstration of respect, a mere expression of goodwill, for at this period such almost imperceptible shades of policy were frequently understood and acted upon by the general mass of the community. There were certain of the courtiers who even ventured, in the course of conversation, to express some wish, desire, or hope. The one would have wished, he said, to have his government rather nearer Versailles. And it gratified him to have an opportunity of speaking on the subject to a man of such great influence as M. de Richelieu. Another said he had been 3 times forgotten by M. de Choiseul in the promotions of the Knights of the Order, and he reckoned upon M. de Richelieu's obliging memory to refresh the king's, now that there existed no obstacle in the way of His Majesty's goodwill. In short, 100 requests, more or less grasping, but all veiled by the highest art, were preferred to the delighted cars of the Marshal. Gradually the crowd retired, they wished, as they said, to leave the Marshal to his important occupations. One man alone remained in the saloon, he had not approached as the others had, he had asked for nothing, he had not even presented himself. When the courtiers had gone, this man advanced toward the Duke with a smile upon his lips. "Ah! Monsieur de Taverney," said the Marshal, "I am enchanted to see you, truly enchanted. I was waiting, Duke, to pay you my compliments, and to offer you my sincere congratulations." "Ah! Indeed, and for what?" replied Richelieu, for the cautious reserve of his visitors had imposed upon him the necessity of being discreet and even mysterious. "On your new dignity, Duke." "Hush, hush," said the Marshal, "let us not speak of that, nothing is settled. It is a mere rumor. Nevertheless, my dear Marshal, there are many people of my opinion, for your saloons were full. In truth, I do not know why." "Oh! I know very well." "Why then?" "Why? One word from me." "What word?" "Yesterday I had the honor of paying my respects to the King at Trianon. His Majesty spoke to me of my children, and ended by saying, 'You know Monsieur de Richelieu, I think, pay your compliments to him.'" "Ah! His Majesty said that?" replied Richelieu, with a glow of pride as if these words had been the official brevet, the destination of which Raff doubted, or at least deplored its delay. "So that," continued Taverney, "I soon suspected the truth. In fact, it was not difficult to do so, when I saw the eagerness of all Versailles, and I hastened to obey the king by paying my compliments to you. And to gratify my own feelings by reminding you of our old friendship." The Duke had now reached a pitch of intoxication. It is a defect in our nature from which the highest minds cannot always preserve themselves. He saw in Taverney only one of those expectants of the lowest order, poor devils who have fallen behind on the road of favor, who are useless even as protégés, useless as acquaintances. And who are reproached with coming forth from their obscurity after a lapse of 20 years, to warm themselves at the sun of another's prosperity. "I see what you are aiming at," said the Marshal, harshly, "you have some favor to ask of me." "You have said it, Duke." "Ah," grumbled Richelieu, seating himself on, or, rather, plumping into a sofa. "I told you I had 2 children," continued Taverney, pliant and cunning, for he perceived the coolness of his great friend, and therefore only advanced the more eagerly. "I have a daughter whom I love very dearly, and who is a model of virtue and beauty. She is placed with Her Highness the Dauphiness, who has been condescending enough to grant her her particular esteem. Of my beautiful André, therefore, I need not speak to you. Her path is smoothed, her fortune is made. Have you seen my daughter? Did I not once present her to you somewhere? Have you not heard of her?" "Pshaw! I don't know," said Richelieu, carelessly, "perhaps so." "No matter," pursued Taverney, "there is my daughter settled. For my own part, I want nothing, the king grants me a pension upon which I can live. I confess I would like to have some emolument to enable me to rebuild Maison Rouge, where I wish to end my days, and with your interest and my daughter's." "Ha!" thought Richelieu, who until now had not listened, so lost was he in contemplation of his grandeur, but whom the words, my daughter's interest, had roused from his reverie. Oh! Ho! Your daughter! Why, she is a young beauty who annoys our countess, she is a little scorpion who is sheltering herself under the wings of the Dauphiness, in order to bite someone at Lucien's. Come, I will not be a bad friend, and as for gratitude, this dear countess, who has made me a minister, shall see if I am wanting in time of need. Then aloud. Proceed, said he to the Baron de Taverney, in a haughty tone. Faith, I am near the end, replied the latter, promising himself to laugh in his sleeve at the vain marshal if he could only get what he wanted from him. I am anxious, therefore, about my son Philip, who bears a lofty name, but who will never be able to support it worthily unless someone assists him. Philip is a bold and thoughtful youth. Rather too thoughtful, perhaps, but that is the result of his embarrassed position. You know the horse which is reined in too tightly droops its head. What is all this to me? Thought Richelieu, giving most unequivocal signs of weariness and impatience. I want someone, continued Taverney, remorselessly, someone in authority like yourself, to procure a company for Philip. Her Highness the Dauphiness on entering Strasbourg raised him to the rank of captain, but he still wants 100,000 livres to enable him to purchase a company in some privileged regiment of cavalry. Procure that for me, my powerful friend. Your son, said Richelieu, is the young man who rendered the Dauphiness a service, is he not? A most essential service, replied Taverney. It was he who forced the last relay for Her Royal Highness from that Dubarry who wanted to seize it by force. Oh, ho, thought Richelieu, that is just it, the most violent enemies of the Countess. He comes at the right time, this Taverney. He advances claims that are sufficient to damn him forever. You do not answer, Duke, said Taverney, rather soured by the Marshal's obstinate silence. It is perfectly impossible, my dear Monsieur de Taverney, replied the Marshal, rising to show that the audience was over. Impossible? Such a trifle impossible. An old friend tell me that. Why not? Is it any reason, because you are a friend, as you say, that you should seek to make me commit treason both against friendship and justice? You never came to see me for 20 years, for during that time I was nothing. Now that I am a minister, you come. Monsieur de Richelieu, it is you who are unjust at this moment. No, my dear friend, no, I do not wish to see you dangling in antechambers, I am a true friend. And therefore. You have some reasons for refusing me, then. I, exclaimed Richelieu, much alarmed at the suspicion Taverney might perhaps form, I. A reason? Yes, I have enemies. The Duke might have replied what he thought, but that would have been to discover to the Baron that he tried to please Madame Dubarry from gratitude. It would have been to confess that he was the minister of the favourite, and that the Marshal would not have confessed for an empire. He therefore hastily replied. You have no enemy, my dear friend, but I have many. To grant requests at once, without examining claims, would expose me to the accusations of continuing the Choiseul system. My dear sir, I wish to leave behind some trace of my administration of affairs. For 20 years I have projected reforms, improvements, and now they shall blossom. Favoritism is the ruin of France, I will protect merit. The writings of our philosophers are bright torches whose light has not shone for me in vain. They have dissipated all the mists of ignorance and superstition which brooded over the past, and it was full time it should be so, for the well-being of the state. I shall therefore examine your son's claims, neither more nor less than I should do those of any other citizen. I must make this sacrifice to my conscience, a grievous sacrifice, no doubt, but which, after all, is only that of one man for the benefit of 300,000. If your son, Monsieur Philip de Taverney, proves that he merits my favor, he shall have it, not because his father is my friend, not because he bears the name he does, but because he is a man of merit. That is my plan of conduct. You mean your system of philosophy, replied the old Baron, biting his nails with rage, and adding to his anger by reflecting how much humiliation and how many petty cowardices this interview had cost him. Philosophy, if you will, sir. It is a noble word. Which dispenses good things, Marshal, does it not? You are a bad courtier, said Richelieu, with a cold smile. Men of my rank are courtiers only of the king. Oh. Monsieur Raft, my secretary, has 1,000 of your rank in my antechambers every day, replied Richelieu. They generally come from some obscure den or other in the provinces, where they have learned to be rude to their pretended friends while they preach concord. Oh. I am well aware that a Maison Rouge, a title which dates from the Crusades, does not understand concord so well as a vigneron fiddler. The Marshal had more tact than Taverney. He could have had him thrown out of the windows, but he only shrugged his shoulders, and replied. You are rather behind the time, most noble scion of the Crusades. You only remember the calumnious memoir presented by Parliament in 1720, and have not read that of the peers and dukes in reply. Be kind enough to walk into my library, my dear sir, Raft will give it to you to read. As he was bowing his antagonist out with his apt repartee, the door opened, and a man entered noisily, crying. Where is my dear Duke? This man, with ruddy visage, eyes dilated with satisfaction, and joyous air, was neither more nor less than Jean Dubarry. On seeing this newcomer, Taverney started back with surprise and vexation. Jean saw the movement, recognized the face, and turned his back. I understand, said the Baron, quietly, and I shall retire. I leave the minister in most distinguished company. And he left the room with dignity. LXXXVIII, Richelieu is disabused. Furious at this extremely provoking exit, Jean made 2 steps after the Baron, then returning to the Marshal, he said, shrugging his shoulders. You receive such people here? Oh. My dear sir, you mistake. On the contrary, I send such people away. Do Vaughan know who this gentleman is? Alas. Yes. No, but do you know really? He is a Taverney. He is a man who wishes to make his daughter the king's favorite. Oh, come. A man who wishes to supplant us, and who takes all possible means to do so. But Jean is there, and Jean has his eyes about him. You think he wishes. It is a very difficult matter to see what he wishes, is it not? One of the Dauphin's party, my dear sir, and they have their little stabber, too. Bah! A young man who looks quite ready to fly at people's throats, a bully, who pinks Jean's shoulder, poor Jean. Yours? It is a personal enemy of yours, my dear Count, asked Richelieu, feigning surprise. Yes, he was my adversary in that affair of the relay, you know. Indeed. What a strange sympathy. I did not know that, and yet I refused all his demands. Only if I had known, I should not only have refused him, but kicked him out. But do not be uneasy, Count, I have now this worthy bully under my thumb, and he shall find it out to his cost. Yes, you can cure him of his taste for attacking people on the highway. For in fact, By the by, I have not yet congratulated you. Why, yes, Count, it seems the affair is definitely settled. Oh. It is all completed. Will you permit me to embrace you? With all my heart. Faith, there was some trouble, but the trouble is nothing when you succeed. You are satisfied, are you not? Shall I speak frankly? Yes, but I think I can be useful. No doubt of that. But it is a bold stroke, there will be some growling. Am I not liked by the public? You. Why, there is no question of you, either one way or the other, it is he who is execrated. He, said Richelieu, with surprise, who? He. Of course, interrupted Jean. Oh. The Parliament will revolt, it will be a second edition of the flagellation of Louis XIV. They are whipped, Duke, they are whipped. Explain. Why, it explains itself. The Parliament, of course, hate the author of their persecutions. Ah. You think that? I am certain of it, as all France is. No matter, Duke, it was a capital stroke of you to send for him that way, just at the very heat of the affair. Whom? Whom, Duke? I am on thorns, I do not understand one word of what you say. Why, I speak of Monsieur d'Aiguillon, your nephew. Well, what then? Well, I say it was well advised of you to send for him. Ah. Very good, very good. You mean to say he will assist me? He will assist us all. Do you know he is on the best terms with little Jean? Oh. Indeed? On the best terms. They have already had a chat together, and understand each other perfectly, as it seems to me. You know that? Why, I saw d'Aiguillon's carriage leave Lucien's late yesterday evening, and as he only arrived yesterday morning in Paris, it seems to me that he must be a great favorite with Jean to obtain an audience so early. Yes, yes, said Richelieu, rubbing his hands, he must have supped there. Bravo, d'Aiguillon. And so there you are all three, like Orestes and Pylades, with the addition of another Pylades. At this moment, and as the marshal was rubbing his hands with great glee, d'Aiguillon entered the saloon. The nephew saluted his uncle with an air of condolence which was sufficient to enable Richelieu, without understanding the whole truth, at least to guess the greatest part of it. He turned pale as though he had received a mortal wound. It flashed across his mind that at court there exists neither friends nor relatives, and that every one seeks only his own aggrandizement. I was a great fool, thought he. Well, d'Aiguillon, continued he aloud, repressing a deep sigh. Well, Marshal. It is a heavy blow to the Parliament, said Richelieu, repeating Jean's words. D'Aiguillon blushed. You know it, said he. The Countess has told me all, replied Richelieu. Even your late stay at Lucien's last night. Your appointment is a triumph for my family. Be assured, Marshal, of my extreme regret. What the devil does he mean by that? Said Jean, folding his arms. Oh, we understand each other, interrupted Richelieu, we understand each other. That is a different affair, but for my part one do not understand you. Regret. Ah. Yes, because he will not be recognized as minister immediately, yes, yes, I see. Oh. There will be an interim? Said the Marshal, feeling a ray of hope, that constant guest in the heart of the ambitious man and the lover, once more dawn in his breast. Yes, Marshal, an interim. But, in the meantime, cried Jean, he is tolerably well paid. The finest command in Versailles. Ah! A command, said Richelieu, pierced by a new wound. Monsieur Dubarry perhaps exaggerates a little, said the Duc d'Aiguillon. But, in one word, what is this command? The king's light horse. Richelieu again felt his furrowed cheeks grow pale. Oh. Yes, said he, with a smile which it would be impossible to describe, yes, it is indeed a trifling appointment for such a charming man. But what can you expect, Duke, the loveliest woman in the world, were she even the king's favorite, can only give what she has. It was now d'Aiguillon's turn to grow pale. Jean was scrutinizing the beautiful Murillos which adorned Richelieu's walls. Richelieu slapped his nephew on the shoulder. Luckily, said he, you have the promise of approaching advancement. Accept my congratulations, Duke, my sincere compliments. Your address, your cleverness in negotiations, is only equaled by your good fortune. Adieu, I have some business to transact. Do not forget me in the distribution of your favors, my dear minister. D'Aiguillon only replied. Your interests and mine, my Lord Marshal, are henceforth one and the same. And, saluting his uncle, he left the room with the dignity which was natural to him, thus escaping from one of the most embarrassing positions he had ever experienced in a life strewn with so many difficulties. An admirable trait in d'Aiguillon's character, said Richelieu, the moment the former had disappeared, to Jean, who was rather at a loss to know what to think of this exchange of politeness between the nephew and uncle, and one that I admire particularly, is his artlessness. He is at once frank and high-spirited, he knows the court, and is withal as simple-minded as a girl. And then he loves you so well, said Jean. Like a lamb. Oh, said Jean, he is more like your son than Monsieur de Fronsac. By my faith, yes, Count, by my faith, yes. While replying thus, Richelieu kept walking round his chair in great agitation. He sought but could not find. Ah, Countess, he muttered, you shall pay me for this. Marshal, said Joan, with a cunning look, we four will realize that famous faggot of antiquity, you know, the one that could not be broken. We four, my dear Monsieur Jean, how do you understand that? My sister as power, d'Aiguillon as authority, you as advice, and I as vigilance. Very good. Very good. And now let them attack my sister. I defy them all. Pardieu, said Richelieu, whose brain was boiling. Let them set up rivals now. Exclaimed Jean, in ecstasies with his plans and his visions of triumph. Oh, said Richelieu, striking his forehead. Well, my dear Marshal, what is the matter? Nothing, I think your idea of a league admirable. Is it not? And I enter body and soul into your plans. Bravo! Does Taverney live at Trianon with his daughter? No, he lives in Paris. The girl is very handsome, my dear Count. If she were as beautiful as Cleopatra, or my sister, I do not fear her, now that we are leagued together. You said Taverney lives in Paris, in the Rue Saint-Honoré. I think. I did not say the Rue Saint-Honoré. It is the Rue Coq-Heron in which he lives. Have you any plan of chastising these Taverneys, that you ask? Yes, Count, I think I have found a capital plan. You are an incomparable man. But I must leave you now. I wish to see what they say in town. Adieu, then, Count. Apropos, you have not told me who the new ministers are. Oh, mere birds of passage, Terraille, Bertin, and I know not who else. Mere counters in the hands of d'Aiguillon, the real minister, though his appointment is deferred for a short time. Perhaps indefinitely adjourned, thought the Marshal, directing his most gracious smile to Jean, as an affectionate adieu. Jean retired, Raft entered. He had heard all, and knew how to conduct himself, all his suspicions were now realized. He did not utter a word to his master, he knew him too well. He did not even call the valet de chambre. He assisted him with his own hands to undress, and conducted him to his bed, in which the old Marshal, shivering with fever, immediately buried himself, after taking a pill which his secretary made him swallow. Raft drew the curtains and retired. The antechamber was thronged with eager, listening valets. Raft took the head valet aside. Attend to the Marshal carefully, said he is ill. He has had a serious vexation this morning, he was obliged to disobey the king. Disobey the king? Exclaimed the alarmed valet. Yes, his Majesty sent a portfolio to my lord, but as he was aware that he owed it to the solicitations of the Dubarry, he refused. Oh! It was a noble resolve, and the Parisians ought to build him a triumphal arch. But the shock was great, and our master is ill. Look to him carefully. After these words, whose circulating power he knew beforehand, Raft returned to his closet. A quarter of an hour afterward, all Versailles was informed of the noble conduct and lofty patriotism of the Marshal, who in the meantime slept soundly upon the popularity his secretary had gained for him. 89. The Dauphin's family repast. The same day, about 3 o'clock, Mlle Taverney left her apartment to attend upon the Dauphiness, who was in the habit of being read to for a short time before dinner. The abbé who had held the post of first reader to Her Royal Highness no longer exercised his functions, as for some time previous, ever since certain diplomatic intrigues in which he had displayed a very great talent for business. He had employed himself entirely in important political affairs. Mlle Taverney therefore set out, dressed as well as circumstances would permit, to fulfill her office. Like all the guests at Trianon, she still suffered considerable inconvenience from the rather sudden installation in her new abode, and had not yet been able to arrange her furniture, or make the necessary provisions for establishing her modest household. She had therefore on the present occasion been assisted in her toilet by one of the femmes de chambre of Madame de Noailles, that starched lady of honor whom the Dauphiness nicknamed Madame Etiquette. André was dressed in a blue silk robe, with long waist, which fitted admirably to her slender figure. This robe opened in front, and displayed a muslin skirt relieved with 3 falls of embroidery. Short sleeves, also of muslin, embroidered in the same manner as her dress, and festooned and tapering to the shoulder, were admirably in keeping with a habit shirt, worked à la paysanne, which modestly concealed her neck and shoulders. Her beautiful hair, which fell in long and luxuriant ringlets upon her shoulders, was simply tied with a ribbon of the same color as her dress. A mode of arrangement which harmonized infinitely better with the noble yet modest and retiring air of the lovely young girl, and with her pure and transparent complexion never yet sullied by the touch of rouge, than the feathers, ornaments, and laces which were then in vogue. As she walked, André drew on a pair of white silk mittens upon the slenderest and roundest fingers in the world, while the tiny points of her high-heeled shoes of pale blue satin left their traces on the gravel of the garden walk. When she reached the pavilion of Trianon, she was informed that the Dauphiness was taking a turn in the grounds with her architect and her head gardener. In the apartments of the first story overhead, she could hear the noise of a turning lathe with which the Dauphin was making a safety lock for a coffer which he valued very highly. In order to rejoin the Dauphiness, André had to cross the parterre, where, notwithstanding the advanced period of the season, flowers carefully covered through the night raised their pale heads to bask in the setting rays of a sun even paler than themselves. And as the evening was already closing in, for in that season it was dark at 6 o'clock, the gardener's apprentices were employed in placing the bell-glasses over the most delicate plants in each bed. While traversing a winding alley of evergreens clipped into the form of a hedge, bordered on each side by beds of Bengal roses, and opening on a beautiful lawn, André all at once perceived one of these gardeners, who, when he saw her, raised himself upon his spade, and bowed with a more refined and studied politeness than was usual in one of his station. She looked, and in this workman recognized Gilbert, whose hands, notwithstanding his labor, were yet white enough to excite the envy of M. de Taverney. André blushed in spite of herself. It seemed to her that Gilbert's presence in this place was too remarkable a coincidence to be the result of chance. Gilbert repeated his bow, and André returned it, but without slackening her pace. She was too upright and too courageous, however, to resist the promptings of her heart, and leave the question of her restless soul unanswered. She turned back, and Gilbert, whose cheeks had already become as pale as death, and whose dark eyes followed her retreating steps with a somber look, felt as if suddenly restored to life, and bounded forward to meet her. "You here, Monsieur Gilbert?" said André, coldly. "Yes, mademoiselle." "By what chance?" "Mademoiselle, one must live, and live honestly." "But do you know that you are very fortunate?" "Oh, yes, mademoiselle, very fortunate," said Gilbert. "I beg your pardon, what did you say?" "I said, mademoiselle, that I am, as you think, very fortunate." "Who introduced you here?" "Monsieur de Jussou, a protector of mine." "Ah," said André, surprised, "then you know Monsieur de Jussou?" "He is a friend of my first protector, of my master, Monsieur Rousseau." "Courage, then, Monsieur Gilbert," said André, making a movement to proceed. "Do you find yourself better, mademoiselle?" asked Gilbert, in a trembling voice. "Better? How so?" said André, coldly. "Why, the accident." "Oh, yes, thank you, Monsieur Gilbert, I am better, it was nothing." "Oh. You were nearly perishing," said Gilbert, almost speechless with emotion, "the danger was terrible." André now began to think that it was high time to cut short this interview with a workman in the most public part of the royal park. "Good day, Monsieur Gilbert," said she. "Will mademoiselle not accept a rose?" said Gilbert, trembling, and the drops of perspiration standing on his forehead. "But, sir," replied André, "you offer me what is not yours to give." Gilbert, surprised and overwhelmed by this reply, could not utter a word. His head drooped, but as he saw André looking at him with something like a feeling of joy at having manifested her superiority, he drew himself up, tore a branch covered with flowers from the finest of the rose trees, and began to pull the roses to pieces with a coolness and dignity which surprised and startled the young girl. She was too just and too kind-hearted not to see that she had gratuitously wounded the feelings of an inferior who had unthinkingly committed a breach of propriety. But like all proud natures who feel themselves in the wrong, she preserved silence, when, perhaps, an apology or a reparation was hovering upon her lips. Gilbert added not a word either. He threw away the branch and resumed his spade, but his character was a mixture of pride and cunning, and while stooping to his work, he kept his eye stealthily fixed on André's retreating figure. At the end of the walk she could not help looking round. She was a woman. This weakness was sufficient for Gilbert. He said to himself that in this last struggle he had been victorious. She is weaker than I am, thought he, and I shall govern her. Proud of her beauty, of her name, of her advancing fortunes, indignant at my love which she perhaps suspects, she is only the more an object of adoration to the poor working man who trembles while he looks at her. Oh! This trembling, this emotion, unworthy of a man! Oh! These acts of cowardice which she makes me commit, she shall one day repay me for them all. But today I have worked enough, added he, I have conquered the enemy. I who ought to have been the weakest, since I love, have been 100 times stronger than she. He repeated these words once more with a wild burst of joy, as he convulsively dashed back the dark hair from his thoughtful brow. Then he stuck his spade deep into the flower bed, bounded through the hedge of cypress and yew trees with the speed of a roebuck, and, light as the wind, threaded a parterre of plants under bell glasses, not one of which he touched. Notwithstanding the furious rapidity of his career, and posted himself at the extremity of a turn which he had reached by describing a diagonal course before André, who followed the winding of the path. From his new position he saw her advancing, thoughtful and almost humbled, her lovely eyes cast down, her moist and motionless hand gently rustling her dress as she walked. Concealed behind the thick hedge, Gilbert heard her sigh twice as if she were speaking to herself. At last she passed so close to the trees which sheltered him, that had he stretched out his arm he might have touched hers, as a mad and feverish impulse prompted him to do. But he knit his brow with an energetic movement almost akin to hatred, and placing his trembling hand upon his heart. Coward again, said he to himself. Then he added softly, but she is so beautiful. Gilbert might have remained for a considerable time sunk in contemplation, for the walk was long and André's step was slow and measured, but this walk was crossed by others, from which some troublesome visitor might at any moment make his appearance, and fate treated Gilbert so scurvily that a man did in fact advance from the first alley upon the left, that is to say, almost opposite the clump of evergreens behind which he was concealed. This intruder walked with a methodic and measured step. He carried his head erect, held his hat under his right arm, and his left hand resting upon his sword. He wore a velvet coat underneath a pelisse lined with sable fur, and pointed his foot as he walked, which he did with the easy grace of a man of high rank and breeding. This gentleman, as he advanced, perceived André, and the young girl's figure evidently pleased him, for he quickened his pace, and crossed over in an oblique direction, so as to reach as soon as possible the path on which André was walking and intercept her course. When Gilbert perceived this personage he involuntarily gave a slight cry, and took to flight like a startled lapwing. The intruder's maneuver was successful. He was evidently accustomed to it, and in less than 3 minutes he was in advance of André, whom 3 minutes before he had been following at some distance. When André heard his footsteps behind her, she moved aside a little to let the man pass, and when he had passed she looked at him in her turn. The gentleman looked also, and most eagerly. He even stopped to see better, and returning after he had seen her features. "Ah, mademoiselle," said he, in a very kind voice, "whither are you hastening so quickly, may I ask?" At the sound of this voice André raised her head, and saw about 20 paces behind her 2 officers of the guards following slowly. She spied a blue ribbon peeping from beneath the sable pelisse of the person who addressed her, and pale and startled at this unexpected rencontre, and at being accosted thus graciously, she said, bending very low. "The king." "Mademoiselle," replied Louis XV, approaching her, "excuse me, I have such bad eyes that I am obliged to ask your name." "Mademoiselle de Taverney," stammered the young girl, so confused and trembling that her voice was scarcely audible. "Oh. Yes, I remember. I esteem myself fortunate in meeting you in Trianon, mademoiselle," said the king. "I was proceeding to join Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness, who expects me," said André, trembling more and more. "I will conduct you to her, mademoiselle," replied Louis XV. "For I am just going to pay a visit to my daughter in my quality of country neighbor. Be kind enough to take my arm as we are proceeding in the same direction." André felt a cloud pass before her eyes, and the blood flowed in tumultuous waves to her heart. In fact, such an honor for the poor girl as the king's arm, the sovereign lord of all France, such an unhoped-for, incredible piece of good fortune, a favor which the whole court might envy, seemed to her more like a dream than reality. She made such a deep and reverential courtesy that the king felt himself obliged to bow a second time. When Louis XV was inclined to remember Louis XIV, it was always in matters of ceremonial and politeness. Such traditions, however, dated further back and were handed down from Henri IV. He offered his hand therefore to André, who placed the burning points of her fingers upon the king's glove, and they both continued to advance toward the pavilion, where they had been informed that the Dauphiness, with her architect and her head gardener, would be found. We can assure the reader that Louis XV, although not particularly fond of walking, chose the longest road to conduct André to the little Trianon. Although the king was apparently unaware of his error, the two officers who walked behind perceived it but too plainly, and bemoaned themselves bitterly, as they were lightly clad and the weather was cold. They arrived too late to find the Dauphiness where they had expected, as Marie Antoinette had just set out for Trianon, that she might not keep the Dauphin waiting, who liked to sup between 6 and 7 o'clock. Her Royal Highness arrived therefore at the exact hour, and as the punctual Dauphin was already upon the threshold of the saloon, that he might lose no time in reaching the dining room the moment the maître d'hôtel appeared. The Dauphiness threw her mantle to a femme de chambre, took the Dauphin's arm with a winning smile, and drew him into the dining room. The table was laid for the two illustrious hosts. They occupied each the center of the table, so as to leave the place of honor vacant, which, since several unexpected visits of the king, was never occupied in His Majesty's absence, even when the room was filled with guests. At this end of the table the king's cover and cadenas occupied a considerable space, but the maître d'hôtel, not calculating upon it being occupied this evening, was conducting the service on this side. Behind the Dauphiness's chair, leaving the necessary space between for the valets to pass, was stationed Madame de Noailles, stiff and upright, and yet wearing as amiable an expression on her features as she could conjure up for the festive occasion. Near Madame de Noailles were some other ladies, whose position at the court gave them the right or the merited privilege of being present at the supper of their Royal Highnesses. 3 times a week Madame de Noailles supped at the same table with the Dauphin and Dauphiness, but on the days when she did not sit up with them, she would not for anything in the world have missed being present. Besides, it was a delicate mode of protesting against the exclusion of the 4 days out of 7. Opposite the Duchess de Noailles, surnamed by the Dauphiness Madame Etiquette, was the Duc de Richelieu, on a raised seat very similar to her own. He was also a strict observer of forms, but his etiquette was undistinguishable to a casual observer, being always veiled beneath the most perfect elegance and sometimes beneath the wittiest raillery. The result of this antithesis between the first gentleman of the bedchamber and the first lady of honor of the Dauphiness was that the conversation, always dropped by the Duchess de Noailles, was incessantly renewed by M. de Richelieu. The Marshal had travelled through all the courts of Europe, and had adopted the tone of elegance in each which was best suited to his character. So that from his admirable tact and propriety he knew exactly what anecdote to relate at the table of the youthful couple, and what would be suitable to the private supper of Madame du Barry. Perceiving this evening that the Dauphiness had a good appetite, and that the Dauphin was voracious, he concluded that they would give no heed to the conversation going on around them, and that he had consequently only to make Madame de Noailles suffer an hour of purgatory in anticipation. He began therefore to speak of philosophy and theatrical affairs, a twofold subject of conversation doubly obnoxious to the venerable Duchess. He related the subject of one of the last philanthropic sallies of the philosopher of Ferney, the name already given to the author of the Henriade, and when he saw the Duchess on the squabbles hooks. He changed the text and detailed all the squabbles and disputes which, in his office of Gentleman of the Chamber, he had to undergo in order to make the actresses in ordinary to the king play more or less badly. The Dauphiness loved the arts, and above all the theatre. She had sent a complete costume for Clytemnestra to Madame Rancourt, and she therefore listened to M. de Richelieu not only with indulgence but with pleasure. Then the poor lady of honour, in violation of all etiquette, was forced to fidget on her bench, blow her nose noisily, and shake her venerable head, without thinking of the cloud of powder which at each movement fell upon her forehead. Like the cloud of snow which surrounds the summit of Mont Blanc at every gust of the east wind. But it was not enough to amuse the Dauphiness, the Dauphin must also be pleased. Richelieu abandoned the subject of the theatre, for which the heir to the crown had never displayed any great partiality, to discourse of humanity in philosophy. When he spoke of the English, he did so with all the warmth and energy which Rousseau displays in drawing the character of Edward Bromston. Now, Madame de Noailles hated the English as much as she did the philosophers. To admit a new idea was a fatiguing operation for her, and fatigue deranged the economy of her whole person. Madame de Noailles, who felt herself intended by nature for a conserver, growled at all new ideas like a dog at a frightful mask. Richelieu, in playing this game, had a double end in view. He tormented Madame Etiquette, which evidently pleased the Dauphiness, and he threw in, here and there, some virtuous apothegm, some axiom in mathematics, which was rapturously received by the Dauphin, the royal amateur of exact sciences. He was paying his court, therefore, with great skill and address, and from time to time directing an eager glance toward the door, as if he expected someone who had not yet arrived. When a cry from the foot of the staircase echoed along the arched corridors, was repeated by two valets stationed at regular intervals from the entrance door, and at last reached the dining saloon. The king. At this magic word Madame de Noailles started bolt upright from her seat, as if moved by a spring. Richelieu rose more slowly, and with easy grace. The Dauphin hastily wiped his mouth with his napkin, and stood up before his seat, his face turned toward the door. As for the Dauphiness, she hastened toward the staircase to meet the king, and do the honors of her mansion to him. XC. The Queen's hair. The king still held Marie de Taverney by the hand when they reached the landing place, and it was only on arriving there that he bowed to her, so courteously and so low, that Richelieu had time to see the bow, to admire its grace, and to ask himself to what lucky mortal it was addressed. His ignorance did not last long. Louis XV. took the arm of the Dauphiness, who had seen all that had passed, and had already recognized André. "My daughter," said he, "I come without ceremony to ask you for my supper. I crossed the entire park in my way hither, and happening to meet Mademoiselle de Taverney, I requested her to accompany me." "Mademoiselle de Taverney," murmured Richelieu, almost dizzy at this unexpected stroke. "On my faith, I am almost too fortunate." "I shall not only not be angry with Mademoiselle, who is late," replied the Dauphiness, graciously, "but I have to thank her for bringing your Majesty to us." André, whose cheeks were dyed with as deep a red as the ripe and tempting cherries which graced the ypern in the center of the table, bowed without replying. Diable! Diable! She is indeed beautiful, thought Richelieu. And that old scoundrel Taverney said no more for her than she deserves. The king had already taken his seat at the table, after having saluted the Dauphin. Gifted, like his grandfather, with an obliging appetite, the monarch did justice to the improvised supper which the maître d'hôtel placed before him as if by magic. But, while eating, the king, whose back was turned toward the door, seemed to seek something, or rather someone. In fact Marie de Taverney, who enjoyed no privilege as her position in the Dauphiness's household was not yet fixed, had not entered the dining room, and after her profound reverence in reply to the king's salutation, had returned to the Dauphiness's apartment lest her services might be required, as they had been once or twice already, to read to her highness after she had returned to bed. The Dauphiness saw that the king was looking for the beautiful companion of his walk. Monsieur de Coigny, said she to a young officer of the guards who was standing behind the king, pray request Mademoiselle de Taverney to come up. With Madame de Noailles' permission we will discard etiquette for this evening. M. De Coigny left the room, and almost immediately afterward returned, introducing André, who, totally at a loss to comprehend the reason for such a succession of unusual favors, entered trembling. Seat yourself there, mademoiselle, said the Dauphiness, beside Madame de Noailles. André mounted timidly on the raised seat, but she was so confused that she had the audacity to seat herself only about a foot distant from the lady of honor. She received in consequence such a terrific look that the poor child started back at least 4 feet, as if she had come in contact with a Leyden jar highly charged. The king looked at her and smiled. Ah! Ga, said the duke to himself, it is scarcely worth my while to meddle with the affair, everything is progressing of itself. The king turned and perceived the marshal, who was quite prepared to meet his look. Good day, duke, said Louis. Do you agree well with the Duchess de Noailles? Sire, replied the marshal, the Duchess always does me the honor to treat me as a madcap. Oh! Were you also on the road to Chanteloup, duke? I, sire. Faith, no. I am too grateful for the favors your majesty has showered on my family. The king did not expect this blow, he was prepared to rally, but he found himself anticipated. What favors have I showed, duke? Sire, your majesty has given command of your light horse to the Duc d'Aiguillon. Yes, it is true, duke. And that is a step which must have put all the energy, all the skill of your majesty to the task. It is almost a coup d'état. The meal was now over, the king waited for a moment, and then rose from the table. The conversation was taking an embarrassing turn, but Richelieu was determined not to let go his prey. Therefore, when the king began to chat with Madame de Noailles, the Dauphiness, and Marie de Taverney, Richelieu maneuvered so skillfully that he soon found himself in the full fire of a conversation, which he directed according to his pleasure. Sire, said he, your majesty knows that success emboldens. Do you say so for the purpose of informing us that you are bold, duke? Sire, it is for the purpose of requesting a new favor from your majesty, after the one the king has already deigned to grant. One of my best friends, an old servant of your majesty, has a son in the gendarmes. The young man is highly deserving, but poor. He has received from an august princess the brevet title of captain, but he has not yet got a company. The princess, my daughter, asked the king, turning toward the Dauphiness. Yes, sire, said Richelieu, and the father of this young man is called the Baron de Taverney. My father, involuntarily exclaimed André, Philip. Is it for Philip, my lord duke, that you are asking for a company? Then ashamed of this breach of etiquette, André made a step backward, blushing and clasping her hands with emotion. The king turned to admire the blush which mantled on the cheek of the lovely girl, and then glanced at Richelieu with a pleased look, which informed the courtier how agreeable his request had been. In truth, said the Dauphiness, he is a charming young man, and I had promised to make his fortune. How unfortunate princes are! When God gives them the best intentions, he deprives them of the memory and reasoning powers necessary to carry their intentions into effect. Ought I not to have known that this young man was poor, and that it was not sufficient to give him the epaulet without at the same time giving him the company? Oh! Madam! How could your royal highness have known that? Oh, I knew it! Replied the Dauphiness, quickly, with a gesture which recalled to André's memory the modest but yet happy home of her childhood. Yes, I knew it, but I thought I had done everything necessary in giving a step to Monsieur Philip de Taverney. He is called Philip, is he not, mademoiselle? Yes, madam. The king looked round on these noble and ingenuous faces, and then rested his gaze on Richelieu, whose face was also brightened by a ray of generosity, borrowed, doubtless, from his august neighbor. "Duke," said he, in a low voice, "I shall embroil myself with Lucien's." Then, addressing André, he added, quickly. "Say that it will give you pleasure, mademoiselle." "Ah, sire." "Id André, clasping her hands, "I request it as a boon from your majesty." "In that case, it is granted," said Louis. "You will choose a good company for this young man, Duke. I will furnish the necessary funds, if the charges are not already paid and the post vacant." This good action gladdened all who were present. It procured the king a heavenly smile from André, and Richelieu a warm expression of thanks from those beautiful lips, from which, in his youth, he would have asked for even more. Several visitors arrived in succession, among whom was the Cardinal de Rohan, who, since the installation of the Dauphiness at Trianon, had paid his court assiduously to her. But during the whole evening the king had kind looks and pleasant words only for Richelieu. He even commanded the marshal's attendance when, after bidding farewell to the Dauphiness, he set out to return to his own Trianon. The old marshal followed the king with a heart bounding with joy. While the king, accompanied by the duke and his 2 officers, gained the dark alleys which led from the palace, the Dauphiness had dismissed André. "You will be anxious to write this good news to Paris, mademoiselle," said the princess. "You may retire." And, preceded by a footman carrying a lantern, the young girl traversed the walk, of about 100 paces in length, which separates Trianon from the offices. Also in advance of her, concealed by the thick foliage of the shrubbery, bounded a shadowy figure which followed all her movements with sparkling eyes. It was Gilbert. When André had arrived at the entrance, and begun to ascend the stone staircase, the valet left her and returned to the antechambers of Trianon. Then Gilbert, gliding into the vestibule, reached the courtyard, and climbed by a small staircase, as steep as a ladder, into his attic, which was opposite André's windows, and was situated in a corner of the building. From this position he could see André call a femme de chambre of Madame de Noailles to assist her, as that lady had her apartments in the same corridor. But when the girl had entered the room, the window curtains fell like an impenetrable veil between the ardent eyes of the young man and the object of his wishes. At the palace there now only remained M. de Rohan, redoubling his gallant attentions to the Dauphiness, who received them but coldly. The prelate, fearing at last to be indiscreet, inasmuch as the Dauphin had already retired, took leave of her Royal Highness with an expression of the deepest and most tender respect. As he was entering his carriage, a waiting woman of the Dauphiness approached and almost leaned inside the door. "Here," said she. And she put into his hand a small paper parcel, carefully folded, the touch of which made the cardinal start. "Here," he replied, hastily thrusting into the girl's hand a heavy purse, the contents of which would have been a handsome salary. Then, without losing time, the cardinal ordered the coachman to drive to Paris and to ask for fresh orders at the barrier. During the whole way, in the darkness of the carriage, he felt the paper, and kissed the contents like some intoxicated lover. At the barrier he cried, "Rue Saint-Claude." A short time afterward he crossed the mysterious courtyard, and once more found himself in the little saloon occupied by Fritz, the silent usher. Balsamo kept him waiting about a quarter of an hour. At last he appeared, and gave as a reason for his delay the lateness of the hour which had prevented him from expecting the arrival of visitors. In fact it was now nearly 11 o'clock at night. "That is true, Baron," said the cardinal. "And I must request you to excuse my unseasonable visit. But you may remember you told me 1d3y, that to be assured of certain secrets. I must have a portion of the person's hair of whom we were speaking on that day," interrupted Balsamo, who had already spied the little paper which the unsuspecting prelate held carelessly in his hand. "Precisely, Baron. And you have brought me this hair, sir, very well. Here it is. Do you think it would be possible to return it to me again after the trial? Unless fire should be necessary. In which case? Of course, said the cardinal. However, I can procure some more. Can I have a reply? Today. You know I am impatient. I must first ascertain, my lord. And Balsamo took the packet of hair and hastily mounted to Lorenza's apartment. I shall now know, said he, on the way, the secret of this monarchy, the mysterious fate which destiny has in store for it. And from the other side of the wall, even before opening the secret door, he plunged Lorenza into the magnetic sleep. The young girl received him, therefore, with an affectionate embrace. Balsamo could scarcely extricate himself from her arms. It would be difficult to say which was the most grievous for the poor baron, the reproaches of the beautiful Italian when she was awake, or her caresses when she slept. When he had succeeded in loosening the chain which her snowy arms formed around his neck. My beloved Lorenza, said he, putting the paper in her hand, can you tell me to whom this hair belongs? Lorenza took it and pressed it against her breast, and then to her forehead. Though her eyes were open, it was only by means of her head and breast that she could see in her sleep. Oh! Said she, it is an illustrious head from which this hair has been taken. Is it not? And a happy head, too? Speak. She may be happy. Look well, Lorenza. Yes, she may be happy, there is no shadow as yet upon her life. Yet she is married? Oh! Said Lorenza, with a sigh. Strange, said she, strange indeed. She is married like myself, pure and spotless as I am, but, unlike me, dear Balsamo, she does not love her husband. Oh, fate! Said Balsamo. Thanks, Lorenza. I know all I wish to know. He embraced her, put the hair carefully into his pocket, and then cutting off a lock of the Italian's black tresses, he burned it at the wax light and enclosed the ashes in the paper which had been wrapped round the hair of the Dauphiness. Then he left the room, and while descending the stairs, he awoke the young woman. The prelate, agitated and impatient, was waiting doubting. Well, Count? Said he. Well, my lord, the oracle has said you may hope. It said so. Exclaimed the prince, transported with joy. Draw what conclusion you please, my lord, the oracle said that this woman did not love her husband. Oh! Said M. de Rohan, with a thrill of joy. I was obliged to burn the hair to obtain the revelation by its essence. Here are the ashes, which I restore to you most scrupulously, after having gathered them up as if each atom were worth 1,000,000. Thanks, sir, 1,000 thanks. I can never repay you. Do not speak of that, my lord. I must recommend you, however, not to swallow these ashes in wine, as lovers sometimes do. It causes such a dangerous sympathy that your love would become incurable, while the lady's heart would cool toward you. Oh! I shall take care, said the prelate, almost terrified. Adieu, Count, adieu. 20 minutes afterward His Eminence's carriage crossed M. de Richelieu's at the corner of the Rue de Petit Champs, so suddenly, that it was nearly upset in a deep trench which had been dug for the foundation of a new building. The two noblemen recognized each other. Ha! Prince, said Richelieu, with a smile. Ha! Duke, replied de Rohan, with his fingers upon his lips. And they disappeared in different directions. LXXXII, M. de Richelieu appreciates Nicole. M. de Richelieu drove straight to M. de Taverney's modest hotel in the Rue Coq-Heron. Thanks to the privilege we possess in common with the devil on two sticks, of entering every house, be it ever so carefully locked, we are aware before M. de Richelieu that the Baron was seated before the fireplace, his feet resting upon the immense andirons which supported a smouldering log, and was lecturing Nicole. Sometimes pausing to chuck her under the chin in spite of the rebellious and scornful poutings of the young waiting maid. But whether Nicole would have been satisfied with the caresses without the sermon, or whether she would have preferred the sermon without the caresses, we can give no satisfactory information. The conversation between the master and the servant turned upon the very important point, that at a certain hour of the evening Nicole never came when the bell was rung, that she had always something to do in the garden or in the greenhouse. And that everywhere but in these two places she neglected her business. Nicole, turning backward and forward with a charming and voluptuous grace, replied. So much the worse. I am dying with weariness here. You promised I should go to Trianon with mademoiselle. It was thereupon that the Baron thought it proper in charity to pat her cheeks and chuck her chin, no doubt to distract her thoughts from dwelling on so unpleasant a subject. But Nicole continued in the same vein, and, refusing all consolation, deplored her unhappy lot. Yes, sighed she, I am shut up within 4 horrible walls, I have no company, I have no air. While I had the prospect of a pleasant and fortunate future before me. What prospect? Said the Baron. Trianon, replied Nicole. Trianon, where I should have seen the world, where I should have looked about me, where I should have been looked at. Oh, ho! My little Nicole, said the Baron. Well, sir, I am a woman, and as well worth looking at as another, I suppose. Cordu. How she talks, said the Baron to himself. What fire! What ambition! And he could not help casting a look of admiration at so much youth and beauty. Nicole seemed at times thoughtful and impatient. Come, sir, said she, will you retire to bed, that I may go to mine? One word more, Nicole. All at once the noise of the street bell made Taverney start and Nicole jump. Who can be coming? Said the Baron, at 11:30 at night. Go, child, and see. Nicole hastened to open the door, asked the name of the visitor, and left the street door half open. Through this lucky opening a shadow, which had apparently emerged from the courtyard, glided out, not without making noise enough to attract the attention of the marshal, for it was he who turned and saw the flight. Nicole preceded him, candle in hand, with a beaming look. Oh, ho, said the marshal, smiling and following her into the room, this old rogue of a Taverney only spoke to me of his daughter. The Duke was one of those men who do not require a second glance to see, and see completely. The shadowy figure which he had observed escaping made him think of Nicole, and Nicole of the shadow. When he saw her pretty face he guessed what errand the shadow had come upon, and, judging from her saucy and laughing eyes, her white teeth, and her small waist, he drew a tolerably correct picture of her character and tastes. At the door of the saloon, Nicole, not without a palpitation of the heart, announced. His Lordship, the Duc de Richelieu. This name was destined to cause a sensation that evening. It produced such an effect upon the Baron that he arose from his armchair and walked straight to the door, not being able to believe the evidence of his cars. The Duke, he stammered. Yes, my dear friend, the Duke himself, replied Richelieu, in his most winning voice. Oh! That surprises you after your visit the other day? Well, nevertheless, nothing can be more real. In the meantime, your hand, if you please. My Lord Duke, you overwhelm me. Where have your wits fled to, my dear friend, said the old marshal, giving his hat and cane to Nicole and seating himself comfortably in an armchair, you are getting rusty, Jew dote. You seem no longer to know the world. But yet, Duke, replied Taverney, much agitated, it seems to me that the reception you gave me the other day was so significant that I could not mistake its purport. Hark ye, my old friend, answered Richelieu, the other day you behaved like a schoolboy and I like a pedant. Between us there was only a difference of the ferula. You are going to speak, I will save you the trouble. You might very probably say some foolish things to me, and I might reply in the same vein. Let us leave the other day aside, therefore, and come direct to the present time. Do you know what I have come for this evening? No, certainly. I have come to bring you the company which you asked me for your son the other day, and which the king has granted. Diable! Can you not understand the difference? The day before yesterday I was but a quasi-minister, and to ask a favor was an injustice, but today, when I am simply Richelieu and have refused the portfolio, it would be absurd not to ask. I have therefore asked and obtained, and now I bring it to you. Duke, can this be true? And is this kindness on your part? It is the natural consequence of my duty as your friend. The minister refused, Richelieu asks and gives. Ah, Duke, you enchant me, you are a true friend. Pardieu. But the king, who confers such a favor on me. The king scarcely knows what he has done, or perhaps I am mistaken, and he knows very well. What do you mean? I mean that his majesty has, no doubt, some motive for provoking Madame du Barry just now, and you owe this favor which he bestows upon you more to that motive than to my influence. You think so? I am certain of it, for I am aiding and abetting. You know it is on account of this creature that I refused the portfolio. I was told so, but you did not believe it. Come, say it frankly. Well, I confess that. You always thought me not likely to be troubled by many scruples of conscience, is that it? At least, that I thought you without prejudices. My friend, I am getting old. And I no longer care for pretty faces except when they can be useful to me. And besides, I have some other plans. But, to return to your son, he is a splendid fellow. But on bad terms with that du Barry who was at your house when I had the folly to present myself. I am aware of it, and that is why I am not a minister. Oh. You refused the portfolio in order not to displease my son. If I told you so, you would not believe me. No, that is not the reason. I refused it because the requirements of the du Barrys, which commenced with the exclusion of your son, would have ended in enormities of all kinds. Then you have quarreled with these creatures? Yes and no. They fear me, I despise them, it is tit for tat. It is heroic, but imprudent. Why? The Countess has still some power. Pooh, said Richelieu. How you say that? I say it like a man who feels the weakness of his position, and who, if necessary, would place the minor in a good position to blow up the whole place. I see the true state of the case, you do my son a favor partly to vex the du Barrys. Principally for that reason, and your perspicacity is not at fault. Your son serves me as a grenade, I shall cause an explosion by his means. But, apropos, Baron, have not you also a daughter? Yes. Young, lovely as Venus, and who lives at present at Trianon. Ah. Then, you know her. I have spent the evening in her company, and have conversed about her for a full hour with the king. With the king? Cried Taverney, his cheeks in a flame. The king has spoken of my daughter, of Mademoiselle de Taverney? The king himself, my friend. Do I vex you in telling you this? Vex me? So, certainly not. The king honors me by looking at my daughter, but, the king is immoral, is that what you are going to say? Heaven forbid that I should talk evil of his majesty. He has a right to adopt whatever morals he chooses. Well. What does this astonishment mean, then? Do you pretend to say that Mademoiselle André is not an accomplished beauty, and that therefore the king may not have looked upon her with admiration? Taverney did not reply. He only shrugged his shoulders and fell into a reverie, during which the unrelenting inquisitorial eye of the Duc de Richelieu was still fixed upon him. Well, I guess what you would say. If instead of thinking to yourself, you would speak aloud, continued the old marshal, approaching his chair nearer the baron's. You would say that the king is accustomed to bad society, that he mixes with low company, and that therefore he is not likely to admire this noble girl, so modest in her demeanor and so pure and lofty in her ideas. And is not capable of appreciating the treasures of her grace and beauty. Certainly you are a great man, Duke, you have guessed my thoughts exactly, said Taverney. But confess, Baron, continued Richelieu, that our master should no longer force us gentlemen, peers and companions of the King of France, to kiss the vile, open hand of a creature like du Barry. It is time that he should restore us to our proper position. After having sunk from La Châteauroux, who was a marquise and of a stuff to make duchesses, to La Pompadour, who was the daughter and the wife of a farmer of the public revenue, and from La Pompadour to the Dewberry. Who calls herself simply Jean Tun, may he not fall still further and plunge us into the lowest pitch of degradation. It is humiliating for us, Baron, who wear a coronet on our caps, to bow the head before such trumpery creatures. Oh! You only speak the truth, said Taverney. How evident is it that the court is deserted on account of these new fashions. No queen, no ladies, no courtiers. The king elevates a grisette to the rank of a consort, and the people are upon the throne, represented by Mademoiselle Jean Vaubernier, a seamstress of Paris. It is so, and yet. You see then, Baron, interrupted the Marshal, what a noble career there is open for a woman of mind who should reign over France at present. Without doubt, said Taverney, whose heart was beating fast, but, unluckily, the place is occupied. For a woman, continued the Marshal, who would have the boldness of these creatures without their vice, and who would direct her views and calculations to a loftier aim. For a woman who would advance her fortune so high that she should be talked of when the monarchy itself should no longer exist. Do you know if your daughter has intellect, Baron? Lofty intellect, and above all, good sense. She is very lovely. Is she not? Her beauty is of that soft and charming character which pleases men so much, while her whole being is stamped with that air of candor and virgin purity which imposes respect even upon women. You must take great care of that treasure, my old friend. You speak of her with such fire. I am madly in love with her, and would marry her tomorrow were I 20 instead of 74 years of age. But is she comfortably placed? Has she the luxury which befits such a lovely flower? Only think, Baron, this evening she returned alone to her apartments, without waiting woman or lackey. A servant of the Dauphin carried a lantern before her. That looks more like a servant than a lady of her rank. What can I do, Duke? You know I am not rich. Rich or not, your daughter must at least have a waiting maid. Taverney sighed. I know very well, said he, that she wants one, or at least that she ought to have one. Well. Have you none? The Baron did not reply. Who is that pretty girl you had here just now, continued Richelieu. A fine, spirited-looking girl, I faith. Yes, but, I cannot send her to Trianon. Why not, Baron? On the contrary, she seems to me perfectly suited for the post, she would make a capital femme de chambre. You did not look at her face, then, Duke. 3 did nothing else. You looked at her and did not remark the strange resemblance. To whom? To, guess. Come hither, Nicole. Nicole advanced. Like a true waiting woman, she had been listening at the door. The Duke took her by both hands and looked her steadily in the face, but the impertinent gaze of this great lord and debauchee did not alarm or embarrass her for a moment. Yes, said he, it is true, there is a resemblance. You know to whom, and you see therefore that it is impossible to expose the fortunes of our house to such an awkward trick of fate. Would it be thought agreeable that this little minx of a Nicole should resemble the most illustrious lady in France? Oh, ho, replied Nicole, sharply, and disengaging herself from the Marshal's grasp the better to reply to M. De Taverney, is it so certain that this little minx resembles this illustrious lady so exactly? Has this lady the low shoulder, the quick eye, the round ankle, and the plump arm of the little minx? Nicole was crimson with rage, and therefore ravishingly beautiful. The Duke once more took her pretty hands in his, and with a look full of caresses and promises. Baron, said he, Nicole has certainly not her equal at court, at least, in my opinion. As for the illustrious lady to whom she has, I confess, a slight resemblance, we shall know how to spare her self-love. You have fair hair of a lovely shade, Mademoiselle Nicole, you have eyebrows and a nose of a most imperial form. Well, in 1/4 of an hour employed before the mirror, these imperfections, since the Baron thinks them such, will disappear. Nicole, my child, would you like to be a Trianon? Oh, said Nicole, and her soul full of longing was expressed in this monosyllable. You shall go to Trianon then, my dear, and without prejudicing in any way the fortunes of others. Baron, one word more. Speak, my dear Duke. Go, my pretty child, said Richelieu, and leave us alone a moment. Nicole retired. The Duke approached the Baron. I press you the more to send your daughter a waiting maid, because it will please the king. His Majesty does not like poverty, and pretty faces do not frighten him. Let me alone, I understand what I am about. Nicole shall go to Trianon, if you think it will please the king, replied the Baron, with a meaning smile. Then, if you will allow me, I will bring her with me, she can take advantage of the carriage. But still, her resemblance to the Dauphiness. We must think of that, Duke. I have thought of it. This resemblance will disappear in a quarter of an hour under Raft's hands, I will answer for it. Write a note to your daughter to tell her of what importance it is that she should have a femme de chambre, and that this femme de chambre should be Nicole. You think it important that it should be Nicole? I do. And that no other than Nicole would do? Upon my honor, I think so. Then I will write immediately. And the Baron sat down and wrote a letter which he handed to Richelieu. And the instructions, Duke? I will give them to Nicole. Is she intelligent? The Baron smiled. Then you confide her to me, do you not? Said Richelieu. That is your affair, Duke, you asked me for her, I give her to you, make of her what you like. Mademoiselle, come with me, said the Duke, rising and calling into the corridor, and that quickly. Nicole did not wait to be told twice. Without asking the Baron for his consent, she made up a packet of clothes in 5 minutes, and, light as a bird, she flew downstairs and took her place beside the coachman. Richelieu took leave of his friend, who repeated his thanks for the service he had rendered Philip. Of André not a word was said. It was necessary to do more than speak of her. 92. The Transformation. Nicole was overjoyed. To leave Taverney for Paris was not half so great a triumph as to leave Paris for Trianon. She was so gracious with M. de Richelieu's coachman, that the next morning the reputation of the new femme de chambre was established throughout all the coach houses and antechambers, in any degree aristocratic, of Paris and Versailles. When they arrived at the Hôtel de Hanover, M. de Richelieu took the little waiting maid by the hand and led her to the first story, where M. Raft was waiting his arrival, and writing a multitude of letters, all on his master's account. Amid the various acquirements of the Marshal, War occupied the foremost rank, and Raft had become, at least in theory, such a skilful man of war, that Polybius and the Chevalier de Faubourg, if they had lived at that period, would have esteemed themselves fortunate could they have perused the pamphlets on fortifications and maneuvering, of which Raft wrote one every week. M. Raft was busy revising the plan of attack against the English in the Three-Eyed Mediterranean, when the Marshal entered, and said, Raft, look at this child, will you? Raft looked. Very pretty, said he, with a most significant movement of the lips. Yes, but the likeness, Raft? It is of the likeness I speak. Oh. True. What the deuce? You see it, do you not? It is extraordinary. It will either make or mar her fortune. It will ruin her in the first place, but we shall arrange all that. You observe she has fair hair, Raft, but that will not signify much, will it? It will only be necessary to make it black, my lord, replied Raft, who had acquired the habit of completing his master's thoughts, and sometimes even of thinking entirely for him. Come to my dressing table, child, said the Marshal. This gentleman, who is a very clever man, will make you the handsomest and the least easily recognized waiting maid in France. In fact, 10 minutes afterward, with the assistance of a composition which the Marshal used every week to dye the white hairs beneath his wig black, a piece of coquetry which he often affected to confess by the bedside of some of his acquaintance, Raft had dyed the beautiful auburn hair of Nicole a splendid jet black. Then he passed the end of a pin, blackened in the flame of a candle, over her thick fair eyebrows, and by this means gave such a fantastic look to her joyous countenance, such an ardent and even sombre fire to her bright clear eyes, That one would have said she was some fairy bursting by the power of an incantation from the magic prison in which her enchanter had held her confined. "Now, my sweet child," said Richelieu, after having handed a mirror to the astonished Nicole, "look how charming you are, and how little like the Nicole you were just now. You have no longer a queen to fear, but a fortune to make." "Oh, my lord!" exclaimed the young girl. "Yes, and for that purpose it is only necessary that we understand each other." Nicole blushed and looked down. The cunning one expected, no doubt, some of those flattering words which Richelieu knew so well how to say. The Duke perceived this, and to cut short all misunderstanding, said, "Sit down in this armchair beside Monsieur Raft, my dear child. Open your ears wide, and listen to me. Oh, I do not let Monsieur Raft's presence embarrass you. Do not be afraid, he will, on the contrary, give us his advice. You are listening, are you not?" "Yes, my lord," stammered Nicole, ashamed at having thus been led away by her vanity. The conversation between M. de Richelieu, M. Raft, and Nicole lasted more than an hour, after which the marshal sent the little femme de chambre to sleep with the other waiting maid in the hotel. Raft returned to his military pamphlet, and Richelieu retired to bed, after having looked over the different letters which conveyed to him intelligence of all the acts of the provincial parliaments against him, d'Aiguillon and the Dubarry clique. Early the next day, one of his carriages, without his coat of arms, conducted Nicole to Trianon, set her down at the gate with her little packet, and immediately disappeared. Nicole, with head erect, mind at ease, and hope dancing in her eyes, after having made the necessary inquiries, knocked at the door of the offices. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. André, already up and dressed, was writing to her father to inform him of the happy event of the preceding day, of which M. de Richelieu, as we have already seen, had made himself the messenger. Our readers will not have forgotten that a flight of stone steps led from the garden to the little chapel of Trianon. That on the landing place of this chapel a staircase branched off toward the right to the first story, which contained the apartments of the ladies-in-waiting, which apartments opened off a long corridor, like an alley, looking upon the garden. André's apartment was the first upon the left hand in this corridor. It was tolerably large, well lighted by windows looking upon the stable court, and preceded by a little bedroom with a closet on either side. This apartment, however insufficient, if one considers the ordinary household of the officers of a brilliant court, was yet a charming retreat, very habitable, and very cheerful as an asylum from the noise and bustle of the palace. There an ambitious soul could fly to devour the affronts or the mistakes of the day, and there, too, an humble and melancholy spirit could repose in silence and in solitude, apart from the grandeur of the gay world around. In fact, the stone steps once ascended, and the chapel passed, there no longer existed thither superiority, duty, or display. There reigned the calm of a convent and the personal liberty of prison life. The slave of the palace was a monarch when she had crossed the threshold of her modest dwelling. A gentle yet lofty soul, such as André's, found consolation in this reflection. Not that she flew here to repose after the fatigues of a disappointed ambition, or of unsatisfied longings, but she felt that she could think more at her ease in the narrow bounds of her chamber than in the rich saloons of Trianon, or those marble halls which her feet trod with a timidity amounting almost to terror. From this sequestered nook, where the young girl felt herself so well and so appropriately placed, she could look without emotion on all the splendor which, during the day, had met her dazzled eye. Surrounded by her flowers, her harpsichord, and her German books, such sweet companions to those who read with the heart, André defied fate to inflict on her a single grief or to deprive her of a single joy. "Here," said she, when in the evening, after her duties were over, she returned to throw around her shoulders her dressing gown with its wide folds, and to breathe with all her soul. As with all her lungs, here I possess nearly everything I can hope to possess till my death. I may one day perhaps be richer, but I can never be poorer than I now am. There will always be flowers, music, and a consoling page to cheer the poor recluse." André had obtained permission to breakfast in her own apartment when she felt inclined. This was a precious boon to her, for she could thus remain in her own domicile until 12 o'clock, unless the Dauphiness should command her attendance for some morning reading or some early walk. Thus free, in fine weather, she set out every morning with a book in her hand, and traversed alone the extensive woods which lie between Versailles and Trianon. Then, after a walk of 2 hours, during which she gave full play to meditation and reverie, she returned to breakfast, often without having seen either nobleman or servant, man or livery. When the heat began to pierce through the thick foliage, André had her little chamber so fresh and cool with the double current of air from the door and the window. A small sofa, covered with Indian silk, for chairs to match, a simple yet elegant bed, with a circular top, from which the curtains of the same material as the covering of the furniture fell in deep folds. 2 china vases placed upon the chimney-piece, and a square table with brass feet, composed her little world, whose narrow confines bounded all her hopes and limited all her wishes. André was seated in her apartment, therefore, as we have said, and busily engaged in writing to her father when a little modest knock at the door of the corridor attracted her attention. She raised her head on seeing the door open, and uttered a slight cry of astonishment when the radiant face of Nicole appeared entering from the little antechamber. XXXII, how pleasure to some is despair to others. Good day, mademoiselle, it is I, said Nicole, with a joyous courtesy, which, nevertheless, from the young girl's knowledge of her mistress's character, was not unmixed with anxiety. You! And how do you happen to be here? Replied André, putting down her pen, the better to follow the conversation which was thus commenced. Mademoiselle had forgotten me, so I came. But if I forgot you, mademoiselle, it was because I had my reasons for so doing. Who gave you permission to come? Monsieur, the Baron, of course, mademoiselle, said Nicole, smoothing the handsome black eyebrows which she owed to the generosity of M. Raft, with a very dissatisfied air. My father requires your services in Paris, and I do not require you here at all. You may return, child. Oh, then, mademoiselle does not care. I thought mademoiselle had been more pleased with me. It is well worth while loving, added Nicole, philosophically, to meet with such a return at last. And she did her utmost to bring a tear to her beautiful eyes. There was enough of heart and feeling in this reproach to excite André's compassion. My child, said she, I have attended here already, and I cannot permit myself unnecessarily to increase the household of the Dauphiness by another mouth. Oh! As if this mouth was so large, said Nicole, with a charming smile. No matter, Nicole, your presence here is impossible. On account of this resemblance, said the young girl. Then you have not looked at my face, mademoiselle. In fact, you seem changed. 11 think so. A fine gentleman, he who got the promotion for Monsieur Philip, came to us yesterday, and as he saw the Baron quite melancholy at your being here without a waiting maid, he told him that nothing was easier than to change me from fair to dark. He brought me with him, dressed me as you see, and here I am. André smiled. You must love me very much, said she, since you are determined at all risks to shut yourself up in Trianon, where I am almost a prisoner. Nicole cast a rapid but intelligent glance round the room. The chamber is not very gay, said she, but you are not always in it. I. Of course not, replied André. But you. Well, I. You, who will never enter the saloons of Madame the Dauphiness, you, who will have neither the resources of the theatre, nor the walk, nor the evening circle, but will always remain here, you will die of weariness. Oh! Said Nicole, there is always some little window or other, one can surely see some little glimpse of the gay world without, were it only through the chinks of the door. If a person can see they can also be seen, that is all I require. So do not be uneasy on my account. I repeat, Nicole, that I cannot receive you without express orders from my father. Is that your settled determination? It is. Nicole drew the Baron Taverney's letter from her bosom. There, said she, since my entreaties and my devotion to you have had no effect, let us see if the order contained in this will have more power. André read the letter, which was in the following terms. I am aware, and indeed it is already remarked, my dear André, that you do not occupy the position at Trianon which your rank imperatively requires. You ought to have 2 femmes de chambre and a valet, as I ought to have clearly £20,000 per annum. But as I am satisfied with £1,000, imitate my example, and content yourself with Nicole, who in her own person is worth all the servants you ought to have. Nicole is quick, intelligent, and devoted to you, and will readily adopt the tone and manners of her new locality. Your chief care, indeed, will be not to stimulate her, but to repress her anxiety. Keep her, then. And do not imagine that I am making any sacrifice in depriving myself of her services. In case you should think so, remember that His Majesty, who had the goodness to think of us, remarked on seeing you, this was confided to me by a good friend, that you required a little more attention to your toilet and general appearance. Think of this, it is of great importance. Your affectionate father. This letter threw André into a state of grief and perplexity. She was then to be haunted, even in her new prosperity, by the remembrance of that poverty which she alone did not feel to be a fault, while all around seemed to consider it as a crime. Her first impulse was to break her pen indignantly, to tear the letter she had commenced, and to reply to her father's epistle by some lofty tirade expressive of philosophical self-denial, which Philip would have approved of with all his heart. But she imagined she saw the Baron's satirical smile on reading this chef d'oeuvre, and her resolution vanished. She merely replied to the Baron's order, therefore, by a paragraph annexed to the news of Trianon which she had already written to him according to his request. My father, she added, Nicole has this moment arrived, and I receive her since you wish it, but what you have written on this subject has vexed me. Shall I be less ridiculous with this village girl as waiting maid, than when I was alone amid this wealthy court? Nicole will be unhappy at seeing me humbled, she will be discontented. For servants feel proud or humbled in proportion to the wealth or poverty of their masters. As to His Majesty's remark, my father, permit me to tell you that the king has too much good sense to be displeased at my incapacity to play the grand lady, and, besides, His Majesty has too much heart to have remarked or criticized my poverty without transforming it into a wealth to which your name and services would have had a legitimate claim in the eyes of all. This was André's reply, and it must be confessed that her ingenuous innocence, her noble pride, had an easy triumph over the cunning and corruption of her tempters. André said no more respecting Nicole. She agreed to her remaining, so that the latter, joyous and animated, she well knew why, prepared on the spot a little bed in the cabinet on the right of the antechamber, and made herself as small, as aerial, and as exquisite as possible, in order not to inconvenience her mistress by her presence in this modest retreat. One would have thought she wished to imitate the rose leaf which the Persian sages let fall upon a vase filled with water to show that something could be added without spilling the contents. André set out for Trianon about 1 o'clock. She had never been more quickly or more gracefully attired. Nicole had surpassed herself, politeness, attention, and zeal, nothing had been wanting in her services. When Marie de Taverney was gone, Nicole felt herself mistress of the domicile, and instituted a thorough examination of it. Everything was scrutinized, from the letters to the smallest knick-knack on the toilet table, from the mantelpiece to the most secret corners of the closets. Then she looked out of the windows to take a survey of the neighborhood. Below her was a large courtyard, in which several hostlers were dressing and currying the splendid horses of the Dauphiness. Hostlers? Pshaw! Nicole turned away her head. On the right was a row of windows on the same story as those of André's apartment. Several heads appeared at these windows, apparently those of chambermaids and floor scrubbers. Nicole disdainfully proceeded in her examination. On the opposite side, in a large apartment, some music teachers were drilling a class of choristers and instrumentalists for the Mass of St. Louis. Without ceasing her dusting operations, Nicole commenced to sing after her own fashion, thus distracting the attention of the masters, and causing the choristers to sing false. But this pastime could not long satisfy MLLE Nicole's ambition. When the masters and the singers had quarreled, and been mystified sufficiently, the little waiting maid proceeded to the inspection of the higher story. All the windows were closed, and moreover they were only attics, so Nicole continued her dusting. But a moment afterward, one of these attic windows was opened without her being able to discover by what mechanism, for no one appeared. Some person, however, must have opened this window. This some person must have seen Nicole and yet not have remained to look at her, thereby proving himself a most impertinent some person. At least such was Nicole's opinion. But she, who examined everything so conscientiously, could not avoid examining the features of this impertinent. And she therefore returned every moment from her different avocations to the window to give a glance at this attic, that is, at this open eye from which the eyeball was so obstinately absent. Once she imagined that the person fled as she approached, but this was incredible, and she did not believe it. On another occasion she was almost certain of the fact, having seen the back of the fugitive, surprised, no doubt, by a prompter return than he had anticipated. Then Nicole had recourse to stratagem. She concealed herself behind the curtain, leaving the window wide open to drown all suspicion. She waited a long time, but at last a head of black hair made its appearance. Then came two timid hands, which supported, buttress-like, a body bending over cautiously, and finally, a face showed itself distinctly at the window. Nicole almost fell, and grasped the curtain so tightly, in her surprise, that it shook from top to bottom. It was M. Gilbert's face, which was looking at her from this lofty attic. But the moment Gilbert saw the curtain move, he comprehended the trick, and appeared no more. To mend the matter, the attic window was closed. No doubt Gilbert had seen Nicole. He had been astonished, and had wished to convince himself of the presence of his enemy, and when he found himself discovered instead, he had fled in agitation and in anger. At least Nicole interpreted the scene thus, and she was right, for this was the exact state of the case. In fact, Gilbert would rather have seen his satanic majesty in person than Nicole. The arrival of this spy caused him 1,000 terrors. He felt an old leaven of jealousy against her, for she knew his secret of the garden in the Rue Coq-Héron. Gilbert had fled in agitation, but not in agitation alone, but also in anger, and biting his nails with rage. "Of what use now is my foolish discovery of which I was so proud," said he to himself. "Even if Nicole had a lover in Paris, the evil is done, and she will not be sent away from this on that account. But if she tells what I did in the Rue Coq-Héron, I shall be dismissed from Trianon. It is not I who govern Nicole, it is she who governs me. Oh, fury!" And Gilbert's inordinate self-love, serving as a stimulant to his hatred, made his blood boil with frightful violence. It seemed to him that Nicole in entering that apartment had chased from it, with a diabolical smile, all the happy dreams which Gilbert from his garret had wafted thither every night along with his vows, his ardent love, and his flowers. Had Gilbert been too much occupied to think of Nicole before, or had he banished the subject from his thoughts on account of the terror with which it inspired him? We cannot determine. But this we do know, at least, that Nicole's appearance was a most disagreeable surprise for him. He saw plainly that, sooner or later, war would be declared between them. But as Gilbert was prudent and politic, he did not wish the war to commence until he felt himself strong enough to make it energetic and effective. With this intention he determined to counterfeit death until chance should present him with a favorable opportunity of reviving, or until Nicole, from weakness or necessity, should venture on some step which would deprive her of her present vantage ground. Therefore, all eye, all ear, where André was concerned, but at the same time ceaselessly vigilant, he continued to make himself acquainted with the state of affairs in the first apartment of the corridor, without Nicole's ever having once met him in the gardens. Unluckily for Nicole, she was not irreproachable, and even had she been so for the present, there was always one stumbling block in the past over which she could be made to fall. At the end of a week's ceaseless watching, morning, noon, and night, Gilbert at last saw through the bars of his window a plume which he fancied he recognized. The plume was a source of constant agitation to Nicole, for it belonged to M. Beausire, who, following the rest of the court, had emigrated from Paris to Trianon. For a long time Nicole was cruel, for a long time she left Beausire to shiver in the cold, and melt in the sun, and her prudence drove Gilbert to despair. But one fine morning, when Beausire had, doubtless, overleaped the barrier of mimic eloquence, and found an opportunity of bringing persuasive words to his aid, Nicole profited by André's absence to descend to the courtyard and join Beausire, who was assisting his friend, the superintendent of the stables, to train a little Shetland pony. From the court they passed into the garden, and from thence into the shady avenue which leads to Versailles. Gilbert followed the amorous couple with the ferocious joy of a tiger who scents his prey. He counted their steps, their sighs, learned by heart all he heard of their conversation, and it may be presumed that the result pleased him, for the next day, freed from all embarrassment, he displayed himself openly at his attic window, humming a song and looking quite at ease, and so far from fearing to be seen by Nicole, that, on the contrary, he seemed to brave her look. Nicole was mending an embroidered silken mitten belonging to her mistress. She heard the song, raised her head, and saw Gilbert. The first evidence she gave of his presence was a contemptuous pouting, which bordered on the bitter, and breathed of hostility at a league's distance. But Gilbert sustained this look with such a singular smile, and there was such provoking intelligence in his air and in his manner of singing, that Nicole looked down and blushed. "She understands me," thought Gilbert, "that is all I wished." On subsequent occasions Gilbert continued the same behavior, and it was now Nicole's turn to tremble. She went so far as to long for an interview with him, in order to free her heart from the load with which the satirical looks of the young gardener had burdened it. Gilbert saw that she sought him. He could not misunderstand the short dry coughs which sounded near the window whenever Nicole knew him to be in his attic, nor the goings and comings of the young girl in the corridor when she supposed he might be ascending or descending the stairs. For a short time he was very proud of this triumph, which he attributed entirely to his strength of character and wise precautions. Nicole watched him so well that once she spied him as he mounted to his attic. She called him, but he did not reply. Prompted either by curiosity or fear, Nicole went still further. One evening she took off her pretty little high-heeled slippers, a present from André, and with a trembling and hurried step she ventured into the corridor at the end of which she saw Gilbert's door. There was still sufficient daylight to enable Gilbert, aware of Nicole's approach, to see her distinctly through the joining or, rather, through the crevices of the panels. She knocked at the door, knowing well that he was in his room, but Gilbert did not reply. It was, nevertheless, a dangerous temptation for him. He could at his ease humble her who thus came to entreat his pardon, and prompted by this thought he had already raised his hand to draw the bolt which, with his habitual precaution and vigilance, he had fastened to avoid surprise. But no, thought he, no. She is all calculation, it is from fear or interest alone that she comes to seek me. She therefore hopes to gain something by her visit, but if so, what may I not lose? And with this reasoning he let his hand fall again by his side. Nicole, after having knocked at the door 2 or 3 times, retired, frowning. Gilbert therefore kept all his advantages, and Nicole had only to redouble her cunning in order not to lose hers entirely. At last all these projects and counter-projects reduced themselves to this dialogue, which took place between the belligerent parties one evening at the chapel door, where chance had brought them together. "Ha! Good evening, Monsieur Gilbert, you are here, then, are you? Oh! Good evening, Mademoiselle Nicole, you are at Trianon? As you see, waiting maid to Mademoiselle. And I am assistant gardener." Then Nicole made a deep courtesy to Gilbert, who returned her a most courtly bow, and they separated. Gilbert ascended to his attic as if he had been on his way thither, and Nicole left the offices and proceeded on her errand. But Gilbert glided down again stealthily, and followed the young femme de chambre, calculating that she was going to meet Beausire. A man was indeed waiting for her beneath the shadows of the alley. Nicole approached him. It was too dark for Gilbert to recognize Beausire, and the absence of the plume puzzled him so much that he let Nicole return to her domicile, and followed the man as far as the gate of Trianon. It was not Beausire, but a man of a certain age, or rather certainly aged, with a distinguished air and a brisk gait notwithstanding his advanced years. When he approached, Gilbert, who carried his assurance so far as almost to brush past him, recognized M. de Richelieu. "Peste," said he, "first an officer, now a marshal of France. Mademoiselle Nicole ascends in the scale." 94. The Parliaments. While all these minor intrigues, hatched and brought to light beneath the linden trees, and amid the alleys of Trianon, formed a sufficiently animated existence for the insects of this little world. The great intrigues of the town, like threatening tempests, spread their vast wings over the palace of Themis, as M. Jean Dubarry wrote in mythological parlance to his sister. The parliaments, those degenerate remains of the ancient French opposition, had taken breath beneath the capricious government of Louis XV, but since their protector, M. de Choiseul, had fallen, they felt the approach of danger, and they prepared to meet it by measures as energetic as their circumstances would permit. Every general commotion is kindled at first by some personal quarrel, as the pitched battles of armies commence by skirmishes of outposts. Since M. de la Calatais had attacked M. d'Aiguillon, and in doing so had personified the struggle of the tiers-état with the feudal lords, the public mind had taken possession of the question, and would not permit it to be deferred or displaced. Now the king, whom the Parliament of Brittany and of all France had deluged with floods of petitions, more or less submissive and foolish, the king, thanks to Madame Dubarry, had just given his countenance to the feudal against the tiers party by nominating M. d'Aiguillon to the command of his light horse. M. Jean Dubarry had described it very correctly. It was a smart fillip to the dear and trusty councillors, sitting in High Court of Parliament. How would the blow be taken? Town and court would ask itself this question every morning at sunrise. But members of Parliament are clever people, and where others are much embarrassed they see clearly. They began with agreeing among themselves as to the application and result of this blow, after which they adopted the following resolution. When it had been clearly ascertained that the blow had been given and received, the Court of Parliament will deliberate upon the conduct of the ex-governor of Brittany, and give its opinion thereon. But the king parried the blow by sending a message to the peers and princes, forbidding them to repair to the palace, or to be present at any deliberation which might take place concerning M. d'Aiguillon. They obeyed to the letter. Then the Parliament, determined to do its business itself, passes a decree, in which, after declaring that the Duc d'Aiguillon was seriously inculpated and tainted with suspicion, even on matters which touched his honor, it proclaimed that that peer was suspended from the functions of the peerage, until, by a judgment given in the Court of Peers, which the forms and solemnities prescribed by the laws and customs of the kingdom, the place of which nothing can supply, he had fully cleared himself from the accusations and suspicions now resting on his honor. But such a decree, passed merely in the Court of Parliament before those interested, and inscribed in these reports, was nothing. Public notoriety was wanting, and above all that uproar which song alone ventures to raise in France, and which makes song the sovereign controller of events and rulers. This decree of Parliament must be heightened and strengthened by the power of song. Paris desired nothing better than to take part in this commotion. Little disposed to view either court or Parliament with favor, Paris in its ceaseless movement was waiting for some good subject for a laugh, as a transition from all the causes for tears which had been furnished it for centuries. The decree was therefore properly and duly passed, and the Parliament appointed commissioners who were to have it printed under their own eyes. 10,000 copies of the decree were to be struck off, and the distribution organized without delay. Then, as it was one of their rules that the person interested should be informed of what the court had done respecting him, the same commissioner proceeded to the hotel of the Duc d'Aiguillon, who had just arrived in Paris for an important interview, no less indeed than to have a clear and open explanation, which had become necessary between the Duke and his uncle, the Marshal. Thanks to Raft, all Versailles had been informed within an hour of the noble resistance of the old Duke to the King's orders touching the portfolio of M. de Choiseul. Thanks to Versailles, all Paris and all France had learned the same news. So that Richelieu had found himself for some time past on the summit of popularity, from which he made political grimaces at Madame du Barry and his dear nephew. The position was unfavorable for M. d'Aiguillon, who was already so unpopular. The Marshal, hated, but at the same time feared by the people, because he was the living type of that nobility which was so respected and so respectable under Louis XV. The Marshal so protean in his character, that after having chosen a part, he was able to withdraw from it without difficulty when circumstances required it, or when a bon mot might be the result. Richelieu, we repeat, was a dangerous enemy. The more so as the worst part of his enmity was always that which he concealed, in order, as he said, to create a surprise. The Duc d'Aiguillon, since his interview with Madame du Barry, had two flaws in his coat of mail. Suspecting how much anger and thirst for revenge Richelieu concealed under the apparent equality of his temper, he acted as mariners do in certain cases of difficulty, he burst the waterspout with his cannon. Assured that the danger would be less if it were faced boldly. He set about looking everywhere for his uncle therefore, in order to have a serious conversation with him, but nothing was more difficult to accomplish than this step, since the Marshal had discovered his wish. Marches and countermarches commenced. When the Marshal saw his nephew at a distance, he sent him a smile, and immediately surrounded himself by people who rendered all communication impossible, thus putting the enemy at defiance as from an impregnable fort. The Duc d'Aiguillon burst the waterspout. He simply presented himself at his uncle's hotel at Versailles. But Raft, from his post at the little window of the hotel looking upon the court, recognized the liveries of the Duke, and warned his master. The Duke entered the Marshal's bedroom, where he found Raft alone, who, with a most confidential smile, was so indiscreet as to inform the nephew that his uncle had not slept at home that night. M. d'Aiguillon bit his lips and retired. When he returned to his hotel, he wrote to the Marshal to request an audience. The Marshal could not refuse to reply. If he replied, he could not refuse an audience, and if he granted the audience, how could he refuse a full explanation? Si. D'Aiguillon resembled too much those polite and engaging duelists who hide their evil designs under a fascinating and graceful exterior, lead their man upon the ground with bows and reverences, and there put him to death without pity. The Marshal's self-love was not so powerful as to mislead him, he knew his nephew's power. Once in his presence, his opponent would force from him thither a pardon or a concession. Now, Richelieu never pardoned any one, and concessions to an enemy are always a dangerous fault in politics. Therefore, on receipt of M. d'Aiguillon's letter, he pretended to have left Paris for several days. Raft, whom he consulted upon this point, gave him the following advice. We are on a fair way to ruin Monsieur d'Aiguillon. Our friends of the Parliament will do the work. If Monsieur d'Aiguillon, who suspects this, can lay his hand upon you before the explosion, he will force from you a promise to assist him in case of misfortune. For your resentment is of that kind that you cannot openly gratify it at the expense of your family interest. If, on the contrary, you refuse, Monsieur d'Aiguillon will leave you knowing you to be his enemy and attributing all his misfortunes to you. And he will go away comforted, as people always are when they have found out the cause of their complaint, even although the complaint itself be not removed. That is quite true, replied Richelieu, but I cannot conceal myself forever. How many days will it be before the explosion takes place? 6 days, my lord. Are you sure? Raft drew from his pocket a letter from a councillor of the Parliament. This letter contained only the two following lines. It has been decided that the decree shall be passed. It will take place on Thursday, the final day fixed on by the company. Then the affair is very simple, replied the Marshal. Send the Duke back his letter with a note from your own hand. My Lord Duke, you have doubtless heard of the departure of my Lord Marshal IV. This change of air has been judged indispensable by the Marshal's physician, who thinks him rather overworked. If, as I believe is the case, after what you did me the honor to tell me the other day, you wish to have an interview with my lord, I can assure you that on Thursday evening next, the Duke, on his return from will sleep in his hotel in Paris, where you will certainly find him. And now, added the Marshal, hide me somewhere until Thursday. Raft punctually fulfilled these instructions, the letter was written and sent, the hiding place was found. Only one evening Richelieu, who began to feel very much wearied, slipped out and proceeded to Trianon to speak to Nicole. He risked nothing, or thought he risked nothing, by this step, knowing the Duc d'Aiguillon to be at the pavilion of Lucien's. The result of this maneuver was, that even if M. d'Aiguillon suspected something, he could not foresee the blow which menaced him until he had actually met his enemy's sword. The delay until Thursday satisfied him. On that day he left Versailles with the hope of at last meeting and combating this impalpable antagonist. This Thursday was, as we have said, the day on which Parliament was to proclaim its decree. An agitation, low and muttering as yet, but perfectly intelligible to the Parisians, who know so well the level of these popular waves, reigned in the wide streets through which M. d'Aiguillon's carriage passed. No notice was taken of him, for he had observed the precaution of coming in a carriage without a coat of arms or other heraldic distinctions. Here and there he saw busy-looking crowds, who were showing one another some paper which they read with many gesticulations, and collecting in noisy groups, like ants round a piece of sugar fallen to the ground. But this was the period of inoffensive agitation. The people were then in the habit of congregating together in this manner for a corn tax, for an article in the Gazette de Holland, for a verse of Voltaire's, or for a song against Dubarry or Maupeou. M. d'Aiguillon drove straight to M. de Richelieu's hotel. He found there only Raft. The marshal, the secretary said, was expected every moment. Some delay at the post must have detained him at the barrier. M. d'Aiguillon proposed waiting, not without expressing some impatience to Raft, for he took this excuse as a new defeat. His ill humor increased, however, when Raft told him that the marshal would be in despair on his return to find that M. d'Aiguillon had been kept waiting, that besides, he was not to sleep in Paris as he had at first intended, and that, most probably, he would not return from the country alone, and would just call in passing at his hotel to see if there was any news. That therefore M. d'Aiguillon would be wiser to return to his house, where the marshal would call as he passed. "Listen, Raft," said d'Aiguillon, who had become more gloomy during this mysterious reply. "You are my uncle's conscience, and I trust you will answer me as an honest man. I am played upon, am I not, and the marshal does not wish to see me? Do not interrupt me, Raft, you have been a valuable counselor to me, and I might have been, and can yet be, a good friend to you. Must I return to Versailles? My Lord Duke, I assure you, upon my honor, you will receive a visit at your own house from the marshal in less than an hour. Then I can as well wait here, since he will come this way. I have had the honor of informing you that he will probably not be alone. I understand. I have your word, Raft." At these words the Duke retired deep in thought, but with an air as noble and graceful as the marshal's was the reverse, when after his nephew's departure, he emerged from a closet through the glass door of which he had been peeping. The marshal smiled like one of those hideous demons which Cowlot has introduced in his Temptations. "He suspects nothing, Raft," said he. "Nothing, my lord." "What hour is it?" "The hour has nothing to do with the matter, my lord. You must wait until our little procureur of the Châtelet makes his appearance. The commissioners are still at the printers." Raft had scarcely finished, when a footman opened a secret door, and introduced a personage, very ugly, very greasy, very black, one of these living pens for which M. Dubarry professed such a profound antipathy. Raft pushed the marshal into a closet, and hastened, smiling, to meet this man. "Ah! It is you, Monsieur Flaget," said he. "I am delighted to see you. Your servant, Monsieur Raft. Well, the business is done. Is it printed? 5,000 are struck off. The first proofs are already scattered over the town, the others are drying. What a misfortune, my dear Monsieur Flaget. What a blow to the marshal's family." M. Flaget, to avoid the necessity of answering, that is, of telling a lie, drew a large silver box from his pocket and slowly inhaled a pinch of Scotch snuff. "Well, what is to be done now?" asked Raft. The forms, my dear sir, the forms. The commissioners, now that they are sure of the printing and the distribution, will immediately enter their carriages, which are waiting at the door of the printing office, and proceed to make known the decree to Monsieur the Duc d'Aiguillon. Who happens, luckily, I mean unfortunately, Monsieur Raft, to be in his hotel in Paris, where they can have an interview with him in person. Raft hastily seized an enormous bag of legal documents from a shelf, which he gave to M. Flaget, saying, "These are the suits which I mentioned to you, sir. The Marshal has the greatest confidence in your ability, and leaves this affair, which ought to prove most remunerative, entirely in your hands. I have to thank you for your good offices in this deplorable conflict of Monsieur d'Aiguillon with the all-powerful Parliament of Paris, and also you for your very valuable advice." And he gently, but with some haste, pushed M. Flaget, delighted with the weight of his burden, toward the door of the antechamber. Then releasing the Marshal from his prison. "Quick, my lord, to your carriage. You have no time to lose if you wish to be present at the scene. Take care that your horses go more quickly than those of the commissioners." 95. In which it is shown that the path of a minister is not always strewn with roses. The Marshal de Richelieu's horses did go more quickly than those of the commissioners, for the Marshal entered first into the courtyard of the Hôtel d'Aiguillon. The Duke did not expect his uncle, and was preparing to return to Lucien's to inform Madame Dubarry that the enemy had been unmasked, when the announcement of the Marshal's arrival roused his discouraged mind from its torpor. The Duke hastened to meet his uncle, and took both his hands in his with a warmth of affection proportionate to the fear he had experienced. The Marshal was as affectionate as the Duke, the tableau was touching. The Duc d'Aiguillon, however, was manifestly endeavoring to hasten the period of explanation, while the Marshal, on the contrary, delayed it as much as possible, by looking at the pictures, the bronzes, or the tapestry, and complaining of dreadful fatigue. The Duke cut off the Marshal's retreat, imprisoned him in an armchair, as M. de Villars imprisoned the Prince Eugene in Marchiennes, and commenced the attack. "Uncle," said he, "is it true that you, the most discriminating man in France, have judged so ill of me as to think that my self-seeking did not extend to us both?" There was no longer room for retreat. Richelieu decided on his plan of action. "What do you mean by that?" replied he, "and in what do you perceive that I judged unfavorably of you or the reverse, my dear nephew?" "Uncle, you are offended with me. But for what, and how?" "Oh! These loopholes, my Lord Marshal, will not serve you. In one word, you avoid me when I need your assistance." "Upon my honor, I do not understand you." "I will explain, then. The king refused to nominate you for his minister, and because I, on my part, accepted the command of the light horse, you imagine that I have deserted and betrayed you. That dear countess, too, who loves you so well." Here Richelieu listened eagerly, but not to his nephew's words alone. "You say she loves me well, this dear countess," he added. "And I can prove it. But, my dear fellow, I never doubted it. I sent for you to assist me to push the wheel. You are younger, and therefore stronger than I am. You succeed, I fail. That is in the natural course of things, and, on my faith, I cannot imagine why you have all these scruples. If you have acted for my interest you will be 100-fold repaid, if against me, well. I shall only return the fisticuff. Does that require explanation?" "In truth, uncle. You are a child, Duke. Your position is magnificent. A peer of France, a duke, commander of the light horse, minister in 6 weeks, you ought to be beyond the influence of all feudal intrigues. Success absolves, my dear child. Suppose, I like apologues, suppose that we are the 2 mules in the fable. But what noise is that?" "Nothing, my dear uncle, proceed." "There is something, I hear a carriage in the courtyard. Do not let it interrupt you, uncle, pray. Your conversation interests me extremely. I like apologues too. Well, my friend, I was going to say that when you are prosperous, you will never meet with reproaches, nor need you fear the spite of the envious. But if you limp, if you fall, diable. You must take care, then it is that the wolf will attack you. But you see I was right, there is a noise in the antechamber, it is the portfolio which they are bringing you, no doubt. The little countess must have exerted herself for you. The usher entered. Messrs the commissioners of the Parliament, said he, uneasily. Ha! Exclaimed Richelieu. The commissioners of Parliament here? What do they want with me? Replied the Duke, not at all reassured by his uncle's smile. In the king's name, cried a sonorous voice at the end of the antechamber. Oh, ho, cried Richelieu. M. d'Aiguillon turned very pale. He rose, however, and advanced to the threshold of the apartment to introduce the two commissioners, behind whom were stationed two motionless ushers, and in the distance a host of alarmed footmen. What is your errand here? Asked the Duke, in a trembling voice. Have we the honor of speaking to the Duc d'Aiguillon, said one of the commissioners. I am the Duc d'Aiguillon, gentlemen. The commissioner, bowing profoundly, drew from his belt the act in proper form, and read it in a loud and distinct voice. It was the decree, detailed, complete, and circumstantial, which declared d'Aiguillon gravely arraigned and prejudiced by suspicions even regarding matters which affected his honor, and suspended him from his functions as peer of the realm. The Duke listened to the reading like a man thunderstruck. He stood motionless as a statue on its pedestal, and did not even hold out his hand to take the copy of the decree which the commissioners of the Parliament offered him. It was the Marshal who, also standing, but alert and nimble, took the paper, read it, and returned the bow of Messrs the commissioners. They were already at some distance from the mansion, before the Duc d'Aiguillon recovered from his stupor. This is a severe blow, said Richelieu, you are no longer a peer of France, it is humiliating. The Duke turned to his uncle as if he had only at that moment recovered the power of life and thought. You did not expect it? Asked Richelieu, in the same tone. And you, uncle, rejoined d'Aiguillon. How do you imagine anyone could suspect that the Parliament would strike so bold a blow at the favored courtier of the king and his favorite? These people will ruin themselves. The Duke sat down, and leaned his burning cheek on his hand. But if, continued the old Marshal, forcing the dagger deeper into the wound, if the Parliament degrades you from the peerage because you are nominated to the command of the light horse, they will decree you a prisoner and condemn you to the stake. When you are appointed minister. These people hate you, d'Aiguillon, do not trust them. The Duke bore this cruel irony with the fortitude of a hero, his misfortune raised and strengthened his mind. Richelieu thought this fortitude was only insensibility, or want of comprehension, perhaps, and that the wound had not been deep enough. Being no longer a peer, said he, you will be less exposed to the hatred of these lawyers. Take refuge in a few years of obscurity. Besides, look you, this obscurity, which will be your safeguard, will come without your seeking it. Deprived of your functions of peer, you will have more difficulty in reaching the ministry, and may perhaps escape the business altogether. But if you will struggle, my dear fellow, why, you have Madame du Barry on your side. She loves you, and she is a powerful support. M. d'Aiguillon rose. He did not even cast an angry look upon the Marshal in return for all the suffering the old man had inflicted upon him. You are right, uncle, he replied, calmly, and your wisdom is shown in this last advice. The Countess du Barry, whom you had the goodness to present to me, and to whom you spoke so favorably of me, and with so much zeal, that every one at LXXXIX can bear witness to it, Madame du Barry will defend me. Thanks to heaven, she likes me. She is brave, and exerts an all-powerful influence over the mind of the king. Thanks, uncle, for your advice, I fly thither as to a haven of safety. My horse is Bourguignon, to LXXXIX. The Marshal remained in the middle of an unfinished smile. M. d'Aiguillon bowed respectfully to his uncle and quitted the apartment, leaving the Marshal very much perplexed, and, above all, very much confused at the eagerness with which he had attacked this noble and feeling victim. There was some consolation for the old Marshal in the mad joy of the Parisians when they read in the evening the 10,000 copies of the decree which was scrambled for in the streets. But he could not help sighing when Raft asked for an account of the evening. Nevertheless, he told it without concealing anything. Then the blow is parried, said the secretary. Yes and no, Raft. But the wound is not mortal, and we have at Tryon something better which I reproach myself for not having made my sole care. We have started 2 hares, Raft, it was very foolish. Why, if you seized the best, replied Raft. Oh, my friend, remember that the best is always the one we have not taken, and we would invariably give the one we hold for the one which has escaped. Raft shrugged his shoulders, and yet de Richelieu was in the right. You think, said he, that Monsieur d'Aiguillon will escape? Do you think the king will, simpleton? Oh. The king finds an opening everywhere, but this matter does not concern the king, that I know of. Where the king can pass, Madame du Barry will pass, as she holds fast by his skirts. Where Madame du Barry has passed, d'Aiguillon will pass also, but you understand nothing of politics, Raft. My lord, Monsieur Flaget is not of your opinion. Well, what does this Monsieur Flaget say? But the first of all, tell me what he is. He is a procureur. Sir. Well. Well. Monsieur Flaget thinks that the king cannot get out of this matter. Oh, ho. And who will stop the lion? Faith, sir, the rat. And you believe him? I always believe a procureur who promises to do evil. We shall see what means Monsieur Flaget means to employ, Raft. That is what I say, my lord. Come to supper, then, that I may get to bed. It has quite upset me to see that my poor nephew is no longer a peer of France, and will not be minister. I am an uncle, Raft, after all. De Richelieu sighed, and then commenced to laugh. You have every quality, however, requisite for a minister, replied Raft. 96. D'Aiguillon takes his revenge. The morning succeeding the day on which the terrible decree had thrown Paris and Versailles into an uproar, when every one was anxiously awaiting the result of Tin's decree, the Duc de Richelieu, who had returned to Versailles, and had resumed his regularly irregular life, saw Raft enter his apartment with a letter in his hand. The secretary scrutinized and weighed this letter with such an appearance of anxiety, that his emotion quickly communicated itself to his master. What is the matter now? Asked the marshal. Something not very agreeable, I presume, my lord, and which is enclosed in this letter. Why do you imagine so? Because the letter is from the Duc d'Aiguillon. Ha, said the duke, from my nephew? Yes, my lord marshal. After the king's council broke up, an usher of the chamber called on me and handed me this paper for you. I have been turning it over and over for the last 10 minutes, and I cannot help suspecting that it contains some evil tidings. The duke held out his hand. Give it me, said he, I am brave. I warn you, interrupted Raft, that when the usher gave me the paper he chuckled outrageously. Diable! That bodes ill, replied the marshal, but give it me, nevertheless. And he added, Monsieur d'Aiguillon wishes the marshal to have this immediately. Pain. Thou shalt not make me say that thou art an evil, said the marshal, breaking the seal with a firm hand. And he read it. Ha! You change countenance, said Raft, standing with his hands crossed behind him, in an attitude of observation. Is it possible, exclaimed Richelieu, continuing to read. It seems, then, that it is serious. You look quite delighted. Of course, I see that I was not mistaken. The marshal read on. The king is good, said he, after a moment's pause. He appoints Monsieur d'Aiguillon minister. Better than that. Oh. What, then? Read and ponder. Raft, in his turn, read the note. It was in the handwriting of d'Aiguillon, and was couched in the following terms. My dear uncle, your good advice has borne its fruit. I confided my wrongs to that excellent friend of our house, the Countess Dubarry, who has deigned to lay them at his Majesty's feet. The king is indignant at the violence with which the gentlemen of the Parliament pursue me, and in consideration of the services I have so faithfully rendered him, His Majesty, in this morning's council, has annulled the decree of Parliament, and has commanded me to continue my functions as peer of France. Knowing the pleasure this news will cause you, my dear uncle, I send you the tenor of the decision, which His Majesty in council came to today. I have had it copied by a secretary, and you have the announcement before anyone else. Deign to believe in my affectionate respect, my dear uncle, and continue to bestow on me your goodwill and advice. Signed, Duc d'Aiguillon. He mocks at me into the bargain, cried Richelieu. Faith, I think so, my lord. The king throws himself into the hornet's nest. You would not believe me yesterday when I told you so. I did not say he would not throw himself into it, Raft, I said he would contrive to get out of it. Now you see he does get out of it. The fact is, the Parliament is beaten. And I also. For the present, yes. Forever. Yesterday I foresaw it, and you consoled me so well, that some misfortune could not fail to ensue. My lord, you despair a little too soon, I think. Master Raft, you are a fool. I am beaten, and I must pay the stake. You do fully comprehend, perhaps, how disagreeable it is to me to be the laughing-stock of Luciennes. At this moment, the Duke is mocking me in company with Madame du Barry. Mademoiselle Chan and Monsieur Jean are roaring themselves hoarse at my expense, while the little negro ceases to stuff himself with sweetmeats to make game of me. Parbleu! I have a tolerably good temper, but all this makes me furious. Furious, my lord. I have said it, furious. Then you have done what you should not have done, said Raft, philosophically. You urged me on, Master Secretary. Yes, you. Why, what is it to me whether Monsieur d'Aiguillon is a peer of France or not, I ask you, my lord. Your nephew does me no injury, I think. Master Raft, you are impertinent. You have been telling me so for the last 49 years, my lord. Well, I shall repeat it again. Not for 49 years more, that is one comfort. Raft, is this the way you care for my interests? The interests of your little passions? No, my lord Duke, never. Man of genius as you are, you sometimes commit follies which I could not forgive even in an understrapper like myself. Explain yourself, Raft, and if I am wrong, I will confess it. Yesterday you thirsted for vengeance, did you not? You wished to behold the humiliation of your nephew, you wished, as it were, to be the bearer of the decree of Parliament. And gloat over the tremblings and palpitations of your victim, as Monsieur Crebillon the younger says. Well, my lord Marshal, such sights as these must be well paid for, such pleasures cost dear. You are rich, pay, my lord Marshal. What would you have done in my place, then, oh, most skilful of tacticians? Come, let me see. Nothing. I would have waited without giving any sign of life. But you itched to oppose the Parliament to the du Barry, from the moment she found that Monsieur d'Aiguillon was a younger man than yourself. A groan was the Marshal's only reply. Well, continued Raft, the Parliament was tolerably well prompted by you before it did what it has done. The decree once passed, you should have offered your services to your nephew, who would have suspected nothing. That is all well and good, and I admit that I did wrong, but you should have warned me. I hinder any evil. You take me for someone else, my lord Marshal. You repeat to everyone that comes that I am your creature, that you have trained me, and yet you would have me not delighted when I see a folly committed or a misfortune approaching. Fy. Then a misfortune will happen, Master Sorcerer. Certainly. What misfortune? You will quarrel, and Monsieur d'Aiguillon will become the link between the Parliament and Madame du Barry, then he will be minister, and you exiled, or at the Bastille. The Marshal in his anger upset the contents of his snuff-box upon the carpet. In the Bastille, said he, shrugging his shoulders, is Louis XV, think you, Louis XIV? No, but Madame du Barry, supported by Monsieur d'Aiguillon, is quite equal to Madame Maintenon. Take care, I do not know any princess in the present day who would bring you bonbons and eggs. These are melancholy prognostics, replied the Marshal, after a long silence. You read the future, but what of the present, if you please? My Lord Marshal is too wise for me to give him advice. Come, Master Wittypoté, are you, too, not mocking me? I beg you to remark, my Lord Marshal, that you confound dates. A man is never called a Wittypoté after 40, now I am 67. No matter, assist me out of this scrape, and quickly, too, quickly. Buy an advice? Buy anything you please. The time has not come yet. Now you are certainly jesting. Would to heaven I were. When I jest the subject shall be a jesting matter, and unfortunately this is not. What do you mean by saying that it is not time? No, my lord, it is not time. If the announcement of the king's decree were known in Paris beforehand, I would not say, shall we send a courier to the President, de Liger? That they may laugh at us all the sooner. What ridiculous self-love, my Lord Marshal. You would make a saint lose patience. Stay, let me finish my plan of a descent on England, and you can finish drowning yourself in your portfolio intrigue, since the business is already half done. The Marshal was accustomed to these sullen humours of his secretary. He knew that when his melancholy had once declared itself, he was dangerous to touch unloved fingers. Come, said he, do not pout at me, and if I did not understand, explain yourself. Then my lord wishes me to trace out a line of conduct for him. Certainly, since you think I cannot conduct myself. Well, then, listen. I am all attention. You must send by a trusty messenger to Monsieur de Liger, said Raft, abruptly, the Duc d'Aiguillon's letter, and also the decree of the king in council. You must then wait till the Parliament has met and deliberated upon it, which will take place immediately, whereupon you must order your carriage, and pay a little visit to your procureur, Monsieur Flaget. Eh? Said Richelieu, whom this name made start as it had done on the previous day, Monsieur Flaget again. What the deuce has Monsieur Flaget to do with all this, and what am I to do at his house? I have had the honour of telling you, my lord, that Monsieur Flaget is your procureur. Well. What, then? Well, if he is your procureur, he has certain bags of yours, certain lawsuits on hand, you must go and ask him about them. Tomorrow. Yes, my Lord Marshal, tomorrow. But all this is your affair, Monsieur Raft. By no means. By no means. When Monsieur Flaget was a simple scribbling drudge, then I could treat with him as an equal. But as, dating from tomorrow, Monsieur Flaget is an Attila, a scourge of kings, neither more nor less, it is not asking too much of a duke, a peer, a marshal of France, to converse with this all-powerful man. Is this serious, or are we acting a farce? You will see tomorrow if it is serious, my lord. But tell me what will be the result of my visit to your Monsieur Flaget. I should ire very sorry to do so. You would endeavour to prove to me tomorrow that you had guessed it beforehand. Good night, my Lord Marshal. Remember, a courier to Monsieur de Liger immediately, a visit to Monsieur Flaget tomorrow. Oh. The address? The coachman knows it. He has driven me there frequently during the last week. 97. In which the reader will once more meet an old acquaintance whom he thought lost, and whom perhaps he did not regret. The reader will no doubt ask why M. Flaget is about to play so majestic a part in our story, was called procureur instead of avocat, and as the reader is quite right, we shall satisfy his curiosity. The vacations had, for some time, been so frequent in the Parliament, and the lawyers spoke so seldom, that their speeches were not worth speaking of. Master Flaget, foreseeing the time when there would be no pleading at all, made certain arrangements with Master Gildu, the procureur. In virtue of which the latter yielded him up office and clients in consideration of the sum of 25,000 livres paid down. That is how Master Flaget became a procureur. But if we are asked how he managed to pay the 25,000 livres, we reply, by marrying Madame. Marguerite, to whom this sum was left as an inheritance about the end of the year 1770, 3 months before M. de Choiseul's exile. Master Flaget had been long distinguished for his persevering adherence to the opposition party. Once a procureur, he redoubled his violence, and by this violence succeeded in gaining some celebrity. It was this celebrity, together with the publication of an incendiary pamphlet on the subject of the conflict between M. d'Aiguillon and M. de la Calatais, which attracted the attention of M. Raft, who had occasion to keep himself well informed concerning the affairs of Parliament. But, notwithstanding his new dignity and his increasing importance, Master Flaget did not leave the Rue du Petit Lion Saint-Sauveur. It would have been too cruel a blow for Madame Marguerite not to have heard the neighbors call her Madame Flaget, and not to have inspired respect in the breast of M. Gilda's clerks, who had entered the service of the new procureur. The reader may readily imagine what M. de Richelieu suffered in traversing Paris, the filthy Paris of that region, to reach the disgusting hole which the Parisian magistrature dignified with the name of street. In front of M. Flaget's door M. de Richelieu's carriage was stopped by another carriage which pulled up at the same moment. The marshal perceived a woman's headdress protruding from the window of this carriage, and as his 65 years of age had not quenched the ardor of his gallantry, he hastily jumped out on the muddy pavement, and proceeded to offer his hand to the lady, who was unaccompanied. But this day the marshal's evil star was in the ascendant. A long, withered leg, which was stretched out to reach the step, betrayed the old woman. A wrinkled face, adorned with a dark streak of rouge, proved further that the old woman was not only old but decrepit. Nevertheless, there was no room for retreat, the marshal had made the movement, and the movement had been seen. Besides, M. de Richelieu himself was no longer young. In the meantime, the litigant, for what woman with a carriage would have entered that street had she not been a litigant? The litigant, we say, did not imitate the duke's hesitation. With a ghastly smile she placed her hand in Richelieu's. I have seen that face somewhere before, thought Richelieu, then he added. Does Madame also intend to visit Monsieur Flaget? Yes, Duke, replied the old lady. Oh, I have the honor to be known to you, Madame, exclaimed the Duke, disagreeably surprised, and stopping on the threshold of the dark passage. Who does not know the Duc de Richelieu, was the reply. I should not be a woman if I did not. This she-ape thinks that she is a woman, murmured the conqueror of Mahon, and he made a most graceful bow. If I may venture to ask the question, added he, to whom have I the honor of speaking? I am the Countess de Béarn, at your service, replied the old lady, courtesying with courtly reverence upon the dirty floor of the passage, and about 3 inches from the open trap-door of a cellar, into which the marshal wickedly awaited her disappearance at the third bend. I am delighted, madam, enchanted, said he, and I return 1,000 thanks to fate. You also have lawsuits on hand, Countess. Oh, Duke. I have only one, but what a lawsuit. Is it possible that you have never heard of it? Oh, frequently, that great lawsuit. True, I entreat your pardon. How the deuce could I have forgotten that? Against the Salusses? Against the Salusses, yes, Countess, the lawsuit about which the song was written. A song? Said the old lady, piqued, what song? Take care, madam, there is a trap-door here, said the Duke, who saw that the old woman was decided not to throw herself into the cellar. Take hold of the balustrade, I mean, the cord. The old lady mounted the first steps. The Duke followed her. Yes, a very humorous song, said he. A humorous song on my lawsuit. Dame. I shall leave you to judge, but perhaps you know it? Not at all. It is to the tune of Bourbonnais. It runs so. Embarrassed, Countess, as I stand. Give me, I pray, a helping hand. And I am quite at your command. It is Madame Dubarry who speaks, you must understand. That is very impertinent toward her. Oh. What can you expect? The ballad mongers respect no one. Heavens. How greasy this cord is. Then you reply as follows. I'm very old and stubborn, too. I'm forced at law my rights to sue. Ah, who can help me? Tell me who. Oh, sir, it is frightful. Cried the countess, a woman of quality is not to be insulted in this manner. Madam, excuse me, if I have sung out of tune, those stairs heat me so. Ah! Here we are at last. Allow me to pull the bell. The old lady, grumbling all the time, made way for the Duke to pass. The Marshal rang, and Madame Flagget, who, in becoming a procureur's wife, had not ceased to fill the functions of portress and cook, opened the door. The two litigants were ushered into M. Flagget's study, where they found that worthy in a state of furious excitement, and with a pen in his mouth, hard at work dictating a terrible plea to his head clerk. Good heavens, Master Flagget! What is the matter? Cried the countess, at whose voice the attorney turned round. Ah, madam, your most humble servant, a chair here for the Countess de Bern. This gentleman is a friend of yours, madam, I presume. But surely, oh! I cannot be mistaken, the Duc de Richelieu in my house. Another chair, Bernardet, another chair. Master Flagget, said the countess, how does my lawsuit get on, pray? Ah, madam. I was just now working for you. Very good, Master Flagget, very good. And after a fashion, my lady, which will make some noise, I hope. Hum. Take care. Oh. Madam, there is no longer any occasion for caution. Then if you are busy about my affair you can give an audience to the Duke. Excuse me, my Lord Duke, said Master Flagget, you are too gallant not to understand. I understand, Master Flagget, I understand. But now I can attend to you exclusively. Don't be uneasy. I shall not abuse your good nature, you are aware what brings me here. The bags which Monsieur Raft gave me the other day. Some papers relative to my lawsuit of, my suit about, deuce take it. You must know which suit I mean, Master Flagget. Your lawsuit about the lands of Chapinat. Very probably, and will you gain it for me? That would be very kind on your part. My lord, it is postponed indefinitely. Postponed. And why? It will not be brought forward in less than a year, at the earliest. For what reason, may I ask? Circumstances, my lord, circumstances, you have heard of His Majesty's decree? I think so, but which one? His Majesty publishes so many. The one which annuls ours. Very well, and what, then? Well, my Lord Duke, we shall reply by burning our ships. Burning your ships, my dear friend? You will burn the ships of the Parliament? I do not quite comprehend you, I was not aware that the Parliament had ships. The First Chamber refuses to register, perhaps, inquired the Countess de Bern, whom Richelieu's lawsuit in no way prevented from thinking of her own. Better than that. The second one also? That would be a mere nothing. Both chambers have resolved not to give any judgments until the king shall have dismissed Monsieur d'Aiguillon. Bah! Exclaimed the Marshal, rubbing his hands. Not adjudicate. On what? Asked the Countess, alarmed. On the lawsuits, madam. They will not adjudicate on my lawsuit, exclaimed the Countess de Bern, with a dismay which she did not even attempt to conceal. Neither on yours, madam, nor the Duke's. It is iniquitous. It is rebellion against His Majesty's orders, that. Madam, replied the procureur, majestically, the king has forgotten himself, we shall forget also. Monsieur Flagget, you will be sent to the Bastille, remember, I warn you. I shall go singing, madam, and if I am sent thither, all my fellow members of Parliament will follow me, carrying palms in their hands. He is mad, said the Countess to Richelieu. We are all the same, replied the procureur. Oh, ho! Said the Marshal, that is becoming rather curious. But, sir, you said just now that you were working for me, replied Madame de Bern. I said so, and it is quite true. You, madam, are the first example I cite in my narration. Here is the paragraph which relates to you. He snatched the draft from his clerk's hand, fixed his spectacles upon his nose, and read with emphasis. Their position ruined, their fortune compromised, their duties trampled under foot. His Majesty will understand how much they must have suffered. Thus the petitioner had entrusted to his care a very important suit upon which the fortune of one of the first families in the kingdom depends. By his zeal, his industry, and, he ventures to say, his talents, this suit was progressing favorably, and the rights of the most noble and most powerful lady, Angelique Charlotte Veronique, Countess de Béarn, were on the point of being recognized. Proclaimed, when the breath of discord, engulfing. I had just go so far, madam, said the procureur, drawing himself up, but I think the simile is not amiss. Monsieur Flaget, said the countess, it is 40 years ago since I first employed your father, who proved most worthy of my patronage. I continued that patronage to you, you have gained 10 or 12,000 livres by my suit, and you, would probably have gained as many more. Write down all that, said M. Flaget eagerly to his clerk, it is a testimony, a proof. It shall be inserted in the confirmation. But now, interrupted the countess, I take back all my papers from your charge, from this moment you have lost my confidence. Master Flaget, thunderstruck with this disgrace, remained for a moment almost stupefied, but all at once, rising under the blow like a martyr who dies for his religion. Be it so, said he. Bernardet, give the papers back to madam. And you will insert this fact, added he, that the petitioner preferred his conscience to his fortune. I beg your pardon, countess, whispered the marshal in the countess's ear, but it seems to me that you have acted without reflection. In what respect, my lord duke? You take back your papers from this honest procureur, but for what purpose? To take them to another procureur, to another avocat, exclaimed the countess. Master Flaget raised his eyes to heaven, with a mournful smile of self-denial and stoic resignation. But, continued the marshal, still whispering in the countess's ear, if it has been decided that the chambers will not adjudicate, my dear madam, another procureur can do no more than Master Flaget. It is a league, then. Pardieu. Do you think Master Flaget fool enough to protest alone, to lose his practice alone, if his fellow lawyers were not agreed to do the same, and consequently support him? But you, my lord duke, what will you do? For my part, I declare that I think Master Flaget a very honest procureur, and that my papers are as safe in his possession as in my own. Consequently, I shall leave them with him, of course paying him as if my suit were going on. It is well said, my lord marshal, that you are a generous, liberal-minded man, exclaimed Master Flaget, I shall spread your fame far and wide, my lord. You absolutely overwhelm me, my dear procureur, replied Richelieu, bowing. Bernardet, cried the enthusiastic procureur to his clerk, you will insert in the peroration a eulogy on Marshal de Richelieu. No, no. By no means, Master Flaget. I beg you will do nothing of the kind, replied the marshal, hastily. Diable. That would be a pretty action. I love secrecy in what it is customary to call good actions. Do not disoblige me, Master Flaget, I shall deny it, look you, I shall positively contradict it, my modesty is susceptible. Well, countess, what say you? I say my suit shall be judged. I must have a judgment, and I will. And I say, madam, that if your suit is judged, the king must first send the Swiss guards, the light horse, and 20 pieces of cannon into the great hall, replied Master Flaget, with a belligerent air. Which completed the consternation of the litigant. Then you do not think his Majesty can get out of this scrape, said Richelieu, in a low voice to Flaget. Impossible, my lord marshal. It is an unheard of case. No more justice in France. It is as if you were to say, no more bread. Do you think so? You will see. But the king will be angry. We are resolved to brave everything. Even exile. Even death, my lord marshal. We have a heart, although we wear the gown. And Flaget struck his breast vigorously. In fact, madam, said Richelieu to his companion, I believe that this is an unfortunate step for the ministry. Oh, yes, replied the old countess, after a pause, it is very unfortunate for me, who never meddle in anything that passes, to be dragged into this conflict. I think, madam, said the marshal, there is someone who could help you in this affair, a very powerful person. But would that person do it? Is it displaying too much curiosity, Duke, to ask the name of this powerful person? Your goddaughter, said the Duke. Oh, Madame du Barry? The same. In fact, that is true, I am obliged to you for the hint. The Duke bit his lips. Then you will go to Lucien's? Asked he. Without hesitation. But the Countess Dubarry cannot overcome the opposition of Parliament. I will tell her I must have my suit judged, and as she can refuse me nothing, after the service I have rendered her, she will tell the King she wishes it. His Majesty will speak to the Chancellor, and the Chancellor has a long arm, Duke. Master Flaget, be kind enough to continue to study my case well, it may come on sooner than you think. Mark my words. Master Flaget turned away his head with an air of incredulity which did not shake the Countess in the least. In the meantime the Duke had been reflecting. Well, madam, since you are going to Lucien's, will you have the goodness to present my most humble respects? Most willingly, Duke. We are companions in misfortune, your suit is in abeyance, and mine also. In supplicating for yourself you will do so for me, too. Moreover, you may express yonder the sort of pleasure these stubborn-headed Parliament men cause me. And you will add that it was I who advised you to have recourse to the divinity of Lucien's. I will not fail to do so, Duke. Adieu, gentlemen. Allow me the honor of conducting you to your carriage. Once more adieu, Monsieur Flaget. I leave you to your occupations. The Marshal handed the Countess to her carriage. Raft was right, said he, the Flagets will cause a revolution. Thank heaven. I am supported on both sides, I am of the court, and of the Parliament. Madame Dubarry will meddle with politics and fall, alone if she resists. I have my little pretty face at Trianon. Decidedly Raft is of my school, and when I am minister he shall be my chief secretary. LXXXVII the confusion increases. Madame de Béarn followed Richelieu's advice literally. 2 hours and a half after the Duke had left her, she was waiting in the antechamber at Lucien's, in the company of M. Zamore. It was some time since she had been seen at Madame Dubarry's, and her presence therefore excited a feeling of curiosity in the Countess's boudoir when her name was announced. M. d'Aiguillon had not lost any time either, and he was plotting with the favourite when Chon entered to request an audience for Madame de Béarn. The Duke made a movement to retire, but the Countess detained him. I would rather you would remain, said she. In case my old almsgiver comes to ask a loan, you would be most useful to me, for she will ask less. The Duke remained. Madame de Béarn, with a face composed for the occasion, took the chair opposite the Countess, which the latter offered her, and after the first civilities were exchanged. May I ask to what fortunate chance I am indebted for your presence, madam? Said Madame Dubarry. Ah, madam, said the old litigant, a great misfortune. What? Madam, a misfortune. A piece of news which will deeply afflict His Majesty. I am all impatience, madam. The Parliament. Oh, ho! Grumbled the Duc d'Aiguillon. The Duc d'Aiguillon, said the Countess, hastily introducing her guest to her lady visitor for fear of some unpleasant contretemps. But the old Countess was as cunning as all the other courtiers put together, and never caused a misunderstanding, except willingly, and when the misunderstanding seemed likely to benefit her. I know, said she, all the baseness of these lawyers, and their want of respect for merit and high birth. This compliment, aimed directly at the Duke, drew a most graceful bow from him, which the litigant returned with an equally graceful courtesy. But, continued she, it is not the Duke alone who is now concerned, but the entire population. The Parliament refused to act. Indeed, exclaimed Madame du Barry, throwing herself back upon the sofa, there will be no more justice in France. Well. What change will that produce? The Duke smiled. As for Madame de Béarn, instead of taking the affair pleasantly, her morose features darkened still more. It is a great calamity, madam, said she. Ah! Indeed, replied the favourite. It is evident, madam, that you are happy enough to have no lawsuit. Hem, said d'Aiguillon, to recall the attention of Madame du Barry, who at last comprehended the insinuation of the litigant. Alas! Madam, said she, it is true. You remind me that if I have no lawsuit, you have a very important one. Ah! Yes, madam, and delay will be ruinous to me. Poor lady! Unless, Countess, the king takes some decided step. Oh! Madam, the king is right well inclined to do so. He will exile Messrs the councillors, and all will be right. But, madam, that would be an indefinite adjournment. Do you see any remedy, then? Will you be kind enough to point it out to us? The litigant concealed her face beneath her hood, like Caesar expiring under his toga. There is one remedy, certainly, said d'Aiguillon, but perhaps his majesty might shrink from employing it. What is it? Asked the plaintiff, with anxiety. The ordinary resource of royalty, in France, when it is rather embarrassed. It is to hold a bed of justice, and to say, I will. When all the opponents say, I will not. An excellent idea, exclaimed Madame de Béarn, with enthusiasm. But which must not be divulged, replied d'Aiguillon, diplomatically, and with a gesture which Madame de Béarn fully comprehended. Oh, madam! Said she instantly, you who have so much influence with the king, persuade him to say, I will have the suit of Madame de Béarn judged. Besides, you know it was promised, long ago. D'Aiguillon bit his lips, glanced an adieu to Madame du Barry, and left the boudoir. He had heard the sound of the king's carriage in the courtyard. Here is the king, said Madame du Barry, rising to dismiss her visitor. Oh, madam! Why will you not permit me to throw myself at his majesty's feet? To ask him for a bed of justice, replied the countess, quickly. Most willingly. Remain here, madam, since such is your desire. Scarcely bad Madame de Béarn adjusted her headdress when the king entered. Ah! Said he, you have visitors, countess. Madame de Béarn, sire. Sire, justice, exclaimed the old lady, making a most profound reverence. Oh, said Louis XV. In a bantering tone, imperceptible to those who did not know him, has any one offended you, madam? Sire, I ask for justice. Against whom? Against the Parliament. Ah! Good, said the king, rubbing his hands. You complain of my Parliament. Well. Do me the pleasure to bring them to reason. I too have to complain of them, and I beg you to grant me justice also, added he, imitating the courtesy of the old countess. But, sire, you are the king, the master. The king, yes, the master, not always. Sire, proclaim your will. I do that every evening, madam, and they proclaim theirs every morning. Now, as these two wills are diametrically opposed to each other, it is with us as with the earth and the moon which are ever running after each other without meeting. Sire, your voice is powerful enough to drown all the bawlings of these fellows. There you are mistaken. I am not a lawyer, as they are. If I say yes, they say no, it is impossible for us to come to any arrangement. If, when I have said yes, you can find any means to prevent their saying no, I will make an alliance with you. Sire, I have the means. Let me hear it quickly. I will, sire. Hold a bed of justice. That is another embarrassment, said the king, a bed of justice, remember, madam, is almost a revolution. It is simply telling these rebellious subjects that you are the master. You know, sire, that when the king proclaims his will in this manner, he alone has a right to speak, no one answers. You say to them, I will, and they bow their assent. The fact is, said the Countess Dubarry, the idea is a magnificent one. Magnificent it may be, but not good, replied Louis. But what a noble spectacle, resumed Madame Dubarry, with warmth, the procession, the nobles, the peers, the entire military staff to the king. Then the immense crowd of people. Then the bed of justice, composed of 5 cushions embroidered with golden fleur-de-lis, it would be a splendid ceremony. You think so, said the king, rather shaken in his resolution. Then the king's magnificent dress, the cloak lined with ermine, the diamonds in the crown, the golden scepter, all the splendor which so well suits an august and noble countenance. Oh! How handsome you would look, sire! It is a long time since we had a bed of justice, said Louis, with affected carelessness. Not since your childhood, sire, said Madame de Béarn. The remembrance of your brilliant beauty on that occasion has remained engraven on the hearts of all. And then, added Madame Dubarry, there would be an excellent opportunity for the Chancellor to display his keen and concise eloquence, to crush these people with his truth, dignity, and power. I must wait for the Parliament's next misdeed, said Louis. Then I shall see. What can you wait for, sire, more outrageous than what they have just committed? Why, what have they done? Do you not know? They have teased Monsieur d'Aiguillon a little, but that is not a hanging offence, although, said the king, looking at Madame Dubarry, although this dear duke is a friend of mine. Besides, if the Parliament has teased the duke a little, I have punished them for their ill nature by my decree of yesterday or the day before, I do not remember which. We are now even. Well, sire, said Madame Dubarry, with warmth, Madame de Béarn has just informed us that this morning these black-gowned gentlemen have taken the start of you. How so, said the king, frowning. Speak, madam, the king permits it, said the favourite. Sire, the councillors have determined not to hold a court of parliament until your majesty yields to their wishes. What say you, said the king. You mistake, madam. That would be an act of rebellion, and my parliament dares not revolt, I hope. Sire, I assure you. Oh, madam. It is a mere rumour. Will your majesty deign to hear me? Speak, countess. Well, my procureur has this morning returned me all the papers relating to my lawsuit. He can no longer plead, since they will no longer judge. Mere reports, I tell you, attempts at intimidation. But while he spoke, the king paced up and down the boudoir in agitation. Sire, will your majesty believe Monsieur de Richelieu, if you will not believe me? In my presence his papers were returned to him also, and the duke left the house in a rage. Some one is tapping at the door, said the king, to change the conversation. It is Zamore, sire. Zamore entered. A letter, mistress, said he. With your permission, sire, said the countess. Ah! Good heavens, exclaimed she, suddenly. What is the matter? From the Chancellor, sire. Monsieur de Maupeou, knowing that your majesty has deigned to pay me a visit, solicits my intervention to obtain an audience for him. What is in the wind now? Show the Chancellor in, said Madame Dubarry. The Countess de Béarn rose to take her leave. You need not go, madam, said the king. Good day, Monsieur de Maupeou. What news? Sire, said the Chancellor, bowing, the Parliament embarrassed you, you have no longer a Parliament. How so? Are they all dead? Have they taken arsenic? Would to heavens they had. No, sire, they live, but they will not sit any longer, and have sent in their resignations. I have just received them in a mass. The councillors? No, sire, the resignations. I told you, sire, that it was a serious matter, said the countess, in a low voice. Most serious, replied Louis, impatiently. Well, Chancellor, what have you done? Sire, I have come to receive your majesty's orders. We shall exile these people, Maupeou. Sire, they will not judge any better in exile. We shall command them to judge. Bah, injunctions are out of date, letters of order likewise. Ah! Sire, this time you must be determined. Yes, you are right. Courage, said Madame de Béarn, aside to the Countess. And act the master, after too often having acted only the father, said the Countess. Chancellor, said the King, slowly, I know only one remedy, it is serious, but efficacious. I will hold a bed of justice, these people must be made to tremble once for all. Ah, sire, exclaimed the Chancellor, that is well spoken, they must bend or break. Madam, added the King, addressing Madame de Béarn, if your suit be not judged, you see it will not be my fault. Sire, you are the greatest monarch in the world. Oh! Yes, echoed the Countess, Chon and the Chancellor. The world does not say so, however, murmured the King. LXXIX, the bed of justice. This famous bed of justice took place with all the ceremonies which royal pride, on the one hand, and the intrigues which drove the master to this step, on the other, demanded. The household of the king was placed under arms. An abundance of short-robed archers, soldiers of the watch, and police officers were commissioned to protect the Lord Chancellor, who, like a general upon the decisive day, would have to expose his sacred person to secure the success of the enterprise. The Chancellor was execrated. Of this he was well aware, and if his vanity made him fear assassination, those better acquainted with the sentiments of the public toward him could, without exaggerating, have predicted some downright insults, or at least hootings, as likely to fall to his share. The same perquisites were promised to Monsieur d'Aiguillon, who was equally offensive to the popular instincts, improved perhaps by parliamentary debates. The king affected serenity, yet he was not easy. But he donned with great satisfaction his magnificent robes, and straightway came to the conclusion that nothing protects so surely as majesty. He might have added, and the love of the people. But this phrase had been so frequently repeated to him at Metz during his illness that he imagined he could not repeat it now without being charged with plagiarism. The Dauphiness, for whom the sight was a new one, and who at heart perhaps wished to see it, assumed her plaintive look, and wore it during the drive to the ceremony, which disposed public opinion very favorably toward her. Madame du Barry was brave. She possessed that confidence which is given by youth and beauty. Besides, had not everything been said that could be said of her? What could be added now? She appeared, radiant with beauty, as if the splendor of her august lover had been reflected upon her. The Duc d'Aiguillon marched boldly among the peers who preceded the king. His noble and impressive countenance betrayed no symptoms of grief or discontent, nor did he bear himself triumphantly. To see him walking thus, none would have suspected that the struggle of the king with his parliament was on his account. Fingers were pointed at him in the crowd, terrible glances were darted at him from the parliament, and that was all. The great hall of the Palais was crammed to overflowing. Actors and spectators together made a total of more than 3,000 persons. Outside the Palais the crowd, kept in order by the staves of the officers and the batons and maces of the archers, gave token of its presence only by that indescribable hum which is not a voice, which articulates nothing, but which nevertheless makes itself heard, and which may justly be called the utterance of the people. The same silence reigned in the great hall when, the sound of footsteps having ceased, and every one having taken his place, the king, majestic and gloomy, had commanded his chancellor to begin the proceedings. The parliament knew beforehand what the bed of justice held in reserve for them. They fully understood why they had been convoked. They were to hear the unmitigated expression of the royal will. But they knew the patience, not to say the timidity, of the king, and if they feared, it was rather for the consequences of the bed of justice than for the sitting itself. The chancellor began his address. He was an excellent orator. His exordium was clever, and the amateurs of a demonstrative style found ample scope for study in it. As it proceeded, however, the speech degenerated into a tirade so severe that all the nobility had a smile on their lips, while the parliament felt very ill at ease. The king, by the mouth of his chancellor, ordered them to cut short the affairs of Brittany, of which he had had enough. He commanded them to be reconciled to the Duc d'Aiguillon, whose services pleased him, and not to interrupt the service of justice. So that everything might go on as in that happy period of the Golden Age when the flowing streams murmured judicial or argumentative discourses, when the trees were loaded with bags of law papers placed within reach of the advocates and attorneys, who had the right to pluck them as fruit belonging to them. These flippancies did not reconcile the Parliament to the Lord Chancellor nor to the Duc d'Aiguillon. But the speech had been made, and all reply was impossible. The members of the Parliament, although scarcely able to contain their vexation, assumed, with that admirable unity which gives so much strength to constituted bodies, a calm and indifferent demeanour, which highly displeased His Majesty and the aristocratic world upon the platform. The Dauphiness turned pale with anger. For the first time she found herself in the presence of popular resistance, and she coldly calculated its power. She had come to this bed of justice with the intention of opposing, at least by her look, the resolution which was about to be adopted there. But gradually she felt herself drawn to make common cause with those of her own caste and race, so that in proportion as the Chancellor attacked the Parliament more severely, this proud young creature was indignant to find his words so weak. She fancied she could have found words which would have made this assembly start like a troop of oxen under the goad. In short, she found the Chancellor too feeble, and the Parliament too strong. Louis XV was a physiognomist, as all selfish people would be if they were not sometimes idle as well as selfish. He cast a glance around to observe the effect of his will, expressed in words which he thought tolerably eloquent. The paleness and the compressed lips of the Dauphiness showed him what was passing in her mind. As a counterpoise, he turned to look at Madame du Barry. But instead of the victorious smile he hoped to find there, he saw only an anxious desire to attract the king's looks, as if to judge what he thought. Nothing intimidates weak minds so much as being forestalled by the wills and minds of others. If they find themselves observed by those who have already taken a resolution, they conclude that they have not done enough, that they are about to be, or have been, ridiculous, that the spectators have a right to expect more than has been done. Then they pass to extremes, the timid man becomes furious, and a sudden manifestation betrays the effect of this reaction produced by fear upon a fear less powerful. The king had no need to add a single word to those his chancellor had already spoken, it was not according to etiquette, it was not even necessary. But on this occasion he was possessed of the babbling demon, and making a sign with his hand, he signified that he intended to speak. Immediately attention was changed to stupor. The members of Parliament were all seen to wheel round toward the bed of justice with the precision of a file of soldiers upon drill. The princes, peers, and military felt uneasy. It was not impossible that after so many excellent things had been said, His Most Christian Majesty might add something which, to say the least, would be quite useless. Their respect prevented them from giving any other description to the words which might fall from the royal lips. Monsieur de Richelieu, who had affected to keep aloof from his nephew, now sought communication with him by a glance of the eye and an expression of mysterious intelligence. But his glance, which was becoming rebellious, met the penetrating eye of Madame du Barry. Richelieu possessed, as no one else did, the precious power of transition. He passed easily from the satirical to the admiring expression, and chose the beautiful countess as the point of intersection between these two extremes. He addressed a smile of gallantry and congratulation, therefore, to Madame du Barry. But the latter was not duped by it, especially since the old marshal, who had given signs of an understanding with the Parliament and the opposing princes, was obliged to continue them, that he might not appear what he really was. What sights there are in a drop of water, that ocean for an observer! What centuries in a second, that indescribable eternity! All we have related took place while Louis was preparing to speak and was opening his lips. "You have heard," said he, in a firm voice, "what my chancellor has told you of my wishes. Prepare, therefore, to execute them, for such are my intentions, and I shall never change." Louis XV uttered these last words with the noise and force of a thunderbolt. The whole assembly was literally thunderstruck. A shudder passed over the Parliament, and was quickly communicated like an electric spark to the crowd. A like thrill was felt by the partisans of the king. Surprise and admiration were on every face and in every heart. The Dauphiness involuntarily thanked the king by a lightning glance from her beautiful eyes. Madame du Barry, electrified, could not refrain from rising, and would have clapped her hands, but for the very natural fear of being stoned as she left the house, or of receiving hundreds of couplets the next morning, each more odious than the others. Louis could from this moment enjoy his triumph. The Parliament bent low, still with the same unanimity. The king rose from his embroidered cushions. Instantly the captain of the guards, the commandant of the household, and all the gentlemen of the king's suite, rose. Drums beat and trumpets sounded outside. The almost silent stir of the people on the arrival was now changed into a deep murmur, which died away in the distance, repressed by the soldiers and archers. The king proudly crossed the hall, without seeing anything on his way but humbled foreheads. The Duc d'Aiguillon still preceded his majesty, without abusing his triumph. The chancellor, having reached the door of the hall, saw the immense crowd of people extending on all sides, and heard their execrations, which reached his ears notwithstanding the distance. He trembled, and said to the archers, "Close around me." Monsieur de Richelieu bowed low to the Duc d'Aiguillon as he passed, and whispered, "These heads are very low, Duke, some day or other they will rise devilishly high. Take care." Madame du Barry was passing at the moment, accompanied by her brother, the Marquise de Mirepoix, and several ladies. She heard the marshal's words, and as she was more inclined to repartee than malice, she said, "Oh! There is nothing to fear, Marshal, did you not hear his Majesty's words? The king, I think, said he would never change." "Terrible words indeed, madam," replied the duke, with a smile. "But happily for us, these poor parliament men did not remark that while saying he would never change, the king looked at you," and he finished this compliment with one of those inimitable bows which are no longer seen, even upon the stage. Madame du Barry was a woman, and by no means a politician. She saw only the compliment, where d'Aiguillon detected plainly the epigram and the threat. Therefore she replied with a smile, while her ally turned pale and bit his lips with vexation upon seeing that the marshal's resentment was still unappeased. The effect of the bed of justice was for the moment favourable to the royal cause. But it frequently happens that a great blow only stuns, and it is remarked that after the stunning effect has passed away, the blood circulates with more vigour and purity than before. Such at least were the reflections made by a little group of plainly dressed persons who were stationed as spectators at the corner of the Quai Fleurs and the Rue de la Barillerie, on seeing the king, attended by his brilliant cortege, leave the hall. They were 3 in number. Chance had brought them together at this corner, and there they seemed to study with interest the impressions of the crowd. Without previous acquaintance with one another, they had been placed in sympathy by the exchange of a few words, and had discussed the sitting even before it was over. "These passions are well ripened," said one of them, an old man with bright eyes, and a mild and honest expression. "A bed of justice is a great work." "Yes," replied a young man, smiling bitterly, "yes, if the work realized the title." "Monsieur," replied the old man, turning round, "I think I should know you, I fancy I have seen you before. On the night of the 30th of May. You are not mistaken, Monsieur Rousseau. Oh! You are that young surgeon, my countryman, Monsieur Marat. Yes, monsieur, at your service." The 2 men exchanged salutations. The third had not yet spoken. He was also young, eminently handsome, and aristocratic in his appearance, and during the whole ceremony had unceasingly observed the crowd. The young surgeon moved away the first, and plunged into the densest masses of the people, who, less grateful than Rousseau, had already forgotten him, but whose memory he expected some day to revive. The other young man waited until he was gone. And then, addressing Rousseau, "Monsieur," said he, "you do not go." "Oh! I am too old to venture into such a mob." "In that case," said the unknown, lowering his voice, "I will see you again this evening in the Rue Plastrière, Monsieur Rousseau, do not fail. The philosopher started as if a ghost had risen before him. His complexion, always pale, became livid. He made an effort to reply to this strange appeal, but the man had already disappeared. See the influence of the words of the unknown upon J. Rousseau. On hearing these singular words spoken by a man whom he did not know, Rousseau, trembling and unhappy, plunged into the crowd. And without remembering that he was old and naturally timid, elbowed his way through it. He soon reached the bridge of Notre Dame. Then, still plunged in his reverie, and muttering to himself, he crossed the quarter of La Grève, taking the shortest way to his own dwelling. So, said he to himself, this secret, which the initiated guard at the peril of their lives, is in possession of the first comer. This is what mysterious associations gain by passing through the popular sieve. A man recognizes me who knows that I shall be his associate, perhaps his accomplice, yonder. Such a state of things is absurd and intolerable. And while he spoke, Rousseau walked forward quickly, he, usually so cautious, especially since his accident in the Rue Ménilmontant. Thus, continued the philosopher, I must wish, forsooth, to sound to the bottom these plans of human regeneration which some spirits who boast of the title of Illuminati propose to carry out. I was foolish enough to imagine that any good ideas could come from Germany, that land of beer and fog, and may have compromised my name by joining it to those of fools or plotters, whom it will serve as a cloak to shelter their folly. Oh, no. It shall not be thus. No, a flash of lightning has shown me the abyss, and I will not rashly throw myself into it. Rousseau paused to take breath, resting upon his cane, and standing motionless for a moment. Yet it was a beautiful chimera, he continued. Liberty in the midst of slavery, the future conquered without noise and struggle, the snare mysteriously woven while earth's tyrants slept. It was too beautiful. I was a fool to believe it. I will not be the sport of fears, of suspicions, of shadows, which are unworthy of a free spirit and an independent body. He had thus far communed with himself, and was continuing his progress, when the sight of some of Monsieur de Sarton's agents gazing round with their ubiquitous eyes frightened the free spirit, and gave such an impulse to the independent body that he plunged into the deepest shadows of the pillars near which he was walking. From these pillars it was not far to the Rue Plastrière. Rousseau passed rapidly over that distance, ascended the stairs to his domicile, breathing like a stag pursued by the hunters, and sank upon a chair, unable to utter a word in answer to all Theresa's questions. At last he recovered sufficiently to account for his emotion. It was the walk, the heat, the news of the king's angry remarks at the bed of justice, the commotion caused by the popular terror, a sort of panic, in short, which had spread among all who witnessed what had happened. Therese grumblingly replied that all that was no reason for allowing the dinner to cool, and, moreover, that a man ought not to be such a cowardly weakling as to be frightened at the least noise. Rousseau could make no reply to this last argument, which he himself had so frequently stated in other terms. Therese added that these philosophers, these imaginative people, were all the same. That they always talked very grandly in their writings, they said that they feared nothing, that God and man were very little to them, but at the slightest barking of the smallest poodle, they cried, help. At the least feverishness they exclaimed, my God! I am dead. This was one of Theresa's favorite themes, that which most excited her eloquence, and to which Rousseau, who was naturally timid, found it most difficult to reply. Rousseau, therefore, pursued his own thoughts to the sound of this discordant music, thoughts which were certainly as valuable as Theresa's, notwithstanding the abuse the latter showered so plentifully on him. Happiness, said he, is composed of perfume and noise. Now, noise and perfume are conventional things. Who can prove that the onion smells less sweet than the rose, or that the peacock sings less melodiously than the nightingale? After which axiom, which might pass for an excellent paradox, they sat down to table. After dinner Rousseau did not, as usual, sit down to his harpsichord. He paced up and down the apartment, and stopped 100 times to look out of the window, apparently studying the physiognomy of the Rue Plastrière. Therese was forthwith seized with one of those fits of jealousy which peevish people, that is to say, the least really jealous people in the world, often indulge in for the sake of opposition. For if there is a disagreeable affectation in the world, it is the affectation of a fault. The affectation of virtue may be tolerated. Therese, who held Rousseau's age, complexion, mind, and manners in the utmost contempt, who thought him old, sickly, and ugly, did not fear that any one would run off with her husband. She never dreamed that other women might look upon him with other feelings than her own. But as the pains inflicted by jealousy constitute woman's favorite mode of punishment, Therese sometimes indulged herself in the pleasure of administering them. Seeing Rousseau, therefore, approach the window so frequently, and observing his dreaming and restless air, she said, "Very good. I understand your agitation, you have just left someone." Rousseau turned to her with a startled look, which served as an additional proof of the truth of her suspicions. "Someone you wish to see again," she continued. "What do you say?" asked Rousseau. "Yes, we make assignations, it seems." "Oh," said Rousseau, comprehending that Therese was jealous, "an assignation. You are mad, Therese." "I know perfectly well that it would be madness in you," said she, "but you are capable of any folly. Go, go, with your papier-mâché complexion, your palpitations, and your coughs, go, and make conquests. It is one way of getting on in the world. But, Therese, you know there is not a word of truth in what you are saying," said Rousseau, angrily. "Let me think in peace." "You are a libertine," said Therese, with the utmost seriousness. Rousseau reddened as if she had hit the truth, or as if he had received a compliment. Therese forthwith thought herself justified in putting on a terrible countenance, turning the whole household upside down, slamming the doors violently, and playing with Rousseau's tranquillity as children play with those metal rings which they shut up in a box and shake to make a noise. Rousseau took refuge in his cabinet. This uproar had rather confused his ideas. He reflected that there would doubtless be some danger in not being present at the mysterious ceremony of which the stranger had spoken at the corner of the quay. If there are punishments for traitors, there will also be punishments for the lukewarm or careless, thought he. Now I have always remarked that great dangers mean in reality nothing, just like loud threats. The cases in which either are productive of any result are extremely rare, but petty revenges, underhand attacks, mischievous tricks, and other such small coin, these we must be on our guard against. Some day the Masonic brothers may repay my contempt by stretching a string across my staircase. I shall stumble over it and break a leg, or the 6 or 8 teeth I have left. Or else they will have a stone ready to fall upon my head when I am passing under a scaffolding. Or, better still, there may be some pamphleteer belonging to the fraternity living quite near me, upon the same floor, perhaps, looking from his windows into my room. That is not impossible, since the reunions take place even in the Rue Plastrière. Well, this wretch will write stupid lampoons on me, which will make me ridiculous all over Paris. Have I not enemies everywhere? A moment afterward Rousseau's thoughts took a different turn. Well, said he to himself, but where is courage? Where is honor? Shall I be afraid of myself? Shall I see in my glass only the face of a coward, a slave? No, it shall not be so. Though the whole world should combine to ruin me, though the houses of the street should fall upon me, I will go. What pitiable reasoning does fear produce? Since I met this man I have been continually turning in a circle of absurdities. I doubt every one, even myself. That is not logical. I know myself, I am not an enthusiast. If I thought I saw wonders in this projected association, it is because there are wonders in it. Who will say I may not be the regenerator of the human race, I, who am sought after, I, whom the mysterious agents of an unlimited power have come to consult on the faith set forth in my works? Shall I recoil when the time has come to follow up my work, to substitute practice for theory? Rousseau became animated. What can be more beautiful? Ages roll on, the people rise out of their brutishness. Step follows step in the darkness, toward the hand stretched out in the shadows. The immense pyramid is raised, upon the summit of which, as its crowning glory, future ages shall place the bust of Rousseau, citizen of Geneva, who risked his liberty, his life, that he might act as he had spoken. That he might be faithful to his motto, vitam impendere vero. Thereupon Rousseau, in a fit of enthusiasm, seated himself at his harpsichord, and exalted his imagination by the loudest, the most sonorous, and the most warlike melodies he could call forth from its sounding cavity. Night closed in. Th6 wearied with her vain endeavors to torment her captive, had fallen asleep upon her chair. Rousseau, with beating heart, took his new coat, as if to go out on a pleasure excursion, glanced for a moment in the glass at the play of his black eyes, and was charmed to find that they were sparkling and expressive. He grasped his knotted stick in his hand, and slipped out of the room without awakening Therese. But when he arrived at the foot of the stairs, and had drawn back the bolt of the street door, Rousseau paused and looked out, to assure himself as to the condition of the neighborhood. No carriage was passing. The street, as usual, was full of idlers gazing at each other, as they do at this day, while many stopped at the shop windows to ogle the pretty girls. A newcomer would therefore be quite unnoticed in such a crowd. Rousseau plunged into it. He had not far to go. A ballad singer, with a cracked violin, was stationed before the door which had been pointed out to him. This music, to which every true Parisian's ear is extremely sensitive, filled the street with echoes which repeated the last bars of the air sung by the violin or by the singer himself. Nothing could be more unfavorable, therefore, to the free passage along the street than the crowd gathered at this spot, and the passers-by were obliged to turn either to the right or left of the group. Those who, going in one direction, turned to the left, took the center of the street, those to the right, brushed along the side of the house indicated, and vice versa with those going in the other direction. Rousseau remarked that several of these passers-by disappeared on the way, as if they had fallen into some trap. He concluded that these people had come with the same purpose as himself, and determined to imitate their maneuver. It was not difficult to accomplish. Having stationed himself in the rear of the assembly of listeners, as if to join their number, he watched the first person whom he saw entering the open alley. More timid than they, probably because he had more to risk, he waited until a particularly favorable opportunity should present itself. He did not wait long. A cabriolet which drove along the street divided the circle, and caused the two hemispheres to fall back upon the houses on either side. Rousseau thus found himself driven to the very entrance of the passage. He had only to walk on. He observed that all the idlers were looking at the cabriolet, and had turned their backs on the house. He took advantage of this circumstance, and disappeared in the dark passage. After advancing a few steps he perceived a lamp, beneath which a man was seated quietly, like a stall-keeper after the day's business was over, reading, or seeming to read, a newspaper. At the sound of Rousseau's footsteps this man raised his head and placed his finger upon his breast, upon which the lamp threw a strong light. Rousseau replied to this symbolic gesture by raising his finger to his lips. The man then immediately rose, and pushing open a door at his right hand, so artificially concealed in the wooden panel, of which it formed a part, as to be wholly invisible, he showed Rousseau a very steep staircase which descended underground. Rousseau entered, and the door closed quickly but noiselessly after him. The philosopher descended the steps slowly, assisted by his cane. He thought it rather disrespectful that the brothers should cause him, at this his first interview, to run the risk of breaking his neck or his legs. But the stair, if steep, was not long. Rousseau counted 17 steps, and then felt as if suddenly plunged into a highly heated atmosphere. This moist heat proceeded from the breath of a considerable number of men who were assembled in the low hall. Rousseau remarked that the walls were tapestried with red and white drapery, on which figures of various implements of labor, rather symbolic, doubtless, than real, were depicted. A single lamp hung from the vaulted ceiling, and threw a gloomy light upon the faces of those present, who were conversing with each other on the wooden benches, and who had the appearance of honest and respectable citizens. The floor was neither polished nor carpeted, but was covered with a thick mat of plaited rushes, which deadened the sound of the footsteps. Rousseau's entrance therefore produced no sensation, no one seemed to have remarked it. 5 minutes previously Rousseau had longed for nothing so much as such an entrance, and yet when he had entered, he felt annoyed that he had succeeded so well. He saw an unoccupied place on one of the back benches, and installed himself as modestly as possible on this seat, behind all the others. He counted 33 heads in the assembly. A desk, placed upon a platform, seemed to wait for a president. CI, the house in the Rue Plastrière. Rousseau remarked that the conversation of those present was very cautious and reserved. Many did not open their lips, and scarcely 3 or 4 couples exchanged a few words. Those who did not speak endeavored even to conceal their faces, which was not difficult, thanks to the great body of shadow cast by the platform of the expected president. The refuge of these last, who seemed to be the timid individuals of the assembly, was behind this platform. But in return, 2 or 3 members of the company gave themselves a great deal of trouble to recognize their colleagues. They came and went, talked among themselves, and frequently disappeared through a door before which was drawn a black curtain, ornamented with red flames. In a short time a bell was rung. A man immediately rose from the end of the bench upon which he was seated, and where he had been associated with the other Freemasons, and took his place upon the platform. After making signs with the hands and fingers, which were repeated by all those present, and adding a last sign more explicit than the others, he declared the sitting opened. This man was entirely unknown to Rousseau. Beneath the exterior of a working man in easy circumstances he concealed great presence of mind, aided by an elocution as flowing as could have been wished for in an orator. His speech was brief, and to the point. He declared that the lodge had been assembled to proceed to the election of a new brother. "You will not be surprised," said he, "that we have assembled you in a place where the usual ceremonies cannot be performed. These ceremonies have seemed useless to the chiefs. The brother whom we are to receive today is one of the lights of contemporary philosophy, a thoughtful spirit, who will be devoted to us from conviction, not from fear. One who has discovered all the mysteries of nature and of the human heart cannot be treated in the same manner as the simple mortal from whom we demand the help of his arm, his will, and his gold. That we may have the co-operation of his distinguished mind, of his honest and energetic character, his promise and his assent are sufficient." The speaker, when he had concluded, looked round to mark the effect of his words. Upon Rousseau the effect had been magical. The Genevese philosopher was acquainted with the preparatory mysteries of Freemasonry, and looked upon them with the repugnance natural to enlightened minds. The concessions, absurd because they were useless, which the chiefs required from the candidates, that they might simulate fear when every one knew there was nothing to fear, seemed to him to be the acme of puerility in senseless superstition. Besides this, the timid philosopher, an enemy to all personal exhibitions and manifestations, would have felt most unhappy had he been obliged to serve as a spectacle for people whom he did not know, and who would have certainly played their jokes upon him with more or less good faith. That these ceremonies should in his case be omitted was therefore more than a satisfaction to him. He knew the strictness with which equality was enforced by the Masonic principles, therefore an exception in his favor constituted a triumph. He was preparing to say some words in reply to the gracious address of the president, when a voice was heard among the audience. "At least," said this voice, which was sharp and discordant, "since you think yourselves obliged to treat in this princely fashion a man like ourselves, since you dispense in his case with physical pains. As if the pursuit of liberty through bodily suffering were not one of our symbols, we hope you will not confer a precious title upon an unknown person without having questioned him according to the usual ritual, and without having received his profession of faith." Rousseau turned round to discover the features of the aggressive person who so rudely jostled his triumphant car, and with the greatest surprise recognized the young surgeon whom he had that morning met upon the Quai aux Excellers. A conviction of his own honesty of purpose, perhaps also a feeling of disdain for the precious title, prevented him from replying. "You have heard," said the president, addressing Rousseau. "Perfectly," replied the philosopher, who trembled slightly at the sound of his voice as it echoed from the vaulted roof of the dark hall, "and I am the more surprised at the interpellation when I see from whom it proceeds." "What? A man whose profession it is to combat what is called physical suffering, and to assist his brethren, who are common men as well as Freemasons, preaches the utility of physical suffering. He chooses a singular path through which to lead the creature to happiness, the sick to health. We do not here speak of this or that person, replied the young man, warmly. I am supposed to be unknown to the candidate, and he to me. I am merely the utterer of an abstract truth, and I assert that the chief has done wrong in making an exception in favor of any one. I do not recognize in him, pointing to Rousseau, the philosopher, and he must not recognize the surgeon in me. We shall perhaps walk side by side through life, without a look or gesture betraying our intimacy, which nevertheless, thanks to the laws of the association, is more binding than all vulgar friendships. I repeat, therefore, that if it has been thought well to spare this candidate the usual trials, he ought at least to have the usual questions put to him. Rousseau made no reply. The president saw depicted on his features disgust at this discussion, and regret at having engaged in the enterprise. Brother, said he, authoritatively to the young man, you will please be silent when the chief speaks, and do not venture on light grounds to blame his actions, which are sovereign here. I have a right to speak, replied the young man, more gently. To speak, yes, but not to blame. The brother who is about to enter our association is so well known that we have no wish to employ in our Masonic relations with him a ridiculous and useless mystery. All the brothers here present know his name, and his name itself is a perfect guarantee. But as he himself, I am certain, loves equality, I request him to answer the question which I shall put to him merely for form. What do you seek in this association? Rousseau made 2 steps forward in advance of the crowd, and his dreamy and melancholy eye wandered over the assembly. I seek, said he, that which I do not find, truths, not sophisms. Why should you surround me with poniards which do not wound, with poisons which are only clear water, and with traps under which mattresses are spread? I know the extent of human endurance. I know the vigor of my physical frame. If you were to destroy it, it would not be worth your while to elect me a brother, for when dead I could be of no use to you. Therefore you do not wish to kill me, still less to wound me. And all the doctors in the world would not make me approve of an initiation in the course of which my limbs had been broken. I have served a longer apprenticeship to pain than any of you, I have sounded the body, and probed even to the soul. If I consented to come among you when I was solicited, and he laid particular emphasis on the word, it was because I thought I might be useful. I give, therefore, I do not receive. Alas! Before you could do anything to defend me, before you could restore me to liberty were I imprisoned, before you could give me bread if I were starving, or consolation if I were afflicted, before, I repeat, you could do anything. The brother whom you admit today, if this gentleman, turning to Marat, permits it, this brother will have paid the last tribute of nature. For progress is halting, light is slow, and from the grave into which he will be thrown, none of you can raise him. You are mistaken, illustrious brother, said a mild and penetrating voice, which charmed Rousseau's ear. There is more than you think in the association into which you are about to enter, there is the whole future destiny of the world. The future, you are aware, is hope, is science, the future is God, who will give his light to the world, since he has promised to give it, for God cannot lie. Astonished at this elevated language, Rousseau looked around and recognized the young man who had made the appointment with him in the morning at the bed of justice. This man, who was dressed in black with great neatness, and was characterized especially by a marked air of distinction, was leaning against the side of the platform, and his face, illumined by the lamp, shone in all its beauty, grace, and expressiveness. Ah, said Rousseau, science, the bottomless abyss. You speak to me of science, consolation, futurity, hope, another speaks of matter, of rigor, and of violence. Whom shall I believe? Shall it be, then, in this assembly of brothers as it is among the devouring wolves of the world which stirs above us? Wolves and sheep. Listen to my profession of faith, since you have not read it in my books. Your books, exclaimed Marat. They are sublime, I confess it, but they are utopias. You are useful in the same point of view as Pythagoras, Solon, and Cicero the sophist. You point out the good, but it is an artificial, unsubstantial, unattainable good. You are like one who would feed a hungry crowd with air bubbles, more or less illumined by the sun. Have you ever seen, said Rousseau, frowning, great commotions of nature take place without preparation? Have you seen the birth of a man, that common and yet sublime event? Have you not seen him collect substance and life in the womb of his mother for 9 months? Ah! You wish me to regenerate the world with actions. That is not to regenerate, monsieur, it is to revolutionize. Then, retorted the young surgeon, violently, you do not wish for independence, you do not wish for liberty. On the contrary, replied Rousseau. Independence is my idol, liberty is my goddess. But I wish for a mild and radiant liberty, a liberty which warms and vivifies. I wish for an equality which will connect men by ties of friendship, not by fear. I wish for education, for the instruction of each element of the social body, as the mechanic wishes for harmonious movement, as the cabinetmaker wishes for perfect exactness, for the closest fitting, in each piece of his work. I repeat it, I wish that for which I have written, progress, concord, devotion. A smile of disdain flitted over Marat's lips. Yes, he said, rivulets of milk and honey, Elysian fields like Virgil's, poetic dreams which philosophy would make a reality. Rousseau made no reply. It seemed to him too hard that he should have to defend his moderation, he whom all Europe called a violent innovator. He took his seat in silence, after having satisfied his ingenuous and timid mind by appealing with a glance to the person who had just before defended him, and obtaining his tacit approbation. The president rose. You have all heard, said he. Yes, replied the entire assembly. Does the candidate appear to you worthy of entering the association, and does he comprehend its duties? Yes, replied the assembly again, but this time with a reserve which did not evince much unanimity. Take the oath, said the president to Rousseau. It would be disagreeable to me, said the philosopher, with some pride, to displease any members of this association. And I must repeat the words I made use of just now, as they are the expression of my earnest conviction. If I were an orator, I would put them in a more eloquent manner. But my organ of speech is rebellious, and always betrays my thoughts when I ask it for an immediate translation. I wish to say that I can do more for the world and for you out of this assembly, than I could were I strictly to follow your usages. Leave me, therefore, to my work, to my weakness, to my loneliness. I have told you I am descending to the grave, grief, infirmity, and want hurry me on. You cannot delay this great work of nature. Abandon me. I am not made for the society of men, I hate and avoid them. Nevertheless, I serve them, because I am a man myself, and in serving them I fancy them better than they are. Now you have my whole thought, I shall not say another word. Then you refuse to take the oath, said Marat, with some emotion. I refuse positively, I do not wish to join the association. I see too many convincing proofs to assure me that I should be useless to it. Brother, said the unknown personage with the conciliatory voice, allow me to call you so, for we are brothers, independently of all combinations of the human mind, brother I do not give way to a very natural feeling of irritation. Sacrifice your legitimate pride, do for us what is repulsive to yourself. Your advice, your ideas, your presence, are light to our paths. Do not plunge us in the twofold darkness of your absence and your refusal. You are in error, said Rousseau. I take nothing from you, since I should never have given you more than I have given to the whole world, to the first chance reader, to the first consulter of the journals. If you wish for the name and essence of Rousseau. We do wish for them, said several voices, politely. Then make a collection of my books, place them upon the table of your president. And when you are taking the opinions of the meeting, and my turn to give one comes, open my books, you will find my counsel and my vote there. Rousseau made a step toward the door. Stop one moment, said the surgeon. Mind is free, and that of the illustrious philosopher more than any other. But it would not be regular to have allowed a stranger even to enter our sanctuary, who, not being bound by any tacit agreement, might, without dishonesty, reveal our mysteries. Rousseau smiled compassionately. "You want an oath of secrecy," said he. "You have said it. I am ready." "Be good enough to read the formula, venerable brother," said Marat. The venerable brother read the following form of oath: "I swear, in the presence of the eternal God, the architect of the universe, and before my superiors and the respectable assembly which surrounds me, never to reveal or to make known or write anything which has happened in my presence, under penalty, in case of indiscretion, of being punished according to the laws of the great founder, of my superiors, and the anger of my fathers." Rousseau had already raised his hand to swear, when the unknown, who had followed the progress of the debate with a sort of authority which no one seemed to dispute, although he was not distinguished from the crowd, approached the president, and whispered some words in his ear. "True," said the venerable chief, and he added, "You are a man, not a brother, you are a man of honor, placed toward us only in the position of a fellow man. We here abjure, therefore, our distinguishing peculiarity, and ask from you merely your word of honor to forget what has passed between us." "Like a dream of the morning, I swear it upon my honor," said Rousseau, with emotion. With these words he retired, and many of the members followed him. CII The report. When the members of the second and third orders had gone, 7 of the associates remained. They were the leading members of the chapter. They recognized each other by means of signs which proved their initiation to a superior degree. Their first care was to close the doors. Then their president made himself known by displaying a ring, on which were engraved the mysterious letters, L.P.D.5. This president was charged with the most important correspondence of the order. He was in communication with the 6 other chiefs, who dwelt in Switzerland, Russia, America, Sweden, Spain, and Italy. He brought with him some of the most important documents he had received from his colleagues, in order to communicate their contents to the superior circle of initiated brothers, who were above the others but beneath him. We have already recognized this chief, it was Balsamo. The most important of the letters contained threatening intelligence. It was from Sweden, and had been written by Swedenborg. "Watch the south, brothers," it said. "Under its burning rays has been hatched a traitor who will ruin you. Watch in Paris, brothers, the traitor dwells there, he possesses the secrets of the order, a feeling of hatred urges him on. A murmuring voice, a rustling flight, whispers the denunciation in my ear. I see a terrible vengeance coming, but perhaps it will be too late. In the meantime, brothers, watch. Watch. A traitorous tongue, even though it be uninstructed, is sometimes sufficient to overthrow our most skillfully constructed plans." The brothers looked at each other in mute surprise. The language of the fierce old sage, his prescience, which had acquired an imposing authority from many striking examples, contributed in no small degree to cast a gloom over the meeting at which Balsamo presided. Balsamo himself, who placed implicit faith in Swedenborg's second sight, could not resist the serious and painful impression made on him by the reading of that letter. "Brothers," said he, "the inspired prophet is rarely deceived. Watch, then, as he bids you. You know now, as I do, that the struggle has begun. Let us not be conquered by these ridiculous enemies, whose power we sap in the utmost security. You must not forget that they have mercenary swords at their command, powerful weapons in this world, among those who do not see beyond the limits of our terrestrial life. Brothers, let us distrust these hired traitors." "These fears seem to me puerile," said a voice, "we gather strength daily, and we are directed by brilliant genius and powerful hands." Balsamo bowed his thanks for the flattering eulogy. "Yes, but as our illustrious president has said, treason creeps everywhere," replied a brother, who was no other than the surgeon Marat, promoted, notwithstanding his youth, to a superior grade. In virtue of which he now sat for the first time on a consulting committee. "Remember, brothers, that by doubling the bait, you may make a more important capture. If Monsieur de Sartins with a bag of crown pieces can purchase the revelations of one of our obscurer brothers, with 1,000,000 or with holding out the hope of advancement, he may buy over one of our superiors. Now, with us, the obscurer brother knows nothing. At the most he is cognizant of the names of some of his colleagues, and these names signify nothing. Ours is an excellent constitution, but it is eminently aristocratic. The inferiors know nothing, can do nothing. They are called together to say or to hear trifles, and yet they contribute their time and their money to increase the solidity of Burr edifice. Reflect that the workman brings only the stone and the mortar, but without stone and mortar could you build the house? Now, the workman receives a very small salary, but I consider him equal to the architect who plans, creates, and superintends the whole work. And I consider him equal because he is a man, and in the eyes of a philosopher one man is worth as much as another, seeing that he bears his misfortunes and his fate equally, and because, even more than another man, he is exposed to the fall of a stone or the breaking of a scaffold. I must interrupt you, brother, said Balsamo. You diverge from the question which alone ought to occupy our thoughts. Your failing, brother, is that you are overzealous, and prone to generalized discussions. Our business on the present occasion is not to decide whether our constitution be good or bad, but to uphold the integrity of that constitution in all its strength. If I wished, however, to discuss the point with you, I should answer, no. The instrument which receives the impulse is not equal to the creating genius, the workman is not equal to the architect, the arm is not equal to the brain. Suppose Monsieur de Sartins should seize one of our least important brethren. Cried Marat, warmly, would he not send him to rot in the Bastille equally with you or me? Granted, but the misfortune in that case is for the individual only, not for the order, which with us should take precedence of all else. If, on the contrary, the chief is imprisoned, the whole conspiracy is at an end. When the general is absent, the army loses the battle. Therefore, brothers, watch over the safety of the chiefs. Yes, but let them in return watch over ours. That is their duty. And let their faults be doubly punished. Again, brother, you wander from the constitution of the order. Have you forgotten that the oath which binds all the members of the association is the same, and threatens all with the same punishment? The great ones always escape. That is not the opinion of the great themselves, brothers. Listen to the conclusion of the letter which one of the greatest among us, our prophet Swedenborg, has written. This is what he adds: the blow will come from one of the mighty ones, one of the mightiest of the order. Or if it comes not directly from him, the fault will be traceable to him. Remember that fire and water may be accomplices, one gives light, the other revelation. Watch, brothers, over all and over each, watch. Then, said Marat, seizing upon those points in Balsamo's speech and Swedenborg's letter which suited his purpose, let us repeat the oath which binds us together, and let us pledge ourselves to maintain it in its utmost vigor. Whosoever he may be who shall betray us or be the cause of our betrayal. Balsamo paused for a moment, and then, rising from his seat, he pronounced the consecrated words, with which our readers are already acquainted, in a slow, solemn, terrible voice. In the name of the crucified Son, I swear to break all the bonds of nature which unite me to father, mother, brother, sister, wife, relation, friend, mistress, king, benefactor, and to any being whatever to whom I have promised faith, obedience, gratitude, or service. I swear to reveal to the chief, whom I acknowledge according to the statutes of the order, all that I have seen or done, read or heard, learned or divined. And henceforward to search out and penetrate into that which may not openly present itself to my eyes. I will honor poison, steel, and fire as a means of ridding the world, by death or idiocy, of the enemies of truth and liberty. I subscribe to the law of silence. I consent to die, as if struck by lightning, on the day when I shall have merited this punishment, and I await, without murmuring, the knife which will reach me, in whatsoever part of the world I may be. Then the 7 men who composed this solemn assembly repeated the oath, word for word, standing, and with uncovered heads. When the words of the oath had been repeated by all, we are now guaranteed against treachery, said Balsamo. Let us no longer mingle extraneous matter with our discussion. I have to make my report to the committee of the principal events of the year. My summary of the affairs of France may have interest for enlightened and zealous minds like yours. I will begin with it. France is situated in the center of Europe, as the heart in the center of the body. It lives, and radiates life. It is in its palpitations that we must look for the cause of all the disorder in the general organization. I came to France, therefore, and approached Paris as a physician approaches the heart. I listened, I felt, I experimented. When I entered it a year ago, the monarchy harassed it. Today, vices kill it. I found it necessary to hasten the effect of these fatal debauches, and therefore I assisted them. An obstacle was in my way. This obstacle was a man, not only the first, but the most powerful man in the state, next to the king. He was gifted with some of those qualities which please other men. He was too proud, it is true, but his pride was applied to his works. He knew how to lighten the subjection of the people by making them believe, even sometimes to see, that they were a portion of the state. And by consulting them on their grievances, he raised a standard around which the mass will always rally, the spirit of nationality. He hated the English, the natural enemies of the French. He hated the favorite, the natural enemy of the working classes. Now, if this man would have been a usurper, if he would have been one of us, if he would have trodden in our path and acted for our ends, I would have assisted him. I would have kept him in power, I would have upheld him by the resources I am able to create for my protégés, for instead of patching up decayed royalty, he would have assisted us in overthrowing it on the appointed day. But he belonged to the aristocracy, he was born with a feeling of respect for that first rank to which he could not aspire, for the monarchy, which he dared not attack. He served royalty while despising the king. He did worse, he acted as a shield to this royalty against which our blows were directed. The Parliament and the people, full of respect for this living dyke which opposed itself to the encroachments of the royal prerogative, limited themselves to a moderate resistance. Certain as they were of having in him a powerful assistant when the moment should arrive. I understood the position, I undertook Monsieur de Choiseul's fall. This laborious task, at which for 10 years so much hatred and interest had labored in vain, I began and terminated in a few months, by means which it would be useless to reveal to you. By a secret, which constitutes one of my powers, a power the greater, because it will remain eternally hidden from the eyes of all, and will manifest itself only by its effects, I overthrew and banished Monsieur de Choiseul. And attached to his overthrow a long train of regret, disappointment, lamentation, and anger. You see now that my labor bears its fruit, all France asks for Choiseul, and rises to demand him back, as orphans turn to heaven when God has taken away their earthly parents. The Parliament employs the only right it possesses, the right of inertia. It has ceased to act. In a well-organized body, such as a state of the first rank ought to be, the paralysis of any essential organ is fatal. Now, the Parliament in the social, is what the stomach is in the human, body. When the Parliament ceases to act, the people, the intestines of the state, can work no longer. And consequently must cease to pay, and the gold, that is, the blood, will be wanting. There will be a struggle, no doubt, but who can combat against the people? Not the army, that daughter of the people, which eats the bread of the laborer and drinks the wine of the vine-grower. There remain then the king's household, the privileged classes, the guards, the Swiss, the musketeers, in all, scarce 5,000 or 6,000 men. What can this handful of pygmies do when the nation shall rise like a giant? Let them rise, then. Let them rise, cried several voices. Yes, yes, to the work, exclaimed Marat. Young man, I have not yet consulted you, said Balsamo, coldly. This sedition of the masses, continued he, this revolt of the weak become strong by their number against the powerful single-handed, less thoughtful, less ripened, less experienced minds would arouse immediately. And would succeed with a facility which terrifies me. But I have reflected and studied, I have mixed with the people, and assuming their dress, their perseverance, even their coarseness, I have viewed them so closely that I have made myself, as it were, one of themselves. I know them now. I cannot be deceived in them. They are strong, but ignorant, irritable, but not revengeful. In a word, they are not yet ripe for sedition such as I mean and wish for. They want the instruction which will make them see events in the double light of example and utility, they want the memory of their past experience. They resemble those daring young men whom I have seen in Germany, at the public festivals, eagerly climb a vessel's mast, at the top of which hung a ham and a silver cup. They started at first burning with eagerness, and mounted with surprising rapidity. But when they had almost reached the goal, when they had only to extend the arm to seize their prize, their strength abandoned them, and they slipped to the bottom amid the hootings of the crowd. The first time it happened as I have said. The second time they husbanded their strength and their breath, but taking more time, they failed by their slowness, as they had before failed from too great haste. At last, the third time, they took a middle course between precipitation and delay. And this time they succeeded. This is the plan I propose, efforts, never-ceasing efforts, which gradually approach the goal, until the day arrives when they will be crowned by infallible success. Balsamo ceased, and looked around upon his audience, among whom the passions of youth and inexperience were boiling over. "Speak, brother," said he to Marat, who was more agitated than the others. "I will be brief," said Marat. "Efforts soothe the people when they do not discourage them." Efforts. That is the theory of Monsieur Rousseau, citizen of Geneva, a great poet, but a slow and timid genius, a useless citizen, whom Plato would have driven from his republic. Wait. Ever wait. Since the emancipation of the commons, since the revolt of the Maillotins, for 7 centuries we have waited. Count the generations which have died in the meantime, and then dare to pronounce the fatal word "wait" as your motto of the future. Monsieur Rousseau speaks to us of opposition as it was practiced in the reign of the Grand Monarch, as Molière practiced it in his comedies, Boileau in his satires, and La Fontaine in his fables. In the society of marchionesses and at the feet of kings. Poor and feeble opposition, which has not advanced the cause of humanity one jot. Lisping children recite these veiled theories without understanding them, and go to sleep while they recite. Rabelais also was a politician in your sense of the word. But with such political views people laugh, and correct nothing. Have you seen one single abuse redressed for the last 300 years? Enough of poets and theorists. Let us have deeds, not words. We have given France up to the care of physicians for 300 years, and it is time now that surgery should enter in its turn, scalpel and saw in hand. Society is gangrened, let us stop the gangrene with the steel. He may wait who rises from his table to recline upon a couch of roses, from which the ruffled leaves are blown by the breath of his slaves, for the satisfied stomach exhales grateful vapors which mount into the brain, and recreate and vivify it. But hunger, misery, despair, are not satiated nor consoled with verses, with sentences and fables. They cry out loudly in their sufferings, deaf indeed must he be who does not hear their lamentations, accursed he who does not reply to them. A revolt, even should it be crushed, will enlighten the minds more than 1,000 years of precepts, more than 3 centuries of examples. It will enlighten the kings, if it do not overthrow them. That is much, that is enough. A murmur of admiration rose from several lips. Where are our enemies? Pursued Marat. Above us. Above us. They guard the doors of the palaces, they surround the steps of the throne. Upon this throne is their palladium, which they guard more vigilantly and apprehensively than the Trojans guarded theirs. This palladium, which makes them all powerful, rich, and insolent, is royalty. This royalty cannot be reached save by passing over the bodies of those who guard it, as one can reach the general only by overthrowing the battalions which protect him. Well, history tells us of many battalions which have been captured, many generals who have been overthrown, from Darius down to King John, from Regulus down to Duguesclin. If we overthrow the guard, we reach the idol. Let us begin by striking down the sentinels, we can afterward strike down the chief. Let the attack be first on the courtiers, the nobility, the aristocracy, afterward upon the kings. Count the privileged heads. There are scarcely 200,000. Walk through this beautiful garden called France, with a sharp switch in your hand, and cut down these 200,000 heads as Tarquin did the poppies of Latium, and all will be done. There will then be only two powers opposed to each other, the people and the kingship. Then let this kingship, this symbol, try to struggle with the people, this giant, and you will see. When dwarfs wish to overthrow a colossus, they begin with the pedestal. When the woodmen wish to cut down the oak, they attack it at the foot. Woodmen! Woodmen! Seize the hatchet, attack the oak at its roots, and the ancient tree with its proud branches will soon bite the dust. And will crush you like pygmies in its fall, unhappy schemers that you are, exclaimed Balsamo, in a voice of thunder. Ah! You rail against the poets, and you speak in metaphors even more poetical and more imaginative than theirs. Brother! Brother! Continued he, addressing Marat, I tell you, you have quoted these sentences from some romance which you are composing in your garret. Marat reddened. Do you know what a revolution is? Continued Balsamo. I have seen 200, and can tell you. I have seen that of ancient Egypt, that of Assyria, those of Rome and Greece, and that of the Netherlands. I have seen those of the Middle Ages, when the nations rushed one against another, east against west, west against east, and murdered without knowing why. From the shepherd kings to our own time there have been perhaps 100 revolutions, and yet now you complain of being slaves. Revolutions, then, have done no good. And why? Because those who caused the revolutions were all struck with the same vertigo, they were too hasty. Does God, who presides over the revolutions of the world, as genius presides over the revolutions of men, does he hasten? Cut down the oak, you cry, and you do not calculate that the oak, which needs but a second to fall, covers as much ground when it falls as a horse at a gallop would cross in 30 seconds. Now, those who throw down the oak, not having time to avoid the unforeseen fall, will be lost, crushed, killed, beneath its immense trunk. That is what you want, is it not? You will never get that from me. Like God, I have lived through 20, 30, 40 generations of human life. Like God, I am eternal. Like God, I shall be patient. I carry my fate, yours, the world's, in the hollow of this hand. No one can make me open this hand, full of overwhelming truth, unless I wish to open it. There is thunder in it, I know. Well. The thunderbolt shall remain in it, as if hidden in the murky cloud. Brothers! Brothers! Descend from these sublime heights, and let us once more walk upon the earth. I tell you plainly, and with sincere conviction, that the time has not yet come. The king who is on the throne is the last reflection of the great monarch whom the people still venerate, and in this fading monarchy there is yet something dazzling enough to outweigh the lightning shafts of your petty anger. This man was born a king, and will die a king. His race is insolent, but pure. You can read his origin on his brow, in his gestures, in his voice, he will always be king. Overthrow him, and that will happen to him which happened to Charles I. His executioners will kneel before him, and the courtiers who accompany him in his misfortune will, like Lord Capel, kiss the axe which has struck off the head of their master. Now, brothers, you all know that England was too hasty. King Charles I died upon the scaffold, indeed, but King Charles II, his son, died upon the throne. Wait, wait, brothers. For the time will soon be propitious. You wish to destroy the lilies. That is our motto, Lilia pedibus de true. But not a single root must leave to the flower of St. Louis the hope of blooming again. You wish to destroy royalty. To destroy royalty forever, you must weaken her prestige as well as her essence. You wish to destroy royalty. Wait till royalty is no longer a sacred office, but merely a trade, till it is practiced in a shop, not in a temple. Now, what is most sacred in royalty, namely, the legitimate transmission of the throne, authorized for centuries by God and the people, is about to be lost forever. Listen, listen. This invincible, this impervious barrier between us nothings and these quasi-divine creatures, this limit which the people have never dared to cross, and which is called legitimacy. This word, brilliant as a lighted watchtower, and which until now has saved the royal family from shipwreck, this word will be extinguished by the breath of a mysterious fatality. The Dauphiness, called to France to perpetuate the race of kings by the admixture of imperial blood, the Dauphiness, married now for a year to the heir of the French crown, approach, brothers. For I fear to let the sound of my words pass beyond your circle. Well? Asked the 6 chiefs, with anxiety. Well, brothers, the marriage of the Dauphiness is still not fully consummated. A sinister murmur, which would have frozen the monarchs of the world with terror had they heard it, such deep hatred, such revengeful joy did it breathe, escaped like a deadly vapor from the little circle of 6 heads, which almost touched each other, Balsamo's being bent over them from his rostrum. In this condition of affairs, continued Balsamo, 2 possibilities are presented, equally profitable to our cause. The first possibility is that the Dauphiness will continue childless, that then the race will be extinguished, and the future will have for our friends neither wars, difficulties, nor troubles. That will happen to this family, foredoomed to perish, which has always happened in France when 3 brothers have succeeded to the throne, which happened to the sons of Philippe le Bel, Louis le Hutin, Philippe le Long, and Charles IV. Who all reigned and died leaving no issue, which happened to the 3 sons of Henri Il, François Il, Charles IX, and Henri III, who all reigned, and died without issue. Like these, Monseigneur le Dauphin, Monseigneur le Comte de Provence, and Monseigneur le Comte d'Artois will all reign, and will die leaving no children, as died these others, it is the law of destiny. Then, as after Charles IV, the last king of the house of Capet, came Philippe VI. de Valois, of a family collateral to that of the kings preceding, as, after Henri HL, the last king of the house of Valois, came Henri IV. de Bourbon, of a family collateral to that which preceded, after the Comte d'Artois, whose name is written in the book of fate as that of the last king of the elder branch, will come perhaps some Cromwell or some William of Orange. Some stranger to the race or to the natural order of succession. This is what the first possibility offers us. The second is that the Dauphiness will not continue childless. And here is the trap into which our enemies will throw themselves, while expecting us to be caught in it. Oh! If the Dauphiness does not continue childless, if she becomes a mother, then, while all the court will rejoice, and will believe that royalty is more firmly established in France, we ourselves shall rejoice also. For we shall possess a secret so terrible that no prestige, no power, no efforts can make head against the crimes which that secret will involve, and the unhappiness which that maternity will bring upon the future queen. The heir she will give to the throne we shall easily show to be illegitimate, for we shall easily prove that maternity to be adulterous. So that, in comparison with that factitious good fortune which heaven will seem to have granted them, barrenness would have been a blessing from on high. This is why I refrain, gentlemen, this is why I wait, brothers. In short, this is why I consider it useless to unchain today the passions of the people, which I shall employ effectively when the fit time shall arrive. Now, gentlemen, you know this year's work, you see the progress of our minds. Be assured that we shall succeed only by the genius and the courage of some, who will serve as the eyes and the brain, by the perseverance and labor of others, who will represent the arms. By the faith and the devotion of others again, who will be the heart. Above all, remember the necessity of a blind submission, which ordains that even your chief must sacrifice himself to the statutes of the order, whenever those statutes require it. After this, gentlemen and beloved brothers, I would dissolve the meeting, if there were not still a good act to perform, an evil to point out. The great writer who came among us this evening, and who would have been one of us but for the stormy zeal of one of our brothers who alarmed his timid soul, this great author proved himself in the right before our assembly. And I deplore it as a misfortune that a stranger should be victorious in the presence of a majority of brothers who are imperfectly acquainted with our rules, and utterly ignorant of our aim. Rousseau, triumphing over the truths of our association with the sophisms of his books, represents a fundamental vice which I would extirpate by steel and fire, if I had not the hope of curing it by persuasion. The self-love of one of our brothers has exhibited itself with mischievous results. He has led us to defeat in the discussion. No such manifestation, I trust, will again be made, and if it is, I shall have recourse to the laws of discipline. In the meantime, gentlemen, propagate the faith by gentleness and persuasion. Insinuate it, do not impose it, do not force it into rebellious minds with wedges and blows, as the inquisitors tortured their victims. Remember that we cannot be great until after we have been acknowledged good, and that we cannot be acknowledged good but by appearing better than those who surround us. Remember, too, that among us the great, the good, the best, are nothing without science, art and faith, nothing, in short, compared with those whom God has marked with a peculiar stamp, to give them authority to govern men and rule empires. Gentlemen, the meeting is dissolved. After pronouncing these words, Balsamo put on his hat and folded himself in his cloak. Each of the initiated left in his turn, alone and silently, in order not to awaken suspicion. CII the body and the soul. The last who remained beside the master was Marat, the surgeon. He was very pale, and humbly approached the terrible orator of unlimited power. Master, said he, have I indeed committed a fault? A great one, monsieur, said Balsamo, and, what is worse, you do not believe that you have committed one. Well, yes, I confess that not only do I not believe that I committed a fault, but I think that I spoke as I ought to speak. Pride, muttered Balsamo, pride, destructive demon. Men combat the fever in the blood of the patient, they dispel the plague from the water and the air. But they let pride strike such deep roots in their hearts that they cannot exterminate it. Oh, master, said Marat, you have a very despicable opinion of me. Am I indeed so worthless that I cannot count for anything among my fellows? Have I gathered the fruits of my labor so ill that I cannot utter a word without being taxed with ignorance? Am I such a lukewarm member that my earnestness is suspected? If I have no other good quality, I have at least that of living in devotion to the holy cause of the people. Monsieur, replied Balsamo, it is because the principle of good yet struggles in you against the principle of evil, which appears to me likely to carry you away one day, that I will try to correct these defects in you. If I can succeed, if pride has not yet subdued every other sentiment in your breast, I shall succeed in 1 hour. In 1 hour, said Marat. Yes, will you grant me that time? Certainly. Where shall I see you? Master, it is my place to seek you in any place you may choose to point out to your servant. Well, said Balsamo, I will come to your house. Mark the promise you are making, master. I live in an attic in the Rue des Cordeliers. An attic, remember, said Marat, with an affectation of proud simplicity, with a boasting display of poverty, which did not escape Balsamo, while you. Well, while you, it is said, inhabit a palace. Balsamo shrugged his shoulders, like a giant who looks down with contempt on the anger of a dwarf. Well, even so, monsieur, he replied, I will come to see you in your garret. And when, monsieur? Tomorrow. At what time? In the morning. At daybreak I go to my lecture room, and from thence to the hospital. That is precisely what I want. I would have asked you to take me with you, had you not proposed it. But early, remember, said Marat, I sleep little. And I do not sleep at all, replied Balsamo. At daybreak, then. I shall expect you. Thereupon they separated, for they had reached the door opening on the street, now as dark and solitary as it had been noisy and populous when they entered. Balsamo turned to the left, and rapidly disappeared. Marat followed his example, striding toward the right with his long, meager limbs. Balsamo was punctual. The next morning at 6 o'clock he knocked at the door of a long corridor, which, with the 6 rooms opening into it, formed the upper story of an old house in the Rue des Cordeliers. It was evident that Marat had made great preparations to receive his illustrious guest. The small bed of walnut tree, and the wooden chest of drawers beside it, shone bright beneath the sturdy arm of the charwoman, who was busily engaged scrubbing the decayed furniture. Marat himself lent a helping hand to the old woman, and was refreshing the withered flowers which were arranged in a blue delft pot, and which formed the principal ornament of the attic. He still held a dusting cloth under his arm, which showed that he had not touched the flowers until he had given a rub to the furniture. As the key was in the door, and as Balsamo had entered without knocking, he interrupted Marat in his occupation. Marat, at the sight of the master, blushed much more deeply than was becoming in a true Stoic. "You see, master," said he, stealthily throwing the telltale cloth behind a curtain, "I am a domestic man, and assist this good woman. It is from preference that I choose this task, which is, perhaps, not quite plebeian, but it is still less aristocratic." "It is that of a poor young man who loves cleanliness," said Balsamo, coldly, "nothing more. Are you ready, monsieur? You know my moments are precious. I have only to slip on my coat, monsieur. Dame Gravette, my coat. She is my portress, monsieur, my footman, my cook, my housekeeper, and she costs me 1 crown a month." "Economy is praiseworthy," said Balsamo, "it is the wealth of the poor, and the wisdom of the rich." "My hat and cane," said Marat. "Stretch out your hand," said Balsamo, "there is your hat, and no doubt this cane which is near your hat is yours." "Oh! I beg your pardon, monsieur, I am quite confused. Are you ready?" "Yes, monsieur." "My watch, Dame Gravette." Dame Gravette bustled about the room as if in search of something, but did not reply. "You have no occasion for a watch, monsieur, to go to the lecture room and the hospital, it will perhaps not be easily found, and that would cause some delay. But monsieur, I attach great value to my watch, which is an excellent one, and which I bought with my savings." "In your absence, Dame Gravette will look for it," replied Balsamo, with a smile. "And if she searches carefully, it will be found when you return." "Oh, certainly," said Dame Gravette, "it will be found, unless monsieur has left it somewhere else. Nothing is lost here." "You see," said Balsamo. "Come, monsieur, come." Marat did not venture to persist, and followed Balsamo, grumbling. When they reached the door, Balsamo said, "Where shall we go first?" "To the lecture room, if you please, master. I have marked a subject which must have died last night of acute meningitis. I want to make some observations on his brain, and I do not wish my colleagues to take it from me." "Then let us go to the lecture room, Monsieur Marat. Moreover, it is only a few yards from here, the lecture room is close to the hospital, and we shall need only to go in and come out again, you might even wait for me at the door." "On the contrary, I wish to accompany you inside. You will give me your opinion on this subject." "When he was alive, monsieur?" "No, since he has become a corpse." "Take care," said Marat, smiling. "I may gain a point over you, for I am well acquainted with this part of my profession, and am said to be a skillful anatomist." "Pride! Pride! Ever pride," murmured Balsamo. "What do you say?" asked Marat. "I say that we shall see, monsieur," replied Balsamo. "Let us enter." Marat preceded Balsamo in the narrow alley leading to the lecture room, which was situated at the extremity of the Rue Hautefeuille. Balsamo followed him unhesitatingly until they reached a long narrow room, where 2 corpses, a male and a female, lay stretched upon a marble table. The woman had died young, the man was old and bald. A soiled sheet was thrown over their bodies, leaving their faces half uncovered. They were lying side by side upon this cold bed, they who had perhaps never met before in the world, and whose souls, then voyaging in eternity, must, could they have looked down on earth, have been struck with astonishment at the proximity of their mortal remains. Marat with a single movement raised and threw aside the coarse linen which covered the 2 bodies, whom death had thus made equal before the anatomist's scalpel. "Is not the sight of the dead repugnant to your feelings?" asked Marat, in his usual boasting manner. "It makes me sad," replied Balsamo. "Want of custom," said Marat. "I, who see this sight daily, feel neither sadness nor disgust. We practitioners live with the dead, and do not interrupt any of the functions of our existence on their account. It is a sad privilege of your profession, monsieur. Besides, added Marat, why should I be sad, or feel disgust? In the first case, reflection forbids it, in the second, custom. Explain your ideas, said Balsamo, I do not understand you clearly. Reflection first. Well, why should I be afraid? Why should I fear an inert mass, a statue of flesh instead of stone, marble, or granite? In short, you think there is nothing in a corpse. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Do you believe that? I am sure of it. But in the living body. There is motion, said Marat, proudly. And the soul, you do not speak of it, monsieur. I have never found it in the bodies which I have dissected. Because you have dissected only corpses. Oh, no, monsieur. I have frequently operated upon living bodies. And you have found nothing more in them than in the corpses. Yes, I have found pain. Do you call pain the soul? Then you do not believe in it. In what? In the soul. I believe in it, because I am at liberty to call it motion, if I wish. That is well. You believe in the soul, that is all I asked. I am glad you believe in it. One moment, master. Let us understand each other, and above all, let us not exaggerate, said Marat, with his serpent smile. We practitioners are rather disposed to materialism. These bodies are very cold, said Balsamo, dreamily, and this woman was very beautiful. Why, yes. A lovely soul would have been suitable in this lovely body. Ah! There was the mistake of him who created her. A beautiful scabbard, but a vile sword. This corpse, master, is that of a wretched woman who had just left Saint Lazare when she died of cerebral inflammation in the Hôtel Dieu. Her history is long, and tolerably scandalous. If you call the motive power which impelled this creature soul, you wrong our souls, which must be of the same essence, since they are derived from the same source. Her soul should have been cured, said Balsamo. It was lost for want of the only physician who is indispensable, a physician of the soul. Alas, master, that is another of your theories. There are only physicians for the body, replied Marat, with a bitter smile. Now you have a word on your lips which Molière has often employed in his comedies, and it is this word which makes you smile. No, said Balsamo, you mistake, you cannot know why I smile. What we concluded just now was that these corpses are void, was it not? And insensible, added Marat, raising the young woman's head, and letting it fall noisily upon the marble, while the body neither moved nor shuddered. Very well, said Balsamo, let us now go to the hospital. Wait one moment, master, I entreat you, until I have separated from the trunk this head, which I am most anxious to have, as it was the seat of a very strange disease. Will you allow me? Do you ask? Said Balsamo. Marat opened his case, took from it a bistoury, and picked up in a corner a large wooden mallet stained with blood. Then with a practiced hand he made a circular incision, which separated all the flesh and the muscles of the neck. And having thus reached the bone, he slipped his bistoury between two joints of the vertebral column, and struck a sharp blow upon it with the mallet. The head rolled upon the table, and from the table upon the floor. Marat was obliged to seize it with his damp hands. Balsamo turned away, not to give too much joy to the triumphant operator. One day, said Marat, who thought he had hit the master in a weak point, one day some philanthropist will occupy himself with the details of death as others do with those of life. And will invent a machine which shall sever a head at a single blow, and cause instantaneous annihilation, which no other instrument of death does. The wheel, quartering, and hanging, are punishments suitable for savages, but not for civilized people. An enlightened nation like France should punish, but not revenge. Those who condemn to the wheel, who hang or quarter, revenge themselves upon the criminal by inflicting pain before punishing him by death, and that, in my opinion, is too much by half. And in mine also, monsieur. But what kind of an instrument do you mean? I can fancy a machine cold and impassive as the law itself. The man who is charged with fulfilling the last office is moved at the sight of his fellow man, and sometimes strikes badly, as in the case of the Duke of Monmouth and that of Chile. This could not happen with a machine having, for instance, 2 arms of oak wielding a cutlass. And do you believe, monsieur, that because the knife would pass with the rapidity of lightning between the base of the occiput and the trapezoid muscles, death would be instantaneous and the pain momentary? Certainly. Death would be instantaneous, for the iron would sever at a blow the nerves which cause motion. The pain would be momentary, for the blade would separate the brain, which is the seat of feeling, from the heart, which is the center of life. Monsieur, said Balsamo, the punishment of decapitation exists in Germany. Yes, but by the sword, and, as I said before, a man's hand may tremble. Such a machine exists in Italy, an arm of oak wields it. It is called the menage. Well, monsieur, I have seen criminals decapitated by the executioner raise their headless bodies from the bench on which they were seated, and stagger off, to fall 10 steps from there. I have picked up heads which had rolled to the foot of the menage, as that head you are holding by the hair has just rolled from the marble table, and on pronouncing in their ears the name by which those persons had been called. I have seen the eyes open again and turn in their orbits, seeking to discover who from the earth had called to them in that passage from time to eternity. A nervous movement, nothing else. Are the nerves not the organs of sensibility? What do you conclude from that, monsieur? I conclude that it would be better, instead of inventing a machine which kills in order to punish, that man should seek a means of punishing without killing. The society which will invent this means will assuredly be the best and the most enlightened of societies. Utopia again, always utopia, said Marat. Perhaps you are right, said Balsamo, time will show. But did you not speak of the hospital? Let us go. Come, then, said Marat, and he tied the woman's head in his pocket handkerchief, carefully knotting the 4 corners. Now I am sure, at least, said he, as he left the hall, that my comrades will have only my leavings. They took the way to the Hotel Dieu, the dreamer and the practitioner side by side. You have cut off this head very coolly and very skillfully, monsieur, said Balsamo. Do you feel less emotion when you operate upon the living than the dead? Does the sight of suffering affect you more than that of immobility? Have you more pity for living bodies than for corpses? No, that would be as great a fault as for the executioner to be moved. You may kill a man by cutting his thigh unskillfully, just as well as by severing the head from the body. A good surgeon operates with his hand, not with his heart, though he knows well at the same time, in his heart, that for one moment of suffering he gives years of life and health. That is the fair side of our profession, master. Yes, monsieur. But in the living bodies you meet with the soul, I hope. Yes, if you will agree with me that the soul is motion, or sensibility. Yes, certainly, I meet with it, and it is very troublesome too, for it kills far more patients than any scalpel. They had by this time arrived at the threshold of the Hotel Dieu, and now entered the hospital. Guided by Marat, who still carried his funereal burden, Balsamo penetrated to the hall where the operations were performed, in which the head surgeon and the students in surgery were assembled. The attendant had just brought in a young man who had been run over the preceding week by a heavy carriage, the wheel of which had crushed his foot. A hasty operation performed upon the limb when benumbed by pain had not been sufficient. The inflammation had rapidly extended, and the amputation of the leg had now become an urgent necessity. The unfortunate man, stretched upon his bed of anguish, looked, with a horror which would have melted tigers, at the band of eager students who were watching for the moment of his martyrdom, perhaps of his death. That they might study the science of life, that marvelous phenomenon behind which lies the gloomy phenomenon of death. He seemed to implore a pitying look, a smile, or a word of encouragement from each of the students and attendants, but the beatings of his heart were responded to only by indifference, his beseeching looks encountered only steel. A remnant of courage and of pride kept him silent. He reserved all his strength for the cries which pain would soon wring from him. But when he felt the heavy hand of the attendant upon his shoulder, when the arms of the assistants twined around him like the serpents of Laocoon, when he heard the operator's voice cry, "Courage!" The unfortunate man ventured to break the silence, and asked in a plaintive voice, "Shall I suffer much?" "Oh, no. Make your mind easy," replied Marat, with a hypocritical smile, which to the patient seemed kind, but to Balsamo ironical. Marat saw that Balsamo had understood him. He approached and whispered, "It is a dreadful operation. The bone is full of cracks, and fearfully sensitive. He will die, not of the wound, but of the pain. That is what the soul does for this poor man. Then why do you operate? Why do you not let him die in peace?" "Because it is the surgeon's duty to attempt a cure, even when the cure seems impossible." "And you say he will suffer?" "Fearfully. And that his soul is the cause?" "His soul, which has too much sympathy with the body." "Then why not operate upon the soul? Perhaps the tranquility of the one would cause the cure of the other." "I have done so," said Marat, while the attendants continued to bind the patient. "You have prepared his soul?" "Yes." "How so?" "As one always does, by words. I spoke to his soul, his intelligence, his sensibility, to that organ which caused the Greek philosopher to exclaim, 'Pain, thou art no evil,' the language suitable for it. I said to him, 'You will not suffer.' That is the only remedy hitherto known, as regards the soul, falsehood. Why is this she-devil of a soul connected with the body? When I cut off this head just now, the body said nothing, yet the operation was a serious one. But motion had ceased, sensibility was extinguished, the soul had fled, as you spiritualists say. This is the reason why the head I severed said nothing, why the body which I mutilated allowed me to do so. While this body which is yet inhabited by a soul, for a short time indeed, but still inhabited, will cry out fearfully. Stop your ears well, master, you who are moved by this union of body and soul, which will always defeat your theory until you succeed in isolating the body from the soul. And you believe we shall never arrive at this isolation? Try, said Marat, this is an excellent opportunity. Well, yes, you are right, said Balsamo, the opportunity is a good one, and I will make the attempt. You will make the attempt? I will. How will you do it? This young man interests me, he shall not suffer. You are an illustrious chief, said Marat, but you are neither God the Father, nor God the Son, and you cannot prevent this man from suffering. If he were not to feel the pain, do you think he would recover? His recovery would be more probable, but not certain. Balsamo cast an inexpressible look of triumph upon Marat, and placed himself before the young patient, whose frightened eyes, already dilated with the anguish of terror, met his. Sleep, said Balsamo, not alone with his lips, but with his look, with his will, with all the heat of his blood, all the vital energy of his body. The head surgeon was just beginning to feel the injured leg, and to point out the aggravated nature of the case to his students. But at Balsamo's command the young man, who had raised himself upon his seat, oscillated for a moment in the arms of his attendants, his head drooped, and his eyes closed. He is ill, said Marat. No, monsieur. But do you not see that he loses consciousness? He is sleeping. What, he sleeps? Yes. Every one turned to look at the strange physician, whom they took for a madman. An incredulous smile hovered on Marat's lips. Is it usual for people to talk while in a swoon? Asked Balsamo. No. Well, question him, he will reply. Eh. Young man, cried Marat. You need not speak so loud, said Balsamo, speak in your usual tone. Tell us what is the matter with you. I was ordered to sleep, and I sleep, replied the patient. His voice was perfectly calm, and contrasted strangely with that they had heard a few moments before. All the attendants looked at each other. Now, said Balsamo, release him. That is impossible, said the head surgeon, the slightest movement will spoil the operation. He will not stir. Who can assure me of that? I, and he also, ask him. Can you be left untied, my friend? Yes. And will you promise not to move? I will promise it, if you command me. I command it. Faith. Monsieur, you speak so positively that I am tempted to make the trial. Do so, monsieur. And fear nothing. Untie him. The assistants obeyed. Balsamo advanced to the bedside. From this moment, said he, do not stir until I order you. A statue upon a tombstone could not have been more motionless than the patient, upon this injunction. Now operate, monsieur, said Balsamo, the patient is quite ready. The surgeon took his bistoury. But when upon the point of using it, he hesitated. Cut, monsieur. Cut, I tell you, said Balsamo, with the air of an inspired prophet. And the surgeon, yielding, like Marat, like the patient, like every one present, to the irresistible influence of Balsamo's words, made ready to begin. The sound of the knife passing through the flesh was heard, but the patient did not stir, nor even sigh. From what country do you come, my friend? Asked Balsamo. I am a Breton, monsieur, replied the patient, smiling. And you love your country? Oh, monsieur, it is so beautiful. In the meantime the surgeon was making the circular incisions in the flesh, by means of which, in amputations, the bone is laid bare. You left it when young? Asked Balsamo. At 10 years of age, monsieur. The incisions were made, the surgeon placed the saw on the bone. My friend, said Balsamo, sing me that song which the salt-makers of bats chant as they return to their homes after the day's work is over. I can remember only the first line. My salt covered o'er with its mantle of foam. The saw was now severing the bone. But at Balsamo's command the patient smiled, and began to sing in a low, melodious, ecstatic voice, like a lover or like a poet, the following verses. My salt covered o'er with its mantle of foam. The lake of pure azure that mirrors my home. My stove where the peats ever cheerfully burn. And the honeyed wheat cake which awaits my return. The wife of my bosom, my silver-haired sire. My urchins who sport round the clear evening fire. And there, where the wild flowers, in brightest of bloom, their fragrance diffuse round my loved mother's tomb. Blessed, blessed be ye all. Now the day's task is o'er. And I stand once again at my own cottage door. And richly will love my brief absence repay. And the calm joys of eve the rude toils of the day. The leg fell upon the bed while the patient was still singing. Civ, body and soul. Every one looked with astonishment at the patient, with admiration at the physician. Some said that both were mad. Marat communicated this opinion to Balsamo in a whisper. Terror has made the poor devil lose his senses, said he, that is why he feels no pain. I think not, replied Balsamo. And far from having lost his senses, I am sure that if I asked him, he could tell us the day of his death if he is to die, or the period of his convalescence if he is to recover. Marat was almost inclined to adopt the general opinion, that Balsamo was as mad as his patient. In the meantime, however, the surgeon was tying up the arteries, from which spouted streams of blood. Balsamo drew a small phial from his pocket, poured a few drops of the liquid it contained upon a little ball of lint, and begged the chief surgeon to apply the lint to the arteries. The latter obeyed, with a certain feeling of curiosity. He was one of the most celebrated practitioners of that period, a man truly enamored of his profession, who repudiated none of its mysteries, and for whom chance was but the makeshift of ignorance. He applied the lint to the artery, which quivered, bubbled, and then allowed the blood to escape only drop by drop. He could now tie up the artery with the greatest ease. This time Balsamo obtained an undoubted triumph, and all present asked him where he had studied, and of what school he was. I am a German physician of the school of Göttingen, he replied, and I have made this discovery you have just witnessed. However, gentlemen and fellow practitioners, I wish this discovery to remain a secret for the present, as I have a wholesome terror of the stake, and the Parliament of Paris might perhaps resume their functions once more. For the pleasure of condemning a sorcerer to be burned. The head surgeon was still plunged in a reverie. Marat also seemed thoughtful, but he was the first to break the silence. "You said just now," said he, "that if you were to question this man about the result of this operation, he would reply truly, though the result is still veiled in futurity." "I assert it again," replied Balsamo. "Well, let us have the proof. What is this poor fellow's name?" "Havard," replied Marat. Balsamo turned to the patient, whose lips were yet murmuring the last words of the plaintive air. "Well, my friend," asked he, "what do you augur from the state of this poor Havard?" "What do I augur from his state?" replied the patient. "Stay. I must return from Brittany, where I was, to the Hôtel Dieu, where he is." "Just so. Enter, look at him, and tell me the truth respecting him." "Oh. He is very ill. His leg has been cut off." "Indeed," said Balsamo. "And has the operation been successful?" "Exceedingly so, but—" The patient's face darkened. "But what?" asked Balsamo. "But," resumed the patient, "he has a terrible trial to pass through. The fever. When will it come on?" "At 7 o'clock this evening." All the spectators looked at each other. "And this fever?" asked Balsamo. "Oh. It will make him very ill, but he will recover from the first attack." "Are you sure?" "Oh, yes." "Then, after this first attack, will he be saved?" "Alas! No," said the wounded man, sighing. "Will the fever return, then?" "Oh, yes. And more severely than before." "Poor Havard! Poor Havard!" He continued, "He has a wife and several children," and his eyes filled with tears. "Must his wife be a widow, then, and his children orphans?" asked Balsamo. "Wait, wait." He clasped his hands. "No, no," he exclaimed, his features lighting up with an expression of sublime faith, "no, his wife and children have prayed so much that they have obtained God's mercy for him. Then he will recover." "Yes. You hear, gentlemen," said Balsamo, "he will recover." "Ask him in how many days," said Marat. "In how many days, do you say?" "Yes, you said he could indicate the phases, and the duration of his convalescence." "I ask nothing better than to question him on the subject." "Well, then, question him now." "And when do you think Havard will recover?" said Balsamo. "Oh. His cure will take a long time, a month, 6 weeks, 2 months. He entered this hospital 5 days ago, and he will leave it 2 months and 2 weeks after having entered." "And he will leave it cured?" "Yes." "But," said Marat, "unable to work, and consequently unable to maintain his wife and children." Havard again clasped his hands. "Oh. God is good, God will provide for him." "And how will God provide for him?" asked Marat. "As I am in the way of learning today, I should much like to learn that. God has sent to his bedside a charitable man, who has taken pity upon him, and who has said to himself, 'Poor Havard shall not want.'" The spectators were amazed. Balsamo smiled. "This is in truth a strange scene," said the head surgeon, at the same time taking the patient's hand, and feeling his chest and forehead. "This man is dreaming." "Do you think so?" said Balsamo. Then darting upon the sick man a look of authority and energy, "Awake, Havard," said he. The young man opened his eyes with some difficulty, and gazed with profound surprise upon all these spectators, who had so soon laid aside their threatening attitude, and assumed an inoffensive manner toward him. "Well," said he, sadly, "have you not operated yet? Are you still going to make me suffer?" Balsamo was quick to make the reply, for he feared the invalid's emotion. But there was no need for such haste. The surprise of all the spectators was so great that none would have anticipated him. "My friend," said he, "be calm. The head surgeon has operated upon your leg in such a manner as to satisfy all the requirements of your condition. It seems, my poor fellow, that you are not very strong-minded, for you fainted at the first incision." "Oh. So much the better, said the Breton, smilingly, I felt nothing, and my sleep was even sweet and refreshing. What happiness, my leg will not be cut off. But just at that moment the poor man looked down, and saw the bed full of blood, and his amputated leg lying near him. He uttered a scream, and this time fainted in reality. Now question him, said Balsamo, coldly, to Marat, you will see if he replies. Then, taking the head surgeon aside, while the nurses carried the poor young man back to his bed, Monsieur, said Balsamo, you heard what your poor patient said? Yes, Monsieur, that he would recover. He said something else, he said that God would take pity upon him, and would send him wherewithal to support his wife and children. Well? Well, Monsieur, he told the truth on this point, as on the others. Only you must undertake to be the charitable medium of affording him this assistance. Here is a diamond, worth about 20,000 francs. When the poor man is cured, sell it, and give him the proceeds. In the meantime, since the soul, as your pupil Monsieur Marat said very truly, has a great influence upon the body, tell Havard, as soon as he is restored to consciousness, that his future comfort and that of his children is secured. But, Monsieur, said the surgeon, hesitating to take the ring which Balsamo offered him, if he should not recover. He will recover. Then allow me at least to give you a receipt. Monsieur. That is the only condition upon which I can receive a jewel of such value. Do as you think right, Monsieur. Your name, if you please. The Comte de Phoenix. The surgeon passed into the adjoining apartment, while Marat, overwhelmed, confounded, but still struggling against the evidence of his senses, approached Balsamo. In 5 minutes the surgeon returned, holding in his hand the following receipt, which he gave Balsamo. I have received from the Comte de Phoenix a diamond, which he affirms to be worth 20,000 francs. The value of which is to be given to the man Havard when he leaves the Hôtel Dieu. This 15th of September, 1771. Guillotin, M.D. Balsamo bowed to the doctor, took the receipt, and left the room, followed by Marat. You are forgetting your head, said Balsamo, for whom the wandering of the young student's thoughts was a great triumph. Ah, true, said he, and he again picked up his dismal burden. When they emerged into the street, both walked forward very quickly, without uttering a word, then, having reached the Rue de Cordeliers, they ascended the steep stairs which led to the attic. Marat, who had not forgotten the disappearance of his watch, stopped before the lodge of the portress, if the den which she inhabited may be called by that name, and asked for Dame Gravette. A thin, stunted, miserable-looking child, about 7 years old, replied, in a whining voice, Mamma is gone out, she said that when you came home I was to give you this letter. No, no, my little friend, said Marat. Tell her to bring it me herself. Yes, monsieur. And Marat and Balsamo proceeded on their way. Ah, said Marat, pointing out a chair to Balsamo, and falling upon a stool himself, I see the master has some fine secrets. It is because I have entered further than most men into the confidence of nature and of God, replied Balsamo. Oh, said Marat, how science proves man's omnipotence, and how proud one should be that he is a man. True, and a physician, you should have added. Therefore I am proud of you, master, said Marat. And yet, replied Balsamo, smiling, I am but a poor physician of souls. Oh! Do not say that, monsieur, you, who stopped the patient's bleeding by material means. I thought my best cure was that of having prevented him from suffering. True, you assured me he was mad. He was so for a moment, certainly. What do you call madness? Is it not an abstraction of the soul? Or of the mind, said Marat. We will not discuss the point. The soul serves me as a term for what I mean. When the object is found, it matters little how you call it. There is where we differ, monsieur. You pretend you have found the thing, and seek only the name, I maintain that you seek both the object and the name. We will return to that immediately. You said, then, that madness was a temporary abstraction of the mind? Certainly. Involuntary, is it not? Yes. I have seen a madman at Bicester, who bit the iron bars of his cell, crying out all the time, "Cook, your pheasants are very tender, but they are badly dressed." But you admit, at least, that this madness passes over the mind like a cloud, and that when it has passed, the mind resumes its former brightness. That scarcely ever happens. Yet you saw our patient recover his senses perfectly after his insane dream. I saw it, but I did not understand what I saw. It is an exceptional case, one of those strange events which the Israelites called miracles. No, monsieur, said Balsamo, it is simply the abstraction of the soul, the twofold isolation of spirit and matter, a thing inert, dust, which will return to dust. And soul, the divine spark which was enclosed for a short period in that dark lantern called the body, and which, being the child of heaven, will return to heaven after the body has sunk to earth. Then you abstracted the soul momentarily from the body? Yes, monsieur, I commanded it to quit the miserable abode which it occupied. I raised it from the abyss of suffering in which pain had bound it, and transported it into pure and heavenly regions. What, then, remained for the surgeon? That which remained for your dissecting knife, when you severed from the dead body that head you are carrying, nothing but inert flesh, matter, clay. And in whose name did you command the soul? In his name who created all souls by his breath, the souls of worlds, the souls of men, in the name of God. Then, said Marat, you deny free will. I, said Balsamo, on the contrary, what am I doing at this moment? I show you, on the one hand, free will, on the other, abstraction. I show you a dying man, a prey to excruciating pain. This man has a stoical soul, he anticipates the operation, he asks for it, he bears it, but he suffers. That is free will. But when I approach the dying man, I, the ambassador of God, the prophet, the apostle, and taking pity upon this man who is my fellow creature, I abstract, by the powers which the Lord has given me, the soul from the suffering body. This blind, inert, insensible body becomes a spectacle which the soul contemplates with a pitying eye from the height of its celestial sphere. Did you not hear Havard, when speaking of himself, say, this poor Havard? He did not say, myself. It was because this soul had in truth no longer any connection with the body, it was already winging its way to heaven. But, by this way of reckoning, man is nothing, said Marat, and I can no longer say to the tyrant, you have power over my body, but none over my soul. Ah! Now you pass from truth to sophism. I have already told you, monsieur, it is your failing. God lends the soul to the body, it is true. But it is no less true that during the time the soul animates this body, there is a union between the two, an influence of one over the other, a supremacy of matter over mind, or mind over matter, according as, for some purpose hidden from us, God permits either the body or the soul to be the ruling power. But it is no less true that the soul which animates the beggar is as pure as that which reigns in the bosom of the king. That is the dogma which you, an apostle of equality, ought to preach. Prove the equality of the spiritual essences in these two cases, since you can establish it by the aid of all that is most sacred in the eyes of men, by holy books and traditions, by science and faith. Of what importance is the equality of two substances? With physical equality you do not soar to the throne of God. Just now this poor wounded man, this ignorant child of the people, told you things concerning his illness which none among the doctors would have ventured to say. How was that? It was because his soul, temporarily freed from earthly ties, floated above this world, and saw from on high a mystery which our opaqueness of vision hides from us. Marat turned his dead head back and forward upon the table, seeking a reply which he could not find. Yes, muttered he, at last, yes, there is something supernatural in all this. Perfectly natural, on the contrary, monsieur. Cease to call supernatural what has its origin in the functions fulfilling the destiny of the soul. These functions are natural, although perhaps not known. But though unknown to us, master, these functions cannot surely be a mystery to you. The horse, unknown to the Peruvians, was yet familiar to the Spaniards, who had tamed him. It would be presumptuous in me to say, I know. I am more humble, monsieur, I say, I believe. Well, what do you believe? I believe that the first, the most powerful, of all laws is the law of progress. I believe that God has created nothing without having a beneficent design in view. Only, as the duration of this world is uncalculated and incalculable, the progress is slow. Our planet, according to the scriptures, was 60 centuries old when printing came like an immense beacon light to illuminate the past and the future. With the advent of printing, obscurity and forgetfulness vanished. Printing is the memory of the world. Well, Gutenberg invented printing, and I have recovered my confidence. Ah, said Marat, ironically, you will perhaps be able at last to read men's hearts. Why not? Then you will open that little window in men's breasts which the ancients so much desired to see. There is no need for that, monsieur. I shall separate the soul from the body, and the soul, the pure, immaculate daughter of God, will reveal to me all the turpitudes of the mortal covering it is condemned to animate. Can you reveal material secrets? Why not? Can you tell me, for instance, who has stolen my watch? You lower science to a base level, monsieur. But no matter. God's greatness is proved as much by a grain of sand as by the mountain, by the fleshworm as by the elephant. Yes, I will tell you who has stolen your watch. Just then a timid knock was heard at the door. It was Marat's servant, who had returned, and who came, according to the young surgeon's order, to bring the letter. C.V. Marat's portress. The door opened, and Dame Gravette entered. This woman, whom we have not before taken the trouble to sketch, because she was one of those characters whom the painter keeps in the background so long as he has no occasion for them. This woman now advances in the moving picture of this history, and demands her place in the immense picture we have undertaken to unroll before the eyes of our readers, in which, if our genius equaled our goodwill, we would introduce all classes of beings, from the beggar to the king, from Caliban to Ariel, from Ariel to God. We shall now therefore attempt a sketch of Dame Gravette, who steps forth out of the shade, and advances toward us. She was a tall, withered creature, from 30 to 35 years of age, with dark sallow complexion, and blue eyes encircled with black rings, the fearful type of that decline, that wasting away, which is produced in densely populated towns by poverty, bad air, and every sort of degradation, mental as well as bodily, among those creatures whom God created so beautiful, and who would otherwise have become magnificent in their perfect development, as all living denizens of earth, air, and sky are when man has not made their life one long punishment. When he has not tortured their limbs with chains and their stomachs with hunger, or with food almost as fatal. Thus Marat's portress would have been a beautiful woman, if from her 15th year she had not dwelt in a den without air or light, if the fire of her natural instincts, fed by this oven-like heat, or by the icy cold, had not ceaselessly burned. She had long, thin hands, which the needle of the sempstress had furrowed with little cuts, which the suds of the wash-house had cracked and softened, which the burning coals of the kitchen had roasted and tanned, but in spite of all, hands which, by their form, that indelible trace of the divine mold, would have been called royal, if, instead of being blistered by the broom, they had wielded the scepter. So true is it that this poor human body is only the outward sign of our profession. But in this woman the mind, which was superior to the body, and which consequently had resisted external circumstances better, kept watch like a lamp. It illumined, as it were, the body by a reflected light, and at times a ray of beauty, youth, intelligence, and love was seen to glance from her dulled and stupid eyes, a ray of all the finest feelings of the human heart. Balsamo gazed attentively at the woman, or rather at this singular nature, which from the first had arrested his attention. The portress entered, holding the letter in her hand, and in a soft, insinuating voice, in the voice of an old woman, for women condemned to poverty are old at 30, said, "Monsieur Marat, here is the letter you asked for." "It was not the letter I wanted," said Marat, "I wished to see you." "Well, here I am at your service, Monsieur Marat." Dame Gravette made a reverence. "What do you want with me?" You know very well what I want. I want to know something about my watch. Ah. Well, there. I can't tell what has become of it. I saw it all day yesterday hanging from the nail over the mantelpiece. You mistake, all day yesterday it was in my fob. But when I went out at 6 o'clock in the evening, I put it under the candlestick, because I was going among a crowd, and I feared it might be stolen. If you put it under the candlestick, it must be there yet. And with feigned simplicity, which she was far from suspecting to be so transparent, she raised the very candlestick of the pair which ornamented the mantelpiece, under which Marat had concealed his watch. Yes, that is the candlestick, sure enough, said the young man, but where is the watch? No, I see it is no longer there. Perhaps you did not put it there, Monsieur Marat. But when I tell you, look for it carefully. Oh. I have looked carefully, said Marat, with an angry glance. Then you have lost it. But I tell you that yesterday I put it under that candlestick myself. Then some one must have entered, said Dame Gravette. You see so many people, so many strangers. All an excuse, cried Marat, more and more enraged. You know very well that no one has been here since yesterday. No, no. My watch is gone where the silver top of my last cane went, where the little silver spoon you know of went, and my knife with the 6 blades. I am robbed, Dame Gravette. I have borne much, but I shall not tolerate this, so take notice. But, monsieur, said Dame Gravette, do you mean to accuse me? You ought to take care of my effects. I am not the only one to have the key. You are the portress. You give me a crown a month, and you expect to be as well served as if you had 10 domestics. I do not care about being badly served, but I do care whether I am robbed or not. Monsieur, I am an honest woman. Yes, an honest woman whom I shall give in charge to the police if my watch is not found in an hour. To the police? Yes. To the police, an honest woman like me? An honest woman. An honest woman. Yes, and of whom nothing bad can be said, do you hear that? Come, come. Enough of this, Dame Gravette. Ah. I thought that you suspected me, when you went out. I have suspected you ever since the top of my cane disappeared. Well. Monsieur Marat, I will tell you something, in my turn. What will you tell me? While you were away I have consulted my neighbors. Your neighbors, for what purpose? Respecting your suspicions. I had said nothing of them to you at the time. But I saw them plainly. And the neighbors? I am curious to know what they said. They said that if you suspect me, and have even gone so far as to impart your suspicions to another person, you must pursue the affair to the end. Well. That is to say, you must prove that the watch has been taken. It has been taken, since it was there, and is now gone. Yes, but taken by me, do you understand? Oh. Justice requires proofs, your word will not be sufficient. Monsieur Marat. You are no more than one of ourselves, Monsieur Marat. Balsamo, calm as ever, looked on during this scene. He saw that though Marat's conviction was not altered, he had, nevertheless, lowered his tone. Therefore, continued the portress, if you do not render justice to my probity, if you do not make some reparation to my character, it is I who will send for the police, as our landlord just now advised me to do. Marat bit his lips. He knew there was a real danger in this. The landlord was an old, rich, retired merchant. He lived on the 3rd story. And the scandalmongers of the quarter did not hesitate to assert that, some 10 years before, he had not been indifferent to the charms of the portress, who was then kitchen maid to his wife. Now, Marat attended mysterious meetings. Marat was a young man of not very settled habits, besides being addicted to concealment and suspected by the police. And for all these reasons he was not anxious to have an affair with the commissary, seeing that it might tend to place him in the hands of Monsieur de Sartins, who liked much to read the papers of young men such as Marat. and to send the authors of such noble writings to houses of meditation such as Vincennes, the Bastille, Charenton and Bicêtre. Marat, therefore, lowered his tone, but in proportion as he did so, the portress raised hers. The result was that this nervous and hysterical woman raged like a flame which is fed by a current of air. Threats, oaths, cries, tears, she employed all in turn. It was a regular tempest. Then Balsamo judged that the time had come for him to interfere. He advanced toward the woman, and looking at her with an ominous and fiery glance, he stretched 2 fingers toward her, uttering, not so much with his lips as with his eyes, his thought, his whole will, a word which Marat could not hear. Immediately Dame Gravette became silent, tottered, and, losing her balance, staggered backward, her eyes fearfully dilated, and fell upon the bed without uttering a word. After a short interval her eyes closed and opened again, but this time the pupils could not be seen, her tongue moved convulsively, but her body was motionless, and yet her hands trembled as if shaken by fever. "Oh! Oh," said Marat. "Like the wounded man in the hospital." "Yes. Then she is asleep." "Silence," said Balsamo. Then, addressing Marat, "Monsieur," said he, "the moment has now come when all your incredulity must cease. Pick up that letter which this woman was bringing you, and which she dropped when she fell." Marat obeyed. "Well?" he asked. "Wait," and taking the letter from Marat's hands, "You know from whom this letter comes?" asked Balsamo of the somnambulist. "No, monsieur," she replied. Balsamo held the sealed letter close to the woman. "Beat it to Monsieur Marat, who wishes to know the contents." "She cannot read," said Marat. "Yes, but you can read." "Of course." "Well, read it, and she will read it after you, in proportion as the words are engraven upon your mind." Marat broke the seal of the letter and read it, while Dame Gravette, standing, and trembling beneath the all-powerful will of Balsamo, repeated, word for word, as Marat read them to himself, the following words. "My dear Hippocrates, Apelles has just finished his portrait. He has sold it for 50 francs, and these 50 francs are to be eaten today at the tavern in the Rue Saint-Jacques. Will you come? P.S. It is understood part is to be drunk. Your friend, L. David." It was word for word what was written. Marat let the paper fall from his hand. "Well," said Balsamo, "you see that Dame Gravette also has a soul, and that this soul wakes while she sleeps." "And a strange soul," said Marat, "a soul which can read when the body cannot. Because the soul knows everything, because the soul can reproduce by reflection. Try to make her read this when she is awake, that is to say, when the body has wrapped the soul in its shadow, and you will see." Marat was dumb. All his materialistic philosophy rebelled within him, but he could not find a reply. "Now," continued Balsamo, "we will pass on to what interests you most, that is to say, to what has become of your watch. Dame Gravette," said he, turning to her, "who has taken Monsieur Marat's watch?" The somnambulist made a violent gesture of denial. "I do not know," said she. "You know perfectly well," persisted Balsamo, "and you shall tell me." Then, with a more decided exertion of his will, "Who has taken Monsieur Marat's watch? Speak." "Dame Gravette has not stolen Monsieur Marat's watch." "Why does Monsieur Marat believe she has? If it is not she who has taken it, tell me who has." "I do not know." "You see," said Marat, "conscience is an impenetrable refuge." "Well, since you have only this last doubt," said Balsamo, "you shall be convinced. Then, turning again to the portress, "Tell me who took the watch, I will it." "Come, come," said Marat, "what you ask is an impossibility." "You heard," said Balsamo, "I have said that I will it." Then, under the pressure of this imperious command, the unhappy woman began to wring her hands and arms as if she were mad. A shudder like that of an epileptic fit ran through her whole body, her mouth was distorted with a hideous expression of terror and weakness, she threw herself back, rigid, as if she were in a painful convulsion, and fell upon the bed. "No, no," said she, "I will rather die." "Well," said Balsamo, with a burst of anger which made the fire flash from his eyes, "you shall die, if necessary, but you shall speak. Your silence and your obstinacy are sufficient indications for me. But for an incredulous person we must have irrefragable proofs. Speak." "I will it, who has taken the watch?" The nervous excitement was at its height, all the strength and power of the somnambulist struggled against Balsamo's will. Inarticulate cries escaped from her lips, which were stained with a reddish foam. "She will fall into an epileptic fit," said Marat. "Fear nothing, it is the demon of falsehood who is in her, and who refuses to come out." Then, turning toward the woman, and throwing into her face as much magnetic fluid as his hands could contain, "Speak," said he, "who has taken the watch?" "Dame Gravette," replied the somnambulist, in an almost inaudible voice. "When did she take it?" "Yesterday evening." "Where was it?" "Under the candlestick." "What has she done with it?" "She has taken it to the Rue Saint-Jacques." "Where in the Rue Saint-Jacques?" "To number 29. "Which story?" "The 5th. "To whom did she give it?" "To a shoemaker's apprentice." "What is his name?" "Simon." "What is this man to her?" The woman was silent. "What is this man to her?" The somnambulist was still silent. "What is this man to her?" repeated Balsamo. The same silence. Balsamo extended toward her his hand impregnated with the fluid, and the unfortunate woman, overwhelmed by this terrible attack, had only strength to murmur, "Her lover." Marat uttered an exclamation of astonishment. "Silence," said Balsamo, "allow conscience to speak." Then, continuing to address the woman, who was trembling all over, and bathed in perspiration, and who advised Dame Gravette to steal the watch, he asked. "No one. She raised the candlestick by accident, she law the watch, and the demon tempted her." "Did she do it from want?" "No, for she did not sell the watch." "She gave it away, then?" "Yes." "To Simon?" The somnambulist made a violent effort. "To Simon," said she. Then she covered her face with her hands, and burst into a flood of tears. Balsamo glanced at Marat, who, with gaping mouth, disordered hair, and dilated eyes, was gazing at the fearful spectacle. "Well, monsieur," said Balsamo, "you see at last the struggle between the body and the soul. You see conscience forced to yield, even in a redoubt which it had believed impregnable. Do you confess now that God has forgotten nothing in this world, and that he is in everything? Then deny no longer that there is a conscience. Deny no longer that there is a soul, deny no longer the unknown, young man. Above all, do not deny faith, which is power supreme. And since you are ambitious, Monsieur Marat, study, speak little, think much, and do not judge your superiors lightly. Adieu. My words have opened a vast field before you, cultivate this field, which contains hidden treasures. Adieu. Happy will you be if you can conquer the demon of incredulity which is in you, as I have conquered the demon of falsehood which was in this woman." And with these words, which caused the blush of shame to tinge the young man's cheeks, he left the room. Marat did not even think of taking leave of him. But after his first stupor was over, he perceived that Dame Gravette was still sleeping. This sleep struck terror to his soul. Marat would rather have seen a corpse upon his bed, even if Monsieur de Sartins should interpret the fact after his own fashion. He gazed on this lifeless form, these turned-up eyes, these palpitations, and he felt afraid. His fear increased when the living corpse rose, advanced toward him, took his hand, and said, "Come with me, Monsieur Marat." "Whither?" "To the Rue St. Jacques." "Why?" "Come, come, he commands me to take you." Marat, who had fallen upon a chair, rose. Then Dame Gravette, still asleep, opened the door, and descended the stairs with the stealthy pace of a cat, scarcely touching the steps. Marat followed, fearing every moment that she would fall, and in falling break her neck. Having reached the foot of the stairs, she crossed the threshold and entered the street, still followed by the young man, whom she led in this manner to the house and the garret she had pointed out. She knocked at the door. Marat felt his heart beat so violently that he thought it must be audible. A man was in the garret. He opened the door. In this man Marat recognized a workman of from 25 to 30 years of age, whom he had several times seen in the porter's lodge. Seeing Dame Gravette followed by Marat, the man started back. But the somnambulist walked straight to the bed, and putting her hand under the thin bolster, she drew out the watch, which she gave to Marat, while the shoemaker Simon, pale with terror, dared not utter a word. And watched with alarmed gaze the least movements of this woman, whom he believed to be mad. Scarcely had her hand touched Marat's, in returning him the watch, when she gave a deep sigh and murmured, "He awakes me. He awakes me." Her nerves relaxed like a cable freed from the capstan, the vital spark again animated her eyes, and finding herself face to face with Marat, her hand in his, and still holding the watch, that is to say, the irrefragable proof of her crime, she fell upon the floor of the garret in a deep swoon. "Does conscience really exist, then?" asked Marat of himself as he left the room, doubt in his heart, and reverie in his eyes. CVI. The Man and His Works. While Marat was employing his time so profitably in philosophizing on conscience and a dual existence, another philosopher in the Rue Plastrière was also busy in reconstructing, piece by piece, every part of the preceding evening's adventures, and asking himself if he were or were not a very wicked man. Rousseau, with his elbows leaning upon the table, and his head drooping heavily on his left shoulder, was deep in thought. His philosophical and political works, Emile, and Le Contrat Social, were lying open before him. From time to time, when his reflections required it, he stooped down to turn over the leaves of these books, which he knew by heart. "Ah! Good heavens!" said he, reading a paragraph from Emile upon liberty of conscience. "What incendiary expressions! What philosophy! Just heaven! Was there ever in the world a firebrand like me? What?" he added, clasping his hands above his head, "have I written such violent outbursts against the throne, the altar of society? I can no longer be surprised if some dark and brooding minds have taken advantage of my sophisms, and have gone astray in the paths which I have strewed for them with all the flowers of rhetoric. I have acted as the disturber of society." He rose from his chair and paced the room in great agitation. "I have," he continued, "abused those men in power who exercise tyranny over authors. Fool, barbarian that I was! Those people are right, 1,000 times right. What am I, if not a man dangerous to the state? My words, written to enlighten the masses, at least, such was the pretext I gave myself, have become a torch which will set the world on fire. I have sown discourses on the inequality of ranks, projects of universal fraternity, plans of education. And now I reap a harvest of passions so ferocious that they would overturn the whole framework of society, of intestine wars capable of depopulating the world, and of manners so barbarous that they would roll back the civilization of 10 centuries. Oh, I am a great criminal." He read once more a page of his Savoyard Vicar. "Yes, that is it. Let us unite to form plans for our happiness. I have written it. Let us give our virtues the force which others give to their vices. I have written that also." And Rousseau became still more agitated and unhappy than before. "Thus, by my fault," said he, "brothers are united to brothers, and one day or other some of these concealed places of meeting will be invaded by the police. The whole nest of these men, who have sworn to eat one another in case of treachery, will be arrested, and one bolder than the others will take my book from his pocket and will say, 'What do you complain of? We are disciples of Monsieur Rousseau. We are going through a course of philosophy.' Oh, how Voltaire will laugh at that! There is no fear of that courtier's ever getting into such a wasp's nest." The idea that Voltaire would ridicule him, put the Genevese philosopher into a violent rage. "I a conspirator," he muttered, "I must be in my dotage, certainly. Am I not, in truth, a fine conspirator? He was at this point when Therese entered with the breakfast, but he did not see her. She perceived that he was attentively reading a passage in the Reveries d'un Solitaire. Very good, said she, placing the hot milk noisily upon the very book. My peacock is looking at himself in the glass. Monsieur reads his books. Monsieur Rousseau admires himself. Come, Therese, said the philosopher, patience, leave me, I am in no humor for laughing. Oh, yes, it is magnificent, is it not? Said she, mockingly. You are delighted with yourself. What vanity authors have! And how angry they are to see it in us poor women. If I happen only to look in my little mirror, Monsieur grumbles, and calls me a coquette. She proceeded in this strain, making him the most unhappy man in the world, as if Rousseau had not been richly enough endowed by nature in this respect. He drank his milk without moistening his bread. He reflected. Very good, said she. There you are, thinking again. You are going to write another book full of horrible things. Rousseau shuddered. You dream, continued Therese, of your ideal women, and you write books which young girls ought not to read, or else profane works which ought to be burned by the hands of the common executioner. The martyr shuddered again. Therese had touched him to the quick. No, he replied, I will write nothing more which can cause an evil thought. On the contrary, I wish to write a book which all honest people will read with transports of joy. Oh, oh, said Therese, taking away the cup, that is impossible, your mind is full of obscene thoughts. Only the other day I heard you read some passage or other, and in it you spoke of women whom you adored. You are a satyr, a magus. This word, magus, was one of the most abusive in the Reset's vocabulary, it always made Rousseau shudder. There now, said he, my dear woman, you will find that you will be satisfied. I intend to write that I have found the means of regenerating the world without causing pain to a single individual by the changes which will be effected. Yes, I will mature this project. No revolutions. Great heavens! My good Therese, no revolutions. Well, we shall see, said the housekeeper. Stay. Someone rings. Therese went out, and returned almost immediately with a handsome young man, whom she requested to wait in the outer apartment. Then rejoining Rousseau, who was already taking notes with his pencil, be quick, said she, and lock up all these infamous things. There is someone who wishes to see you. Who is it? A nobleman of the court. Did he not tell you his name? A good idea. As if I would receive a stranger. Tell it me, then. Monsieur de Coigny. Monsieur de Coigny, exclaimed Rousseau, Monsieur de Coigny, gentleman in waiting to the Dauphin. It must be the same, a charming youth, a most amiable young man. I will go, Therese. Rousseau gave a glance at himself in the mirror, dusted his coat, wiped his slippers, which were only old shoes trodden down in the heels by long wear, and entered the dining room, where the gentleman was waiting. The latter had not sat down. He was looking, with a sort of curiosity, at the dried plants pasted by Rousseau upon paper, and enclosed in frames of black wood. At the noise Rousseau made in entering, he turned, and bowing most courteously, have I the honor, said he, of speaking to Monsieur Rousseau? Yes, monsieur, replied the philosopher, in a morose voice, not unmingled, however, with a kind of admiration for the remarkable beauty and unaffected elegance of the person before him. Monsieur de Coigny was, in fact, one of the handsomest and most accomplished gentlemen in France. It must have been for him, and such as he, that the costume of that period was invented. It displayed to the greatest advantage the symmetry and beauty of his well-turned leg, his broad shoulders, and deep chest, it gave a majestic air to his exquisitely formed head, and added to the ivory whiteness of his aristocratic hands. His examination satisfied Rousseau, who, like a true artist, admired the beautiful wherever he met with it. Monsieur, said he, what can I do for you? You have been perhaps informed, monsieur, replied the young nobleman, that I am the Comte de Coigny. I may add that I come from Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness. Rousseau reddened and bowed. Therese, who was standing in a corner of the dining room, with her hands in her pockets, gazed with complacent eyes at the handsome messenger of the greatest princess in France. Her Royal Highness sends to me. For what purpose? Asked Rousseau. But take a chair, if you please, monsieur. Rousseau sat down, and Monsieur de Coigny drew forward a straw-bottomed chair and followed his example. Monsieur, here is the fact. The other day, when His Majesty dined at Trianon, he expressed a good deal of admiration for your music, which is indeed charming. His Majesty sang your prettiest airs, and the Dauphiness, who is always anxious to please His Majesty in every respect, thought that it might give him pleasure to see one of your comic operas performed in the theatre at Trianon. Rousseau bowed low. I come, therefore, to ask you, from the Dauphiness. Oh, monsieur, interrupted Rousseau, my permission has nothing to do in the matter. My pieces, and the airs belonging to them, are the property of the theatre where they are represented. The permission must therefore be sought from the comedians, and Her Royal Highness will, I am assured, find no obstacles in that quarter. The actors will be too happy to play and sing before His Majesty and the court. That is not precisely what I am commissioned to request, monsieur, said Monsieur de Coigny. Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness wishes to give a more complete and more recherché entertainment to His Majesty. She knows all your operas, monsieur. Another bow from Rousseau. And sings them charmingly. Rousseau bit his lips. It is too much honor, monsieur, he stammered. Now, pursued Monsieur de Coigny, as several ladies of the court are excellent musicians and sing delightfully, and as several gentlemen also have studied music with some success. Whichever of your operas the Dauphiness may choose will be performed by this company of ladies and gentlemen, the principal actors being their Royal Highnesses. Rousseau bounded in his chair. I assure you, monsieur, said he, that this is a signal honor conferred upon me, and I beg you will offer my most humble thanks to the Dauphiness. Oh! That is not all, said Monsieur de Coigny, with a smile. Ah! The troupe thus composed is more illustrious, certainly, than that usually employed, but also more inexperienced. The superintendence and the advice of a master are therefore indispensable. The performance ought to be worthy of the august spectator who will occupy the royal box, and also of the illustrious author. Rousseau rose to bow again. This time the compliment had touched him, and he saluted Monsieur de Coigny most graciously. For this purpose, monsieur, continued the gentleman-in-waiting, Her Royal Highness requests your company at Trianon, to superintend the general rehearsal of the work. Oh! Said Rousseau, Her Royal Highness cannot surely think of such a thing. I at Trianon? Well, said Monsieur de Coigny, with the most natural air possible. Oh! Monsieur, you are a man of taste and judgment. You have more tact than the majority of men. Answer me, on your conscience, is not the idea of Rousseau, the philosopher, the outlaw, the misanthrope, attending at court, enough to make the whole cabal split their sides with laughter? I do not see, replied Monsieur de Coigny, coldly, how the laughter and the remarks of that foolish set which persecutes you should disturb the repose of a gallant man, and an author who may lay claim to be the first in the kingdom. If you have this weakness, Monsieur Rousseau, conceal it carefully, it alone would be sufficient to raise a laugh at your expense. As to what remarks may be made, you will confess that they may be modified by the fact that the pleasure and the wishes of Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness, presumptive heiress of the French kingdom, are in question. Certainly, said Rousseau, certainly. Can it be, possibly, a lingering feeling of false shame, said Monsieur de Coigny, smiling. Because you have been severe upon kings, do you fear to humanize yourself? Ah! Monsieur Rousseau, you have given valuable lessons to the human race, but I hope you do not hate them. And, besides, you certainly accept the ladies of the blood royal. Monsieur, you are very kind to press me so much. But think of my position, I live retired, alone, unhappy. Therese made a grimace. Unhappy, said she, he is hard to please. Whatever effort I may make, there will always be something in my features and manner unpleasing to the eyes of the king and the princesses, who seek only joy and happiness. What should I do there, what should I say? One might suspect that you distrust yourself. But, monsieur, do you not think that he who has written the Nouvelle Heloise, and the Confessions, must have more talent for speaking and acting than all of us others put together, no matter what position we occupy? I assure you, monsieur, it is impossible. That word, monsieur, is not known to princes. And for that very reason, monsieur, I shall remain at home. Monsieur, you will not inflict on me, the rash messenger who undertook to give satisfaction to Madame the Dauphiness, the mortal injury of obliging me to return to Versailles vanquished and ashamed? It would be such a blow to me that I should immediately retire into exile. Come, my dear Monsieur Rousseau, grant to me, a man full of the deepest sympathy for your works, this favor, a favor which you would refuse to supplicating kings. Monsieur, your kindness gains my heart, your eloquence is irresistible, and your voice moves me more than I can tell you. Will you allow yourself to be persuaded? No, I cannot, no, decidedly, my health forbids such a journey. A journey? Oh! Monsieur Rousseau, what are you thinking of? An hour and a quarter in a carriage. Yes, for you and your prancing horses. But all the equipages of the court are at your disposal, Monsieur Rousseau. The Dauphiness charged me to tell you that there is an apartment prepared for you at Trianon, for she is unwilling that you should have to return so late to Paris. The Dauphin, who knows all your works by heart, said, before the whole court, that he would be proud to show the room in his palace where Monsieur Rousseau had slept. Therese uttered a cry of admiration, not for Rousseau, but for the good prince. Rousseau could not withstand this last mark of goodwill. I must surrender, said he, for never have I been so well attacked. Your heart only is vanquished, monsieur, replied de Coigny, your mind is impregnable. I will go then, monsieur, in obedience to the wishes of Her Royal Highness. Oh, monsieur, receive my personal thanks. As regards the Dauphinesses, permit me to abstain. She would feel annoyed at being forestalled, as she means to pay them to you in person this evening. Besides, you know, it is the man's part to thank a young and adorable lady who is good enough to make advances to him. True, monsieur, replied Rousseau, smiling, but old men have the privilege of pretty women, they are sought after. If you will name your hour, Monsieur Rousseau, I will send my carriage for you, or rather, I will come for you myself. No, thank you, monsieur. I must positively refuse your kind offer. I will go to Trianon, but let me go freely, in my own way. From this moment leave me to myself. I shall come, that is all. Tell me the hour. What, monsieur? You will not allow me to introduce you? I know I am not worthy of the honor, and that a name like yours needs no announcement. Monsieur, I am aware that at court you are more than I am anywhere in the world. I do not refuse your offer, therefore, from any motives personal to yourself, but I love my liberty. I wish to go as if I were merely taking a walk, and, in short, that is my ultimatum. Monsieur, I bow to your decision, and should be most unwilling to displease you in any particular. The rehearsal begins at 6 o'clock. Very well. At 6:15 I shall be at Trianon. But by what conveyance? That is my affair, these are my horses. He pointed to his legs, which were still well formed, and clad with some pretension. 5 leagues, said Monsieur de Coigny, alarmed, you will be exhausted. Take care, it will be a fatiguing evening. In that case I have my carriage and my horses also, a fraternal carriage, the popular vehicle, which belongs to my neighbor as well as to myself, and which costs only 15 sous. Oh, good heavens! The omnibus! You make me shudder. Its benches, which seem to you so hard, are to me like the sybarite's couch. To me they seem stuffed with down, or with rose leaves. Adieu, monsieur, till this evening. Monsieur de Coigny, seeing himself thus dismissed, took his leave after a multitude of thanks, instructions more or less precise, and repeated offers of service. He descended the dark staircase, accompanied by Rousseau to the landing, and by Therese halfway down the stairs. He entered his carriage, which was waiting in the street, and drove back to Versailles, smiling to himself. Therese returned to the apartment, slamming the door with angry violence, which foretold a storm for Rousseau. CVI, Rousseau's toilet. When Monsieur de Coigny was gone, Rousseau, whose ideas this visit had entirely changed, threw himself into a little armchair, with a deep sigh, and said in a sleepy tone, "Oh, how tiresome this is! How these people weary me with their persecutions!" Therese caught the last words as she entered, and placing herself before Rousseau, "How proud we are," said she. "We?" asked Rousseau, surprised. "Yes, you are a vain fellow, a hypocrite." "I?" "Yes, you are enchanted to go to court, and you conceal your joy under this pretended indifference." "Oh, good heavens," replied Rousseau, shrugging his shoulders, and humiliated at being so truly described. "Do you not wish to make me believe that it is not a great honor for you to perform for the king the airs which you thump here upon your spinet, idler that you are?" Rousseau looked angrily at his wife. "You are a simpleton," said he. "It is no honor for a man such as I am to appear before a king. To what is this man indebted that he is on the throne? To a caprice of nature, which gave him a queen as his mother. But I am worthy of being called before the king to minister to his recreation. It is to my labor I owe it, and to the fame acquired by my labor." Therese was not a woman to be so easily conquered. "I wish Monsieur de Sartins heard you talking in this style, he would give you a lodging in Bicêtre, or a cell at Charenton. Because this Monsieur de Sartins is a tyrant in the pay of another tyrant, and because man is defenseless against tyrants with the aid of his genius alone. But if Monsieur de Sartins were to persecute me—" "Well, what then?" asked Therese. "Ah, yes," sighed Rousseau, "yes, I know that would delight my enemies." "Why have you enemies?" continued Therese. "Because you are ill-natured, and because you have attacked every one." "Ah, Monsieur de Voltaire knows how to make friends, he does." "True," said Rousseau, with an angelic smile. "But Monsieur de Voltaire is a gentleman, he is the intimate friend of the King of Prussia. He has horses, he is rich, and lives in his chateau at Ferney. And all that he owes to his merit. Therefore, when he goes to court, he does not act the disdainful man, he is quite at home there." "And do you think," said Rousseau, "that I shall not be at home there? Think you that I do not know where all the money that is spent there comes from, or that I am duped by the respect which is paid to the master? Oh! My good woman, who judgest everything falsely, remember, if I am disdainful, it is because I really feel contempt. Remember that if I despise the pomp of these courtiers, it is because they have stolen their riches." "Stolen?" said Therese, with inexpressible indignation. "Yes, stolen, from you, from me, from every one. All the gold they have upon their fine clothes should be restored to the unhappy ones who want bread. That is the reason why I, who know all these things, go so reluctantly to court. I do not say that the people are happy, but the king is always the king. Well, I obey him, what more does he want?" "Ah, you obey because you are afraid. You must not say in my hearing that you go against your will, or that you are a brave man, for if so, I shall reply that you are a hypocrite and that you are very glad to go." "I do not fear anything," said Rousseau, superbly. "Good. Just go and say to the king 1/4 of what you have been telling me the last half hour." "I shall assuredly do so, if my feelings prompt me." "You?" "Yes. Have I ever recoiled?" "Bah! You dare not take a bone from a cat when she is gnawing it, for fear she should scratch you. What would you be if surrounded by guards and swordsmen? Look you, I know you as well as if I were your mother. You will just now go and shave yourself afresh, oil your hair, and make yourself beautiful. You will display your leg to the utmost advantage. You will put on your interesting little winking expression, because your eyes are small and round, and if you opened them naturally, that would be seen, while when you wink, you make people believe that they are as large as carriage entrances. You will ask me for your silk stockings, you will put on your chocolate-colored coat with steel buttons, and your beautiful new wig, you will order a coach, and my philosopher will go and be adored by the ladies. And tomorrow, tomorrow. There will be such ecstatic reveries, such interesting languor. You will have come back amorous, you will sigh and write verses, and you will dilute your coffee with your tears. Oh, how well I know you! You are wrong, my dear, said Rousseau. I tell you I am reluctantly obliged to go to court. I go because, after all, I fear to cause scandal, as every honest citizen should. Moreover, I am not one of those who refuse to acknowledge the supremacy of one citizen in a republic. But as to making advances, as to brushing my new coat against the gold spangles of these gentlemen of the Œil de Bœuf, no, no. I shall do nothing of the sort, and if you catch me doing so, laugh at me as much as you please. Then you will not dress, said Therese, sarcastically. No. You will not put on your new wig. No. You will not wink with your little eyes. I tell you I will go like a free man, without affectation and without fear. I will go to court as if I were going to the theatre, and let the actors like me or not, I care not for them. Oh. You will at least trim your beard, said Therese, it is half a foot long. I tell you I shall make no change. Therese burst into so loud and prolonged a laugh that Rousseau was obliged to take refuge in the next room. But the housekeeper had not finished her persecutions, she had them of all colors and kinds. She opened the closet and took out his best coat, his clean linen, and beautifully polished shoes. She spread all these articles out upon the bed and over the chairs in the apartment, but Rousseau did not seem to pay the least attention. At last Therese said, "Come, it is time for you to dress. A court toilet is no small matter. You will have barely time to reach Versailles at the appointed hour. I have told you, Therese, that I shall do very well as I am. It is the same dress in which I present myself every day among my fellow citizens. A king is but a citizen like myself." "Come, come," said Therese, trying to tempt him and bring him to her purpose by artful insinuation. "Do not pout, Jacques, and don't be foolish. Here are your clothes. Your razor is ready, I have sent for the barber, in case your nerves today." "Thank you, my dear," replied Rousseau. "I will just give myself a brush, and I will take my shoes, because I cannot go out in slippers." Is he going to be firm, I wonder, thought Therese. She tried to coax him, sometimes by coquetry, sometimes by persuasion, and sometimes by the violence of her raillery. But Rousseau knew her, and saw the snare. He knew that the moment he should give way, he would be unmercifully disgraced and ridiculed by his better half. He determined, therefore, not to give way, and abstain from looking at the fine clothes, which would set off what he termed his natural advantages. Therese watched him. She had only one resource left, this was the glance which Rousseau never failed to give in the glass before he went out, for the philosopher was neat to excess, if there can be excess in neatness. But Rousseau continued to be on his guard. And as he had caught Therese's watchful look, he turned his back to the looking-glass. The hour arrived, the philosopher had filled his head with all the disagreeable remarks he could think of to say to the king. He repeated some scraps of them to himself while he buckled his shoes, then tucked his hat under his arm, seized his cane, and taking advantage of a moment when Therese could not see him, he pulled down his coat and his waistcoat with both hands, to smooth the creases. Therese now returned, handed him a handkerchief, which he plunged into his huge pocket, and then accompanied him to the landing-place, saying, "Come, Jacques, be reasonable, you look quite frightful, you have the air of a counterfeiter." "Adieu," said Rousseau. "You look like a thief, monsieur," said Therese, "take care." "Take care of fire," said Rousseau, "and do not touch my papers." "You have just the air of a spy, I assure you," said Therese, in despair. Rousseau made no reply, he descended the steps singing, and favored by the obscurity, he gave his hat a brush with his sleeve, smoothed his shirt frill with his left hand, and touched up his toilet with a rapid but skillful movement. Arrived at the foot of the stairs, he boldly stepped into the mud of the Rue Plastrière, but walking on tiptoe, and reached the Champs-Élysées, where those honest vehicles which for the sake of exactness we will call pat-aches were stationed. And which, so late as 10 years ago, still carried, or rather bundled, from Paris to Versailles those travellers who were obliged to use economy. CVI The side scenes of Trianon. The adventures of Rousseau's journey are of no importance. A Swiss, an assistant clerk, a citizen, and an abbé were of course among his travelling companions. He arrived at 5:30. The court was already assembled at Trianon, and the performers were going over their parts while waiting for the king. As to the author, no one thought of him. Some were aware that Monsieur Rousseau, of Geneva, was to come to direct the rehearsal. But they took no greater interest in seeing Monsieur Rousseau than they would in seeing Monsieur Rameau, or Monsieur Marmontel, or any other of those singular animals, to a sight of which the courtiers sometimes treated themselves in their drawing-rooms or country houses. Rousseau was received by the usher-in-waiting, who had been ordered by Monsieur de Coigny to inform him as soon as the philosopher should arrive. This young nobleman hastened with his usual courtesy, and received Rousseau with most amiable greetings. But as soon as he had taken a comprehensive view of Rousseau's person, he began to stare at him with astonishment. And he could not refrain from repeating the examination. Rousseau was dusty, pale, and dishevelled, and his paleness rendered conspicuous such a beard as no master of the ceremonies had ever seen reflected in the mirrors of Versailles. Rousseau felt deeply embarrassed under Monsieur de Coigny's scrutiny, but more embarrassed still when, approaching the hall of the theatre, he saw the profusion of splendid dresses, valuable lace, diamonds, and blue ribbons, which, with the gilding of the hall, produced the effect of a bouquet of flowers in an immense basket. Rousseau felt ill at ease also when he had breathed this perfumed atmosphere, so intoxicating to plebeian nerves. Yet he was obliged to proceed and put a bold face on the matter. Multitudes of eyes were fixed upon him who thus formed a stain, as it were, on the polish of the assembly. Monsieur de Coigny, still preceding him, led him to the orchestra, where the musicians were awaiting him. When there, he felt rather relieved, and while his music was performed, he seriously reflected that the worst danger was past, that the step was taken, and that all the reasoning in the world could now be of no avail. Already the Dauphiness was on the stage, in her costume as Colette. She waited for Colin. Monsieur de Coigny was changing his dress in his box. Suddenly the king entered, surrounded by a crowd of bending heads. Louis smiled, and seemed to be in the best humor possible. The Dauphin seated himself at his right hand, and the Comte de Provence, arriving soon after, took his place on the left. On a sign from the king, the 50 persons who composed the assembly, private as it was, took their seats. "Well, why do you not begin?" asked Louis. "Sire," said the Dauphiness, "the shepherds and shepherdesses are not yet dressed. We are waiting for them." "They can perform in their usual dresses," said the king. "No, sire," replied the Dauphiness, "for we wish to try the stage dresses and costumes by candlelight, to be certain of the effect." "You are right, madam," said the king, "then let us take a stroll," and Louis rose, to make the circuit of the corridor and the stage. Besides, he was rather uneasy at not seeing Madame du Barry. When the king had left the box, Rousseau contemplated in a melancholy mood and with an aching heart the empty hall and his own solitary position. It was a singular contrast to the reception he had anticipated. He had pictured to himself that on his entrance all the groups would open before him, that the curiosity of the courtiers would be even more importunate and more significant than that of the Parisians. He had feared questions and presentations. And lo, no one paid any attention to him. He thought that his long beard was not yet long enough, that rags would not have been more remarked than his old clothes, and he applauded himself for not having been so ridiculous as to aim at elegance. But in the bottom of his heart he felt humiliated at being thus reduced to the simple post of leader of the orchestra. Suddenly an officer approached, and asked him if he was not Monsieur Rousseau. "Yes, monsieur," he replied. "Her Royal Highness the Dauphiness wishes to speak to you, monsieur," said the officer. Rousseau rose, much agitated. The Dauphiness was waiting for him. She held in her hand the air of Colette. My happiness is gone. The moment she saw Rousseau she advanced toward him. The philosopher bowed very humbly, saying to himself that his bow was for the woman, not for the princess. The Dauphiness, on the contrary, was as gracious to the savage philosopher as she would have been to the most finished gentleman in Europe. She requested his advice about the inflection she ought to give to the third line, Colin leaves me. Rousseau forthwith began to develop a theory of declamation and melody, which, learned as it was interrupted by the noisy arrival of the king and several courtiers. Louis entered the room in which the Dauphiness was taking her lesson from the philosopher. The first impulse of the king when he saw this carelessly dressed person was the same that Monsieur de Coigny had manifested. Only Monsieur de Coigny knew Rousseau, and the king did not. He stared, therefore, long and steadily at our freeman while still receiving the thanks and compliments of the Dauphiness. This look, stamped with royal authority. This look, not accustomed to be lowered before any one, produced a powerful effect upon Rousseau, whose quick eye was timid and unsteady. The Dauphiness waited until the king had finished his scrutiny. Then, advancing toward Rousseau, she said, "Will your Majesty allow me to present our author to you?" "Your author," said the king, affecting to search his memory. During this short dialogue Rousseau was upon burning coals. The king's eye had successively rested upon and burned, like the sun's rays under a powerful lens, the long beard, the dubious shirt frill, the dusty garb, and the old wig of the greatest writer in his kingdom. The Dauphiness took pity on Rousseau. "Monsieur Jean-Jacques Rousseau, sire," said she, "the author of the charming opera we are going to execute before your Majesty." The king raised his head. "Ah!" said he, coldly, "Monsieur Rousseau, I greet you." And he continued to look at him in such a manner as to point out all the imperfections of his dress. Rousseau asked himself how he ought to salute the King of France, without being a courtier, but also without impoliteness, for he admitted that he was in that prince's house. But while he was making these reflections, the king addressed him with that graceful ease of princes who have said everything when they have uttered an agreeable or a disagreeable remark to the person before them. Rousseau, petrified, had at first stood speechless. All the phrases he had prepared for the tyrant were forgotten. "Monsieur Rousseau," said the king, still looking at his coat and wig, "you have composed some charming music, which has caused me to pass very pleasant moments." Then the king, in a voice which was diametrically opposed to all harmony and melody, began singing. "Had I turned a willing ear, the gallants of the town to hear. Ah! I had found with ease other lovers than to please. It is charming," said the king, when he had finished. Rousseau bowed. "I do not know if I shall sing it well," said the Dauphiness. Rousseau turned toward the Dauphiness to make some remark in reply. But the king had begun again, and was singing the romance of Colin. "From my hut, obscure and cold, care is absent never. Whether storm, or sun, or cold. Suffering, toil, forever." His Majesty's singing was very trying to a musician. Rousseau, half flattered by the monarch's good memory, half wounded by his detestable execution, looked like a monkey nibbling an onion, crying on one side of his face, and laughing on the other. The Dauphiness preserved her composure with that imperturbable self-possession which is found only at court. The king, without the least embarrassment, continued. "If it come to cast thy lot, in thy Colin's humble cot, my sweet shepherdess, Colette, I'll bid adieu to all regret." Rousseau felt the color rising to his face. "Tell me, Monsieur Rousseau," said the king, "is it true that you sometimes dress in the costume of an Armenian?" Rousseau blushed more deeply than before, and his tongue was so glued to his throat that not for a kingdom could he have pronounced a word at this moment. The king continued to sing, without waiting for a reply. "Ah! But little, as times go, doth love know what he'd let, or what he'd hinder." "You live in the Rue Plastrière, I believe, Monsieur Rousseau," said the king. Rousseau made a gesture in the affirmative with his head, but his strength could go no farther. Never had he summoned to his support so much of his reserved energy. The king hummed. "She is a child, she is a child. It is said you are on bad terms with Voltaire, Monsieur Rousseau." At this blow Rousseau lost the little presence of mind he had remaining, and was totally put out of countenance. The king did not seem to have much pity for him. And continuing his ferocious melomania, he moved off, singing. "Come, dance with me beneath the elms. Young maidens, come, be merry." With orchestral accompaniments which would have killed Apollo, as the latter killed Marsyas. Rousseau remained alone in the center of the room. The Dauphiness had gone away to finish her toilet. Rousseau, trembling and confused, regained the corridor. But on his way he stumbled against a couple dazzling with diamonds, flowers, and lace, who filled up the entire width of the corridor, although the young man pressed his lovely companion tenderly to his side. The young woman, with her fluttering laces, her towering headdress, her fan, and her perfumes, was radiant as a star. It was she against whom Rousseau brushed in passing. The young man, slender, elegant, and charming, with his blue ribbon rustling against his English shirt frill, every now and then burst into a laugh of most engaging frankness, and then suddenly interrupted it with little confidential whispers, which made the lady laugh in her turn, and showed that they were on excellent terms. Rousseau recognized the Comtesse Dubarry in this beautiful lady, this seducing creature, and the moment he perceived her, true to his habit of concentrating all his thoughts on a single object, he no longer saw her companion. The young man with the blue ribbon was no other than the Comte d'Artois, who was merrily toying with his grandfather's favorite. When Madame Dubarry perceived Rousseau's dark figure, she exclaimed, "Ah, good heavens! What?" said the Comte d'Artois, also looking at the philosopher, and already he had stretched out his hand to make way for his companion. "Monsieur Rousseau," exclaimed Madame Dubarry. "Rousseau of Geneva," said the Comte d'Artois, in the tone of a schoolboy in the holidays. "Yes, Monseigneur," replied the Countess. Good day, Monsieur Rousseau," said the young fop, seeing Rousseau making a despairing effort to force a passage, "good day. We are going to hear your music." "Monseigneur," stammered Rousseau, seeing the blue ribbon. "Ah, most charming music," exclaimed the Countess, and completely in harmony with the heart and mind of the author. Rousseau raised his head, and his eyes met the burning gaze of the Countess. "Madam," said he, ill-humoredly. "I will play Colin, madam," cried the Comte d'Artois, "and I entreat that you, Madame la Comtesse, will play Colette." "With all my heart, Monseigneur, but I should never dare, I, who am not an artist, to profane the music of a master." Rousseau would have given his life to look again at her. But the voice, the tone, the flattery, the beauty, had each planted a baited hook in his heart. He tried to escape. "Monsieur Rousseau," said the prince, blocking up the passage, "I wish you would teach me the part of Colin." "I dare not ask Monsieur Rousseau to give me his advice respecting Colette," said the Countess, feigning timidity, and thus completing the overthrow of the philosopher. But yet his eyes inquired why. "Monsieur Rousseau hates me," said she to the prince, with her enchanting voice. "You are jesting," exclaimed the Comte d'Artois. "Who could hate you, madam?" "You see it plainly," she replied. "Monsieur Rousseau is too great a man, and has written too many noble works, to fly from such a charming woman," said the Comte d'Artois. Rousseau heaved a sigh as if he were ready to give up the ghost, and made his escape through a narrow loophole which the Comte d'Artois had imprudently left between himself and the wall. But Rousseau was not in luck this evening. He had scarcely proceeded 4 steps when he met another group, composed of 2 men, one old, the other young. The young one wore the blue ribbon, the other, who might be about 50 years of age, was dressed in red, and looked austere and pale. These 2 men overheard the merry laugh of the Comte d'Artois, who exclaimed loudly, "Ah! Monsieur Rousseau! Monsieur Rousseau! I shall say that the Countess put you to flight, and in truth no one would believe it. Rousseau! murmured the two men. Stop him, brother, said the prince, still laughing, stop him, Monsieur de Vaugue. Rousseau now comprehended on what rock his evil star had shipwrecked him. The Comte de Provence and the governor of the royal youths were before him. The Comte de Provence also barred the way. Good day, monsieur, said he, in his dry, pedantic voice. Rousseau, almost at his wit's end, bowed, muttering to himself, I shall never get away. Ah! I am delighted to have met you, said the prince, with the air of a schoolmaster who finds a pupil in fault. More absurd compliments, thought Rousseau. How insipid these great people are. I have read your translation of Tacitus, monsieur. Ah! True, thought Rousseau, this one is a pedant, a scholar. Do you know that it is very difficult to translate Tacitus? Monseigneur, I said so in a short preface. Yes, I know, you said in it that you had only a slight knowledge of Latin. It is true, Monseigneur. Then, Monsieur Rousseau, why translate Tacitus? Monseigneur, it improves one's style. Ah! Monsieur Rousseau, it was wrong to translate Imperatoria Brevitate by a grave and concise discourse. Rousseau, uneasy, consulted his memory. Yes, said the young prince, with the confidence of an old savant who discovers a fault in Saumaise, yes, you translated it so. It is in the paragraph where Tacitus relates that Pison harangued his soldiers. Well, Monseigneur. Well, Monsieur Rousseau, Imperatoria Brevitate means, with the conciseness of a general, or of a man accustomed to command. With the brevity of command, that is the expression, is it not, Monsieur de la Vaugue? Yes, Monseigneur, replied the governor. Rousseau made no reply. The prince added, that is an evident mistake, Monsieur Rousseau. Oh, I will find you another. Rousseau turned pale. Stay, Monsieur Rousseau, there is one in the paragraph relating to Cecina. It begins thus, ad in superior Germania. You know he is describing Cecina, and Tacitus says, Cito sermon. I remember it perfectly, Monseigneur. You translated that, speaking well. Yes, Monseigneur, and I thought. Cito sermon means speaking quickly, that is to say, easily. I said, speaking well. Then it should have been decoro, or ornato, or eleganti sermon. Cito is a picturesque epithet, Monsieur Rousseau. So, in portraying the change in Otho's conduct, Tacitus says, Delata voluptate, dissimulata luxuria, cunctate ad imperii decorem composita. I have translated that, dismissing luxury and effeminacy to other times, he surprised the world by industriously applying himself to re-establish the glory of the empire. Wrong, Monsieur Rousseau, wrong. In the first place, you have run the three little phrases into one, which obliges you to translate dissimulata luxuria badly. Then you made a blunder in the last portion of the phrase. Tacitus did not mean that the Emperor Otho applied himself to re-establishing the glory of the empire. He meant to say that, no longer gratifying his passions, and dissimulating his luxurious habits, Otho accommodated all, made all turn, all, you understand, Monsieur Rousseau. That is to say, even his passions and his vices, to the glory of the empire. That is the sense, it is rather complex, yours, however, is too restricted, is it not, Monsieur de la Vaugue? Yes, Monseigneur. Rousseau perspired and panted under this pitiless infliction. The prince allowed him a moment's breathing time, and then continued, You are much more in your element in philosophy, monsieur. Rousseau bowed. But your Émile is a dangerous book. Dangerous, Monseigneur? Yes, from the quantity of false ideas it will put into the humbler citizens' heads. Monseigneur, as soon as a man is a father, he can enter into the spirit of my book, whether he be the first or the last in the kingdom. To be a father, is. Tell me, Monsieur Rousseau, asked the satirical prince, suddenly, your Confessions is a very amusing book. How many children have you had? Rousseau turned pale, staggered, and raised an angry and stupefied glance to his young tormentor's face, the expression of which only increased the malicious humor of the Comte de Provence. It was only malice, for without waiting for a reply the prince moved away arm in arm with his preceptor, continuing his commentaries on the works of the man whom he had so cruelly crushed. Rousseau, left alone, was gradually recovering from his stupefaction, when he heard the first bars of his overture executed by the orchestra. He proceeded in that direction with a faltering step, and when he had reached his seat, he said to himself, "Fool! Coward! Stupid ass that I am! Now only do I find the answer I should have made the cruel little pedant. Monseigneur, I should have said, it is not charitable in a young person to torment a poor old man." He had just reached this point, quite content with his phrase, when the Dauphiness and Monsieur de Coigny began their duet. The preoccupation of the philosopher was disturbed by the suffering of the musician, the ear was to be tortured after the heart. LXXX. The rehearsal. The rehearsal once fairly commenced, and the general attention drawn to the stage, Rousseau was no longer remarked. He began to look around him. He heard noblemen who sang completely out of tune in their shepherd's garb, and saw ladies arrayed in their court dresses coquetting like shepherdesses. The Dauphiness sang correctly, but she was a bad actress. Her voice, moreover, was so weak that she could scarcely be heard. The king, not to intimidate any one, had retired to an obscure box, where he chatted with the ladies. The Dauphin prompted the words of the opera, which went off royally badly. Rousseau determined not to listen, but he felt it very difficult to avoid hearing. He had one consolation, however, for he had just perceived a charming face among the illustrious figurantes, and the village maiden who was the possessor of this charming face had incomparably the finest voice in the entire company. Rousseau's attention became at once completely riveted, and from his position behind his desk he gazed with his whole soul at the charming figurante, and listened with all his ears to drink in the enchanting melody of her voice. When the Dauphiness saw the author so attentive, she was convinced by his smile and his sentimental air that he was pleased with the execution of his work. And eager for a compliment, for she was a woman, she leaned forward to the desk, saying, "Is our performance very bad, Monsieur Rousseau?" But Rousseau, with lips apart and absent air, did not reply. "Oh! We have made some blunders," said the Dauphiness, "and Monsieur Rousseau dares not tell us. I entreat you, Monsieur Rousseau." Rousseau's gaze followed the beautiful personage, who on her side did not perceive the attention which she excited. "Ah," said the Dauphiness, observing the direction of our philosopher's eyes, "it is Mademoiselle Taverney who has been in fault." André blushed, she saw all eyes directed toward her. "No, no," exclaimed Rousseau. "It was not Mademoiselle, for Mademoiselle sings like an angel." Madame Dubarry darted at the philosopher a look keener than a javelin. The Baron de Taverney, on the contrary, felt his heart bound with joy, and greeted Rousseau with a most enchanting smile. "Do you think that young girl sings well?" said Madame Dubarry to the king, who was evidently struck by Rousseau's words. "In a chorus I cannot hear distinctly," said Louis XV, "only a musician can properly distinguish." Meanwhile Rousseau was busy in the orchestra directing the chorus. Colin returns to his shepherdess. Hail we all a return so gay. As he turned to resume his seat, he saw Monsieur de Jussou bowing to him graciously. It was no slight pleasure for the Genevese to be seen thus giving laws to the court by a courtier who had wounded him a little by his superiority. He returned his bow most ceremoniously, and continued to gaze at André, who looked even more lovely for the praises she had received. As the rehearsal proceeded, Madame Dubarry became furious, twice had she surprised Louis XV's attention wandering, distracted by the spectacle before him from the sweet speeches she whispered. To her jealous observation André was the chief feature of the spectacle. The Dauphiness, however, received many compliments, and was in gay spirits. Monsieur de Richelieu fluttered around her with the agility of a young man, and succeeded in forming, at the extremity of the stage, a circle of laughers, of which the Dauphiness was the centre, and which rendered the Dubarry party extremely uneasy. "It appears," said he aloud, "that Mademoiselle de Taverney has a sweet voice." "Charming," said the Dauphiness, and had I not been too selfish, should have allowed her to play Colette. But as it is for my amusement that I undertook the character, I will give it up to no one. Oh! Mademoiselle de Taverney would not sing it better than your Royal Highness, said Richelieu, and Mademoiselle is an excellent musician, said Rousseau, with enthusiasm. Excellent, responded the Dauphiness, and, to confess the truth, it is she who teaches me my part. Besides, she dances enchantingly, and I dance very badly. The effect of this conversation upon the king, upon Madame du Barry, and the whole crowd of curious newsmongers and envious intriguers, may be imagined. All either tasted the pleasure of inflicting a wound, or received the blow with shame and grief. There were no indifferent spectators, except perhaps André herself. The Dauphiness, incited by Richelieu, finally made André sing the air, I have lost my love, Colin leaves me. The king's head was seen to mark the time with such evident tokens of pleasure that Madame du Barry's rouge fell off in little flakes, as paintings are scaled by moisture. Richelieu, more malicious than a woman, enjoyed his revenge. He had drawn near the elder Taverney, and the two old men formed a tableau which might have been taken for hypocrisy and corruption sealing a compact of union. Their joy increased the more as Madame du Barry's features grew by degrees darker and darker. She added the finishing stroke to it by rising angrily, which was contrary to all etiquette, as the king was still seated. The courtiers, like ants, felt the storm approach, and hastened to seek shelter with the strongest. The Dauphiness was more closely surrounded by her own friends, Madame du Barry was more courted by hers. By degrees the interest of the rehearsal was diverted from its natural course into quite a different direction. Colin and Colette were no more thought of, and many spectators thought that it would soon be Madame du Barry's turn to sing. I have lost my love. Colin leaves me. Do you mark, whispered Richelieu to Taverney, your daughter's immense success? And he drew him into the corridor, pushing open a glass door, and causing a looker-on, who had been clinging to the framework in order to see into the hall, to fall backward. Confound the fellow! Growled Richelieu, dusting his sleeve, which the door had brushed against on its rebound, and he seemed still more angry when he saw that the looker-on was dressed like a workman of the chateau. It was, in fact, a workman, with a basket of flowers under his arm, who had succeeded in climbing up behind the glass, from which position he had looked into the hall and witnessed the entire spectacle. He was pushed back into the corridor, and almost overturned. He himself escaped falling, but his basket was upset. Ah! I know the rascal, said Taverney, angrily. Who is it? Asked the Duke. What are you doing here, scoundrel? Said Taverney. Gilbert, the reader has doubtless already recognized him, replied haughtily, you see, I am looking. Instead of being at your work, said Richelieu. My work is done, said Gilbert, humbly addressing the Duke, without deigning to look at Taverney. Am I fated to meet this lazy rascal everywhere, said Taverney. Gently, monsieur, interrupted a voice, gently. My little Gilbert is a good workman and an industrious botanist. Taverney turned, and saw Monsieur de Jussou, who was patting Gilbert on the head. The Baron reddened with anger and moved off. Valets here, muttered he. Hush! Said Richelieu, there is Nicole. Look, up there, in the corner by that door. The little witch. She is not making bad use of her eyes either. The Marshal was correct. Partially concealed behind a score of the domestics of Trianon, Nicole raised her charming head above all the others, and her eyes, dilated with surprise and admiration, seemed to magnify the scene at which she gazed. Gilbert perceived her, and turned another way. Come, come, said the Duke to Taverney, I think the king wishes to speak to you. He is looking this way, and the two friends disappeared in the direction of the royal box. Madame du Barry was standing behind the king and interchanging signs with Monsieur d'Aiguillon, who was also standing, and who did not lose one of his uncle's movements. Rousseau, now left alone, admired André. He was endeavoring, if we may use the expression, to fall in love with her. The illustrious actors proceeded to disrobe in their boxes, which Gilbert had decorated with fresh flowers. Taverney, left alone in the passage by Monsieur de Richelieu, who had gone to rejoin the king, felt his heart alternately chilled and elated. At last the Duke returned, and placed his finger upon his lips. Taverney turned pale with joy, and advanced to meet his friend, who drew him beneath the royal box. There they overheard the following conversation, which was quite inaudible to the rest of the company. Madame du Barry was saying to the king, "May I expect your majesty to supper this evening?" And the king replied, "I feel fatigued, countess, excuse me." At the same moment the Dauphin entered, almost treading on Madame du Barry's toes, without seeming to see her. "Sire," said he, "will your majesty do us the honor of taking supper with us at Trianon?" "No, my son. I was just saying to the countess that I feel fatigued. Our young people have made me giddy, I shall sup alone." The Dauphin bowed and retired. Madame du Barry made a profound reverence, and, trembling with rage, left the box. When she had gone, the king made a sign to the Duc de Richelieu. "Duke," said he, "I wish to speak to you about an affair which concerns you." "Sire, I have not been pleased, I wish you to explain to me." "Stay, I am alone." "You shall take supper with me," and the king looked at Taverney. "You know this gentleman, I think, Duke?" "Monsieur de Taverney?" "Yes, sire." "Ah! The father of the charming singer?" "Yes, sire." "Listen, Duke." The king stooped to whisper in Richelieu's ear. Taverney clenched his hands till the nails entered the flesh, to avoid showing any emotion. Immediately afterward Richelieu brushed past Taverney, and said, "Follow me," without seeming to do so. "Whither?" asked Taverney, in the same tone. "No matter, follow me." The Duke moved away. Taverney followed him at a little distance to the king's apartment. The Duke entered, Taverney waited in the anteroom. CX, the casket. Monsieur de Taverney had not to wait long. Richelieu, having asked the king's valet for something his majesty had left upon his dressing table, soon returned, carrying a parcel, the nature of which the baron could not distinguish, on account of the covering of silk which enveloped it. But the marshal soon relieved his friend from all anxiety. Drawing him into a corner of the gallery, "Baron," said he, as soon as he saw that they were alone, "you have at times seemed to doubt my friendship for you?" "Never since our reconciliation," replied Taverney. "At least, you were in doubt concerning your fortune and that of your children?" "Oh! As to that, yes." "Well, you were wrong. Your children's fortune and your own is made with a rapidity which should make you giddy." "Bah," said Taverney, who suspected part of the truth, but who, as he was not quite certain, took care to guard against mistakes. "How is the fortune of my children so quickly made?" "Monsieur Philippe is already a captain, with a company paid for by the king." "It is true, I owe that to you." "By no means. Now we shall have Mademoiselle de Taverney a marchioness, perhaps." "Come, come," exclaimed Taverney. "What, my daughter?" "Listen, Taverney. The king has great taste, and beauty, grace, and virtue, when accompanied by talent, delight his majesty. Now, Mademoiselle de Taverney unites all these qualities in a very high degree. The king is therefore delighted with Mademoiselle de Taverney." "Duke," replied Taverney, assuming an air of dignity at which the marshal could scarcely repress a smile, "Duke, what do you mean by delighted?" Richelieu did not like pretension, and replied, dryly, "Baron, I am not a great linguist. I am not even well versed in orthography. I have always thought that delighted signified pleased beyond measure. If you are grieved beyond measure to see the king pleased with the beauty, the talent, the merit of your children, you have only to say so, I will return to his majesty," and Richelieu turned on his heel with a movement quite juvenile. "You misunderstand me, Duke," exclaimed the baron, stopping him. "Confound it, how hasty you are. Why did you say that you were not satisfied?" "I did not say so. You asked for explanations of the king's pleasure, you are foolish. But, Duke, I did not breathe a syllable of that. For my own part, I most certainly am satisfied. Ah, you! Well, who will be dissatisfied, your daughter? Eh. My dear fellow, you have brought up your daughter like a savage, as you are. My dear friend, the young lady educated herself. You may easily imagine that I could not possibly trouble myself with any such matter. I had enough to do to support life in my den at Taverney. Virtue in her sprung up spontaneously. And yet people say that country folks know how to pull up weeds. In short, your daughter is a prude. You mistake, she is a dove. Richelieu made a grimace. Well, said he, the poor child has only to look out for a good husband, for opportunities of making a fortune will come to her rarely with this defect. Taverney looked uneasily at the Duke. Fortunately for her, continued Richelieu, the king is so desperately in love with the dewberry that he will never think seriously of another. Taverney's alarm was changed to anguish. Therefore, continued Richelieu, you and your daughter may make your minds easy. I will state the unavoidable obstacles to His Majesty, and the king will never bestow another thought on the matter. But obstacles to what? Good heavens! Exclaimed Taverney, turning pale, and shaking his friend's arm. To his making a little present to Mademoiselle André, my dear Baron. A little present. What is it? Asked the Baron, full of hope and avarice. Oh, a mere trifle. Said Richelieu, carelessly, and he took a casket from its silken covering. A casket. A trifle, a necklace worth a few million francs, which His Majesty, flattered at hearing her sing his favorite air, wished to present to the fair singer. It is quite in order, but since your daughter is easily frightened, we will drop the subject. Duke, you must not think of it, that would be to offend the king. Of course it would. But is it not the attribute of virtue always to offend some person or something? But, Duke, consider, the child is not so unreasonable. That is to say, it is you, and not your child, who speaks. Oh, I know so well what she will do and say. The Chinese are a very fortunate people, said Richelieu. Why? Asked Taverney, astonished. Because they have so many rivers and canals in the country. Duke, you turn the conversation. Do not drive me to despair, speak to me. I am speaking to you, Baron, and am not changing the conversation at all. Then why do you speak of China? What have its rivers to do with my daughter? A great deal. The Chinese, I mean, have the happiness of being able to drown their daughters when they are too virtuous, and no one can forbid it. Come, Duke, you must be just. Suppose you had a daughter yourself? Pardieu, I have one. And if anyone were to tell me that she is too virtuous, it would be very ill-natured of him. In short, you would like her better otherwise, would you not? Oh. For my part, I don't meddle with my children after they are 8 years old. Listen to me, at least. If the king were to commission me to offer a necklace to your daughter, and if your daughter were to complain to you? Oh, my friend, there is no comparison. I have always lived at court, you have lived like a North American Indian, there is no similarity. What you call virtue, I think folly. Remember, for the future, that nothing is more ill-bred than to say, what would you do in this or that case? And besides, your comparisons are erroneous, my friend. It is not true that I am about to present a necklace to your daughter. You said so. I said nothing of the sort. I said that the king had directed me to bring him a casket for Mademoiselle de Taverney, whose voice had pleased him, but I did not say that His Majesty had charged me to give it to her. Then, in truth, said the Baron, in despair, I know not what to think. I do not understand a single word, you speak in enigmas. Why give this necklace, if it is not to be given? Why do you take charge of it, if not to deliver it? Richelieu uttered an exclamation as if he had seen a spider. Ah, said he, power! Power! The Huron, the ugly animal. Who? You, my good friend, you, my trusty comrade, you seem as if you had fallen from the clouds, Baron. I am at my wit's end. No, you never had any. When a king makes a lady a present, and when he charges Monsieur de Richelieu with the commission, the present is noble, and the commission well executed, remember that. I do not deliver caskets, my dear fellow, that was Monsieur Lebel's office. Did you know Monsieur Lebel? What is your office, then? My friend, said Richelieu, tapping Taverney on the shoulder, and accompanying this amicable action by a sardonic smile, when I have to do with such paragons of virtue as Mademoiselle André, I am the most moral man in the world. When I approach a dove, as you call your daughter, I do not display the talons of the hawk. When I am deputed to wait on a young lady, I speak to her father. I speak to you, therefore, Taverney, and give you the casket to present to your daughter. Well. Are you willing? And he offered the casket. Or do you decline? And he drew it back. Oh. Say. Then, all that at once, exclaimed the Baron, say that I am commissioned by His Majesty to deliver the present. If so, it assumes quite a correct and paternal character, it is, so to speak, purified. Purified. Why, you must have suspected His Majesty of evil intentions, said Richelieu, seriously. Now, you cannot have dared to do that. God forbid. But the world, that is to say, my daughter. Richelieu shrugged his shoulders. Will you take it? Yes, or no, he asked. Taverney quickly held out his hand. You are certain it is moral? Said he to the Duke, with a smile, the counterpart of that which the Duke had just addressed to him. Do you not think it pure morality, Baron, said the Marshal, to make the father, who, as you have just said, purifies everything, an intermediate party between the king's delight and your daughter's charms? Let Monsieur Jean-Jacques Rousseau, of Geneva, who was hovering about here just now, be the judge, he would say that Joseph was impure in comparison with me. Richelieu pronounced these few words with a calmness, an abrupt haughtiness, a precision, which silenced Taverney's objections, and assisted to make him believe that he ought to be convinced. He seized his illustrious friend's hand, therefore, and pressing it, thanks to your delicacy, said he, my daughter can accept this present. The source and origin of the good fortune to which I alluded at the commencement of our tiresome discussion on virtue. Thanks, dear Duke, most hearty thanks. One word more. Conceal this favor carefully from the Dubarrys. It might make Madame du Barry leave the king and take flight. And the king would be displeased. I don't know, but the countess would not thank us. As for me, I should be lost. Be discreet, therefore. Do not fear. But present my most humble thanks to the king. And your daughters, I shall not fail. But you have not yet reached the limits of the favor bestowed upon you. It is you who are to thank the king, my dear fellow. His Majesty invites you to take supper with him this evening. Me? You, Taverney. We shall be a select party, His Majesty, you, and myself. We will talk of your daughter's virtue. Adieu, Taverney, I see Dubarry with Monsieur d'Aiguillon. We must not be seen together. And, agile as a page, he disappeared at the farther end of the gallery, leaving Taverney gazing at his casket like a Saxon child who awakens and finds the Christmas gifts which have been placed in his hands while he slept. LXXXI, King Louis XV's private supper. The Marshal found the king in the little salon whither several of the courtiers had followed him, preferring rather to lose their supper than to allow the wandering glance of their sovereign to fall on any others than themselves. But Louis XV seemed to have something else to do this evening than to look at these gentlemen. He dismissed every one, saying that he did not intend to sup, or that, if he did, it would be alone. All the guests having thus received their dismissal, and fearing to displease the Dauphin if they were not present at the fete which he was to give at the close of the rehearsal, instantly flew off like a cloud of parasite pigeons, and winged their way to him whom they were permitted to see, ready to assert that for him they had deserted His Majesty's drawing-room. Louis XV, whom they left so rapidly, was far from bestowing a thought on them. At another time the meanness of all this swarm of courtiers would have excited a smile. But on this occasion it awoke no sentiment in the monarch's breast, a monarch so sarcastic that he spared neither bodily nor mental defect in his best friends, if we may suppose that Louis XV ever had a friend. No, at that moment Louis XV concentrated his entire attention on a carriage which was drawn up opposite the door of the offices of Trianon, the coachman seeming to wait only for the step which should announce the owner's presence in the gilded vehicle to urge on his horses. The carriage was Madame du Barry's, and was lighted by torches. Zamore, seated beside the coachman, was swinging his legs backward and forward like a child at play. At last Madame du Barry, who had no doubt waited in the corridors in the hope of receiving some message from the king, appeared, supported on Monsieur d'Aiguillon's arm. Her anger, or at least her disappointment, was apparent in the rapidity of her gait. She affected too much resolution not to have lost her presence of mind. After Madame du Barry followed Jean, looking gloomy in the extreme, and absently crushing his hat beneath his arm. He had not been present at the representation, the Dauphin having forgotten to invite him. But he had stolen into the anteroom somewhat after the fashion of a lackey, and stood pensive as Hippolytus, with his shirt frill falling over his vest embroidered with silver and red flowers, and not even looking at his tattered ruffles, which seemed in harmony with his sad thoughts. Jean had seen his sister look pale and alarmed, and had concluded from this that the danger was great. Jean was brave in diplomacy only when opposed to flesh and blood, never when opposed to phantoms. Concealed behind the window curtain, the king saw this funereal procession defile before him and bury itself in the countess's carriage. Then, when the door was closed and the footman had mounted behind the carriage, the coachman shook the reins, and the horses started forward at a gallop. "Oh," said the king, without making an attempt to see me, to speak to me. "The countess is furious." And he repeated aloud, "Yes, the countess is furious." Richelieu, who had just glided into the room like an expected visitor, caught these last words. "Furious, sire," said he, "and for what?" "Because your majesty is amused for a moment." "Oh, that is not amiable of the countess." "Duke," replied Louis XV, "I am not amused, on the contrary, I am wearied, and wish for repose. Music enervates me. If I had listened to the countess, I should have supped at Lucien's, I should have eaten, and, above all, I should have drunk. The countess's wines are too strong, I do not know from what vineyards they come, but they overpower me. Upon my word, I prefer to take my ease here." "And your majesty is perfectly in the right," said the duke. "Besides, the countess will find amusement elsewhere. Am I such an amiable companion? She may say so as much as she likes, but I do not believe her." "Ah, this time your majesty is in the wrong," exclaimed the marshal. "No, duke, no, in truth. I count my years, and I reflect. Sire, the countess is well aware that she could not possibly have better company, and it is that which makes her furious. In truth, duke, I do not know how you manage. You still lead the women as if you were only 20 years old. At that age it is for a man to choose, but at mine, duke. Well, sire. It is for the woman to make her calculations." The marshal burst into a laugh. "Well, sire," said he, "that is only an additional reason. If your majesty thinks the countess is amused, let us console ourselves. I do not say she is amused, duke, only say that she will in the end be driven to seek amusement." "Ah! Sire, I dare not assert that such things have never happened." The king rose, much agitated. "Who waits outside?" he inquired. "All your suite, sire." The king reflected for a moment. "But have you any one there?" "I have Raft." "Very good. What shall he do, sire?" "He must find out if the countess really returned to Lucien's." "The countess is already gone, I think, sire." Yes, ostensibly. But whither does your majesty think she is gone? Who can tell? Jealousy makes her frantic, Duke. Sire, is it not rather your majesty? How? What? Whom jealousy? Duke. In truth, it would be very humiliating for us all, sire. I jealous, said Louis, with a forced laugh. Are you speaking seriously, Duke? Richelieu did not in truth believe it. It must even be confessed that he was very near the truth in thinking that, on the contrary, the king only wished to know if Madame du Barry was really at Lucien's, in order to be sure that she would not return to Trianon. Then, sire, said he, aloud, it is understood that I am to send Raft on a voyage of discovery. Send him, Duke. In the meantime, what will your majesty do before supper? Nothing, we shall sup instantly. Have you spoken to the person in question? Yes, he is in your majesty's antechamber. What did he say? He expressed his deep thanks. And the daughter? She has not been spoken to yet. Duke, Madame du Barry is jealous, and might readily return. Ah, sire, that would be in very bad taste. I think the Countess would be incapable of committing such an enormity. Duke, she is capable of anything in such moods, especially when hatred is combined with jealousy. She execrates you, I don't know if you were aware of that. Richelieu bowed. I know she does me that honor, sire. She execrates Monsieur de Taverney also. If your majesty would be good enough to reckon, I am sure there is a third person whom she hates even more than me, even more than the Baron. Whom? Mademoiselle André. Ah, said the king. I think that is natural enough. Then. Yes, but that does not prevent its being necessary to watch that Madame du Barry does not cause some scandal this evening. On the contrary, it proves the necessity of such a measure. Here is the butler. Hush. Give your orders to Raft, and join me in the dining room with, you know whom. Louis rose, and passed into the dining room, while Richelieu made his exit by the opposite door. 5 minutes afterward he rejoined the king, accompanied by the Baron. The king in the most gracious manner bade Taverney good evening. The Baron was a man of talent, and replied in that peculiar manner which betokens a person accustomed to good society, and which puts kings and princes instantly at their ease. They sat down to table. Louis XV was a bad king, but a delightful companion. When he pleased, his conversation was full of attraction for boon companions, talkers, and voluptuaries. The king, in short, had studied life carefully in its most agreeable aspects. He ate heartily, made his guests drink, and turned the conversation on music. Richelieu caught the ball at the rebound. Sire, said he, if music makes men agree, as our ballet master says, and as your majesty seems to think, will you say as much of women? Oh, Duke, replied the king, let us not speak of women. From the Trojan War to the present time, women have always exercised an influence contrary to that of music. You, especially, have too many quarrels to compound with them, to wish to see that subject brought forward. Among others, there is one, and that not the least dangerous, with whom you are at daggers drawn. The Countess, sire. Is that my fault? Of course it is. Ah, indeed. Your Majesty, I trust, will explain. In 2 words, and with the greatest pleasure, said the king, slyly. I listen, sire. What? She offers you the portfolio of I don't know which department, and you refuse, because, you say, she is not very popular. 2, exclaimed Richelieu, a good deal embarrassed by the turn the conversation was taking. Certainly. The report is quite public, said the king, with that feigned good nature which was peculiar to him. I forget now who told it to me, probably the Gazette. Well, sire, said Richelieu, taking advantage of the freedom which the unusual gaiety of the august host afforded his guests, I must confess that on this occasion rumors, and even the gazettes, have reported something not quite so absurd as usual. What? exclaimed Louis XV, then you have really refused a portfolio, my dear Duke. Richelieu, it may easily be imagined, was in an awkward position. The king well knew that he had refused nothing. But it was necessary that Taverney should continue to believe what Richelieu had told him. The Duke had therefore to frame his reply so as to avoid furnishing matter for amusement to the king, without at the same time incurring the reproach of falsehood, which was already hovering upon the Baron's lips and twinkling in his smile. Sire, said Richelieu, pray let us not speak of effects, but of the cause. Whether I have or have not refused a portfolio, is a state secret which your Majesty is not bound to divulge over the bottle. But the cause for which I should have refused the portfolio, had it been offered to me, is the important point. Oh, Duke, said the monarch, laughing, and this cause is not a state secret. No, sire, and especially not for your Majesty, who is at this moment, I beg pardon of the divinity, the most amiable earthly amphitryon in the universe for my friend the Baron de Taverney and myself. I have no secrets, therefore, from my king. I give my whole soul up to him, for I do not wish it to be said that the King of France has not one servant who would tell him the entire truth. Let us hear the truth, then, Duke, said the king, while Taverney, fearing that Richelieu might go too far, pinched his lips and composed his countenance scrupulously after the king's. Sire, in your dominions there are two powers which a minister must obey, the first is your will, the second, that of your Majesty's most intimate friends. The first power is irresistible, none dare to rebel against it. The second is yet more sacred, for it imposes duties of the heart on whosoever serves you. It is termed your confidence. To obey it, a minister must have the most devoted regard for the favorite of the king. Louis XV laughed. Duke, said he, that is a very good maxim, and one I am delighted to hear from your lips, but I dare you to proclaim it aloud by sound of trumpet upon the Pont Neuf. Oh, I know, sire, said Richelieu, that the philosophers would be up in arms. But I do not think that their objurgations would matter much to your Majesty or to me. The chief point is that the two dominant wills in the kingdom may be satisfied. Well, the will of a certain person, I will confess it openly to your Majesty, even should my disgrace, that is, my death, be the consequence, Madame Dubarry's will I could not obey. Louis was silent. It occurred to me the other day, continued Richelieu, to look around in your Majesty's court. And in truth I saw so many noble girls, so many women of dazzling beauty, that had I been King of France, I should have found it almost impossible to choose. Louis turned to Taverney, who, seeing things take such a favorable turn for him, sat trembling with hope and fear, aiding the marshal's eloquence with eyes and breath. As if he would waft forward the vessel loaded with his fortunes to a safe harbor. Come, Baron, what is your opinion, said the king. Sire, replied Taverney, with swelling heart, the Duke, as it seems to me, has been saying excellent things to your Majesty. Then you are of his opinion in what he says of lovely girls? In fact, sire, I think there are indeed very lovely young girls at the French court. Then you are of his opinion? Yes, sire. And, like him, you advise me to choose among the beauties of the court. I would venture to confess that I am of the Marshal's opinion, if I dared to believe that it was also your Majesty's. There was a short silence, during which the king looked complacently at Taverney. Gentlemen, said he, no doubt I should follow your advice, if I were only 30 years of age. I should have a very natural predilection for it, but I find myself at present rather too old to be credulous. Credulous. Pray, sire, explain the meaning of the word. To be credulous, my dear Duke, means to believe. Now, nothing will make me believe certain things. What are they? That at my age it is possible to inspire love. Ah, sire! Exclaimed Richelieu, until this moment I thought your Majesty was the most polite gentleman in your dominions, but with deep regret I see that I have been mistaken. How so? Asked the king, laughing. Because, in that case, I must be as old as Methuselah, as I was born in 94. Remember, sire, I am 16 years older than your Majesty. This was an adroit piece of flattery on the Duke's part. Louis XV had always admired this man's age, who had outlived so many younger men in his service, for having this example before him, he might hope to reach the same advanced period. "Granted," said Louis. "But I hope you no longer have the pretension to be loved for yourself, Duke." "If I thought not, sire, I would instantly quarrel with two ladies who told me so only this very morning." "Well, Duke," said Louis, "we shall see. Monsieur de Taverney, we shall see. Youth rejuvenates, it is very true." "Yes, yes, sire, and we must not forget that a powerful constitution, like your Majesty's, always gains, and never loses." "Yet I remember," said Louis, "that my predecessor, when he became old, no longer courted women with the same boldness." "Come, come, sire," said Richelieu. "Your Majesty knows my great respect for the late king, who twice sent me to the Bastille. But that ought not to prevent me from saying that there is a vast difference between the ripe age of Louis XV. and that of Louis XIV. What the devil? Your most Christian Majesty, although honoring fully your title of eldest son of the Church, does not carry asceticism so far as to forget your humanity." "Faith, no," said Louis. "I may confess it, since neither my doctor nor confessor is present." "Well, sire. The king, your grandfather, frequently astonished Madame de Maintenon, who was even older than he, by his excess of religious zeal and his innumerable penances. I repeat it, sire, can there be any comparison made between your two Majesties? The king this evening was in a good humor." Richelieu's words acted upon him like so many drops of water from the fountain of youth. Richelieu thought the time had come, he touched Taverney's knee with his. "Sire," said the latter, "will your Majesty deign to accept my thanks for the magnificent present you have made my daughter?" "You need not thank me for that, Baron," said the king. "Mademoiselle de Taverney pleased me by her modest and ingenuous grace. I wish my daughters had still their households to form." "Certainly, Mademoiselle André, that is her name, is it not?" "Yes, sire," said Taverney, delighted that the king knew his daughter's Christian name. "A very pretty name. Certainly Mademoiselle André should have been the first upon the list, but every post in my house is filled up. In the meantime, Baron, you may reckon upon my protection for your daughter. I think I have heard she has not a rich dowry." "Alas! No, sire." "Well, I will make her marriage my especial care." Taverney bowed to the ground. "Then your Majesty must be good enough," said he, "to select a husband. For I confess that, in our confined circumstances, our almost poverty—" "Yes, yes, rest easy on that point," said Louis. "But she seems very young, there is no haste." "The less, sire, that your protégé has a horror of marriage." "Ha!" said Louis, rubbing his hands and looking at Richelieu. "Well. At all events. Monsieur de Taverney, command me whenever you are at all embarrassed." Then, rising, the king beckoned the duke, who approached. "Was the little one satisfied?" he asked. "With what?" "With the casket. Your Majesty must excuse my speaking low, but the father is listening, and he must not overhear what I have to tell you." "Bah! No, I assure you, sire." "Well, speak." "Sire, the little one has indeed a horror of marriage, but of one thing I am certain, she has not a horror of your Majesty." Uttering these words in a tone of familiarity which pleased the king from its very frankness, the marshal, with his little, pattering steps, hastened to rejoin Taverney, from respect, had moved away to the door of the gallery. Both retired by the gardens. It was a lovely evening. Two servants walked before them, holding torches in one hand, and with the other pulling aside the branches of the flowering shrubs. The windows of Trianon were blazing with light, and flitting across them could be discerned a crowd of joyous figures, the honored guests of the Dauphiness. His Majesty's band gave life and animation to the minuet, for dancing had begun after supper, and was still continued. Concealed in a dense thicket of lilac and snowball shrubs, Gilbert, kneeling upon the ground, was gazing at the movements of the shadows through the transparent curtains. A thunderbolt cleaving the earth would scarcely have distracted the attention of the gazer, so much was he entranced by the lovely forms he was following with his eyes through all the mazes of the dance. Nevertheless, when Richelieu and Taverney passed, and brushed against the thicket in which this night bird was concealed, the sound of their voices, and above all a certain word, made Gilbert raise his head. For this word was an all-important one for him. The Marshal, leaning upon his friend's arm, and bending down to his ear, was saying, "Everything well weighed and considered, Baron, it is a hard thing to tell you, but you must at once send your daughter to a convent." "Why so?" asked the Baron. "Because I would wager," replied the Marshal, "that the king is in love with Mademoiselle de Taverney." At these words Gilbert started, and turned paler than the flaky snowberries which at his abrupt movement showered down upon his head and shoulders. LXXXII, Presentiments. The next day, as the clock at Trianon was striking 12, Nicole's voice was heard calling André, who had not yet left her chamber, "Mademoiselle, Mademoiselle, here is Monsieur Philippe." The exclamation came from the foot of the stairs. André, at once surprised and delighted, drew her muslin robe closely over her neck and shoulders, and hastened to meet the young man, who was in fact dismounting in the courtyard of Trianon, and inquiring of the servants at what time he could see his sister. André therefore opened the door in person, and found herself face to face with Philippe, whom the officious Nicole had gone to meet in the courtyard, and was accompanying up the stairs. The young girl threw her arms round her brother's neck, and they entered André's apartments together, followed by Nicole. It was then that André for the first time remarked that Philippe was more serious than usual, that his smile was not free from sadness, that he wore his elegant uniform with the most scrupulous neatness, and that he held a traveling cloak over his arm. "What is the matter, Philippe?" she asked, with that instinct of tender souls to which a look is a sufficient revelation. "My sister," said Philippe, "this morning I received an order to join my regiment." "And you are going?" "And I am going." "Oh," said André, and with this plaintive exclamation all her courage, and almost all her strength, seemed to desert her. Although this departure was a very natural occurrence, and one which she might have foreseen, yet she felt so overpowered by the announcement that she was obliged to lean for support on her brother's arm. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Philippe, astonished, "does this departure afflict you so much, André? You know, in a soldier's life, it is a most commonplace event." "Yes, yes, it is in truth common," murmured the young girl. "And whither do you go, brother?" "My garrison is at Reims. You see, I have not a very long journey to undertake. But it is probable that from there the regiment will return to Strasbourg." "Alas," said André, "and when do you set out?" "The order commands me to start immediately." "You have come to bid me good-bye, then?" "Yes, sister." "A farewell." "Have you anything particular to say to me, André?" asked Philippe, fearing that this extreme dejection might have some other cause than his departure. André understood that these words were meant to call her attention to Nicole, who, astonished at André's extreme grief, was gazing at this scene with much surprise, for, in fact, the departure of an officer to his garrison was not a catastrophe to cause such a flood of tears. André, therefore, noticed at the same instant Philippe's feelings and Nicole's surprise. She took up a mantle, threw it over her shoulders, and leading her brother to the staircase, "Come," said she, "as far as the park gates. Philippe, I will accompany you through the covered alley. I have indeed many things to tell you, brother." These words were equivalent to a dismissal for Nicole, who returned to her mistress's chamber, while the latter descended the staircase with Philippe. André led the way to the passage which still, even at the present day, opens into the garden. But although Philippe's look anxiously questioned her, she remained for a long time silent, leaning upon his arm, and supporting her head upon his shoulder. But at last her heart was too full. Her features were overspread with a death-like paleness, a deep sigh escaped her lips, and tears rushed from her eyes. "My dear sister, my sweet André," exclaimed Philippe, "in the name of heaven, what is the matter? My friend, my only friend. Said André, you depart, you leave me alone in this great world, which I entered but yesterday, and yet you ask me why I weep? Ah, I remember, Philippe, I lost my mother at my birth. It is dreadful to acknowledge it, but I have never had a father. All my little griefs, all my little secrets, I could confide to you alone. Who smiled upon me? Who took care of me? Who caressed me? Who rocked me in my cradle? It was you. Who has protected me since I grew up? You. Who taught me that God's creatures were not cast into the world only to suffer? You, Philippe, you alone. For since the hour of my birth, I have loved no one in the world but you, and no one but you has loved me in return. Oh, Philippe, Philippe, continued André, sadly, you turn away your head, and I can read your thoughts. You think I am young, that I am beautiful, and that I am wrong not to trust to the future and to love. And yet you see, alas! Philippe, it is not enough to be young and handsome, for no one thinks of me. You will say the Dauphiness is kind, and she is so. She is all perfection, at least, she seems so in my eyes, and I look upon her as a divinity. But it is exactly because she holds this exalted station that I can feel only respect for her, and not affection. Yet, Philippe, affection is necessary for my heart, which, if always thrust back on itself, must at last break. My father, I tell you nothing new, Philippe, my father is not only no protector or friend, but I cannot even look at him without feeling terror. Yes, yes, I fear him, Philippe, and still more now that you are leaving me. Why do I fear him? I do not know. Adieu, do not the birds of the air and the flocks of the field feel and dread the approaching storm? You will say they are endowed with instinct, but why will you deny the instinct of misfortune to our immortal souls? For some time past everything has prospered with our family, I know it well. You are a captain, I am in the household, and almost in the intimacy, of the Dauphiness. My father, it is said, supped last night almost tête-à-tête with the king. Well, Philippe, I repeat it, even should you think me mad, all this alarms me more than our peaceful poverty and obscurity at Taverney. And yet, dear sister, said Philippe, sadly, you were alone there also. I was not with you there to console you. Yes, but at least I was alone, alone with the memories of childhood. It seemed to me as if the house where my mother lived and breathed her last would bestow upon me, if I may so speak, a protecting care. All there was peaceful, gentle, friendly. I could see you depart with calmness, and welcome you back with joy. But whether you departed or returned, my heart was not all with you. It was attached also to that dear house, to my gardens, to my flowers, to the whole scene of which formerly you were but a part. Now you are all to me, Philippe, and when you leave me I am indeed alone. And yet, André, you have now a protection far more powerful than mine. True. A happy future before you. Who can tell? Why do you doubt it? I do not know. This is ingratitude toward God, sister. Oh. No, thank heaven, I am not ungrateful to God. Morning and evening I offer up thanks to him. But it seems to me as if, instead of receiving my prayers with favor, every time I bend the knee, a voice from on high says to me, take care, young girl, take care. But against what are you to guard? Answer me. I will admit that a misfortune threatens you. Have you any presentiment of the nature of this misfortune? Do you know how to act so as best to confront it, or how to avoid it? I know nothing, Philippe, except that my life seems to hang by a thread, that nothing will look bright to me from the moment of your departure. In a word, it seems as if during my sleep I had been placed on the declivity of a precipice too steep for me to arrest my progress when roused to a sense of my danger, that I see the abyss, and yet am dragged down. And that, you being far away, and your helping hand no longer ready to support me, I shall be dashed down and crushed in the fall. Dear sister. My sweet André. Said Philippe, agitated in spite of himself by the expression of deep and unaffected terror in her voice and manner, you exaggerate to yourself a tenderness for which I feel deeply grateful. Yes, you will lose your friend, but only for a time. I shall not be so far distant but that you can send for me if necessity should arise. Besides, remember that except for your chimerical fears, nothing really threatens you. André placed herself in her brother's way. Then, Philippe, said she, how does it happen that you, who are a man, and gifted with so much more strength, are at this moment as sad as I am? Tell me, my brother, how do you explain that? Easily, dear sister, said Philippe, arresting André's steps, for she had again moved forward, on ceasing to speak. We are brother and sister not only by blood, but in heart and affection. Therefore we have lived in an intimate communion of thoughts and feelings, which, especially since our arrival in Paris, has become to me a delightful necessity. I break this chain, my dear sister, or rather it is broken by others, and I feel the blow in my heart. I am therefore sad, but only for the moment, André. I can look beyond our separation. I do not believe in any misfortune, except in that of not seeing you for some months, perhaps for a year. I am resigned, and do not say adieu, but rather, au revoir. In spite of these consolatory words, André could reply only by sobs and tears. Dear sister, exclaimed Philippe, grieved at this dejection, which seemed so incomprehensible to him, you have not told me all, you hide something from me. In heaven's name, speak, and he took her in his arms, pressing her to his heart, and gazing earnestly in her eyes. I, said she. No, no, Philippe, I assure you solemnly. You know that all the most secret recesses of my heart are open before you. Well, then, André, for pity's sake, take courage, do not grieve me so. You are right, said she, and I am mad. Listen. I never had a strong mind, as you, Philippe, know better than anyone. I have always been timid, dreaming, melancholy. But I have no right to make so tenderly beloved a brother a sharer in my fears, above all when he labors to give me courage, and proves to me that I am wrong to be alarmed. You are right, Philippe. It is true, everything here is conducive to my happiness. Forgive me, Philippe. You see, I dry my tears, I weep no longer, I smile, Philippe, I do not say adieu, but rather, au revoir. And the young maiden tenderly embraced her brother, hiding her head on his shoulder, to conceal from his view a tear which still dimmed her eye, and which dropped like a pearl upon the golden epaulette of the young officer. Philippe gazed upon her with that infinite tenderness which partakes at the same time of a father's and a brother's affection. André, said he, I like to see you bear yourself thus bravely. Be of good courage. I must go, but the courier will bring you a letter every week, and every week let me receive one from you in return. Yes, Philippe, said André, yes, it will be my only happiness. But you have informed my father, have you not? Of what? Of your departure. Dear sister, it was the Baron himself who brought me the minister's order this morning. Monsieur de Taverney is not like you, André, and it seems will easily part with me. He appeared pleased at the thought of my departure, and in fact he was right. Here I can never get forward, while there many occasions may present themselves. My father is glad to see you go, murmured André. Are you not mistaken, Philippe? He has you, replied Philippe, eluding the question. That is a consolation for him, sister. Do you think so, Philippe? He never sees me. My sister, he bade me tell you that this very day, after my departure, he would come to Trianon. Believe me, he loves you, only it is after his own fashion. What is the matter now, Philippe? You seem embarrassed. Dear André, I heard the clock strike, what time is it? 1:15. Well, dear sister, I seem embarrassed because I ought to have been on the road an hour ago, and here we are at the gate, where my horse is waiting. Therefore. André assumed a calm demeanor, and taking her brother's hand, therefore, said she, in a voice too firm to be quite natural, therefore, brother, adieu. Philippe gave her one last embrace. Au revoir, said he. Remember your promise. What promise? 1 letter a week at least. Oh. Do you think it necessary to ask it? She pronounced these last words with a violent effort. The poor girl's voice was scarcely audible. Philippe waved his hand to her, and walked quickly toward the gate. André followed his retreating form with her eyes, holding in her breath in the endeavor to repress her sighs. Philippe mounted his horse, shouted a last farewell from the other side of the gate, and was gone. André remained standing motionless till he was out of sight. Then she turned, darted like a wounded fawn among the shady trees, perceived a bench, and had only strength sufficient to reach it, and to sink on it powerless and almost lifeless. Then, heaving a deep and heartrending sigh, she exclaimed, "Oh, my God! Why dost thou leave me thus alone upon earth?" She buried her face in her hands, while the big tears she did not seek to restrain made their way between her slender fingers. At this instant a slight rustling was heard amid the shrubs behind her. André thought she heard a sigh. She turned, alarmed. A melancholy form stood before her. It was Gilbert. LXXXIX Gilbert's romance. As pale, as despairing as André, Gilbert stood downcast before her. At the sight of a man, and of a stranger, for such he seemed at first sight through the thick veil of tears which obscured her gaze, André hastily dried her eyes, as if the proud young girl would have blushed to be seen weeping. She controlled her agitation, and restored calmness to her marble features, only an instant before quivering with the shudder of despair. Gilbert was much longer in regaining his calmness, and his features still wore an expression of grief when Mademoiselle de Taverney, looking up, at last recognized him. "Oh! Monsieur Gilbert again!" said André, with that trifling tone which she affected to assume whenever chance, as she believed, brought this young man into her presence. Gilbert made no reply, his feelings were still too deeply moved. The grief which had shaken André's frame to the center had violently agitated his own. It was André, therefore, who again broke the silence, wishing to have the last word with this apparition. "But what is the matter, Monsieur Gilbert?" she inquired. "Why do you gaze at me in that woebegone manner? Something must grieve you. May I ask what it is? Do you wish to know?" asked Gilbert, mournfully, for he felt the irony concealed beneath this appearance of interest. "Yes. Well, what grieves me, mademoiselle, is to see you suffer," replied Gilbert. "And who told you that I am suffering, monsieur?" "I see it." "You mistake, monsieur, I am not suffering," said André, passing her handkerchief over her face. Gilbert perceived the storm rising, but he resolved to turn it aside by humility. "I entreat your pardon, mademoiselle," said he, "but I heard your sobs." "Ah! You were listening, better and better." "Mademoiselle, it was by accident," stammered Gilbert, for he knew that he was telling a falsehood. "Accident! I regret exceedingly, Monsieur Gilbert, that chance should have brought you here. But even so, may I ask in what manner these sobs which you heard me utter grieved you? Tell me that, if you please." "I cannot bear to see a woman weep," said Gilbert, in a tone which highly displeased André. "Am I then a woman in Monsieur Gilbert's eyes?" replied the haughty young girl. "I sue for no one's sympathy, but Monsieur Gilbert still less than any other's." "Mademoiselle," said Gilbert, sadly, "you do wrong to taunt me thus. I saw you sad, and I felt grieved. I heard you say that now Monsieur Philippe was gone, you would be alone in the world. Never, mademoiselle. For I am beside you, and never did a heart beat more devoted to you. I repeat it, Mademoiselle de Taverney cannot be alone in the world while my head can think, my heart beat, or my arm retains its strength." While he spoke these words Gilbert was indeed an example of manly strength and beauty, although he pronounced them with all the humility which the most sincere respect commanded. But it was fated that everything which the young man did should displease André, should offend her, and urge her to offensive retorts, as if his very respect were an insult and his prayers a provocation. At first she attempted to rise, that she might second her harsh words with as harsh gestures, but a nervous shudder retained her on her seat. Besides, she reflected that if she were standing, she could be seen from a distance, and seen talking to Gilbert. She therefore remained seated, for she was determined, once for all, to crush the importunate insect before her underfoot. She therefore replied, "I thought I had already informed you, Monsieur Gilbert, that you are highly displeasing to me, that your voice annoys me, that your philosophical speeches disgust me. Then why, when you know this, do you still persist in addressing me?" "Mademoiselle," replied Gilbert, pale, but self-possessed, "an honest-hearted woman is never disgusted by sympathy. An honest man is the equal of every human being. And I, whom you maltreat so cruelly, deserve, more than any other, perhaps, the sympathy which I regret to perceive you do not feel for me." At this word, sympathy, thus twice repeated, André opened her large eyes to their utmost extent, and fixed them impertinently upon Gilbert. "Sympathy," said she, "sympathy between you and me, Monsieur Gilbert. In truth I was deceived in my opinion of you. I took you for insolent, and I find you are even less than that, you are only an idiot." "I am neither insolent nor an idiot," said Gilbert, with an apparent calm, which it must have caused his proud disposition much to assume. "No, mademoiselle, nature has made me your equal, and chance has made you my debtor." "Chance again," said André, sarcastically. "Perhaps I should have said Providence. I never intended to speak to you of this, but your insults refresh my memory." "I your debtor, monsieur." "Your debtor, I think you said." "Explain yourself, Monsieur Gilbert." "I should be ashamed to find you ungrateful, mademoiselle. God, who has made you so beautiful, has given you, to compensate for your beauty, sufficient defects without that." This time André rose. "Stay. Pardon me," said Gilbert. "At times you irritate me too much, and then I forget for a moment the interest with which you inspire me." André burst into a fit of laughter so prolonged that it was calculated to rouse Gilbert's anger to the utmost. But to her great surprise Gilbert did not take fire. He folded his arms on his breast, retained the same hostile and determined expression in his fiery glance, and patiently awaited the end of this insulting laugh. "Mademoiselle," said Gilbert, coldly, "will you condescend to answer one question? Do you respect your father?" "You take the liberty of catechizing me, it seems, Monsieur Gilbert," replied the young girl, with sovereign hauteur. "Yes, you respect your father," continued Gilbert, "and it is not on account of his good qualities or his virtues, but simply because he gave you life. A father, unfortunately, and you must know it, mademoiselle, is respected in only one relation, but still it gives him a claim. Even more. For this sole benefit, and Gilbert, in his turn, felt himself animated by an emotion of scornful pity, you are bound to love your benefactor. Well, mademoiselle, this being established as a principle, why do you insult me? Why do you scorn me? Why do you hate me, who, it is true, did not give you life, but who saved it to you?" "You," exclaimed André, "you saved my life." "Ah! You did not even dream of that," said Gilbert, "or rather you have forgotten it." "That is very natural, it occurred nearly a year ago." "Well, mademoiselle, I must therefore inform you of it, or recall it to your memory." "Yes, I saved your life at the risk of my own." "At least, Monsieur Gilbert," said André, deadly pale, "you will do me the favor of telling me when and where." "The day, mademoiselle, when 100,000 persons, crushed one against another, fleeing from the fiery horses, and the sabres which thinned the crowd, left a long train of dead and dying upon the place Louis XV. "Ah! The 30th of May?" "Yes, mademoiselle." André seated herself, and her features again assumed a pitiless smile. "And on that day, you say you risked your life to save mine, Monsieur Gilbert?" "I have already told you so." "Then you are the Baron Balsamo." "I beg your pardon, I was not aware of it." "No, I am not the Baron Balsamo," replied Gilbert, with flashing eye and quivering lip, "I am the poor child of the people, Gilbert, who has the folly, the madness, the misfortune to love you. Who, because he loved you like a madman, like a fool, like a sot, followed you into the crowd, who, separated from you for a moment, recognized you by the piercing shriek you uttered when you lost your footing. Who, forcing his way to you, shielded you with his arms until 20,000 arms, pressing against his, broke their strength. Who threw himself upon the stone wall against which you were about to be crushed, to afford you the softer repose of his corpse. And perceiving among the crowd that strange man who seemed to govern his fellow men, and whose name you have just pronounced, collected all his strength, all his energy, and raised you in his exhausted arms that this man might see you, seize hold of you, and save you. Gilbert, who in yielding you up to a more fortunate protector than himself, retained nothing but a shred of your dress, which he pressed to his lips. And it was time, for already the blood was rushing to his heart, to his temples, to his brain. The rolling tide of executioners and victims swept over him, and buried him beneath its waves, while you, like an angel of the resurrection, ascended from his abyss toward heaven. Gilbert in these hurried words had shown himself as he was, uncultivated, simple, almost sublime, in his resolution as in his love. Notwithstanding her contempt, André could not refrain from gazing at him with astonishment. For a moment he believed that his narrative had been as irresistible as truth, as love. But poor Gilbert did not take into his calculations incredulity, that insincerity of hatred. André, who hated Gilbert, did not allow herself to be moved by any of the forcible arguments of her despised lover. She did not reply immediately, but looked at Gilbert, while something like a struggle took place in her mind. The young man, therefore, ill at ease during this freezing silence, felt himself obliged to add, as a sort of peroration, "And now, mademoiselle, do not detest me as you did formerly. For now it would not only be injustice, but ingratitude, to do so. I said so before, and I now repeat it." At these words André raised her haughty brow, and in the most indifferent and cutting tone she asked, "How long, Monsieur Gilbert, did you remain under Monsieur Rousseau's tutelage?" "Mademoiselle," said Gilbert, ingenuously, "I think about 3 months, without reckoning the few days of my illness, which was caused by the accident on the 30th of May. "You misunderstand me," said she. "I did not ask you whether you had been ill or not, or what accidents you may have received. They add an artistic finish to your story, but otherwise they are of no importance to me. I merely wish to tell you that, having resided only 3 months with the illustrious author, you have profited well by his lessons, and that the pupil at his first essay composes romances almost worthy of his master." Gilbert had listened with calmness, believing that André was about to reply seriously to his impassioned narration, but at this stroke of cutting irony he fell from the summit of his buoyant hopes to the dust. "A romance!" murmured he, indignantly, "you treat what I have told you as a romance." "Yes, monsieur," said André, "a romance, I repeat the word, only you did not force me to read it, for that I have to thank you. I deeply regret that, unfortunately, I am not able to repay its full value, but I should make the attempt in vain, the romance is invaluable." "And this is your reply?" stammered Gilbert, a pang darting through his heart, and his eyes becoming dim from emotion. "I do not reply at all, monsieur," said André, pushing him aside, that she might pass before him. The fact was that Nicole had at that moment made her appearance at the end of the alley, calling her mistress while still a considerable distance off, in order not to interrupt this interview too suddenly. Ignorant as she was as to who André's companion might be, for she had not recognized Gilbert through the foliage. But as she approached, she saw the young man, recognized him, and stood astounded. She then repented not having made a detour, in order to overhear what Gilbert had to say to Mademoiselle de Taverney. The latter addressed her in a softened voice, as if to mark more strongly to Gilbert the haughtiness with which she had spoken to him. "Well, child," said she, "what is the matter?" "The Baron de Taverney and the Duc de Richelieu have come to present their respects to Mademoiselle," replied Nicole. "Where are they?" "In Mademoiselle's apartments." "Come, then," and André moved away. Nicole followed, not without throwing, as she passed, a sarcastic glance back at Gilbert, who, livid with agitation, and almost frantic with rage, shook his clenched hand in the direction of his departing enemy, and grinding his teeth, muttered, "Oh, creature without heart, without soul. I saved your life, I concentrated all my love on you, I extinguished every feeling which might offend what I called your purity, for in my madness you were to me a holy virgin, like the Virgin who is in heaven. Now that I have seen you more nearly, I find you are no more than a woman, and I am a man. Oh, one day, or another, André de Taverney, I shall avenge myself. I have had you twice in my power, and twice I have respected you. André de Taverney, beware of the third time. Au revoir, André." He rushed from the spot, bounding through the thickest of the shrubs like a young wolf wounded by the hunter, who turns and shows his sharp teeth and his bloodshot eyeballs. LXXXIV, father and daughter. When she reached the opposite extremity of the alley, André saw her father and the marshal walking up and down before the vestibule waiting for her. The two friends seemed in high spirits, and as they stood with their arms interlaced, presented a better representation of Orestes and Pylades than the court had ever witnessed. As André approached, the two old men seemed still more joyous, and remarked to each other on her radiant beauty, heightened by her walk and by the emotion she had previously undergone. The marshal saluted André as he would have saluted a declared Madame Pompadour. This distinction did not escape Taverney, who was delighted at it. But it surprised André by its mixture of respect and gallantry, for the cunning courtier could put as many shades of meaning into a bow as Courier could put French phrases into a single Turkish word. André returned the marshal's salutation, made one equally ceremonious to her father, and then, with fascinating grace, she invited both to follow her to her apartment. The marshal admired the exquisite neatness, which was the only ornament of the furniture and architecture of this retreat. With a few flowers and a little white muslin, André had made her rather gloomy chamber, not a palace, but a temple. The duke seated himself upon an armchair covered with green chintz, beneath a Chinese cornucopia, from which drooped bunches of perfumed acacia and maple, mingled with iris and Bengal roses. Taverney occupied a similar chair. And André sank upon a folding stool, her arm resting on a harpsichord, also ornamented with flowers arranged in a large Dresden vase. "Mademoiselle," said the marshal, "I come as the bearer, on the part of His Majesty, of the compliments which your charming voice and your musical talents drew from every auditor of yesterday's rehearsal. His Majesty feared to arouse jealousy by praising you too openly at the time, and he therefore charged me to express to you the pleasure you have caused him." André blushed. And her blush made her so lovely that the marshal proceeded, as if speaking on his own account. "The king has assured me," said he, "that he never saw any one at his court who united to such a high degree the gifts of mind and the charms of personal beauty." "You forget those of the heart," said Taverney, with effusion. "André is the best of daughters." The marshal thought for a moment that his old friend was about to weep. Admiring deeply this display of paternal sensibility, he exclaimed, "The heart, alas! My dear friend, you alone can judge of the tenderness of which Mademoiselle's heart is capable. Were I but 25 years of age, I would lay my life and my fortune at her feet." André did not yet know how to receive lightly a courtier's homage. Richelieu elicited from her only a murmur without significance. "Mademoiselle," he continued, "the king requests you will accept a slight testimony of his satisfaction. And he has charged the Baron, your father, to transmit it to you. What reply shall I make to His Majesty from you?" "Monsieur," replied André, animated by no feeling but that respect which is due to a monarch from all his subjects, "assure His Majesty of my deep gratitude. Tell him that he honors me too highly by deigning to think of me, and that I am not worthy the attention of so powerful a monarch." Richelieu seemed in raptures at this reply, which André pronounced with a firm voice, and without hesitation. He took her hand, kissed it respectfully, and devouring her with his eyes, "A royal hand," said he, "a fairy foot, mind, purity, resolution. Ah, Baron, what a treasure! It is not a daughter whom you have, it is a queen." With these words he retired, leaving Taverney alone with André, his heart swelling with pride and hope. Whoever had seen this advocate of antiquated theories, this skeptic, this scoffer, inhaling with delight the atmosphere of favor through its most disreputable channel, would have said that God had blinded at the same moment both his intellect and heart. Taverney alone might have replied, with reference to this change, "It is not I who have changed, it is the times." He remained, then, seated near André, and could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. For the young girl, with her air of unconquerable serenity, and her clear, limpid, unfathomable look, seemed as if she would penetrate his most secret thoughts. "Did not Monsieur de Richelieu, Monsieur, say that His Majesty had entrusted you with a testimony of his satisfaction? May I ask what it is?" "Ah," thought Taverney, "she is curious, so much the better. I could not have expected it. So much the better." He drew the casket, which the marshal had given him the evening before, slowly from his pocket, just as a kind papa produces a paper of bonbons or a toy, which the children have devoured with their eyes before their hands can reach it. "Here it is," said he. "Ah, jewels," said André. "Are they to your taste?" It was a set of pearls of great value. 12 large diamonds connected together the rows of pearls, while a diamond clasp, earrings, and a tiara of the same precious material, made the present worth at least 30,000 crowns. "Good heavens, father," exclaimed André. "Well? It is too handsome. The king has made some mistake. I should be ashamed to wear that. I have no dresses to match the splendor of these diamonds." "Oh! Complain of it, I beg," said Taverney, ironically. "You do not understand me, monsieur. I regret that I cannot wear these jewels because they are too beautiful. The king, who gives the casket, mademoiselle, is sufficiently the grand seigneur to add the dresses. But, monsieur, this goodness on the king's part. Beau you not think I have deserved it by my services?" "Ah! Pardon me, monsieur, that is true," said André, drooping her head, but not quite convinced. After a moment's reflection she closed the casket. "I shall not wear these diamonds," said she. "And why not?" said Taverney, uneasily. "Because, my dear father, you and my brother are in want of every necessity, and this superfluity offends my eyes when I think of your embarrassments." Taverney smiled, and pressed her hand. "Oh," said he, "do not think of that, my daughter. The king has done more for me than for you. We are in favor, my dear child. It would neither be respectful as a subject or grateful as a woman to appear before His Majesty without the present he has made you." "I will obey, monsieur." "Yes, but you must obey as if it gave you pleasure to do so. These ornaments seem not to be to your taste. I am no judge of diamonds, monsieur. Learn, then, that the pearls alone are worth 50,000 francs." André clasped her hands. "Monsieur," said she, "it is most strange that His Majesty should make me such a present. Reflect." "I do not understand you, mademoiselle," replied Taverney, dryly. "If I wear these jewels, I assure you, monsieur, every one will be greatly surprised." "Why?" asked Taverney, in the same tone, and with a cold and imperious glance which made André lower her eyes. "I feel a scruple." "Mademoiselle, you must confess that it is strange you should entertain scruples, when even I, your father, feel none. Give me your young modest girls for seeing evil and finding it out, however closely hidden it is, and when none other had remarked it. None like maidenly and simple girls for making old grenadiers like myself blush." André hid her blushing face in her lovely white hands. "Oh! My brother," she murmured to herself, "why are you already so far away from me?" Did Taverney hear these words, or did he divine their purport with that wonderful perspicacity which we know he possessed? We cannot tell, but he immediately changed his tone, and taking André's hand in his. "Come, my child," said he, "is not your father your friend?" A sweet smile chased the shadow from André's brow. "Shall I not be here to love you, to advise you? Are you not proud to contribute to my happiness and that of your brother?" "Oh, yes," said André. The Baron fixed a caressing look upon his daughter. Well, said he, you shall be, as Monsieur de Richelieu said just now, the Queen of Taverney. The King has distinguished you, and the Dauphiness also, added he, hastily. In your intimacy with these two august personages, you will found our future fortunes by making them happy. The friend of the Dauphiness and, of the King. What a glorious career! You have superior talents and unrivaled beauty, a pure and healthy mind, untainted by avarice and ambition. Oh, my child, what a part you might play! Do you remember the maiden who soothed the last moments of Charles VI? Her name is cherished in France. Do you remember Agnes Sorel, who restored the honor of the French crown? All good Frenchmen respect her memory. André, you will be the support of the old age of our glorious monarch. He will cherish you as his daughter, and you will reign in France by the divine right of beauty, courage, and fidelity. André opened her eyes wide with astonishment. The Baron resumed, without giving her time to reflect. With a single look you will drive away these wretched creatures who dishonor the throne, your presence will purify the court. To your generous influence the nobility of the kingdom will owe the return of pure morals, politeness, and real gallantry. My daughter, you may be, you must be, the regenerating star of your country, and a crown of glory to your name. But, said André, all bewildered, what must I do to effect all this? The Baron reflected for a moment. André, said he, I have often told you that in this world you must force men to be virtuous by making them love virtue. Sullen, melancholy, sermonizing virtue makes even those fly who wish most to approach her. Lend to your virtue all the allurements of coquetry, even of vice. It is an easy task for a talented and high-minded girl such as you are. Make yourself so lovely that the court will talk only of you. Make yourself so agreeable to the king that he cannot do without you. Be so reserved and discreet toward all, except his majesty, that people will soon attribute to you all that power which you cannot fail ultimately to obtain. I do not exactly understand your last advice, said André. Trust yourself to my guidance, you will fulfill my wishes without understanding them, the best plan for such a wise and generous creature as you are. But, by the by, to enable you to put in practice my first counsel, I must furnish your purse. Take these 100 Louis d'Or and dress in a manner worthy of the rank to which you belong, since the king has done us the honor to distinguish us. Taverney gave the 100 Louis to his daughter, kissed her hand, and left her. He returned with rapid steps along the alley by which he had come, so much engrossed in his reflections that he did not perceive Nicole in close conference with a nobleman at the extremity of the Bosquet des Amours. CXV. What Althotas wanted to complete his elixir. On the day after that on which this conversation took place, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Balsamo was seated in his cabinet, in the Rue Saint-Claude. Occupied in reading a letter which Fritz had just brought him. The letter was without signature. He turned it over and over in his hands. I know this writing, said he, large, irregular, slightly tremulous, and full of faults in orthography, and he read it once more. It ran as follows. Monsieur le Comte, a person who consulted you some time before the fall of the late ministry, and who had consulted you a long time previously, will wait upon you today, in order to have another consultation. Will your numerous occupations permit you to grant this person a quarter of an hour between 4 and 5 this evening? After reading this for the second or third time, Balsamo fell back into his train of reflection. It is not worth while to consult Lorenza for such a trifle, said he, besides, can I no longer divine anything by myself? The writing is large, a sign of aristocracy, irregular and trembling, a sign of age. Full of faults in orthography, it must be a courtier. Ah, stupid creature that I am! It is the Duc de Richelieu. Most certainly I shall have an hour at your service, Monsieur le Duc, an hour did I say? A day. Make my time your own. Are you not, without knowing it, one of my mysterious agents, one of my familiar demons? Do we not both pursue the same task? Do we not both shake the monarchy at the same time, you by making yourself its presiding genius, I by declaring myself its enemy. Come, then, Duke, I am ready, and Balsamo consulted his watch, to see how long he must yet wait for the Duke. At that moment a bell sounded in the cornice of the ceiling. What can be the matter, said Balsamo, starting. Lorenza calls me, she wishes to see me. Can anything unpleasant have happened to her? Or is it a return of those fits of passion which I have so often witnessed, and of which I have been at times the victim? Yesterday she was thoughtful, gentle, resigned, she was as I loved to see her. Poor child! I must go to her. He arranged his dress, glanced at the mirror, to see if his hair was not too much in disorder, and proceeded toward the stairs, after having replied to Lorenza's request as she had made it, by ringing a bell. But, according to his custom, Balsamo paused in the apartment adjoining that occupied by the young woman. And turning, with his arms crossed, toward the place where he supposed her to be, he commanded her to sleep, with that powerful will which recognized no obstacles. Then, as if doubting his own power, or as if he thought it necessary to redouble his precautions, he looked into the apartment through an almost imperceptible crevice in the woodwork. Lorenza was sleeping upon a couch, where, no doubt, tottering under the influence of her master's will, she had sought a support for her sinking limbs. A painter could not have suggested a more poetic attitude. Panting and subdued beneath the power of the subtle fluid which Balsamo had poured upon her, Lorenza seemed like one of those beautiful Ariadnes of Van Loo, with rounded breasts, and features expressive of fatigue or despair. Balsamo entered by his usual passage, and stopped for a moment before her, to contemplate her sleeping countenance. He then awoke her, she was too dangerous thus. As she opened her eyes, a piercing glance escaped from between the half-closed lids. Then, as if to collect her scattered thoughts, she smoothed back her long hair with her hands, dried her lips, moist with slumber, and searching deeply her memory, she brought together her scattered recollections. Balsamo looked at her with some anxiety. He had been long accustomed to the sudden transition from winning love to outbursts of anger and hatred. But this appearance, to which he was entirely unused, the calmness with which Lorenza on this occasion received him, instead of with one of her customary bursts of hatred, announced something more serious, perhaps, than he had yet witnessed. Lorenza sat up on the couch, and fixing her deep, soft eyes upon Balsamo, she said, "Pray be good enough to take a seat near me." Balsamo started at the sound of her voice, expressing, as it did, such unusual mildness. "Near you," said he. "You know, my Lorenza, that I have but one wish, to pass my life at your feet." "Monsieur," replied Lorenza, in the same tone, "I pray you to be seated, although, indeed, I have not much to say to you. But, short as it is, I shall say it better, I think, if you are seated. Now, as ever, my beloved Lorenza, I will do as you wish," and he took a chair near Lorenza, who was still seated upon the couch. "Monsieur," said she, fixing her heavenly eyes upon Balsamo, "I have summoned you to request from you a favor." "Oh, my Lorenza," exclaimed Balsamo, more and more delighted, "anything you wish. Speak, you shall have everything. I wish for only one thing, but I warn you that I wish for that most ardently. Speak, Lorenza, speak. Should it cost my fortune, or half my life?" "It will cost you nothing, monsieur, but a moment of your time," replied the young woman. Balsamo, enchanted with the turn the conversation was taking, was already tasking his fertile imagination to supply a list of those wishes which Lorenza was likely to form, and above all, those which he could satisfy. "She will, perhaps," thought he, "ask for a servant or a companion. Well, even this immense sacrifice, for it would compromise my secret and my friends, I will make, for the poor child is in truth very unhappy in her solitude. Speak quickly, my Lorenza," said he aloud, with a smile full of love. "Monsieur," said she, "you are aware that I am dying of melancholy and weariness." Balsamo sighed, and bent his head in token of assent. "My youth," continued Lorenza, "is wasting, my days are one long sigh, my nights a continual terror. I am growing old in solitude and anguish. Your life is what you have made it, Lorenza, said Balsamo. It is not my fault that this life which you have made so sad is not one to make a queen envious. Be it so. Therefore, you see, I have recourse to you in my distress. Thanks, Lorenza. You are a good Christian, you have sometimes told me, although you think me a lost soul, you would say. I complete your thought, Lorenza. Suppose nothing except what I tell you, monsieur, and I beg you will conjecture nothing. Proceed, then. Well, instead of leaving me buried in these angers and despairs, grant me, since I am of no service to you. She stopped to glance at Balsamo. But he had regained his command over himself, and she saw only a cold look and contracted brow. She became animated as she met his almost threatening eye. Grant me, she continued, not liberty, for I know that the will of God, or rather your will, which seems all-powerful to me, condemns me to perpetual captivity, but at least to see human faces, to hear other voices than yours. Permit me, in short, to go out, to walk, to have a part in life. I had foreseen this request, Lorenza, said Balsamo, taking her hand, and you know that long since your wish has been also my own. Well, then, exclaimed Lorenza. But, resumed Balsamo, you have yourself prevented it. Like a madman that I was, and every man who loves is a madman, I allowed you to penetrate into some of my secrets, both of science and politics. You know that LXXXIX has discovered the philosopher's stone, and seeks the elixir of life. You know that I and my companions conspire against the monarchies of the world. The first of these secrets would cause me to be burned as a sorcerer. The other would be sufficient to condemn me to be broken on the wheel for high treason. Besides, you have threatened me, Lorenza. You have told me that you would try every means to regain your liberty, and this liberty once regained, that the first use you would make of it would be to denounce me to Monsieur de Sartines. Did you not say so? What can you expect? At times I lash myself to fury, and then I am half mad. Are you calm and sensible now, Lorenza, and can we converse quietly together? I hope so. If I grant you the liberty you desire, shall I find in you a devoted and submissive wife, a faithful and gentle companion? You know, Lorenza, this is my most ardent wish. The young woman was silent. In one word, will you love me? Asked Balsamo, with a sigh. I am unwilling to promise what I cannot perform, said Lorenza, neither love nor hatred depends upon ourselves. I hope that God, in return for your good actions, will permit my hatred toward you to take flight, and love to return. Unfortunately, Lorenza, such a promise is not a guarantee which will enable me to trust you. I require a positive, sacred oath, to break which would be a sacrilege, an oath which binds you in this world as in the next, which involves your death in this world and your damnation in that which is to come. Lorenza was silent. Will you take this oath? Lorenza hid her face in her hands, and her breast heaved under the influence of contending emotions. Take this oath, Lorenza, as I shall dictate it, with the solemnity in which I shall clothe it, and you shall be free. What must I swear, monsieur? Swear that you will never, under any pretext, betray what has come to your knowledge relative to the secrets of LXXXIX. Yes, I will swear it. Swear that you will never divulge what you know of our political meetings. I will swear that also. With the oath and in the form which I shall dictate. Yes. Is that all? No, swear, and this is the principal thing, Lorenza. For the other matters would endanger only my life, while upon what I am about to say depends my entire happiness. Swear that you will never leave me, Lorenza. Swear this, and you are free. The young woman started as if cold steel had pierced her heart. And in what form must the oath be taken? We will enter a church together, and communicate at the same altar. You will swear on the host never to betray anything relating to LXXXIX or my companions. You will swear never to leave me. We will then divide the host in two, and each will take the half, you swearing before God that you will never betray me, and I that I will ever do my utmost to make you happy. No, said Lorenza, such an oath is a sacrilege. An oath, Lorenza, is never a sacrilege, replied Balsamo, sadly, but when you make it with the intention of not keeping it. I will not take this oath, said Lorenza, I should fear to imperil my soul. It is not, I repeat it, in taking an oath that you imperil your soul, it is in breaking it. I will not do it. Then have patience, Lorenza, said Balsamo, without anger, but with the deepest sadness. Lorenza's brow darkened like an overshadowed plain when a cloud passes between it and the sun. Ah! You refuse, said she. Not so, Lorenza, it is you who refuse. A nervous movement indicated all the impatience the young woman felt at these words. Listen, Lorenza, said Balsamo. This is what I will do for you, and, believe me, it is much. Speak, said the young girl, with a bitter smile. Let me see how far that generosity of which you make so much will extend. God, chance, or fate, call it what you will, Lorenza, has united us by an indissoluble bond. Do not attempt to break this bond in this life, for death alone can accomplish that. Proceed, I know that, said Lorenza, impatiently. Well, in 1 week, Lorenza, whatever it may cost me, and however great the sacrifice I make, in 1 week you shall have a companion. Where? asked she. Here. Here, she exclaimed, behind these bars. Behind these inexorable doors, these iron doors. A fellow prisoner? Oh! You cannot mean it, monsieur, that is not what I ask. Lorenza, it is all that I can grant. The young woman made a more vehement gesture of impatience. My dear child, resumed Balsamo, mildly, reflect a little, with a companion you will more easily support the weight of this necessary misfortune. You mistake. Monsieur. Until now I have grieved only for myself, not for others. This trial only was wanting, and I see that you wish to make me undergo it. Yes, you will immure beside me a victim like myself, I shall see her grow thinner and paler, and pine away with grief, even as I do. I shall see her beat, as I do, these walls, that hateful door, which I examine 20 times each day to see where it opens to give you egress. And when my companion, your victim, has, like me, wounded her hands against the marble blocks in her endeavors to disjoin them, when, like me, she has worn out her eyelids with her tears. When she is dead as I am, in soul and mind, and you have 2 corpses in place of 1, you will say, in your infernal benevolence, these 2 young creatures amuse themselves, they keep each other company, they are happy. Oh! No, no, no. 1,000 times no. And she passionately stamped her foot upon the floor, while Balsamo endeavored in vain to calm her. Come, Lorenza, said he, I entreat you to show a little more mildness and calmness. Let us reason on the matter. He asks me to be calm, to be gentle, to reason. The executioner tells the victim whom he is torturing, to be gentle, and the innocent martyr to be calm. Yes, Lorenza, I ask you to be gentle and calm, for your anger cannot change our destiny. It only embitters it. Accept what I offer you, Lorenza, I will give you a companion who will hug her chains, since they have procured for her your friendship. You shall not see a sad and tearful face, such as you fear, but smiles and gaiety which will smooth your brow. Come, dear Lorenza, accept what I offer, for I swear to you that I cannot offer you more. That means that you will place near me a hireling, to whom you will say, I give you in charge a poor insane creature, who is ill and about to die. Soothe her, share her confinement, attend to her comforts, and I will recompense you when she is no more. Oh, Lorenza! Lorenza! No, that is not it, Tam mistaken, continued Lorenza, with bitter irony, I conjecture badly. But what can you expect? I am so ignorant, I know so little of the world. You will say to the woman, watch over the madwoman, she is dangerous, report all her actions, all her thoughts, to me. Watch over her, waking and sleeping. And you will give her as much gold as she requires, for gold costs you nothing, you make it. Lorenza, you wander, in the name of heaven, Lorenza, read my heart more truly. In giving you a companion, my beloved, I compromise such mighty interests that you would tremble for me if you did not hate me. In giving you a companion, I endanger my safety, my liberty, my life. And yet I will risk all that to save you a little weariness. Weariness, exclaimed Lorenza, with a wild and frantic laugh which made Balsamo shudder. He calls it weariness. Well, suffering. Yes, you are right, Lorenza. They are poignant sufferings. I repeat, Lorenza, have patience. A day will come when all your sufferings will cease, a day will come when you shall be free and happy. Will you permit me to retire to a convent and take the vows? To a convent? I will pray, first for you, and then for myself. I shall be closely confined, indeed, but I shall at least have a garden, air, space. I shall have a cemetery to walk in, and can seek beforehand among the tombs for the place of my repose. I shall have companions who grieve for their own sorrows, and not for mine. Permit me to retire to a convent, and I will take any vows you wish. A convent, Balsamo. I implore you on my knees to grant this request. Lorenza, Lorenza. We cannot part. Mark me well, we are indissolubly connected in this world. Ask for nothing which exceeds the limits of this house. Balsamo pronounced these last words in so calm and determined a tone that Lorenza did not even repeat the request. Then you refuse me, said she, dejectedly. I cannot grant it. Is what you say irrevocable? It is. Well, I have something else then to ask, said she, with a smile. Oh. My dear Lorenza, smile again, and still again. With such a smile you will compel me to do all you wish. Oh, yes. I shall make you do all that I wish, provided I do everything that pleases you. Well. Be it so, I will be as reasonable as possible. Speak, Lorenza, speak. Just now you said, one day, Lorenza, your sufferings shall cease, one day you shall be free and happy. Oh, yes. I said so, and I swear before heaven that I await that day as impatiently as yourself. Well, this day may arrive immediately, Balsamo, said the young Italian, with a caressing smile, which her husband had hitherto seen only in her sleep. I am weary, very weary, you can understand my feelings. I am so young, and have already suffered so much. Well, my friend, for you say you are my friend, listen to me, grant me this happy day immediately. I hear you, said Balsamo, inexpressibly agitated. I end my appeal by the request I should have made at the commencement, Accarat. The young woman shuddered. Speak, my beloved. Well, I have often remarked, when you made experiments on some unfortunate animal, and when you told me that these experiments were necessary to the cause of humanity, I have often remarked that you possessed the secret of inflicting death. Sometimes by a drop of poison, sometimes by an open vein. That this death was calm, rapid as lightning, and that these unfortunate and innocent creatures, condemned, as I am, to the miseries of captivity, were instantly liberated by death, the first blessing they had received since their birth. Well, she stopped, and turned pale. Well, my Lorenza, repeated Balsamo. Well, what you sometimes do to these unfortunate animals for the interest of science, do now to me in the name of humanity. Do it for a friend, who will bless you with her whole heart, who will kiss your hands with the deepest gratitude, if you grant her what she asks. Do it, Balsamo, for me, who kneel here at your feet, who promise you with my last sigh more love and happiness than you have awakened in me during my whole life, for me, Balsamo, who promise you a frank and beaming smile as I leave this earth. By the soul of your mother, by the sufferings of our blessed Lord, by all that is holy and solemn and sacred in the world of the living and of the dead, I implore you, kill me, kill me. Lorenza! Exclaimed Balsamo, taking her in his arms as she rose after uttering these last words, Lorenza, you are delirious. Kill you, you! My love! My life! Lorenza disengaged herself by a violent effort from Balsamo's grasp, and fell on her knees. "I will never rise," said she, "until you have granted my request. Kill me without a shock, without violence, without pain. Grant me this favor, since you say you love me, send me to sleep as you have often done, only, take away the awaking. It is despair." "Lorenza, my beloved," said Balsamo. "Zero God. Do you not see how you torture my heart? What? You are really so unhappy, then? Come, my Lorenza, rise, do not give way to despair. Alas! Do you hate me then so very much? I hate slavery, constraint, solitude, and as you make me a slave, unhappy, and solitary, well, yes, I hate you. But I love you too dearly to see you die, Lorenza. You shall not die, therefore. I will effect the most difficult cure I have yet undertaken, my Lorenza, I will make you love life. No, no, that is impossible, you have made me long for death. Lorenza, for pity's sake. I promise that soon. Life or death? Exclaimed the young woman, becoming more and more excited. This is the decisive day. Will you give me life, that is to say, liberty? Will you give me death, that is to say, repose? Life, my Lorenza, life. Then that is liberty. Balsamo was silent. If not, death, a gentle death, by a draught, a needle's point, death during sleep. Repose, repose, repose. Life and patience, Lorenza. Lorenza burst into a terrible laugh, and making a spring backward, drew from her bosom a knife, with a blade so fine and sharp that it glittered in her hand like a flash of lightning. Balsamo cried out, but he was too late. When he rushed forward, when he reached the hand, the arm had already described its course, and had fallen on Lorenza's breast. Balsamo had been dazzled by the flash, he was blinded by the sight of blood. In his turn he uttered a terrible cry, and seized Lorenza round the waist, meeting midway her arm descending to deal a second blow, and grasping the weapon in his undefended hand. Lorenza with a mighty effort drew the weapon away, and the sharp blade glided through Balsamo's fingers. The blood streamed from his mutilated hand. Then, instead of continuing the struggle, Balsamo extended his bleeding hand toward the young woman, and said, with a voice of irresistible command, "Sleep, Lorenza, sleep. I will it." But on this occasion her irritation was such that her obedience was not as prompt as usual. "No, no," murmured Lorenza, tottering and attempting to strike again. "No, I will not sleep. Sleep, I tell you," said Balsamo, a second time, advancing a step toward her. "Sleep, I command it." This time the power of Balsamo's will was so great that all resistance was in vain. Lorenza heaved a sigh, let the knife fall from her hand, and sank back upon the cushions. Her eyes still remained open, but their threatening glare gradually died away, and finally they closed, her stiffened neck drooped. Her head fell upon her shoulder like that of a wounded bird, a nervous shudder passed through her frame, Lorenza was asleep. Balsamo hastily opened her robe, and examined the wound, which seemed to him slight, although the blood flowed from it freely. He then pressed the lion's eye, the spring acted, and the back of the fireplace opened. Then, detaching the counterpoise which made the trap-door of Althoda's chamber descend, he leaped upon it, and mounted to the old man's laboratory. "Ah! It is you, Accarat," said the latter, who was still seated in his armchair. "You are aware that in a week I shall be 100 years old. You are aware that before that time I must have the blood of a child, or of a virgin." But Balsamo heard nothing. He hastened to the cupboard in which the magic balsams were kept, seized one of the phials of which he had often proved the efficacy, again mounted upon the trap, stamped his foot, and descended to the lower apartment. Althodas rolled his armchair to the mouth of the trap, with the intention of seizing Balsamo by his garments. "Do you hear, unhappy man," said he, "do you hear? If in a week I have not a child or a virgin to complete my elixir, I am a dead man. Balsamo turned, the old man's eyes seemed to glare in the midst of his unearthly and motionless features, as if they alone were alive. Yes, yes, he replied, yes, be calm, you shall have what you want. He touched the spring, and the trap mounted again, fitting like an ornament in the ceiling of the room. Then he rushed into Lorenza's apartment, which he had just reached when Fritz's bell rang. Monsieur de Richelieu, muttered Balsamo. Oh! Duke and peer as he is, he must wait. LXXXVIII Monsieur de Richelieu's 2 drops of water. Monsieur de Richelieu left the house in the Rue Saint-Claude at 4:30. What his errand with Balsamo was, will appear in what follows. Monsieur de Taverney had dined with his daughter, as the Dauphiness had given her leave to absent herself on this day in order that she might receive her father. They were at dessert, when Monsieur de Richelieu, ever the bearer of good news, made his appearance to announce to his friend that the king had declared that very morning that he would give not merely a company to Philippe, but a regiment. Taverney was exuberant in his expressions of joy, and André warmly thanked the marshal. The conversation took a turn which may be easily imagined after what had passed. Richelieu spoke of nothing but the king, André of nothing but her brother, and Taverney of nothing but André. The latter announced in the course of conversation that she was set at liberty from her attendance on the Dauphiness. That her Royal Highness was receiving a visit from 2 German princes, her relations. And that in order to pass a few hours of liberty with them, which might remind her of the court of Vienna, Marie Antoinette had dismissed all her attendants, even her lady of honor. Which had so deeply shocked Madame de Noailles that she had gone to lay her grievances at the king's feet. Taverney was, he said, delighted at this freedom of André, since he had thus an opportunity of conversing with her about many things relating to their fortune and name. This observation made Richelieu propose to retire, in order to leave the father and daughter quite alone, but Mademoiselle de Taverney would not permit it, he therefore remained. Richelieu was in a vein of moralizing. He painted most eloquently the degradation into which the French nobility had fallen, forced as they were to submit to the ignominious yoke of those favorites of chance, those contraband queens. Instead of burning incense to the favorites of the olden times, who were almost as noble as their august lovers, women who reigned over the sovereign by their beauty and their love, and over his subjects by their rank, their strength of mind, and their loyal and pure patriotism. André was surprised at the close analogy between Richelieu's words and those she had heard from the Baron de Taverney a few days previously. Richelieu then launched into a theory of virtue so spiritual, so pagan, so French that André was obliged to confess that she was not at all virtuous according to Monsieur de Richelieu's theories, and that true virtue, as the Marshal understood it, was the virtue of Madame de Châteauroux, Mademoiselle de la Vallière, and Mademoiselle de Fosseuse. From argument to argument, from proof to proof, Richelieu at last became so clear that André no longer understood a word of what he said. On this footing the conversation continued until about 7 o'clock in the evening, when the Marshal rose, being obliged, as he said, to pay his court to the king at Versailles. In passing through the apartment to take his hat, he met Nicole, who had always something to do wherever Monsieur de Richelieu was. "My girl," said he, tapping her on the shoulder, "you shall see me out. I want you to carry a bouquet which Madame de Noailles cut for me in her garden, and which she commissioned me to present to the Comtesse d'Egmont." Nicole bowed like the peasant girls in Monsieur Rousseau's comic operas, whereupon the Marshal took leave of father and daughter, exchanged a significant glance with Taverney, made a bow to André which was quite juvenile in its graceful ease, and retired. With the reader's permission we will leave the Baron and André conversing about the fresh mark of favor conferred on Philippe, and follow the Marshal. In this way we shall discover what was his errand at the Rue Saint-Claude, where he arrived at such a fearful moment. Besides, the moralizing of the Baron even surpassed that of his friend the Marshal, and might startle ears less pure than André's, which would perhaps partly understand it. Richelieu descended the stairs leaning on Nicole's shoulder. And as soon as they were in the garden he stopped, and looking her in the face said, "Ah! Little one, so we have a lover." "I, Monsieur le Maréchal," exclaimed Nicole, blushing crimson, and retreating a step. "Oh! Perhaps you are not called Nicole Legay? Yes, Monsieur le Maréchal. Well, Nicole Legay has a lover. Oh, indeed. Yes, faith. A certain good-looking rascal whom she used to meet in the Rue Coq-Héron, and who has followed her to Versailles. Monsieur le Duc, I swear to you. A sort of officer, called, shall I tell you, child, the name of Mademoiselle Legay's lover. Nicole's last hope was that the Marshal was ignorant of the name of that happy mortal. Oh, yes, Monsieur le Maréchal. Tell me, since you have made a beginning. Who is called Monsieur de Beausire, repeated the Marshal, and who in truth does not belie his name. Nicole clasped her hands with an affectation of prudery which did not in the least impose on Richelieu. It seems, said he, we make appointments with him at Trianon. Pastel in a royal chateau, that is a serious matter. One may be discharged for these freaks, my sweet one, and Monsieur de Sartins sends all young ladies who are discharged from the royal chateau to the Salpêtrière. Nicole began to be uneasy. Monseigneur, said she, I swear to you that if Monsieur Beausire boasts of being my lover, he is a fool and a villain, for indeed I am innocent. I shall not contradict you, said Richelieu, but have you made appointments with him, or not? Monseigneur, a rendezvous is no proof of. Have you, or have you not? Answer me. Monseigneur. You have. Very well, I do not blame you, my dear child. Besides, I like pretty girls who make use of their attractions, and I have always assisted them in so doing to the utmost of my power. Only, as your friend and protector, I warn you. But have I been seen, then, asked Nicole. It seems so, since I know about it. Monseigneur, said Nicole, resolutely, I have not been seen, it is impossible. As to that, I know nothing, but the report is very prevalent, and must tend to fasten attention on your mistress. Now, you must be aware that being more the friend of the Taverneys than of the Legays, it is my duty to give the Baron a hint. Oh, Monseigneur, exclaimed Nicole, terrified at the turn the conversation was taking, you will ruin me. Although innocent, I shall be discharged on the mere suspicion. Well, my poor child, you will be discharged, then. For even now some evil-minded person or other, having taken offence at these meetings, innocent though they be, has informed Madame de Noailles of them. Madame de Noailles, good heavens! Yes, you see the danger is urgent. Nicole clasped her hands in despair. It is unfortunate, I am aware, said Richelieu, but what the devil can you do about it? And you, who said just now you were my protector, you, who have proved yourself to be such, can you no longer protect me? Asked Nicole, with a wheedling cunning worthy of a woman of 30 years. Yes, pardieu. I can protect you. Well, Monseigneur? Yes, but I will not. Oh, Monsieur le Duc. Yes, you are pretty, I know that, and your beautiful eyes say all sorts of things to me. But I have lately become rather blind, my poor Nicole, and I no longer understand the language of lovely eyes. Once I would have offered you an asylum in my pavilion of Hanovre, but now it would be of no use, it is not even to be spoken of. Yet you have once already taken me there, said Nicole, angrily. Ah! That is ungrateful in you, Nicole, to reproach me with having taken you there, when I did so to render you a service. For, confess that without Monsieur Raft's assistance, who made you a charming brunette, you would never have entered Trianon, which, after all, perhaps, would have been better than to be dismissed from it now. But why the devil did you give a rendezvous to Monsieur de Beausire, and at the very gate of the stables too? So you know that also, said Nicole, who saw that she must change her tactics, and place herself at the Marshal's discretion. Parbleu, you see that I know it, and Madame de Noailles too. This very evening you have a rendezvous. That is true, Monsieur le Duc, but, on my faith, I will not go. Of course, you are warned, but Monsieur de Beausire will go. He is not warned, and he will be seized. Then, as he will not like, of course, to be taken for a thief and be hanged, or for a spy and be whipped, he will prefer to say, especially as there is no disgrace in confessing it, unhand me. I am the lover of the pretty Nicole. Monsieur le Duc, I will send to warn him. Impossible, my poor child. By whom could you send? By him who betrayed you, perhaps. Alas! That is true, said Nicole, feigning despair. What a becoming thing remorse is, exclaimed Richelieu. Nicole covered her face with her hands, taking care, however, to leave space enough between her fingers to allow her to observe every look and gesture of Richelieu. You are really adorable, said the Duke, whom none of these little tricks could escape. Why am I not 50 years younger? No matter, parbleu. Nicole, I will bring you out of the scrape. Oh, Monseigneur. If you do that, my gratitude. I don't want it, Nicole. On the contrary, I shall give you most disinterested assistance. Oh, how good of you, Monseigneur. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Do not thank me yet. As yet you know nothing. What the devil? Wait till you hear more. I will submit to anything, provided Mademoiselle André does not dismiss me. Ah! Then your heart is set on remaining at Trianon? By all means, Monseigneur. Well, Nicole, in the very first place, get rid of this feeling. But why so, if I am not discovered, Monsieur le Duc? Whether you are discovered or not, you must leave Trianon. Oh! Why? I will tell you, because if Madame de Noailles has found you out, no one, not even the king, can save you. Ah, if I could only see the king. Well, really, little one, that indeed would be sufficient. In the second place, even if you are not found out, I myself shall cause your departure. You. Immediately. In truth, Monsieur le Maréchal, I do not understand you. It is as I have had the honor of telling you. And that is your protection, is it? If you do not wish for it, there is yet time, you have only to say the word, Nicole. Oh, yes, Monsieur le Duc. On the contrary, I do wish for it. And I will grant it. Well. Well, this is what I will do for you. Hark ye. Speak, Monseigneur. Instead of getting you discharged, and perhaps imprisoned, I will make you free and rich. Free and rich? Yes. And what must I do in order to be free and rich? Tell me quickly, Monsieur le Maréchal. Almost nothing. But what? What I am about to tell you. Is it difficult? Mere child's play. Then, said Nicole, there is something to do. Ah, of course. You know the motto of the world, Nicole, nothing for nothing. And that which I have to do, is it for myself, or for you? The Duke looked at Nicole. To do, said he, the little masker, how cunning she is. Well, finish, Monsieur le Duc. Well. It is for yourself, replied he, boldly. Ah! Said Nicole, who, perceiving that the Marshal had need of her services, already feared him no longer, while her ingenious brain was busily endeavoring to discover the truth amid the windings which, from habit, her companion always used. What shall I have to do for myself, Monsieur le Duc? This, Monsieur de Beausire comes at 7:30, does he not? Yes, Monsieur le Maréchal, that is his time. It is now 7:10. That is also true. If I say the word he will be arrested. Yes, but you will not say it. No. You will go to him and tell him. But in the first place, Nicole, do you love this young man? Why, I have given him a rendezvous. That is no reason. You may wish to marry him. Women take such strange caprices. Nicole burst into a loud laugh. I marry him, said she. Ha! 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 Richelieu was astounded, he had not, even at court, met many women of this stamp. Well, said he, so be it. You do not wish to marry him, but you love him. So much the better. Agreed. I love Monsieur de Beausire. Let us take that for granted, Monseigneur, and proceed. Peste! What strides you make! Of course. You may readily imagine that I am anxious to know what remains for me to do. In the first place, since you love him, you must fly with him. Oh! If you absolutely insist upon it, I suppose I must. Oh, oh! I insist upon nothing. Not so fast, little one. Nicole saw that she was going too far, and that as yet she had neither the secret or the money of her cunning opponent. She stooped, therefore, only to rise again afterward. Monseigneur, said she, I await your orders. Well. You must go to Monsieur de Beausire and say to him, we are discovered, but I have a protector who will save you from Saint Lazare, and me from the Salpêtrière. Let us fly. Nicole looked at Richelieu. Fly, she repeated. Richelieu understood her cunning and expressive look. Parbleu, said he, of course I shall pay the expenses. Nicole asked for no further explanation. It was plain that she would know all, since she was to be paid. The Marshal saw what an important point Nicole had gained, and hastened to say all he had to say, just as a gambler is eager to pay when he has lost, in order to get through the disagreeable task. Do you know what you are thinking of, Nicole? Said he. Faith, no, replied the girl, but I suppose you, Monsieur le Maréchal, who knows so many things, have divined it. Nicole, he replied, you were reflecting that if you fled, your mistress might require you during the night. And not finding you, might give the alarm, which would expose you to the risk of being overtaken and seized. No, said Nicole, I was not thinking of that, because, on reflection, Monseigneur, I would prefer remaining here. But if Monsieur de Beausire is taken? Well, I cannot help it. But if he confess? Let him confess. Ah, said Richelieu, beginning to be uneasy, but in that case you are lost. No. For Mademoiselle André is kindness itself, and as she loves me at heart, she will speak to the king for me. So, even if Monsieur de Beausire is punished, I shall not share his punishment. The Marshal bit his lips. Nicole, said he, I tell you you are a fool. Mademoiselle André is not on good terms with the king, and I will have you arrested immediately if you do not listen to me as I wish. Do you hear, you little viper? Oh, oh. Monseigneur, my head is neither flat nor horned. I listen, but I form my own conclusions. Good. Then you will go at once and arrange your plan of flight with Monsieur de Beausire. But how? Do you imagine, Monsieur le Maréchal, that I shall expose myself to the risk of flight, when you tell me yourself that Mademoiselle might awake, might ask for me, give the alarm, and a great deal more which I did not think of, but which you, Monseigneur, who are a man of experience, have foreseen? Richelieu bit his lip again, but this time more deeply than before. Well, you rogue, said he, if I have thought of these consequences, I have also thought of how to avoid them. And how will you manage to prevent Mademoiselle from calling me? By preventing her awaking. Bah! She awakes 10 times during the night, impossible. Then she has the same malady that I have, said Richelieu, calmly. The same that you have, said Nicole, laughing. Yes. I also awake 10 times every night, only I have a remedy for this sleeplessness. She must do as I do, or if not, you must do it for her. What do you mean, Monseigneur? What does your mistress take in the evening before she goes to bed? What does she take? Yes, it is the fashion now to guard thus against thirst. Some take orangeade or lemonade, others eau de mélisse. Others. Mademoiselle drinks only a glass of pure water in the evening before going to bed, sometimes sweetened and flavored with orange water, if her nerves are weak. Ah, excellent, said Richelieu. Just as I do myself, my remedy will suit her admirably. How so? I pour 1 drop of a certain liquid into my beverage, and I then sleep all night. Nicole tasked her brain to discover to what end the Marshal's diplomacy tended. You do not answer, said he. I was just thinking that mademoiselle has not your cordial. I will give you some. Ah, thought Nicole, seeing at last a ray of light through the darkness. You must put 2 drops of it in your mistress's glass, neither more nor less, remember, and she will sleep soundly, so that she will not call you, and consequently you will have time to escape. Oh! If that is all, it is very simple. You will give her the 2 drops? Certainly. You promise me? I presume it is for my own interest to do so, besides, I will lock the doors so carefully. By no means, said Richelieu, hastily, that is exactly what you must not do. On the contrary, you must leave the door of her chamber open. Ah, exclaimed Nicole, with an inward illumination, she now understood all. Richelieu saw it plainly. Is that all? She inquired. Absolutely all. Now you may go and tell your soldier to pack up his trunks. Unfortunately, monsieur, it would be useless to tell him to fill his purse. You know that is my affair. Yes, I remember your lordship was kind enough to say. Come, Nicole, how much do you want? For what? For pouring out those 2 drops of water. For that, nothing, monseigneur, since you assure me I pour them out for my own advantage. It would not be just that you should pay me for attending to my own interest. But for leaving mademoiselle's door open, ah! For that, I warn you, I must have a good round sum. In one word, how much? I must have 20,000 francs, monseigneur. Richelieu started. Nicole, said he, with a sigh, you will go far. I ought to do so, monseigneur, for I begin to believe, with you, that they will pursue me. But with your 20,000 francs I shall make the journey. Go and warn Monsieur de Beausire, Nicole, and when you return, I will give you the money. Monseigneur, Monsieur de Beausire is very incredulous, and he will not believe what I tell him, unless I can give him proofs. Richelieu pulled out a handful of banknotes from his pocket. Here is something on account, said he. And in this purse there are 100 double louis. Monseigneur will settle the account in full and give me the balance then when I have spoken to Monsieur de Beausire. No, pardieu, I will settle it on the spot. You are a careful girl, Nicole, it will bring you good fortune. And Richelieu handed her the promised sum, partly in banknotes, and partly in louis d'or and half louis. There, said he, is that right? I think so, said Nicole. And now, monseigneur, I want only the principal thing. The cordial? Yes, of course your lordship has a flask. I have my own, which I always carry about with me. Nicole smiled. And then, said she, Trianon is locked every night, and I have not a key. But I have one, as first gentleman of the chamber. Ah, really? Here it is. How fortunate all this is, said Nicole. It is one succession of miracles. And now, Monsieur le Duc, adieu. Why adieu? Certainly. I shall not see your lordship again, since I shall go as soon as mademoiselle is asleep. Quite right. Adieu, then, Nicole. And Nicole, laughing in her sleeve, disappeared in the increasing darkness. I shall still succeed, said Richelieu. But in truth it would seem that I am getting old, and fortune is turning against me. I have been outwitted by this little one. But what matters it, if I return the blow? LXXXVI, the flight. Nicole was a conscientious girl. She had received Monsieur de Richelieu's money, and received it in advance too, and she felt anxious to prove herself worthy of this confidence by earning her pay. She ran, therefore, as quickly as possible to the gate, where she arrived at 40 minutes past 7, instead of at half past. Now, Monsieur de Beausire, who, being accustomed to military discipline, was a punctual man, had been waiting there for 10 minutes. About 10 minutes before, too, Monsieur de Taverney had left his daughter, and André was consequently alone. Now, being alone, the young girl had closed the blinds. Gilbert, as usual, was gazing eagerly at André from his attic, but it would have been difficult to say whether his eyes sparkled with love or with hatred. When the blinds were closed, Gilbert could see nothing. Consequently, he looked in another direction. And thus looking, he perceived Monsieur de Beausire's plume, and recognized the officer, who was walking up and down, whistling an air to kill time while he was waiting. In about 10 minutes, that is to say, at 40 minutes past 7, Nicole made her appearance. She exchanged a few words with Monsieur de Beausire, who made a gesture with his head as a sign that he understood her, and disappeared by the shady alley which led to Petit Trianon. Nicole, light as a bird, returned in the direction from which she had come. Oh, thought Gilbert. Monsieur the officer, and Mademoiselle the waiting-maid, have something to do or to say which they fear to have witnessed. Very good. Gilbert no longer felt any interest in respect to Nicole's movements. But actuated by the idea that the young girl was his natural enemy, he merely sought to collect a mass of proofs against her morality, with which he might successfully repulse any attack, should she attempt one against him. And as he knew the campaign might begin at any moment, like a prudent soldier he collected his munitions of war. A rendezvous with a man in the very grounds of Trianon was one of the weapons which a cunning enemy such as Gilbert could not neglect, especially when it was imprudently placed under his very eyes. He consequently wished to have the testimony of his ears as well as that of his eyes, and to catch some fatally compromising phrase which would completely floor Nicole at the first onset. He quickly descended from his attic, therefore, hastened along the passageway, and gained the garden by the chapel stairs. Once in the garden, he had nothing to fear, for he knew all its hiding places as a fox knows his cover. He glided beneath the linden trees, then along the espalier, until he reached a small thicket situated about 20 paces from the spot where he counted upon seeing Nicole. As he had foreseen, Nicole was there. Scarcely had he installed himself in the thicket when a strange noise reached his ears. It was the chink of gold upon stone, that metallic sound of which nothing except the reality can give a correct idea. Like a serpent Gilbert glided along to a raised terrace, surmounted by a hedge of lilacs, which at that season, early in May, diffused their perfume around, and showered down their flowers upon those who took the shady alley on their way from Grand to Petit Trianon. Having reached this retreat, Gilbert, whose eyes were accustomed to pierce the darkness, saw Nicole emptying the purse, which Monsieur de Richelieu had given her, upon a stone on the inner side of the gate, and prudently placed out of Monsieur de Beausire's reach. The large Louis d'Or came forth from it in bright profusion, while Monsieur de Beausire, with sparkling eye and trembling hand, looked at Nicole and her Louis d'Or as if he could not comprehend how the one should possess the other. Nicole spoke first. "You have more than once, my dear Monsieur de Beausire," said she, "proposed to elope with me." "And even to marry you," exclaimed the enthusiastic officer. "Oh, my dear monsieur. That is a matter of course. Just now flight is the most important point. Can we fly in 2 hours? In 10 minutes, if you like. No, I have something to do first, which will occupy me 2 hours. In 2 hours, as in 10 minutes, I shall be at your orders, my love." "Very well. Take these 50 louis." Nicole counted out the 50 louis, and handed them through the gate to Monsieur de Beausire, who, without counting them, stuffed them into his waistcoat pocket. "And in an hour and a half," she continued, "be here with a carriage." "But," objected Beausire. "Oh. If you do not wish, forget what has passed between us, and give me back my 50 louis. I do not shrink, dear Nicole, but I fear the future." "For whom?" "For you." "For me?" "Yes. The 50 louis once vanished, and vanished they will soon be. You will complain, you will regret Trianon, you will. Oh, how thoughtful you are, dear Monsieur de Beausire. But fear nothing. I am not one of those women who are easily made miserable. Have no scruples on that score. When the 50 louis are gone, we shall see," and she shook the purse which contained the other 50. Beausire's eyes were absolutely phosphorescent. "I would charge through a blazing furnace for your sake," he exclaimed. Oh, well, well, I shall not require so much from you, Monsieur de Beausire. Then it is agreed that you will be here with the chaise in an hour and a half, and in 2 hours we will fly. Agreed, exclaimed Beausire, seizing Nicole's hand, and drawing it through the gate to kiss it. Hush, said Nicole, are you mad? No, I am in love. Muttered Nicole. Do you not believe me, sweetheart? Yes, yes, I believe you. Above all, be sure to have good horses. Oh, yes. They separated. But a moment afterward Beausire returned, quite alarmed. Hist! He whispered. Well, what is it? Asked Nicole, already some distance off, and putting her hand to her mouth, so as to convey her voice farther. And the gate? Asked Beausire, will you creep under it? How stupid he is! Murmured Nicole, who at this moment was not 10 paces distant from Gilbert. Then she added in a louder tone, I have the key. Beausire uttered a prolonged "oh" of admiration, and this time took to his heels for good. Nicole hastened back with drooping head and nimble step to her mistress. Gilbert, now left sole master of the field, put the following 4 questions to himself. Why does Nicole fly with Beausire, when she does not love him? How does Nicole come to possess such a large sum of money? Why has Nicole the key of the gate? Why does Nicole return to André when she might go at once? Gilbert found an answer to the second question, but to the others he could find none. Thus checked at the outset, his natural curiosity and his acquired distrust were so much excited that he determined to remain in the cold, beneath the dew-covered trees, to await the end of this scene, of which he had witnessed the beginning. André had conducted her father to the barriers of Grand Trianon, and was returning alone and pensive, when Nicole appeared issuing from the alley leading to the famous gate where she had been concerting her measures with Monsieur Beausire. Nicole stopped on perceiving her mistress, and upon a sign which André made to her, she followed her to her apartment. It was now about 8:30 in the evening. The night had closed in earlier than usual. For a huge cloud, sweeping from south to north, had overspread the whole sky, and all around, as far as the eye could reach over the lofty forest of Versailles, the gloomy shroud was gradually enveloping in its folds the stars. A short time before sparkling in the azure dome. A light breeze swept along the ground, breathing warmly on the drooping flowers, which bent their heads, as if imploring heaven to send them rain or dew. The threatening aspect of the sky did not hasten André's steps. On the contrary, melancholy and thoughtful, the young girl seemed to ascend each step leading to her room with regret, and she paused at every window as she passed, to gaze at the sky, so much in harmony with her saddened mood. And thus to delay her return to her own little retreat. Nicole, impatient, angry, fearing that some whim might detain her mistress beyond the usual hour, grumbled and muttered. As servants never fail to do when their masters are imprudent enough to satisfy their own caprices at the expense of those of their domestics. At last André reached the door of her chamber, and sank rather than seated herself upon a couch, gently ordering Nicole to leave the window, which looked upon the court, half open. Nicole obeyed. Then, returning to her mistress with that affectionate air which the flatterer could so easily assume, she said, I fear Mademoiselle feels ill this evening, her eyes are red and swollen, yet bright. I think that Mademoiselle is in great need of repose. Do you think so? Asked André, who had scarcely listened, and she carelessly placed her feet upon a cushion of tapestry work. Nicole took this as an order to undress her mistress, and began to unfasten the ribbons and flowers of her headdress, a species of edifice which the most skilful could not demolish in less than a quarter of an hour. While she was thus employed, André did not utter a word, and Nicole, left to follow her own wishes, did her work rapidly, without disturbing André, whose preoccupation was so great that she permitted Nicole to pull out her hair with impunity. When the night toilet was finished, André gave her orders for the morrow. In the morning some books were to be brought from Versailles which Philippe had left there for his sister, and the tuner was to be ordered to attend to put the harpsichord in proper order. Nicole replied that if she were not called during the night, she would rise early, and would have both these commissions executed before her young lady was awake. "Tomorrow also I will write to Philippe," said André, speaking to herself. "That will console me a little. Come what will," thought Nicole, "I shall not carry the letter." And at this reflection the girl, who was not quite lost yet, began to think, in saddened mood, that she was about for the first time to leave that excellent mistress under whose care her mind and heart had been awakened. The thought of André was linked in her mind with so many other recollections that to touch it was to stir the whole chain which carried her back to the first days of infancy. While these two young creatures, so different in their character and their condition, were thus reflecting beside each other, without any connection existing between their thoughts, time was rapidly flying, and André's little timepiece, which was always in advance of the great clock of Trianon, struck 9. Beausire would be at the appointed place, and Nicole had but half an hour to join her lover. She finished her task as quickly as possible, not without uttering some sighs, which André did not even notice. She folded a night shawl around her mistress, and as André still sat immovable, with her eyes fixed on the ceiling, she drew Richelieu's phial from her bosom, put 2 pieces of sugar into a goblet, added the water necessary to melt it. And without hesitation, and by the resolute force of her will, so strong in one so young, she poured 2 drops of the fluid from the phial into the water, which immediately became turbid, then changed to a slight opal tint, which soon died away. "Mademoiselle," said Nicole, "your glass of water is prepared, your clothes are folded, the night lamp is lighted. You know I must rise very early tomorrow morning, may I go to bed now?" "Yes," replied André, absently. Nicole made her reverence, heaved a last sigh, which, like the others, was unnoticed, and closed behind her the glass door leading to the anteroom. But instead of retiring into her little cell adjoining the corridor and lighted from André's anteroom, she softly took to flight, leaving the door of the corridor ajar, so that Richelieu's instructions were scrupulously followed. Then, not to arouse the attention of the neighbors, she descended the stairs on tiptoe, bounded down the outer steps, and ran quickly to join Monsieur de Beausire at the gate. Gilbert had not left his post of observation. He had heard Nicole say that she would return in 2 hours, and he waited. But as it was now 10 minutes past the appointed time, he began to fear that she would not return. Suddenly he saw her running, as if someone were pursuing her. Nicole approached the gate, passed the key through the bars to Beausire, who opened it, she rushed out, and the gate closed with a dull, grating noise. The key was then thrown into the grass in the ditch, near the spot where Gilbert was stationed. He heard it fall with a dead sound, and marked the place where it had dropped. Nicole and Beausire in the meantime gained ground. Gilbert heard them move away. And soon he could distinguish, not the noise of a carriage, as Nicole had required, but the pawing of a horse, which, after some moments' delay, occupied doubtless by Nicole in recrimination, who had wished to depart, like a duchess, in her carriage, changed to the clattering of his iron-shod feet on the pavement, and at last died away in the distance. Gilbert breathed freely, he was free from Nicole, that is to say, from his enemy. André was alone. Perhaps in taking flight Nicole had left the key in the door, perhaps he could penetrate to André's chamber. This idea excited the impetuous young man to a frenzy of fear and doubt, of curiosity and desire. He took the direction contrary to that which Nicole was pursuing, and hurried toward the offices of Trianon. LXXXVI, double sight. When André was alone, she gradually recovered from the mental torpor into which she had fallen. And while Nicole was flying en croupe behind Monsieur de Beausire, she knelt down and offered up a fervent prayer for Philippe, the only being in the world she loved with a true and deep attachment. And while she prayed, her trust in God assumed new strength, and inspired her with fresh courage. The prayers which André offered were not composed of a succession of words strung one to the other, they were uttered in a kind of heavenly ecstasy, during which her soul rose to her God and mingled with his spirit. In these impassioned supplications of the mind freed from earthly concerns, there was no alloy of self. André in some degree abandoned herself, like a shipwrecked mariner who has lost hope, and who prays no longer for himself, but only for his wife and children, soon to become orphans. This inward grief had sprung up in André's bosom since her brother's departure, but it was not entirely without another cause. Like her prayer, it was composed of two distinct elements, one of which was quite inexplicable to her. It was, as it were, a presentiment, the perceptible approach of some impending misfortune. It was a sensation resembling that of darting pains in a cicatrized wound. The continuous pain is over, but the remembrance of it survives, and reminds the sufferer of the calamity, as the wound itself had previously done. André did not even attempt to explain her feelings to herself. Devoted heart and soul to Philippe, she centered in her beloved brother her every thought and every affection. Then she rose, took a book from her modestly furnished library, placed the light within reach of her hand, and lay down on the bed. The book she had chosen, or rather upon which she had accidentally placed her hand, was a dictionary of botany. It may readily be imagined that this book was not calculated to absorb her attention, on the contrary, it made her sleepy. Gradually drowsiness weighed down her eyelids, and a filmy veil obscured her vision. For a moment the young girl struggled against sleep, twice or thrice she collected her scattered thoughts, which soon escaped again from her control. Then, raising her head to blow out the candle, she perceived the glass of water prepared by Nicole, stretched out her hand and took the glass, stirred the sugar with the spoon, and, already half asleep, she raised the glass to her lips. Suddenly, just as her lips were already touching the beverage, a strange emotion made her hand tremble, a moist and burning weight fell on her brow, and André recognized with terror, by the current of the fluid which rushed through her nerves, that supernatural attack of mysterious sensations which had several times already triumphed over her strength and overpowered her mind. She had only time to place the glass upon the plate, when instantly, without a murmur, but with a sigh which escaped from her half-open lips, she lost the use of voice, sight, and reason, and seized with a death-like torpor, fell back, as if struck by lightning, upon her bed. But this quasi-annihilation was but the momentary transition to another state of existence. For a moment she seemed lifeless, and her eyes were apparently closed in the slumber of death. But suddenly she rose, opened her eyes, which stared with a fearful fixity of gaze, and stepped down from her bed to the floor, like a marble statue descending from a tomb. There was no longer room for doubt. André was sunk in that marvelous sleep which had several times already suspended her vital functions. She crossed the chamber, opened the glass door, and entered the corridor with the fixed and rigid attitude of breathing marble. She reached the stairs, descended step by step without hesitation and without haste, and emerged upon the portico. Just as André placed her foot upon the topmost step to descend, Gilbert reached the lowest on his way up. Seeing this white and solemn figure advancing as if to meet him, he recoiled before her, and, still retreating as she advanced, he concealed himself in a clump of shrubs. It was thus, he recollected, that he had already seen André de Taverney at the chateau of Taverney. André passed close by him, even touched him, but did not see him. The young man, thunderstruck, speechless with surprise, sank to the ground on one knee. His limbs refused to support him, he was afraid. Not knowing to what cause to attribute this strange excursion, he followed her with his eyes. But his reason was confounded, his blood beat impetuously against his temples, and he was in a state nearer to madness than to the coolness and circumspection necessary for an observer. Gilbert remained, therefore, crouching on the grass among the leaves, watching, as he had never ceased to do since this fatal attachment had entered his heart. Immediately the mystery was explained. André was neither mad nor bewildered, as he had for a moment supposed. André, with this slow, sepulchral step, was going to a rendezvous. A gleam of lightning now furrowed the sky, and by its blue and livid light Gilbert saw a man concealed beneath the sombre avenue of linden trees. And notwithstanding the rapidity of the flash, he had recognized the pale face and disordered garments of the man relieved against the dark background. André advanced toward this man, whose arm was extended as if to draw her to him. A sensation like the branding of a red-hot iron rushed through Gilbert's heart. He raised himself upon his knees to see more clearly. At that moment another flash of lightning illumined the sky. He recognized Balsamo, covered with dust and perspiration, Balsamo, who by some mysterious means had succeeded in entering Trianon, and thus drew André toward him as invincibly, as fatally, as the serpent fascinates its prey. When 2 paces from him André stopped. Balsamo took her hand, her whole frame shuddered. "Do you see?" he asked. "Yes," replied André, "but in summoning me so suddenly, you have nearly killed me." "Pardon, pardon," replied Balsamo. "But my brain reels, I am beside myself, I am nearly mad, I am dying." "You are indeed suffering," said André, conscious of Balsamo's feelings by the contact of his hand. "Yes, yes," replied Balsamo, "I suffer, and I come to you for consolation. You alone can save me. Question me. Once more, do you see?" "Oh. Perfectly. Will you follow me to my house? Can you do so?" "I can, if you will conduct me there in thought." "Come." "Ah," said André, "we are entering Paris. We follow the boulevard, we plunge into a street lighted by a single lamp. Yes, that is it. Enter, enter. We are in an antechamber. There is a staircase to the right, but you draw me toward the wall. The wall opens, steps appear. Ascend!" exclaimed Balsamo, "that is our way." "Ah! We are in a sleeping chamber, there are lion skins, arms, stay, the back of the fireplace opens. Pass through, where are you?" "In a strange sort of room, without any outlet, and the windows of which are barred." "Oh! How disordered everything in the room appears. But empty, it is empty, is it not?" "Yes, empty." "Can you see the person who inhabited it?" "Yes, if you give me something which has touched her, which comes from her, or which belongs to her." "Hold. There is some of her hair." André took the hair and placed it on her heart. "Oh! I recognize her," said she. "I have already seen this woman. She was flying toward Paris." "Yes, yes, can you tell me what she has been doing during the last 2 hours, and how she escaped?" "Wait a moment, yes, she is reclining upon a sofa. Her breast is half bared, and she has a wound on one side. Look, André, look. Do not lose sight of her. She was asleep, she awakes, she looks around, she takes a handkerchief and climbs upon a chair. She ties the handkerchief to the bars of the window, oh! My God! She is really determined to die, then? Oh, yes. She is resolute. But this sort of death terrifies her. She leaves the handkerchief tied to the bars, she descends, ah! Poor woman! What? Oh! How she weeps, how she suffers, and wrings her hands. She searches for a corner of the wall against which to dash her head. "Oh, my God! My God!" murmured Balsamo. She rushes toward the chimney-piece, it represents 2 marble lions, she will dash out her brains against the lions. What then? "Look, André, look, I will it." She stops. Balsamo breathed again. She looks. What does she look at? Asked Balsamo. She has perceived some blood upon the lion's eye. Oh, heavens! Yes, blood, and yet she did not strike herself against it. Oh, strange! The blood is not hers, it is yours. Mine? Asked Balsamo, frantic with excitement. Yes, yours. You had cut your finger with a knife, with a poniard, and had touched the lion's eye with your bleeding hand. I see you. True, true. But how does she escape? Stay, I see her examining the blood, she reflects. Then she places her finger where you had placed yours. Ah! The lion's eye gives way, a spring acts, the chimney slab swings open. Oh! Imprudent, wretched fool that I am, I have betrayed myself. André was silent. And she leaves the room? asked Balsamo, she escapes. Oh. You must forgive the poor woman, she was very miserable. Where is she? Whither does she fly? Follow her, André, I will it. She stops for a moment in the chamber of furs and armor, a closet is open, a casket, usually locked in this closet, is upon the table, she recognizes the box, she takes it. What does the box contain? Your papers, I think. Describe it. It is covered with blue velvet and studded with brass nails, has clasps of silver, and a silver lock. Oh, exclaimed Balsamo, stamping with anger, it is she, then, who has taken the casket. Yes. She descends the stairs leading into the anteroom, opens the door, draws back the chain of the street door, and goes out. Is it late? It must be late, for it is dark. So much the better. She must have fled shortly before my return, and I shall perhaps have time to overtake her. Follow her, André, follow her. Once outside the house, she runs as if she were mad, she reaches the boulevard, she hastens on without pausing. In which direction? Toward the Bastille. You see her yet? Yes, she looks like a madwoman, she jostles against the passers-by. At length she stops, she endeavors to discover where she is, she inquires. What does she say? Listen, André, listen, in heaven's name do not lose a syllable. You say she inquires? Yes, she addresses a man dressed in black. What does she ask? She wishes to know the address of the lieutenant of police. Oh. Then it was not a vain threat. Does the person give it her? Yes. What does she do? She retraces her steps and turns down a winding street. She crosses a large square. The Place Royale, it is the direct way. Can you read her intention? Follow her quickly, hasten. She goes to betray you. If she arrives before you, and sees Monsieur de Sartins, you are lost. Balsamo uttered a terrible cry, plunged into the thicket, rushed through a little door which a shadowy apparition opened and closed after him, and leaped with one bound on his faithful Jared, who was pawing the ground at the little gate. The animal, urged on at once by voice and spur, darted like an arrow toward Paris, and soon nothing was heard but the clattering of his hoofs on the paved causeway. As for André, she remained standing there, cold, mute, and pale. Then, as if Balsamo had borne away with him life and strength, she tottered, drooped, and fell. Balsamo, in his eagerness to follow Lorenza, had forgotten to awaken her. LXXX, catalepsy. As we have said, André did not sink all at once, but gradually, in the manner we will attempt to describe. Alone, abandoned, overpowered with that interior coldness which succeeds any violent nervous shock, André began to tremble and totter like one seized by an epileptic fit. Gilbert still remained in the same place, rigid, immovable, leaning forward, and devouring her with his gaze. But as it may readily be imagined, Gilbert, entirely ignorant of magnetic phenomena, thought neither of sleep nor of subjected will. He had heard nothing, or almost nothing, of her dialogue with Balsamo. But for the second time, at Trianon as at Taverney, André had appeared to obey the summons of this man, who had acquired such a strange and terrible power over her. To Gilbert, therefore, the situation was summed up in these words: Mademoiselle André has, if not a lover, at least a man whom she loves, and to whom she grants a rendezvous at night. The dialogue which had taken place between André and Balsamo, although sustained in a low voice, had all the appearance of a quarrel. Balsamo, excited, flying, frantic, seemed like a lover in despair. André, left alone, mute and motionless, like a loving girl abandoned. It was at this moment that he saw the young girl totter, wring her hands, and turn around bewildered. Then she uttered dull groans that seemed to rend her burdened heart. She endeavored, or rather nature endeavored, to throw back the overpowering mass of fluid which, during the magnetic sleep, had endowed her with that double sight whose phenomena we saw manifested in the last chapter. But nature was overpowered. André could not succeed in throwing off the bonds of that mysterious will which Balsamo had forgotten to withdraw. She could not loose the marvelous, inexplicable ties which had bound her hand and foot. And by dint of struggling, she fell into those convulsions which in the olden time the Pythoness suffered upon her tripod before the crowd of religious questioners who swarmed around the peristyle of the temple. André lost her balance, and with a moan of pain sank toward the ground as if she had been struck by the flash which at that moment furrowed the vault of heaven. But she had not yet touched the earth when Gilbert, strong and agile as a tiger, darted toward her, seized her in his arms, and without being conscious that he carried a burden, bore her back into the chamber which she had left to obey Balsamo's summons, and in which the candle was yet burning beside the disarranged couch. Gilbert found all the doors open as André had left them. As he entered, he stumbled against the sofa, and placed on it the cold and inanimate form of the young girl. His contact with that lifeless frame had stirred a fever within him. His nerves quivered, his blood boiled. His first thought, however, was chaste and pure. It was necessary, first of all, to recall this beautiful statue to life. He looked round for the carafe, in order to sprinkle some drops of water in André's face. But just as his trembling hand was stretched forth to grasp the thin neck of the crystal ewer, it seemed to him that a firm but light step sounded on the stairs leading to André's chamber. It could not be Nicole, for Nicole had fled with Monsieur de Beausire. It could not be Balsamo, for Balsamo was spurring with lightning haste to Paris. It must therefore be a stranger. Gilbert, if discovered, was lost. André was to him like one of those princesses of Spain whom a subject may not touch, even to save from death. All these ideas rushed like a whirlwind through Gilbert's mind in less time than that fatal step required to mount another stair. He could not calculate the exact distance of the footstep, which every moment approached still nearer, for the storm which raged without dulled every other sound. But gifted with extraordinary coolness and foresight, the young man understood that that was no place for him, and that the most important matter was to conceal himself from sight. He hastily blew out the candle which illumined André's apartment, and entered the cabinet which served as Nicole's sleeping chamber. From this hiding-place he could see through the glass door into André's apartment, and also into the antechamber. In this antechamber a night lamp was burning upon a little table. Gilbert had at first thought of extinguishing it, as he had extinguished the candle, but he had not time. The step creaked in the corridor, a repressed breathing was heard, the figure of a man appeared upon the threshold, glided timidly into the antechamber, closed the door, and bolted it. Gilbert had only time to hasten into Nicole's cabinet and to close the glass door after him. He held his breath, pressed his face against the stained glass panes, and listened eagerly. The storm still howled wildly outside. Large raindrops beat against the windows of André's apartment and those of the corridor, where a casement, accidentally left open, creaked upon its hinges, and every now and then, dashed back by the wind which rushed into the corridor, struck noisily against its frame. But the war of the elements, terrible as it was, produced no effect on Gilbert. His whole soul was concentrated in his gaze, which was riveted upon this man, who crossed the antechamber, passed not 2 paces distant from Gilbert, and unhesitatingly entered the chamber. Gilbert saw the man advance, feeling his way, to André's bed, make a gesture of surprise on seeing the bed unoccupied, and almost immediately jostle with his arm the candle upon the table. The candle fell, and Gilbert heard the crystal socket break in falling on the marble table. Then the man called twice in a subdued voice, "Nicole! Nicole!" "What, Nicole?" thought Gilbert, in his hiding place. "Why does this man call Nicole instead of André?" But as no voice replied to his, the man lifted the candle from the floor, and proceeded on tiptoe to light it at the night lamp in the antechamber. It was then that Gilbert fixed his whole attention upon this strange nocturnal visitor. He gazed as if his vision could have pierced the wall. Suddenly he trembled, and even in his hiding-place recoiled a step. By the light of the 2 flames combined, Gilbert, trembling and half dead with affright, recognized in this man who held the candle in his hand, the king. Then all was explained, Nicole's flight, the money she had given Beausire, the door left open, the interviews between Richelieu and Taverney, and all that dark and mysterious intrigue of which the young girl was the center. Then Gilbert understood why the king had called Nicole, the instrument of that crime, the complaisant Judas who had sold and delivered up her mistress. But at the thought of the king's purpose in coming to that chamber, at the thought of what was about to take place before him, the blood rushed to his eyes and blinded him. He had the impulse to cry out. But fear, that unreflecting, capricious, irresistible sentiment, the fear he had of that man, still full of prestige, who was called the King of France, tied his tongue. Louis XV. Meanwhile had returned to the chamber, candle in hand. Immediately he saw André, in a robe of white muslin which left her person partially uncovered, her head leaning against the back of the sofa, one leg resting on the cushion, and the other, inflexible and bare, resting on the carpet. At that sight the king smiled. The candle lighted up that sinister smile, but almost at the same time a smile equally sinister appeared on André's face. Louis XV. Murmured a few words, which Gilbert understood to be words of love, and placing his light on the table, glancing as he turned at the illumined sky, he went and knelt down before the young girl and kissed her hand. Gilbert wiped away the perspiration coursing down his face. André did not stir. The king, perceiving that André's hand was cold, took it in his own to warm it, and passing his other arm around that body so beautiful and so sweet, he leaned forward to murmur in her ear some of that fond nonsense which is breathed sometimes in the ears of young girls asleep. At that moment his face approached André's so closely as to touch it lightly. Gilbert felt in his pocket, and breathed more freely as he grasped the handle of a long knife which he was wont to use in trimming the trees of the park. The king found André's face as cold as her hand. He rose to his feet. His eyes fell on André's naked foot, white and small as that of Cinderella. He took it between his hands, it was as cold as that of a marble statue. The king was startled. Gilbert, gazing upon the charms of that beauteous, unveiled form, and feeling as if the threatened crime was about to be committed against himself, ground his teeth and opened the knife, which until then he had held closed in his hand. But the king had already abandoned André's foot, as he had abandoned her hand and her face, and, surprised by the young girl's sleep, which at first he had ascribed to a coquettish prudery, he sought to account for the deathly coldness which had seized upon the extremities of that lovely body. He asked himself if the heart could still beat when hand, foot, and face were so cold. He parted, therefore, André's robe, exposing her virginal breast, and with a touch at once timid and cynical he questioned the heart, silent beneath that flesh, cold as alabaster, and as white and firm in its rounded form. Gilbert glided half through the doorway, with his knife in his hand, his eyes flashing, his teeth pressed together, determined, should the king continue his enterprises, to stab him and then to stab himself. Just then a fearful peal of thunder made every article of furniture in the room shake, even to the couch before which Louis was kneeling. A livid and sulphurous flash of lightning threw so dazzling a light over André's countenance that Louis, alarmed at her paleness, her motionless attitude, and her silence, started back, murmuring, "This girl is surely dead." At the same instant the idea of having kissed a corpse sent an icy chill through the king's veins. He seized the candle, held it close to André's face, and hastily examined her features by the light of the trembling flame. Beholding her livid lips, her swollen and discolored eyes, her disheveled hair, her chest which no breath stirred, he uttered a cry, let the light fall, staggered back, and reeled like a drunken man into the anteroom, against the walls of which he stumbled in his alarm. His hasty step sounded upon the stairs, then on the gravel walks of the garden, and was soon lost in the howling storm which raged through the long alleys and shady groves of Trianon. Then Gilbert, silent and gloomy, still holding his knife, went out from his hiding-place. He advanced to the threshold of André's chamber, and for several seconds looked at the young girl buried in her deep sleep. Meanwhile the candle dropped by the king was still burning, overturned upon the carpet, and threw its light on the delicate foot and the marble limbs of that adorable body. Gilbert slowly closed his knife, while his face gradually assumed the expression of an inexorable resolution. Then he went to listen at the door by which the king had departed. He listened more than a full minute. Then he, as the king had done, closed the door and pushed home the bolt. Then he blew out the light in the antechamber. Finally, with the same deliberation, with the same somber fire in his eyes, he returned to André's chamber and put his foot on the candle, still wasting on the carpet. A sudden darkness obscured the fatal smile which hovered on his lips. "André, André," he murmured, "I promised you that the third time you should fall into my power you would not escape me as you had before. André, André. To the terrible romance which you accused me of inventing, there must be a terrible end." And with arms extended, he went straight to the sofa where André was lying, still cold, motionless, and unconscious. LXXX, the will. We have seen Balsamo depart. Jared bore him on with the speed of lightning, while the rider, pale with terror and impatience, bent forward over the flowing mane. Breathing with half-opened lips the air which the crest of the noble steed cleft as the rapid prow of the vessel cuts the waves. Behind him houses and trees disappeared like fantastic visions. He scarcely perceived, as he passed, the clumsy wagon groaning on its axle tree, while its 5 huge horses started with affright at the approach of this living meteor, which they could not imagine to belong to the same race as themselves. Balsamo proceeded at this rate for a league, with whirling brain, sparkling eyes, and panting breath. Horse and rider had traversed Versailles in a few seconds. The startled inhabitants who happened to be in the streets had seen a train of sparks flash past them, nothing more. A second league was passed in like manner. Jared had accomplished the distance in little more than a quarter of an hour, and yet this quarter of an hour had seemed to his rider a century. Suddenly a thought darted through his brain. He pulled up suddenly, throwing the noble courser back upon his haunches, while his 4 feet plowed the ground. Horse and rider breathed for a moment. Drawing a long breath, Balsamo raised his head. Then wiping the perspiration from his forehead, while his nostrils dilated in the breeze of night, he murmured, "Oh, madman that you are, neither the rapidity of your steed nor the ardor of your desire will ever equal the instantaneous effect of thunder or the rapidity of the electric flash. And yet it is that which you require to avert the danger impending over you. You require the rapid effect, the instantaneous, the all-powerful shock, which will paralyze the feet whose activity you fear, the tongue whose speech destroys you. You require, at this distance, the victorious sleep which restores to you the possession of the slave who has broken her chain. Oh! If she should ever again be in my power," and Balsamo, grinding his teeth, made a gesture of despair. "Oh, you do well to wish, Balsamo, you do well to fly," he exclaimed. "Lorenza has already arrived, she is about to speak, she has perhaps already spoken. Oh! Wretched woman, no punishment can be terrible enough for you. Let me try," continued Balsamo, frowning, his eyes fixed, and his chin resting on his hand. "Let me try. Either science is a dream or a fact, it is either impotent or powerful, let me try. Lorenza, Lorenza. It is my will that you sleep, wheresoever you may be. Lorenza, sleep, sleep. It is my will. I reckon upon your obedience." "Oh, no, no," he murmured, despairingly, "no, I utter a falsehood, I do not believe, I dare not reckon upon it. And yet the will is all. Oh! I will it with my whole soul, with all the strength of my being. Cleave the air, my potent will, traverse all the currents of opposing or indifferent wills, pass through walls in thy course like a bullet from a gun. Follow her wherever she is. Go, strike, destroy. Lorenza, Lorenza. It is my will that you sleep, be dumb at my command." And for some moments he concentrated his thoughts upon this aim, imprinting it on his brain as if to lend it more speed in its flight toward Paris. Then after this mysterious operation, in which doubtless all the divine atoms animated by God, the Master and Lord of all things, assisted, Balsamo, once more setting his teeth hard and clenching his hands, gave the reins to Jared. But this time without using either the knee or the spurs. It seemed as if Balsamo wished to convince himself. The noble steed paced gently onward in obedience to the tacit permission of his master, placing his hoof gently upon the pavement with the light and noiseless step peculiar to his race. During all this time, which to a superficial observer would have seemed entirely lost, Balsamo was arranging a complete plan of defense. He concluded it just as Jared entered the streets of Sèvres. Arrived opposite the park gates, he stopped and looked round, as if expecting someone. Almost immediately a man emerged from beneath a carriage entrance, and advanced toward him. "Is that you, Fritz?" asked Balsamo. "Yes, master." "Have you made inquiries?" "Yes." "Is Madame Dubarry in Paris, or at Lucien's?" "She is in Paris." Balsamo raised his eyes to heaven with a triumphant look. "How did you come?" "On Sultan." "Where is he?" "In the courtyard of this inn." "Saddled?" "Yes." "Very well, get ready to follow me." Fritz hastened to bring out Sultan, one of those strong German horses, of good disposition, who grumble a little at forced marches, but who, nevertheless, go as long as they have breath in their lungs. Or while there is a spur at their master's heel. Fritz returned to Balsamo, who was riding by the light of a street lantern. "Return to Paris," said he, "and manage by some means to give this note to Madame Dubarry in person. You have half an hour for this purpose. After which you will return to the Rue Saint-Claude, where you will wait for Madame Lorenza, who cannot fail to return soon. You will let her pass without any observation and without offering any opposition. Go, and remember, above all, that in half an hour your commission must be executed." "It is well," said Fritz, "it shall be done." As he gave this confident reply to Balsamo, he attacked Sultan with whip and spur, and the good steed started off, astonished at this unusual aggression, and neighing piteously. Balsamo by degrees resumed his composure, and took the road to Paris, which he entered 3/4 of an hour afterward, appearing quite fresh, and wearing a calm, or rather a thoughtful, expression. Balsamo's reasoning had been correct. However swift Jared, that whinnying son of the desert, might be, his speed was in this case useless. Thought alone could hope to overtake Lorenza in her flight from prison. From the Rue Saint-Claude she had gained the boulevard. And turning to the right, she soon saw the walls of the Bastille rise before her. But Lorenza, constantly a prisoner, was entirely ignorant of Paris. Moreover, her first aim was to escape from that accursed house in which she saw only a dungeon. Vengeance was a secondary consideration. She had just entered the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, hastening onward with bewildered steps, when she was accosted by a young man who had been following her for some moments with astonishment. In fact, Lorenza, an Italian girl from the neighborhood of Rome, having almost always lived a secluded life, far from all knowledge of the fashions and customs of the age, was dressed more like an Oriental than a European lady. That is, in flowing and sumptuous robes, very unlike the charming dolls of that time, confined, like wasps, in long, tight waists, rustling with silk and muslin, under which it was almost useless to seek a body. Their utmost ambition being to appear immaterial. Lorenza had only adopted from the French costume of that period the shoes with heels 2 inches high, that strange-looking invention which stiffened the foot, displayed the beauty of the ankle, and which rendered it impossible for the Arethuses of that rather mythological age to fly from the pursuit of their Alpheusses. The Alpheus who pursued our Arethusa easily overtook her, therefore. He had seen her lovely ankles peeping from beneath her petticoats of satin and lace, her unpowdered hair, and her dark eyes sparkling with a strange fire from under a mantilla thrown over her head and neck. And he imagined he saw in Lorenza a lady disguised for a masquerade or for a rendezvous, and proceeding on foot, for want of a coach, to some little house of the Faubourg. He approached her, therefore, and walking beside her, hat in hand, good heavens! "Madam," said he, "you cannot go far in this costume and with these shoes, which retard your progress. Will you accept my arm until we find a coach, and allow me the honor of accompanying you to your destination?" Lorenza turned her head abruptly, gazed with her dark, expressive eyes at the man who thus made her an offer which to many ladies would have appeared an impertinent one, and stopping, "Yes," said she, "most willingly." The young man gallantly offered his arm. "Whither are we going, madam?" he asked. "To the hotel of the lieutenant of police." The young man started. "To Monsieur de Sartins?" he inquired. "I do not know whether his name is Monsieur de Sartins or not. I wish to speak to whoever is lieutenant of police." The young man began to reflect. A young and handsome woman wandering alone in the streets of Paris at 8 o'clock in the evening, in a strange costume, holding a box under her arm, and inquiring for the hotel of the lieutenant of police. While she was going in the contrary direction, seemed to him suspicious. "Ah, diable," said he, "the hotel of the lieutenant of police is not in this direction at all." "Where is it, then?" "In the Faubourg Saint-Germain." "And how must I go to the Faubourg Saint-Germain?" "This way, madam," replied the young man, calm, but always polite, "and if you wish, we can take the first coach we meet." "Oh, yes. A coach, you are right." The young man conducted Lorenza back to the boulevard, and having met a fiacre, he hailed it. The coachman answered his summons. "Where to, madam?" he asked. "To the hotel of Monsieur de Sartins," said the young man. And with a last effort of politeness, or rather of astonishment, having opened the coach door, he bowed to Lorenza, and after assisting her to get in, stood looking after her as one stands gazing in a dream. The coachman, full of respect for the dreadful name, gave his horse the whip, and drove rapidly in the direction indicated. It was while Lorenza was thus crossing the Place Royale that André in her magnetic sleep had seen and heard her, and denounced her to Balsamo. In 20 minutes Lorenza was at the door of the hotel. "Must I wait for you, my fair lady?" asked the coachman. "Yes," replied Lorenza, mechanically, and stepping lightly from the coach, she disappeared beneath the portal of the splendid hotel. LXXXI, the hotel of Monsieur de Sartins. The moment Lorenza entered the courtyard, she found herself surrounded by a crowd of soldiers and officers. She addressed the guardsman who stood nearest to her, and begged him to conduct her to the lieutenant of police. The guardsman handed her over to the porter, who, seeing a beautiful stranger, richly dressed, and holding a magnificent coffer under her arm, thought that the visit might prove to be an important one, and preceded her up the grand staircase to an antechamber, where, after the sagacious scrutiny of the porter, every visitor could be admitted to present an explanation, an accusation, or a request, to Monsieur de Sartins, at any hour of the day or night. It is needless to say that the first two classes of visitors were more favorably received than the last. Lorenza, when questioned by the usher, replied only, "Are you Monsieur de Sartins?" The usher was profoundly astonished that any one could mistake his black dress and steel chain for the embroidered coat and flowing wig of the lieutenant of police. But as no lieutenant is ever angry at being called captain, as he marked the foreign accent of the lady, and as her firm and steady gaze was not that of a lunatic, he felt convinced that the fair visitor had something important in the coffer which she held so carefully and so securely under her arm. Nevertheless, since Monsieur de Sartins was a prudent and suspicious man, since traps had been laid for him with baits not less enticing than that of the beautiful Italian, there was good watch kept around him. And Lorenza had to undergo the investigation, the questioning, and the suspicions of half a dozen secretaries and valets. The upshot of all these questions and replies was that Monsieur de Sartins had not yet returned, and that Lorenza must wait. Then the young woman sank into a moody silence, and her eyes wandered over the bare walls of the vast antechamber. At last the ringing of a bell was heard, a carriage rolled into the courtyard, and a second usher entered, and announced to Lorenza that Monsieur de Sartins was waiting for her. Lorenza rose, and crossed 2 halls full of people with suspicious-looking faces, and dresses still more strange than her own. At last she was introduced into a large cabinet of an octagon form, lighted by a number of wax candles. A man of from 50 to 55 years of age, enveloped in a dressing gown, his head surmounted by a wig profusely powdered and curled, was seated at work before a lofty piece of furniture, the upper part of which, somewhat resembling in form a cupboard, was closed with 2 doors of looking-glass, in which the person seated could, without moving, see those who entered the room, and could examine their features before they had time to compose them in harmony with his own. The lower part of this article of furniture formed a secretary. A number of rosewood drawers composed the front, each of which closed by the combination of some letters of the alphabet. Monsieur de Sartins kept in them his papers, and the ciphers which no one could read while he lived, since the drawers opened for him alone, and which none could decipher after his death, unless in some drawer, still more secret than the others, he should find the key to the cipher. This secretary, or rather this cupboard, contained behind the glasses of the upper part, 12 drawers, also closed by an invisible mechanism. This piece of furniture, constructed expressly by the regent to contain his chemical or political secrets, had been given by that prince to Dubois, and left by Dubois to Monsieur d'Ambreville, lieutenant of police. It was from the latter that Monsieur de Sartins had inherited the secretary and the secret. However, Monsieur de Sartins had not consented to use it until after the death of the donor, and even then he had had all the arrangements of the locks altered. This piece of furniture had some reputation in the world, and shut too closely, people said, for Monsieur de Sartins to keep only his wigs in it. The grumblers, and their name was legion at this period, said that if it were possible to read through the panels of this secretary, there would most certainly have been discovered, in one of its drawers, the famous treaty by virtue of which Louis XV speculated in grain, through the intervention of his devoted agent, Monsieur de Sartins. The lieutenant of police therefore saw, reflected in the glass, the pale, serious face of Lorenza as she advanced toward him with the coffer still beneath her arm. In the center of the apartment the young woman stopped. Her costume, her figure, and the strangeness of her proceedings, struck the lieutenant. "Who are you?" he asked, without turning round, but looking at her in the glass. "What do you want with me?" "Am I in the presence of Monsieur de Sartins, lieutenant of police?" replied Lorenza. "Yes," replied he, abruptly. "Who will assure me of that?" Monsieur de Sartins turned round. "Will it be a proof that I am the man you seek," said he, "if I send you to prison?" Lorenza made no reply. Only, she looked around her with the indescribable dignity peculiar to the women of Italy, seeking the chair which Monsieur de Sartins did not offer her. He was vanquished by this look, for Monsieur le Comte d'Albi de Sartins was a remarkably well-bred man. "Be seated," said he, sharply. Lorenza drew a chair forward and sat down. "Speak quickly," said the magistrate. "Come. Let me know what you want." "Monsieur," said Lorenza, "I come to place myself under your protection." Monsieur de Sartins looked at her with the sarcastic look peculiar to him. "Ah, said he. "Monsieur," continued Lorenza, "I have been carried off from my family, and have, by a false marriage, fallen into the power of a man who for the last 3 years has oppressed me and made my life miserable." Monsieur de Sartins looked with admiration upon this noble countenance, and felt touched and charmed by this voice, so soft that its utterance seemed like a strain of music. "From what country do you come?" he asked. "I am a Roman." "What is your name?" "Lorenza." "Lorenza what?" "Lorenza Feliciani." "I do not know that family." "Are you a demoiselle?" Demoiselle, at this period meant a lady of quality. In our days a lady thinks herself noble enough when she is married, and wishes thenceforth to be called only Madame. "I am a demoiselle," replied Lorenza. "Well, what do you demand?" "I demand justice against this man who has stolen and incarcerated me." "That is no affair of mine," said the lieutenant of police. "Are you his wife?" "He says so, at least." "What? He says so?" "Yes. But I do not remember anything of it, as the marriage was contracted while I slept." "Peste! You sleep soundly. What do you say?" "I say that it is not in my province. Apply to an attorney and bring an action. I do not like to meddle in family matters." Monsieur de Sartins waved his hand with a gesture which meant, "Begone." Lorenza did not move. "Well, asked Monsieur de Sartins, astonished. I have not done yet, said she. And if I come to you, you must understand that it is not to complain of a trifling matter, but to revenge myself. I have told you my country, the women of my country revenge themselves, but never complain. That is another affair. Said Monsieur de Sartins, but speak quickly, fair lady, for my time is precious. I told you that I came to you to ask for your protection. Shall I have it? Protection against whom? Against the man upon whom I wish to revenge myself. He is powerful, then. More powerful than a king. Come, explain, my dear madam. Why should I protect you against a man who is, in your opinion, more powerful than a king, by reason of an act which is perhaps a crime? If you wish to be revenged on this man, revenge yourself. That is nothing to me, only, if you commit a crime, I shall have to arrest you. After which, we shall see, that is the routine. No, monsieur, said Lorenza. No, you will not have me arrested, for my vengeance is of the greatest utility to you, to the king, and to France. I shall revenge myself by revealing this man's secrets. Ah. He has secrets, said Monsieur de Sartins, beginning to feel interested in spite of himself. Important secrets, monsieur. Of what kind? Political. Mention them. But, in short, will you protect me? What sort of protection do you require? Said the magistrate, with a cold smile, gold, or affection. I only ask permission, monsieur, to retire to a convent, and to live there concealed and unknown. I ask that this convent may become my tomb, but that this tomb may never be violated by anyone in the world. Ah, said the magistrate, that is not a very exacting demand. You shall have the convent, speak. Then I have your word, monsieur. I think I said so. Then, said Lorenza, take this coffer, it contains mysteries which will make you tremble for the safety of the king and his dominions. Then you know these mysteries? Only partially, but I know they exist. And that they are important. That they are terrible. Political secrets, you say? Have you never heard that there existed a secret society? Ah! The Freemasons? The Invisibles? Yes, but I do not believe it. When you have opened this coffer, you will believe. Ah, said Monsieur de Sartins, eagerly, let me see, and he took the coffer from Lorenza's hands. But suddenly, after a moment's reflection, he placed it upon the desk. No, said he, with an air of suspicion, open the coffer yourself. But I have not the key. What? You have not the key? You bring me a coffer which contains the safety of a kingdom, and you forget the key. Is it so very difficult, then, to open a lock? No, not when one knows it. Then, after a moment's pause, he added, we have in this place keys for all kinds of locks. You shall have a bunch, and he looked fixedly at Lorenza, and you shall open it yourself. Give it me, said Lorenza, simply. Monsieur de Sartins held out a bunch of little keys of all kinds to the young woman. She took them. He touched her hand, it was cold as marble. But why, said he, did you not bring the key of the coffer? Because the master of the coffer never lets it out of his possession. And who is the master of the coffer, this man who is more powerful than a king? Who he is, no one can say. The Almighty alone knows how long he has lived, the deeds he accomplishes none see but God. But his name. I have known him change it 10 times. Well, that by which you generally address him. Accarat. And he lives. Rue Saint. Suddenly Lorenza started, shuddered, and let the coffer, which she held in the one hand, and the keys, which she held in the other, fall to the ground. She made an effort to reply, her lips were distorted convulsively, she raised her hands to her throat, as if the words she was about to utter had suffocated her. Then, tossing her trembling arms aloft, she fell her whole length upon the carpet, unable to utter a single word. Poor girl, murmured Monsieur de Sartins, what the deuce is the matter with her? She is really very pretty. Ah! There is some jealousy at work in this project of revenge. He rang the bell hastily, and in the meantime raised the young woman in his arms, who, with staring eyes and motionless lips, seemed already dead and unrelated to the world. 2 valets entered. "Carry this young lady carefully into the adjoining apartment," said he, "endeavor to revive her, but above all, use no violence. Go." The valets obeyed, and carried Lorenza out.